You know, like, it just, you know, you just don't want to do it. It's a new skill that old men aren't adapting to. But yeah, it's interesting because it's really interesting that, like, now that's how I feel about FPSs. I'm like, you have to play a level that isn't fun. And that's something sad in that, I would say. It kind of goes back into the aging thing again. So I can't have you, but yeah, so I haven't tried Battlefield 6. Adam Sony's asking if anyone has played Project Zomboid, though. Because they're trying to recruit things. You know, if anyone here does play Project Zomboid, and you want to play with some people from the Toy Cat community, what better time to join than now? Toby Piggy 123 says, me and my friends are doing a hardcore challenge. Last to die on this seed. Oh, that's a fun idea, actually. I like the idea of, like, yeah, like, last to die. I think hardcore with friends is, like, quite a challenging concept. I really like hardcore because it works so well solo. I'd be interested to learn how you guys... Oh, no. Okay, gotta make sure I don't do that. I'd be interested to learn how you and your friends make that work. Oh, yeah, it's really easy to mess this up, chat. It's really, really easy to mess this up. Okay, so we let all the water in from the side here. And we're gonna let it in from the front over here. It's still not flowing off the edge, which is fine. So now, I think the easiest way to actually move the water here, like we want to do. So we're going to have to break this wall here next. Okay, so here I am. Let's give it a good break. And then we're going to have to break all of this ice just to make sure that it flows normally. Okay, so I'm very, very scared that I'm going to break one of the floor blocks and then, like, flow through it or something. Okay, here is my idea, chat. I need to get water into other places. What is the easiest place to move water from place to place? I'm glad you mention it. It's using ice, which I conveniently am mining right now. So even just in the time since I've last left it, I've got myself just over a stack of this stuff. And I can place it, like, in this corner here. And then break it. And then place it in this corner here. And it should turn all of this into more source blocks. And then we just have to do the same, but over here. So that, but into water. That, but into water. And then the same thing happens. And now we've got so much more potential water that can turn into ice. I should start to actually, you know, move a little faster now. Boom. Wonderful. That's how I feel about commercial FPS games like COD, but I still love FPS games like Borderlands. Yeah, I think the cleverest solution I've seen to it was Titanfall, where you got to feel like you were a crazy badass because you were killing a bunch of, like, NPCs mixed in with the people. And, like, it never lied to you about it. I think modern FPSs have worked out. Yeah, if we just put bots in the game, people get to... Because everyone wants to feel like they're better than the average player, but fundamentally everyone can't be better than the average player. Someone has to be worse than the average player, but people who are worse than the average player don't want to pay for microtransactions, which is a flaw. So the easiest solution they've come up with is, like, what if we just lie to people? What if we put bots in their games? That would make them feel real good, I guess. And yeah, it does make people feel really good. But it also then feels a bit like, you know, I think I'd rather you tell me the truth about this. But that's kind of one of my, like, controversial long-term beliefs. I think I like the truth about a lot of things, where people prove time and time again they love lies. People love it. People love a cheeky lie in their life. You know, a cold hard truth. That's no fun. Cheeky little lie. Yeah, that gets the juices moving. See, I realize I can't actually keep doing this. I need to put my torches back down. Although it is seeming like I'm getting more ice because I'm not putting those torches down. But yeah, we're going to put the torches on this fence here, I would say. So there, and here, and here, and here, and just enough that we don't have to, you know, replace our ice over and over again. Anyway, I can't stay today, so I hope he's streaming either tomorrow or Friday. Me too, Xavier. Me too. Hi, happy to catch a Skygloo episode. Yeah, I love a good Skygloo time. I'm excited. We're going exploring today. I finally got my ice in a row. Let's start placing a bunch. And then we'll see from there, like, how many we actually need. So again, careful to not go below Y200. My goal is to never go below Y200 and gain an advantage. It's so weird. Look at the ice and the clouds, chat. They just do not render together correctly. It's super, super, super strange. If you waterlog blocks in a diagonal, they won't freeze, and they let the source blocks regenerate. Oh, I think you're right about that. Yeah, you can't freeze a partial block. So that might be a clever way to, like... Yeah, I think I might do that, actually. And then it would also let me climb out easier. Oh, God. I didn't realize the ice ended so soon. So we're at Y200, and I've got 3 stacks is about 200 blocks. I've got about 400 more. I want to see what it looks like when we're 600 blocks away from here. Obviously, the best thing to do would be to place this all in one go. I just want to go out there, chat. You know, I want to see what it's looking like. It'll be great. Video games have been rotting my brain. I had a dream that I won Fortnite. Not like a victory royale or something like that. I won the entirety of Fortnite. You know, that's... I feel like if you play any game too long, you get this, like, Tetris effect thing. I still vividly remember this. I got really into League of Legends. Because it was just, like, at the time, when I was, like, in college, everyone was getting into a MOBA. Like, if you thought League of Legends was too casual, you'd get into Dota, the Valve one. I don't even know what that stands for. If you thought Dota was too, you know, like intense, and so was League, you get into like Smite or something like that. But everyone was getting into a MOBA game. But the problem, like, but they were these games, chat, and this is an example of like I followed the crowd wisdom, even if I didn't want to acknowledge it. Like, the games would take 45 minutes, and you'd need to play a lot of games to learn what you're really doing. So I would play for, like, 3 hours, you know, and I'd get 4 games in, and that wouldn't be enough time. So you'd have to play, like, many, many hours a day to, like, get the hang of just your one character, let alone understand, like, the broader implications of the game. But, yeah, so I would, you know, that's what I would be doing, is I would... you know, I'd be playing hours and hours, and because I was playing hours of League of Legends, I would go into like school. I'd go into like a crowded room, and there'd be so many people in the room, and because I've been playing League of Legends, where if you get 2v1'd in that game, you're dead. Unless you're so much more powerful that it doesn't matter, you're gonna die in a 2v1 always. That's it's called ganking, I think. I hope it's still called that. But so I would start to picture where bushes would be well located that I could hide in. And I would start seeing them everywhere. It was crazy. I think the same thing happens if you play, like, Minecraft enough. You start looking at everything in the real world, and you're like, I could build that. I could build that. I see the material blends they used, etc. Yeah, I think it's actually interesting that some people... I think the people who make, like, building tutorials on YouTube, you know, like, full respect to them. You know, like, they've been told by the YouTube algorithm... Your success is how impressive you can make builds look. And so, more people think that builds are impressive in survival, but really they want to see creative builds. They've worked out this like tool, I think it's called Lightmatica, that you can use. So you can build something in creative and then just place it in survival. It's like, but it's technically building in survival. But what's really interesting to me is the fact that like, people have to spend their like full-time jobs working on this thing. And so, like, average players look at it and they're like, this is just the standard it's meant to be. It's like, no, this is what someone can do with 8 hours a day to dedicate to Minecraft building. I think it's, like, useful to know, like, yeah, if you're the average player, you don't need to go that deep and that intense. And I want to mention that right now, because I feel like it's the sort of thing that no one will say. I'm, like, a big believer in this idea that, like, Minecraft is about what you want to do inside the game. Also, we're almost at 600 blocks, but we don't see anything besides iceberg yet, so that is useful to know. So, chat, do you want to be terrified for a bit? You feel like getting a bit terrified? You want to get scared? Look at me riding my boat. Oh, yeah, I don't like it at all. Look at me riding my boat here. If I fall, chat, it's over. 156 days of hardcore. They're all gone. If I just fall off the edge. And, you know, I've fallen off the edge in boats many a time before. Am I going to do it right now? I certainly hope not. Okay. Let's pick up some real speed now. Oh, yeah. Saving a lot of time versus traversing on foot. That's for sure. So, yeah, it's very, very, very spooky, to say the least. But I think we have pulled it off. Speaking of spooky, has anyone seen Pookie in a while? This is, I think I've mentioned before, chat. There's Like, the parasocial relationship is, like, a dangerous, like, two-way thing. I feel like, you know, you can actually, it's something that, like, has happened where there's, like, some people where I'm like, oh, yeah, they've been, like, friendly and kind and, you know, fun in all their interactions. Isn't it a shame we don't see them, you know, anymore? I think it's, like, an inevitability of, like, doing some... Entertainment is a very fleeting field, you know? If you have a relationship with a supermarket, chat, you're probably going to buy from that supermarket for the rest of your life. Maybe slightly less sometimes. Maybe you move country and you physically can't. But, like, I'm probably going to buy things from Tesco till the day I die. The same is true. So, how are there monsters? Oh, right, the zombie. That makes a lot of sense. You know, I'm probably... I feel... Whereas I feel like video games or, like, you know, like, TV... There's a reason TV lasting for 10 seasons is an abnormal thing. Like, I think Netflix got a lot of flack recently for, like, oh, they only renew shows for 2 seasons, and then they cancel them. Like, why does Netflix hate consumers so much? And it's like, no, people stop watching the show somewhere in the... Most people stop watching a show somewhere in season 1 or 2. And so it means that, like, you know, it stops becoming viable to produce that show, especially because costs tend to go up. And it's like, yeah, actually, I think a lot of our, like... What we assume is, like, some business doing something is, like, them responding to what we say we want. And the biggest example is entertainment, where it's like, oh, yeah. People say they want it how it was 10 years ago, but no one will watch it how it was 10 years ago. I've been watching some Let's Plays recently, chat, that are, like, very, you know, very, very old style. It's like, it's a guy talking and then playing music for a bit and then talking for a bit. It's like... But I've been watching a little bit of those. You know, getting a little bit of nostalgia for Digimon World 2003. But it's interesting because, like, yeah, they have 217 views or something. Because, like, who is this for? Even for me, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm here for like 5 minutes, then I'm out. I'm not subscribing to this guy to see his next thing where he talks for 4 minutes, kind of strangely, then moves on. Also, moving to another country actually made me just start only shopping at Lidl. Says General Delogu. Oh, General Delogu, you're from Wales, right? Or you're in Wales. Yeah, I think something about... I think my shopping patterns definitely change based on the country I'm in. Because, and I think kind of interestingly too, supermarket, like, basically, the reason that, like supermarkets put so many traps in place, they're there to basically price segment effectively. Price segmentation is like the idea that some people can pay more for something and some people can pay less. In taxation, you can just say, you are legally compelled to pay us more for this. That's how the government operates. But private businesses can't say, hey, can we see your income before you buy this? We'd like to know if we could charge you more. People find that to be revolting, I think. Honestly, understandably so. And so, also, I'm gonna spend some of my my emeralds now, chat. I think it's this guy. I think it's his iron swords I need to buy. Okay, one more iron sword, chat, and then I can sell him flint, and then I can buy a diamond axe. What was I even hoping for? A diamond shovel at the 4th level? It's not looking good for me, though, is it? Not looking good for me at all. So I'll go back to the armor smith, and I'll see what I have to buy from him. Mathematically, buying leggings makes sense. I'm gonna buy leggings and then just drop them on the ground. Oh yeah, I'm using all my emeralds now, chat. They're all gone. But again, we're now getting closer to that diamond helmet that you know I'm seeking. Imagine how great that helmet is. It's gonna give me so much more armor. And it's why I'm getting all these emeralds. It's so I can make frivolous decisions, because everything in life is a frivolous decision once you really get down to it. Okay, so it's probably worth combining some of these sharpness swords together. It's not a good use of experience, but I have too much experience anyway, I feel like. So let's just do it, chat. Let's just make a sharpness 4 sword. Like, what's gonna harm me about that? Not very much, I think. And now this does 11 damage? Wow, yeah, let's keep this going, and then we'll just repair it with more swords if we need to. Yeah, chat, look at this. Sharpness 4 sword. This is more than a Neverite sword with sharpness 2 on. Anyway, yeah, the idea of, like, price segmentation is really, really, like, crucial. So, like, the way that a lot of companies do... like, I think supermarkets are interesting because, like, you can't say that pasta is 40p for poor people and ATP for rich people. You just can't do it. But what you can do is you can go to the factory that sells pasta, and you can tell them, look, I know that it usually costs ATP, but can you make a really stripped down version that costs 40? And they're like, honestly, pasta's just pasta. There's not really a way we can save money. So they're like, okay, what if we made the packaging look poor? What if we made people feel like they were poor if they bought the poor packaging? And actually, that works. If you've ever looked at Tesco Basics and Sainsbury's, Tesco Value, Sainsbury's Basics, a lot of their, like, success is in basically, you know, making you feel better when you spend more. And it works for a lot of people. I think, okay, the craziest example of this that works, in my opinion, is basic economy. If you are below the age of 35, if you've only started traveling in the last 15 years, you see basic economy and you think, yeah, I would like to save money. I'm going to fly basic economy. Or economy minus, as I think they call it in one of my favorite Amazon Prime shows that got cancelled after 3 seasons. Economy minus is like the default go-to economy, but every time I see people in their like 50s and 60s book, they're like, oh, I don't want basic economy. And you're like, why not? And they're like, well, you know, because it's cheaper. And so, yeah, because statistically, as you get older, you get more money. And as you get more money, you think to yourself, why am I buying the cheap stuff? I've only got so much time to live. Speaking of only so much time to live, thank you for buying the premium version of this Toy Cat stream, Demon Super Ultra Nuke, Toy Cat Supremacy. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. When are you next doing the Void World, says Brit7677. I was thinking about it this morning. I don't want to do it right now. I want to give it a real breathing space and see if I want to do it again anytime soon. If I don't want to, we could just not, ultimately, right? But yeah, I want to see. I don't want to, like, I don't want to feel beholden to have... Oh, so I've got 2 of these. So I'll grab both off these, because I still do need the lever as much as I need the rest of this too. So grab this, grab that. We're good to go. Canada's yellow off-brand packaging is supposed to do that, but it's too iconic. Yeah, there's a lot of easy ways that you can make rich people feel repulsed by something, which is genius because it just means that if you have less money, you get it for cheaper. You know, it's I think that it's like the way that it is done is surprisingly clever, and maybe we should like learn something from it. Anyway, also I feel like I could keep this water like above a bunch of signs maybe, and then I could like collect all the ice a lot easier. You could definitely automate this, that's for sure. So yeah, I used to be buying Aldi and a Kroger's, but now there's just a Sprouts inconveniently located. So yeah, I think if you go to another country, their tricks don't work on you, because like if you go to Canada, you see that yellow branding and you're like, oh yeah, that's the goods. I don't mind buying that if it's so much cheaper and it's just pasta anyway. I think there's like how well the way it works is so interesting place by place. But so I also think that the reverse can work especially well. You might not realize it. Okay, so I'm going to mine a bunch of ice. I'm going to stand right here and see how fast it grows, chat. I've got 2 ice blocks, 3 ice blocks in the last few seconds. 4 ice blocks. But, so whenever I go to America, I really fall prey to the Whole Foods or the Sprouts trap. When it comes to like frozen or like canned stuff, I think it's like really dumb to pay like 1.5 times the price for what's probably gonna taste about the same. But I really love when you sell me something that has a bunch of features. You know, like sell me a pizza that's frozen that costs for some reason $13, as much as a normal pizza, by the way. I have no idea. American frozen pizza, such a scam. But like, sell me a frozen pizza that costs $13, but tell me it's got croissant for the crust, and I'm like, well, okay, I'm in. Let's, you know, let them cook, I guess, is to put it in modern parlance. It's exactly how I feel. Yeah, also Void World is great, but you should use slabs to get lower down when mining blocks. That way you use less of the stone, and it's easier to get a slab back when standing on another slab. Yeah, that is a very good point, Pout. Yeah, I'm overcome. I spend a lot of my time talking about how you shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good. It's like the simplest rule for life that we eternally find difficult to follow, because someone insists that perfect is possible, and it's not your fault for demanding it, and so you're like, oh, maybe I'm crazy. But perfect should letting perfect be the enemy of good is going for perfection so much that you never even achieve something. It's a very common flaw, very common goal. I'm just gonna take some spruce slabs. I'm gonna put them where I want the water to stay. Someone said 3/4 slabs, but I think regular slabs should work fine too, right? So if I now put a slab there, it's easy for me to climb in, but also stops that from falling out, and also from melting, in theory. And then we'll put slabs like here, and here, and here, and we'll see if they stay there. But yeah, we'll break the rest with my Silk Touch pickaxe. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like a very efficient day if we sit here doing this all the time. So we definitely need to do other big, important things. So let's do precisely that. If I'm just waiting for this a lot of the time, how about I make my sheep farm bigger, chat? I think that's a valuable use of my time. I think if I get some sheep that I could use to make some future big build in the colors that I want, that'd be good. That'd be really useful. So let's make that our goal, and then just every now and then go back into the ice farm, chop it down, keep things moving. Sounds like a plan. Let's do that. So one more boat sail today, I believe we can do. And then we can buy just a few more leggings from this guy. Chat, I think we're... Wait, is this a different armorer? Or is it the same armorer? I bought a bunch of leggings when I could have been buying hats. Huh. I think I did buy a bunch of leggings when I could have been buying hats. Or I guess I could be buying more projectile protection boots. Maybe that's what I was waiting to do. Yeah, I think I made a big goof, chat. Perfect can't exist because the perspectives are never the same. Yeah, that's a really useful lesson too, Kat, is that there is no such thing as objective perfection. You just get different versions of it, which is the whole reason why segmentation works as a system, is that the perfect item for most people, if you're price conscious, the perfect item is the cheapest one that isn't terrible. If you are not price conscious, if you are price insensitive, then you could say like, yeah, actually, I think the difference between spending £10 and £15 on something that you buy once a year is nothing. But if one makes me happier, I'd like to spend that much. So I'm now going to combine these two boots together, just because they'll be slightly better than what I have right now. Might save me from a skeleton one day, chat. And then we're finally going to make the purchase. No, we're not. We're finally going to agree that the projectile protection helmet is coming soon. I definitely need a second armorer. So let's work on that now too. Let's, as well as working on my eventually improved sheep farm, let's work on getting one of those moving. So how do you make a blast furnace, chat? You make a regular furnace, you get 3 smooth stone and 5 iron. How do I get 3 smooth stone? I think I've got some of that sorted already. So 1, 2, 3. I'll move the rest in here, shall we? Actually, in here, I guess. That's where stone goes. Or do I have smooth stone already? I don't. And then we're going to have to breed some more villagers, get some more beds. It should be easy enough to do. I've already got the little pile over there. So let's make some beds right here, right now. This is my wool supply. White beds are just easier to color later. So 9 white wool to make 9 beds. Or 3 beds. And then we'll just start piling them up in this corner over here. If the villagers happen to die, then, you know, so be it. I definitely think I want to do something about this, chat. I don't like that there's just a big ledge going off to nothing there. I think I should put a fence. I think I'm going to put a fence over there. I think that would be good. If not for the wandering trader, who does have a suicidal ideation problem, then for everyone else, indeed. Also, evening, sir. How are you doing today? Enjoying the heat? So I had to start working early today, just knowing it was going to get unbearably hot. And thankfully, just as like the peak of the heat got here, it started thundering and raining heavily. And so it's not been too crazy hot today. I'm being glad about that. Like I've started to think recently, like, you know, would I work better if I wasn't in a objectively hot, abjectly hot office all the time, every time? Maybe I would, you know, maybe I would. Also, More coffee needed. Yeah, maybe I should wake up early and just drink some coffee. Maybe that would solve all my problems. Okay, so let's make a pile of planks. Make some more boats. Make sure we get those boats sold. They're not going to sell themselves, am I right? And, yeah, so now we got the beds. We just have to feed these two guys some bread. Thankfully, bread is purchasable from your boy. He loves to sell it to me. I'm just going to get that so I can buy apples when I need them later. And just you guys... Wait, where are they? Is it this? Yeah, it's the... They're so close together you don't even see the butcher back there. We give them a bunch of bread. They make some baby villagers. And we just have to trap those baby villagers in none other than a boat. Also, they just give them to that guy? I guess if he feels like breeding. So we'll put a boat down, like, right here. And then another boat down right there. Later, we're going to have to, like, pulley it up to get them up here. And get my furnace with them. But different problem, different time. Then we get our smooth stone. We get 8 cobblestone. It's pricey for a furnace, so I see why I wasn't, like, too willing to do that immediately. And that allows me to make a furnace, then a blast furnace. And I'll put that blast furnace right up here. Just for now, I guess I could put it, like... You know, I think I should start filling in from right to left, just so later these things become obvious. So I already have another villager here, unless he's a toolsmith. He is a toolsmith. I've buy a lot of stone pickaxes from this toolsmith. And I don't feel like doing that. So instead, here goes my blast furnace. Now, when the next baby grows up, he'll become a blast villager, furnace man. It'll be great. So for now, let's see what one overnight trip has done to my ice supply. I really need to be rolling in the ice soon, because I've got a big trip I've got to do. And it'll be good. Yellow mayonnaise supremacy. You'll never catch me with white mayonnaise. Take my neon yellow mayonnaise from my cold dead hands. Oh, I got a sandwich. So again, if you want to know, chat, like, what entices me. In fact, actually, here's an interesting example of, like, price sensitivity, like, doing weird things to me. I used to live by a supermarket, and it was just one of my joys in the earliest days of, it's called Yellow Stickers in the UK. If you're not familiar with it, it's like it's a real joy. But, it used to be that supermarkets would just leave something on the shelf until it went bad, and then they would throw it away. And then they worked out, like, okay, what if we said, look, this item has, like, 1 day left until it goes bad. We'll give you a discount if you buy it now. They put a big yellow sticker on it saying 50% off. And for a lot of places, that worked. For a lot of people, you know, for some people that worked well, and it was great. And then they started thinking, like, well, if we put it at 50% off with 6 hours to go, and no one buys it, should we keep reducing the price till someone does? And in the earliest days of, like, discounted supermarkets things, it'd be like, you would find things for 1p, because they'd rather make 1 penny selling this than have to get rid of, you know, use the bin space themselves. And so, in the early days, people used to look at, like, a sandwich that was reduced and go, ugh, that's kind of nasty, huh? I wonder what's wrong with that sandwich. Whereas, after a while, people instead start, oh, so I think I'm going to bring the sheep into that pen over there. I think that actually is the logical place for them. Chat, I think down there, I think that should be made into my pen. Or at least, I should move the pen near the house. On the other side of this, I could see being a really good idea. I'm going to put some planks down on the bottom here, just so I can put my dirt on top of something. But I think to match this ice pen, we're going to have a sheep pen, at least a few blocks of sheep pen over here. So, if this is at this layer, I want to go 1 block down to make my my plank layer. So let's go grab some of those now, and let's do it. Chat, I think I'm going to do something wonderful now. As a kid, I used to love buying an 8-piece Choc Swiss roll kit from Quick Fit. Wait, you used to buy... They used to sell Choc Swiss rolls at Quick Fit? That's interesting. Also, more beige than yellow, but I like to call it yellow mayonnaise. Oh, you're definitely talking about Kewpie, right? Kewpie mayonnaise is the good stuff. If that's what you're talking about, I will fight to defend Kewpie mayonnaise's honor. Quick Fit? Do you mean Quick Save? Quick Fit is the Quick Fit is the... It's like they sell tires, I want to say. I've never been in a Quick Fit. I'm not a car guy. Although, chat, I've got a car recently, and I'm trying to, like... I've started becoming the person who's like, ooh, you know, you look at this sign, tells you can actually park there if you want to. It's a new type of like. I don't know. I really like. I think everyone does. It's kind of the problem that like Call of Duty has. Everyone wants to be like, feel like they're like above average at something, right? Big problem when not everyone is above average at everything that they do. So I'm gonna place these grass blocks down, and then I shouldn't have placed that many grass blocks actually. I should have placed some dirt. I think that was a mistake. I'll place the rest of the dirt in here, or grass in here. And then I'll go grab some dirt. And then I'll use my fences, which I have far too much of. Actually, let's take this grass and put it in with there. Perfect. And then we'll go grab some dirt if we can. Actually, if I've got this much grass. No, I've definitely got some dirt up here that I'm going to use to make the sheep pen around. And then I'll use some of my wheat to lure them in. So, real quick though, it's probably time for another boat salesman special. We fill up our inventory with boats, and we give it to the man who will give me things in exchange for them. It's a delightful process. It's not even QP, just beige mayo in general. It's so yummy. I got a mustard mayo sandwich today. Mustard mayo is like a weird concept. Every time I have it, though, it's delicious. But yeah, so at first people were like, ooh, something must be wrong with these. But over time, it's grown into like a cultural phenomenon. And now people are like, yeah, I want me some reduced stuff. Like people used to like get aggressive with the Tesco employees, like, why? Yeah, I know you've got some yellow stickers on there. Give me the early access. I think that a lot of things in life, people will turn into the worst versions of themselves if they think that they can. I think a lot of people lose their humanity when there's a limited amount of something and only so many people can get it. I think it's one of the reasons why we need to have like mechanisms, whether you want to call it pricing mechanism. I think we need to have some way, rationing mechanism that makes everyone feel like they are treated fairly. Or you get some people who are like, you know what? Let's burn down the entire system so that I can get my slightly reduced sandwich. But yeah, I got a slightly reduced sandwich today, chat. It's got some mustard mayo in. I love packaged sandwiches. It is one of the joys. I think Japan is famous for it, but the UK, we do some great ones. We do some seriously good packaged sandwiches. It's we're at the top of our game for it, really. It's not many things you can say that about in the UK, but this certainly is one of them. So I've got my wheat. I'm going to use that wheat to lead the sheep away from where they are, and then I'll silk touch up the dirt and the. Actually, it's too early to move them. I definitely need to build the new pen first, and then do that later. So for now, let's throw an egg in that pen, and then let's try and jump in. Chat, it's so tempting to be like, why don't we just jump in there now? It wouldn't even hurt me that bad if it went wrong. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, satisfying. Let's pick up some ice, though. Slowly but surely, this will bring me to a jungle. Also, what's happening now? Oh, I'm just floating. I had Subway for lunch today, so Stealth Wolf 69 420. I think Subway has suffered. No, see, this is actually an interesting thing, though. Like, promotions can suffer on their own success. Because the idea of a good promotion should be that it makes someone go somewhere, and then some number of those people should go, yeah, actually, I kind of want something else now that I'm here. The value is just to get me through the door. Or at least that some number of people should buy the thing on the promotion, and then get regularly into the thing. I think Subway messed up on their, like, their $5 footlong so bad, chat. Because to this day, I've never, like in the UK, it was a £5 footlong, which is actually, especially if you're talking about like 2008, that's a substantial amount more money than $5. But so like, that's the closest I've ever enjoyed. So we're gonna place fences across here. I guess this is gonna be the corner this way because we need to line it up with the other thing. And also, I'm trapped here now. Oh no, it's scary. It's scary, chat. I'm scared. Place a fence there. Jump over it. Let's go to bed. Did I not just go to bed, chat? Am I like having a hallucinatory episode? I assume I'm not. UK and Japan have a lot of weird similarities, like packaged sandwiches, alcoholism culture, packaged sandwiches. An inherent distrust of their mainland neighbors. The list truly is endless. Once you get down to it. you realize that being an island nation next to a giant landmass, you have to behave differently as a country. Just kind of fundamentally speaking there. Okay, so yeah, I think the $5 footlong screwed over Subway so badly because so many people are just like, that is the price that a footlong is. And so when you see a $7 footlong, you're like, whoa, what's the $2 price increase? And it's like, oh, it was actually always $7. We did it for $5 for a little bit. But a lot of people were like, wow, that's so much more for the same thing. But they just weren't interested. In the UK chat, you can spend £10 on a footlong now. I think it's closer to like 7 or 8 normally. But it's like you spend a lot of money on a footlong at Subway. But like what's not even like, it's fresh. That is the whole thing. It's like the vegetables taste pretty fresh. That is the selling point. You know, the meat, the bit that is actually expensive, that like you have to pay to double up, etc., etc. Not very good. It's fine. It can be pretty good. I used to love the rotisserie chicken. You know, rotisserie chicken sounds better though. Can't believe Subway convinced us at some point. A whole foot of bread, deli meat, cheese, and like half a serving of lettuce was healthy. I still kind of think it is. Like, it's a good, healthy vibe meal, though, right? And so that's what I was kind of getting at when I was like, oh yeah, America, so good at tricking me specifically. With like, I want something to be really tasty, really delicious, and then also really healthy. And, you know, the number of things that are marketed exactly to my sensibilities in that way, it's incredible. So I'm going to have to kill both these cats, chat. I don't like that we have to kill the cats, but I do. You didn't see that. It's okay. Now we have to definitely sell them more. I don't know what happened there. I think they threw their bread to the wrong guy. So I'm going to take out this, buy some bread, and just make sure that these guys keep all the bread themselves. Okay, you guys, you're my breeding fellas. You got to do it with each other. Yeah, throw that at each other, not the guy over there. Please. If you won't make love, then who will? Okay, so right now we're sitting at 8 stacks of ice. We need, like, a lot more. Which is a sign that I should actually place all of this now and then come back for the rest later. But that's okay. I'm still hoping, chat, that we get a new Wandering Trader, and that Wandering Trader does sell me slime balls. If it happens, a lot of problems will go away. I'm just not going to live under the assumption that it will. But instead, I'll make a bunch of... I've got a bunch of slabs. And I guess I'll just place some, like, spruce slabs on top of them. Yeah, let's do that. Let's place some spruce slabs on top of them for now. Just so we can finish our sheep pen. That will already be at the enlarged size that I think it needs to be at. Or I could just leave the slabs at the bottom layer here. Yeah, I think that's not a crazy idea, chat. Okay, so I'm going to place these down. If a creeper comes from behind me right now, I'm a little bit boned. So this needs to be at least another 2 blocks this way. Oh, it's scary, chat. I'll place that block there and this block here. I'll crouch toggle over here. And we'll place some blocks over here also. Oh, yeah. This is great. And then we have to do that another time. Place our fence on top of it. It feels a little crazy to go straight from this down to there. So I think that's why I do need a slab on top. Just something to sit there and be a filler until I have more dirt. Which I can eventually get, but I just don't right now. And then we'll place these over here. And this will make it a 5x5 space if we do this one more time. Which I think is a good amount of space. And we just place fences all the way around. Again, later, if we want to do something down there, we can feel free to. But this should be a lot of space for our sheep to grow, which is nice to know. Okay, so chat, now here's the thing. I have to pick which colors of sheep I want. And so I have to come up with a good like use of the wool that I'm going to get. So white is obviously a lame but easy to dye color. I like the idea of maybe going for like a red and a black one. Or like a blue one. A light blue sheep would be great. A light blue sheep would allow me to make something like igloo themed. But I've already got ice if I want that. If I go for like black, I could go for like light gray and make a big igloo logo, like, or mine glue. Yeah, I like the idea of making a big Minecraft logo, but it says Skygloo. So that would require, like, a lot of black sheep. And then a lot of grey sheep. Probably too many of both. So instead, what if I got a bunch of light green dye? Which I can do, thanks to my cactus. Oh, yeah. Gonna come in amazingly handy, cactus. So we'll break the thing. Again. Get that lovely flower from the top. Then replant it. Yeah, let's definitely go for some light green dye. 2 green dye plus some white. That should make like 4 lime green dye. Then I'll have a bunch of... I can make myself like a miniature IBX Toy Cat logo. Because if you've never seen the IBX Toy Cat logo, weirdly the easiest way for me to show you is right here. It's like, it doesn't use that much green, I guess, but it uses some green, some white, some red, and some brown. So let's get those colors, shall we? So brown, I need like cocoa beans for brown. I don't know that I have cocoa beans, chat. I don't think I have cocoa beans. Is there any other way to get brown? I feel like there must be. Black, I do have, usefully. Let me just check it one more time. So, yeah, it's kind of, I think white, red is definitely the easiest one that I do have. We'll take a poppy, we'll grow a bunch more of them. It'll be good. So let's now take some bones. Let's grow those. And I guess like here is the easiest place to do it. Oh no! It doesn't want to grow on dirt, it wants to grow on grass. So I'm glad I'm doing this first, I guess. Let's jump over here. Let's place a little fence over here. Oh, that's not how that works. Place a little fence over here. And now I should be able to easily turn one poppy into a lot more than one poppy. Easy peasy. Then some of that will make red dye. And then, yeah, do I have anything else I need to grow? Not really, actually. I'll leave the red dye in here, or the red poppy in there. Just as a fun piece of decoration. Okay, I think I'm now ready, chat, to bring all my sheep down. Remember to subscribe. Indeed! Brown tulips. Says a Karsh Warrior. No idea if it's a thing or just something my brain just made. See, a Karsh Warrior, you've done something more honest than the vast majority of stream hallucinators. You know, actually, since I say stream hallucinators, because a lot of people will come into these streams and be like, Toy Cat, you can get gold from a drowned, it just has to be a gilded drowned. You know, it's the meme that we always come up with. Water's so good. Okay, we're gonna grab some bone meal. We're gonna mix it with the green that we have, and we're gonna make 4 lime. Do I need pink, chat, or do I need red? I think I just need red. So we'll take 3 of these and make some... Or we'll make 4 of these and make some red dye. Then we'll use 2 more and we'll just breed some bees together. There's 1 bee. Is there a second? There's not. It's a shame you can't place these down on any non-dirt blocks. Come on, fellas. I know there's some of you in there. If you could just come out here and face me, it would be great. I think you can fish for cocoa beans in a jungle. Yeah, I think our brains are really good at hallucinating Minecraft knowledge. Because it's such a deep game. And it feels like you must know it like the back of your hand. Which is where you make mistakes. It's, what is it? The Dunning-Kruger effect. The more you learn about something, the less you realize you actually know. But at the same time, it means that it's really easy to, like, over-approximate your own knowledge. Especially if you, as you know less. So I've got a bunch of snow blocks I can place too. So, oh, there we go. We finally got them, chat. That's 2 bees next to each other. 2B or not 2B? Not a very good question. Honestly, I feel like if I could come all the way back to the start of the stream for a second, chat. You know how I said, like, oh yeah, sometimes you're inspired by things you don't even really know what. I think, like, understanding that's okay is useful, or at least understanding that it is a thing that people do. So if you want to avoid it, you know, you can choose to do that too. But I think one of the most interesting examples of this is, like, have you ever hung out with a kid, chat? Have you ever, like, had, like, a baby brother or sister or niece or something? They'll sometimes just say random things. Like, sometimes they'll just drop a skibbity in the middle of a sentence. You'll be like, what could possibly be inspiring you to say that right now? And you'll ask them, they'll be like, I don't know. Just some words I heard that sounded like they'd fit here. I'm, you know, like I guess children are much better at experimentation, in that sense. Okay, so chat, we're going to do something crazy now. I'm going to bring all my sheep down. As long as at least 2 of them make it, I don't really mind about the rest. So we're now going to just, like, make everything a little bit prettier here. Because that's one of my big long-term goals for the Skygloo anyway, right? Is to, as I'm getting more stuff, I can do more stuff with that stuff. So they're all out. Now they should all follow me. And again. So hopefully some of them live, chat. Hopefully some of them live. I don't expect they all will. I just expect that, like, more than a couple will. Okay, so this is really dangerous. This is not the ideal situation for a bunch of sheep. Okay, there goes one. Did he fall just all the way off the edge? I think he did. If I lose more than 2 sheep doing this... Oh, no. There's another one, chat. Okay, so this is 3 sheep left. It's really important they all survive now. Okay, so now we have to break down this fence here. Lure them all inside. And then we'll dye these 2 green. Breed them together. And they'll have a green child. This one really needs to get in there too, but if you want to hang out outside, that's fine. And then we'll dye this one red. And later we'll dye him with one of those. So let's now just get him all trapped in here. Hello, fella. And look at this. Isn't this nice? I've got the starts of what will be a great sheep farm. And it's in the right place to actually later end up doing something. I'm going to monitor the grass here to make sure that it grows correctly and everything. But I've got a good feeling about this one, chat. I've got a good feeling. And the viewers watched as 100% of the sheep fell off. I was a little worried, like, man, this will be a huge loss to my world if that does happen. But then I realized, you know what? Life's too short to care about things that might happen. I only care about the things that do happen. And only after you've let them happen for your negligence. That's what I say. Also, it's great to see you, Cat. Have a good time. Hopefully not a quick fit. Where they apparently sell Swiss rolls. That's the knowledge I've learned from you today. Okay, so I'm going to buy emeralds en masse. And we're going to make more boats. And we're going to get more emeralds. It's crazy the value we get here. It basically is the permission to, if I go into my crafting table and use a resource that I can get a lot of very quickly, I can turn it into emeralds with basically no stress whatsoever. Speaking of no stress, okay, we're going to take another one of these, make another 2 of these. Speaking of no stress, chat, today is the day. It's a big one for me. I can finally go into this fella here, and I can buy myself a Diamond Projectile Protection 2 helmet. Woo! Look at that. Look at how much more protection this is, chat. From chainmail to diamond. Oh yeah, that's a whole 4% protection. A whopping 4%. You hear that correctly here, chat? 4%. Oh yeah. From having basically nothing there to having the best material in the game for a helmet. 4% difference. Very, very silly. But, you know, if I get hit by something that doesn't kill me immediately, as is unlikely but possible, I'm going to feel real smart about that one. Okay, so I think it's time to place all of the ice I have. I think it's time to just go on a big expedition. It's early in the day, and I need to do it in multiple inventories anyway. So let's just go out there with this, plus all the stuff we mine right now. Let's just go as far out as we can, so that we can do the rest of it in one big slice. I'm not going to ride my boat back this time, you'll be pleased to learn. But that does mean it's going to take me a good little bit. Minecraft in support of wool gene color mutation to achieve the sheep they want. Wool gene color mutation. Anyway, diamond armor good. Diamond armor good is what everyone will tell you. Let's see if they've got any truth to their story. So I'm going to check my my controller. Oh, I don't know what I just did, chat. I launched Steam Big Picture Mode, apparently. Oh, no, I don't want to be in here. Okay. So I'm going to now quickly check my battery percent. I don't know where you even do that. There it is. Okay. My battery is high, apparently, so I'm not going to die by doing this. Mojang should add Ender Pearl chunk loaders to Bedrock. Yeah, I don't see why they shouldn't. It's a fun suggestion that It's a fun suggestion you've turned into a question. But you're free to do that, I guess. How baby sheep come out green, even if parent not genetically changed to green. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Now it's all I can think about. I wish I could continue not to. You know, yeah, that makes... that's such a funny... I mean, I think a lot about how humans are the product of not just our genes, but our environment. Like, I think... I'm always surprised when I learn that you get some things directly from your parents. Because so much of... You know, if you think about it, if you believe that you are a free person, you still have to concede that you are altered by your environment. But you'd also concede that you get to... I have to be really careful that I don't run past the edge of this. You would also concede that you are able to change your environment. So earlier today I decided to be in a pizza restaurant because I like pizza. You know, therefore I will like pizza more because I'm in pizza environments more. I spend a lot of time around pizza ovens, chat, because I like good pizza that way. Therefore I will like good pizza more. You know, it's like a self-fulfilling loop that at least I'm beginning. Whereas there's kind of a like, DNA can't tell us what we can and cannot do. Exactly, General Delogu. That's my real thought there. Like I think it's depressing once you realize how much of your body. Also, what is happening? Are you seeing this, chat? It feels like something's shaking uncontrollably. It's probably just me. Baby sheep is not genetically green. It just adheres to the social norms. Yeah, I think that's a really powerful thing about humans. Like, I'm fully willing to concede that... I guess, to put it this way, right? Like, if you look at societies everywhere, you know, if we simplify people's, like, political positions down to, you know, liberal or progressive and conservative, right? Like, we say, like, there are people who want to progress or that feel like, you know, we should loosen up social norms. There are people who want to remove laws, and there are people who want to add laws. There are people who believe that we don't have enough rules governing our conduct. There are people who believe we have too many rules governing our conduct. And what's interesting, though, is, like, those aren't positions we don't come up with those positions by looking at the world around us. People are just naturally predispositions to those. And so, like, in the 90s, there were, you know, like, or, you know, in the 60s, there was a big movement to, like, let women work, let women be in control of their reproductive system. In the 90s, it was, like, you know, a big movement for, like, I don't know, like, you know, let me pick a simple one here, like, you know, like, gay marriage was a big legal movement. Then in, like, the 2020s, I would say, like, you know, we're getting that way on, like, a few different issues. The trans one's an obvious one to bring up, but also, like, I would say, like, weed legalization. More and more countries and American states and cities and are like trying it out and saying, yeah, let's do that. I think Germany, if I'm not mistaken, I think Germany just legalized weed. I might be really mixing that up, but I'm fairly certain a big EU country just legalized it. Also, this is such an interesting... Oh, because I'm playing this after 121-100, chat. You can see the before and after. Look how sad it looks. No, I want to be more immune to Minecraft updates. Oh no, it's terrible. It's so bad. People said this was okay. People said I was being dramatic. They ruined the biome, chat. I hate it. Anyway, yeah, yeah, a lot of people believe that, like, everything in life is like, you know, like, I think that as we go through all of these different, you know, movements of different forms, a lot of people believe, like, oh yeah, but, like, this is because I'm, like, looking at the issue and it's like, nah, actually, I feel like there is a continuous revolving collection of issues that we're having to work out as a society. Like, some people believe on the conservative side that, like, oh, yeah, well, if we look at all of, you know, like, there's, like, types of conservatives who believe that, like, yeah, well, you know, like, you know, we were kind of wrong to go that far on the trans thing. We were wrong to go that far on the gay marriage thing. Some people, you know, some conservatives go, like, you know, all of the problems we have in society started because we invented, you know, the pill, the female birth control, and made it widely available. Some people go a step further and say it's because we allowed women the right to vote. Some people go a step further and say like, it's because we allowed people who didn't own land the right to vote. And you can continuously do this. But also there's the other side where there's people who are like, yeah, actually, I think that 5-year-olds should be allowed to vote. And I've heard really compelling cases for why, like, I think that any case for why a 5-year-old shouldn't be able to vote is a case for why, like, like a 19-year-old might not be able to vote. I don't agree with it, but I also say that, like, actually, I'm just picking a vibe line in the sand when I say that one of those things is right and the others is not. I'm going to max up my render distance real quick, by the way. I just want to see if I can see the jungle from the end of this. That would make me feel great. So we're going to max it out. It's going to be a little bit laggy because we're streaming and we're recording and everything, chat. So if everyone just accepts that together, let's see what that creates. Okay. Okay. I have to make sure I'm still crouched. And if I look up, things will get bad. So we'll just keep looking down until we absolutely don't need to. This lag might kill me. Legitimately, chat. No, man, weed isn't addicted. I'm just anxious about it, and it gives me my appetite, and I can't stop thinking about the next time I'm smoking it. Yeah, it's an interesting case, because we spent so long teaching people about addiction via, like, you know, like, physiological addiction. Though we never taught a whole generation of people about psychological addiction. And, like, that's not just useful for weed, but, like, I think a lot of people go quite deep down that rabbit hole. But I also think it's useful for knowing about, like, phone addiction. There's nothing physiologically addicting about your phone. It's quite the opposite. It's, like, unwieldy. But the fact that you have the unlimited social internet on there, I do think that we're going to see phones in their unrestricted state like we have right now as being a bit like gambling. The number of people you can speak to, chat, it's like really depressing, like going out with someone and they just look sad anytime they're not on their phone. And it's like, well, you know, you can't force them. You know, like, there's nothing you can do about that. Like, there's a lot of people for whom it's like, well, this conversation hasn't been interesting for 5 seconds. I don't want to do this anymore. But my point is, like, yeah, we're always picking new lines in the sand to fight over. And, you know, there's a position of every argument. You know, and the reason I think that's interesting is because it's, like, easy to believe that, like, oh, yeah, actually, what's happening right now is this special one-time thing. Like, the number of people I'm a big... It's like the weirdest belief to have. I'm a big believer that America can't mess itself up that badly. America is quite immune from a lot of the poor governance problems that can strike other countries. If you look at, like, freedom indexes and democracy indexes, the US never scores particularly highly. And a lot of people think, like, well, you know, and that's a sign that we're going down the toilet. And it's like, no, it's like you just don't need those things to be a successful country. So, like, always my deep belief. And so when you look at, like, a bad president that some people believe, one of the last 2 presidents, 90% of you know, people believe was bad, right? And people are like, yeah, this is a unique situation right now. We're heading towards this disastrous thing that is unique and only happening right now. So you don't understand. And it's like, nah. I think the whole world is configured to make you think that now is the most unique time around, but actually we're going through this shared collective experience together over and over again. Also, fun fact, medical weed is legal in the UK, just near impossible to get privately. Oh yeah, or to get not privately. I think even privately it's really tricky to get. It's funny because the UK, I think, is the biggest exporter of cannabis in the world. So we're like, weed for thee, but not for me. So which way is it, chat? I don't know how. I guess it would be that way, I think. Do you see a jungle biome, chat? I don't see a jungle biome. I should have brought a bed out here with me, really. Oh, I can see my igloo from here. That means that I'm not far enough away yet, which is useful to know. So I'm just going to place a few more of these blocks. But yeah, we've gone a full 1,000 out. I'll remember 1,000 as my endpoint, chat, and then I'll start crouching from there next time. It's a useful amount to know. But yeah, next time I come out here, I can just bring way more. And I'll make myself a proper... Oh, I don't want to do this with lag. I'm going to turn down that render distance. As beautiful as it is, chat, I don't want to play with it that high. And now we'll just do some sprint jumping on the way back. It's fairly safe to sprint jump, I think. We'll find out if I die, I guess. Every time I join the stream, I'm scared to death that it includes a reason why Toycat died. Larry Nannery, don't you worry. I haven't died yet, and I don't intend to. 160 days survived. Again, this is my longest hardcore world on the Bedrock version of the game. Probably, like, I'm thinking my longest legit hardcore world, like, in terms of, like, one that I haven't died on in hard while I've been aiming for it to be hardcore. And I don't think I've ever played a Java world longer. So I think this is my longest running hardcore world. Which is kind of crazy to think about, really, isn't it? Since you can't go down anyway, why not trash the landscape? But yeah, so yeah, that's a funny point with a flying machine that spreads water. I could drop TNT off the side just for fun, you're right. No, sand is really hard to get, so we'd have to use water or something annoying, you're right. I do like the idea of ruining the view down there. Once we get lava and the ability to farm it, we might as well just make, like, what are they called? Like, cobblestone casts? We can make really ugly, like, giant stone structures. Just to make the view prettier. I do certainly like that idea a lot. It's true. I think online safety wouldn't be a problem if parents would care more about online safety. Oh, yeah, so now that's... Okay, this is one of my favorite continual issues, too. That, again, I just... It's kind of sad to realize the world is repeating itself, but it's also handy because it means you don't have to, like, spend your whole time on it. I think, like, we love having the same argument again and again, because when you have a new argument, you have to pick your side from scratch. But yeah, like, one of the biggest arguments, the meta arguments we're having, is how much of raising your child is your responsibility, how much of raising a child is the government's responsibility, or rather, collectively, every other person's. And it's, like, kind of messy, because if it's all your responsibility, then the best parents will have the best children, statistically, and then they will go on, then their offspring gets to succeed more in the world. That's not very fair. If the government raises everyone's children, then, like, you know, they're gonna mess up statistically, that is... Or, you know, if we collectively raise your children, we're gonna make decisions that you might not like making. And that's kind of messed up in its own right, too, right? What do we do about that? So I'm going to try and breed these two together. It's a 50-50 which color we get. It might go brown, though, too, right? Nope, green. Well, that's fine, I guess. We could just dye one of these babies red, right? I don't need to yet, though. We'll just... The grass is lasting. We'll see if that continues. Okay, so... Lava casts. Yeah, I think I like the idea of making some lava casts. I think it's silly to need to ID everyone for everything, especially because kids already steal parents' IDs for freaking Roblox chat. I think that if you're a big corporation, having to ID people is it becomes immediately everyone else's problem, right? It's like, well, if the kids steal the parents' ID, that's a sign the parents doing poorly, and it kind of lets the really poor parents off. Like the bottom mid parents are the ones that really get helped by it. You know, the ones that are like, look, I give my child food and water, and they haven't been abducted by social services yet. The way oh my god! The way I see it, that's a win. I think it's those parents who benefit the most from, like, mandatory things. Like, I used to be really anti-child seat. Like, the number of, like, cars I wouldn't have been able to get in as a child if child seats were required would suck. I think like it's I think there's lots of things where we put in like really nice rules without thinking about how it's actually gonna like affect people. Because we like to just imagine like, oh yeah, the response that people will have to being told they need to be more responsible is they will be more responsible. Ooh, that is the easy solution. If only we had thought about this before, we could save so many lives. But obviously, a bit different. So, like Toycat's Realm experiments, all of them always end up covered in lava and cobblestone. Yeah, it's gonna look like a Toycat Realm experiment if I do this right. So they're still not breeding, chat. It could be that there aren't enough beds, but I think we'll just give them all more bread. Yeah, like it's easy to get, and if there's any two villagers close enough together, they might just end up breeding. So yeah, they can all be well fed. They'll hold on to the bread, worst case, right? So we're not losing any value that way. And isn't that just wonderful? So let's now take this boat. Can't sell the boat yet. So instead, we need to now get that last burst of ice. That last little burst. And we need to go do this. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, chat, actually, now that I think about it, if my coordinates were reversed, you know, let me just go get the correct coordinates. Let me make sure I know where these are. So, is it on this? Okay, so we're going to stand right here, chat, in the least dangerous way possible. And I'm going to check what my... I'm going to quickly just check that we're doing this right. Okay, so I am going to stand here. I'm hoping that while it's this cold, not only do we get everything covered in snow, but also the ice should form more easily.
My son, Grayson, wants nothing for his birthday, but I know a shout out from you would make his day.
Hey! Oh, you know, below, I want to say, your son, Grayson, by the way, loving the name. I just know you're a Grayson. You're going to be a great, you know, I can't work it out. But Grayson, thank you for watching the streams. I am massively appreciative of that fact. I hope that you believe in my ability to make it to 200 days in hardcore, because we're doing it despite starting above the clouds. We're building a giant igloo. We're getting some good stuff done. And Billow, what a lovely gift to get for Grayson. Yeah, what a wholesome little tip. What a nice little boost to my day, gotta say. So floating igloo seed. Okay, so I survived hardcore of the floating igloo.
This seed's...
Okay, there we go.
Here is
In
one
the
of
description, the best seeds of 2024. It's -8, -847, 61. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, is that the seed? -847. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. So we're just gonna make sure. We're absolutely gonna make sure where this one's going, chat. No, I copied it wrong. Also, Minecraft just released the claims adjuster add-on, and I don't know if it's a joke. Okay. So then we have to... Where is it? Okay, it's over here. It's very scary to spend this long AFK. Chat, gotta say. Okay. So then we just search for the jungle. Okay, nearest jungle is at X1100, Z2500. So just to be clear, when I'm going this way, am I somehow still going the wrong way? Oh no, chat. Oh no. No, that can't be true. How have I done this twice in a row? That can't... How does that happen, chat? There is one at -3600. 1100. But I'm sure from what I have, it's faster to go to X1100, Z2200. So that should be... Oh, so that means I go this way and then I take a left at 2200. Where is my current left? It's at about 4000. Chat, I placed 1,000 blocks. I think it's in the wrong direction. My daughter is Gracie. Close enough. You know what? Really, you kind of messed that one up, Adam Sony. It should be Grey Daughter, if you want to really get the female version of Grey Son. But, you know, great job anyway. You tried your best, and that's what matters sometimes, you know. Okay, now we're going to grab the rest of these slabs. It's spooky how much... Oh, there's so much snow here, chat. Oh, it's super thick snow. We could make a big, like, snow field. Like, just a bunch of blocks that are deliberately there to catch snow. Because right now, that is my best way of getting it. Yeah, it might not be a terrible idea. For now, though, let's break our ice. Classic Toy Cat. 0 for 2 when there's 4 choices, says Taylor Davis. You ever heard the phrase, measure twice, cut once? I'm a big believer in cut 3 times, measure only if it doesn't work. And, but yeah, it's worth mentioning. Okay, so if I go the way that I'm going, chat, let's try and turn this into a positive. This is what I do in a lot of my life. When you make a horrible mistake, no you didn't. I think that's what people say for shoplifters. But if you're gonna let people off for, you know, like, you know, stealing, you know, like, if you can let people off for that, you can let yourself off for your stupidest mistakes too. And so let's work out where we can go in the negative. Is it negative X direction? It's negative Z direction, chat. So in the negative Z direction, oh, it's up to get to negative Z. Oh, there's a jungle at like 600, 700, chat. There's a jungle like... This can't be the right seed. Okay, oh, it's fine, it's fine. I must have just made a mistake. I'll make sure it's... Yeah, there's a jungle at like 600, 700. I should be able to see that. In this direction, that would be within 96 chunks of render distance. I don't think that it's going to be there. But tomorrow we'll turn up the render distance and we'll see, chat. Yeah, there's no way it's out there. This has got to be an incorrect... Yeah, this is the incorrect seed or something. Does it know that I'm spawning on an igloo? If it doesn't know I'm spawning on an igloo, it's the wrong seed. Okay, yeah, I've typed in something wrong here somewhere. Or maybe this seed isn't the same anymore, actually. Chat, for some reason, a lot of seeds are slightly broken. Like, the seed for spawning in a cave doesn't work quite anymore. Oh, by the way, that was like one of the weirdest things is, like, I used to be, like, real big on, like, okay, let's make sure people know the seeds, they can type this stuff in. The number of people who, like, watch seed videos but don't really care what the seeds are. Mind-boggling. But also, like, yeah, the fact that I haven't had a single comment mentioning, like, oh, yeah, you don't spawn in the cave. You spawn, like, a bit away and you have to walk now. Because Minecraft changed spawn positions in a recent Bedrock update. Hugely, hugely interesting. Like, the number of people who would, like, comment because, like, oh, yeah, Soy Cat, this, you know, like, this seed from 2016 doesn't work anymore. But, like, when it's really obvious that something... I feel like there's a downgrade in the quality of the internet. Because people don't care. It's an upgrade for content creators, I'm sure. It's nice to be me and have no one care about, you know, like, certain fundamental mistakes. It's still a disappointment. Okay, so I've got plenty of white and plenty of yellow. Let's now put our lime and our red wool in there. Just so we've got the little piles building up. I guess they should go one above this, because this is where my logs are going to go. And then otherwise, we'll put our ice in a big pile there. Yeah, chat, I'm looking at the wrong seed. It's an embarrassing mistake to make, but I'm going to stick with it. Okay, there and there. Then replace these two piles. And once I've got a full stack of that times 3, I'll be able to go good to go. If you build ever-expanding circles around your base, you'll get there eventually. Hey man, I just like looking at them. Leave me alone. Also, to be fair, I was 16 picking the name. Learn from the mistake over here. Name them Grey Daughter. Yeah, they're gonna go to school, or they're gonna go to, you know, like, I don't know, church. And it's gonna be like, wait, Grey C? Is that like grey and then Spanish word for yes? What's that meant to mean? If people are commenting about the seed not working, that's more engagement for your channel. Oh, yes, so many people have worked out that if people hate something, they'll, like, the concept of rage bait has hit new levels recently. It's just one of the most successful ways now for a lot of people, and platforms are, like, feeding that. And I think it's one of the biggest mistakes social media platforms are making right now. It's like a trick that works really, really well once, but eventually starts working really, really, really terribly. But that's just my opinion. Okay, so I'm going to place a bunch of snow now. I'm sitting here waiting for the snow to go. And so what better to do than to place some snow? I think this side of the snow glue is probably where it's going to be best at. Just make it, ooh, one nice big high block. And that will let some darkness in, for sure. Oh, so, ooh, we've got to place these blocks first. It'll let some darkness in the night, but it'll be great during the day. Plus 2,000, minus 880 is a jungle on the igloo seed. Is that not where you were going? You know what? That must be where I was going. You're right, M. Thank you very much. What I want to hear is I'm actually doing this correct, and I just made a mistake with checking. I measured twice. No, I measured 3 times, and I've cut twice, and I've got to measure less. That's what I think we need to take from this. Oh, what a silly mistake I made. Almost started measuring there again. Almost measured myself into a corner. But thankfully, I won't let that mistake happen anymore. But yeah, eventually, if I just keep going in different directions, eventually I'll find it, right? You know, that's the natural version of exploration that I think is important, and I'm glad we're getting to live it. So now, this guy can buy flint from me, but flint isn't worth getting. This guy, the best thing to do, chat, I think, is to continue to buy swords. And if I do that, I can get an axe. But that's not even that good. I think I'm just gonna leave this guy be. I wanna love this guy. He doesn't wanna love me. This is as maxed out as it needs to be. This person can give me some books. Yeah, it's expensive to buy books, but I think a worthwhile investment in the long run. So we could buy some bookshelves, and that would unlock something. It would unlock the ability to get lanterns, whereas my villager I have bought from, I'm not going to buy that many Silk Touch books, and if I did, they would be expensive. So is 1 emerald lanterns a worthwhile trade, chat? I'm going to buy... No, I'm not going to make that decision yet. I'm going to keep waiting until I see something that like really locks it in. Because just a reminder, I'm still trying, you know, failing horribly. But I'm still trying to get my villagers to breed so I can do stuff over there. So once I'm going to make an inventory for the boats. Because the ones we don't sell today, we will sell tomorrow. And then we're going to sell those. We're going to go chop down our ice. So that means I need to get 2,000 more ice blocks. I think I'm starting to regret this decision. I guess I could just go 1,000 ice blocks that way and then make the rest out of slabs. That's probably the right call, if I'm being honest with myself. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, chat. I'm gonna bring some beds. I'm gonna bring some slabs. I'm gonna bring all the stuff. We're gonna make this work. So I'll do one last big shearing of the ice sheet. Because, you know, it'll be nice to have. And then we're gonna start going this way, which is positive X. So chat, I'm just gonna trust chat blindly here, because my own measuring is going horribly. If I have kids, they're not learning about sugar or the internet till they're 18. Also, maybe some dumb like paint wool. Dumb like paint. Wools just come in different colors. Yeah, I like the idea that you can gaslight a child into believing that it is missing very basic parts of the world. I like how streaming services are just becoming cable again with the non-stop ads. Speaking of non-stop ads, have you considered buying McDonald's? They're running a 20% off promotion right now. It's only available if you use code SoyCat. No, I need to, it's important, chat. Today's video references Minecraft Xbox One, but I didn't leave a link for it. So I need to go and do that now. So we're gonna stare at the ice field while it regenerates. It's kind of a shame that I can't leave Minecraft running and then do something in a separate tab correctly. So we need to log into Amazon. Yeah, this is wonderful. Keep doing what you're doing. Okay, that's not the right account. Made the biggest mistake years ago and ended up with 2 different Amazon accounts. Chat. And the benefit is the one that is linked to my like public persona got hacked, and at least that meant that all of my personal stuff didn't. But the downside is it means that every time I want to do something, I've got to like continuously log out and in until I get the right one. Okay, so now I can go into here and I can use this as my link. Okie dokie. So this is... I have to put it in today's video chat. It's really important. I made a mistake and I have to fix that mistake as quickly as possible. So... Minecraft, Xbox. And then we'll link Minecraft, Nintendo Switch. Actually, I should really just... Okay, you know. I worked something out in today's video chat that I wanted to share. I worked out that basically if you buy an Xbox version of Minecraft, they give you a number of mine coins equivalent to your purchase, basically. So you just get a free disc that contains Minecraft. And so I worked out, like, why am I not just buying 10 copies of Minecraft? Because I go for a lot of coins, like, doing reviews, because I like to actually buy things. Why was I not, like, doing that already? Also, Jira! Good to see you, Jira. You butcher my jokes. You write your jokes incorrectly. Write a better joke now, Chantal. And I'll do a great one. But yeah, with that said, we're gonna get a big we're gonna get a few pig steps now, chat. Because Tom, I believe it's pronounced Tom Hermagic. But Tom Hermagic has Tom H Magic has just dropped 50 gifted memberships. Wow, that is a lot. I think it has been like a good year since we've seen that many dropped gift memberships. We're about to do a big member drive, so it's like a fun little part of that, I guess. Thank you very much, Tom. I'm going to assume that you are together with Jura. You've had a few drinks in a Liverpool environment right now, and I'm excited to learn. I'm excited to be the beneficiary of that. Honestly, you know, random acts of generosity. Also, that's 250 euros. Yeah, assuming that they did it on their PC, that would be like, you know, 180 after YouTube's cut. Assuming they did it on a phone, that's still like 120, 130 quid. Just a little Christmas bonus for your boy. What's that? It's not Christmas. Still gets a Christmas bonus. What an incredible day for me. Isn't that wonderful? Okay, so now what we're going to do, chat, is we're going to just decide to do this on foot. Because we're going out in a new direction anyway, so the ice path isn't going to be the most useful thing. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to do it. We're going to put away our spruce boats. I'm going to put away my ice even. Check out Tom Hermagic. Amazing. Music track's gonna be awesome for a while now. We usually cut it off after a certain amount of time, right? There's a point where you say like, okay, we enjoyed it, and now we have enjoyed it. Thank you so much for 50 gifted memberships. That's gotta be like the majority of people active in chat right now, which is why it pays to stay. You know, if anyone's chatted in the last several streams, you know why it pays to be a member of the community. Because now you get to watch Toycat, Baby, and Iron Brew for free. What's not to love? No drinks, not until Saturday. Oh, I can't believe I'm wrong about that. A random act of generosity while sober is even higher than that. Also, showing Jura up with that one. Yeah, right. Can't believe he only gifted one member. There is also, I shall remain grey. Pout, do you have the setting turned off on your account? Because you chat so much. You definitely would have been picked. If you don't, if you literally, you know, are you like legally a child as far as YouTube is concerned or something? Okay, so now I'm going to chop down trees. And then, curious if XP bonus will impact who gets it. Yeah, I think XP is the same system that is used just now. Like, you know, it's the same actions, just a different part of it. I think I may have lost the 25% lucky draw. I mean, yeah, 200 viewers, 50 gifted members, but it's even better than that because out of the, how many people exactly? Oh yeah, 202 people here. Out of the 202 people, maybe 10% were already members. We do have, what's the number? 378 channel members. So we have 378 channel members, right? I have the setting on. I got picked once a few years ago. You know what, Pout? It sounds like you should pick yourself to be a lucky winner. Yeah, I'm glad to have a subscription to watch a man bathe in Iron Brew. What more do you need, right? I think I lost the 25%. Yeah, but yeah, so the 25% thing is interesting because it's actually way closer to like 50%. Because some number of people have like child accounts or accounts that are in regions like Russia where they're not eligible for gifted memberships. And so as a result, if you didn't get a membership then, it's a sign you need to get one now, chat. It's a sign you need to get one now. But yeah, chat, isn't that crazy? What am I gonna do with my 120 quid? Chat, you gotta... How many lobster rolls do I buy? That's the question, right? How many lobster rolls do I immediately go out and get? In fact, actually, do you think I should... Shall I use this to buy some copies of Minecraft Xbox Series X, chat? I was just talking about, like, you know, I think I should just buy a bunch of these discs. I think that it's only fair that because Tom Hamagic got his money from Minecraft, that I get his money from Minecraft, and then I use that money to go right back to Minecraft. I think this is how the economy works, right? Is it only works if I buy a bunch of copies? So, yeah, we'll work out after the buy me a drink. You know, okay, I'll buy you a drink. And then you better get the bartender to go buy my Minecraft map. And then I'll get the people working on, you know, or my Minecraft add-on or whatever. You don't know my Minecraft map. They should go buy my my very first Minecraft map. Also, I've got 2 chickens just hanging around here. Feels like I should do something with that. But yeah, and then I'll get the people who work on my Minecraft map to go and buy Minecraft on the Switch. And then we'll get the Nintendo developers to buy you a pony. And then we'll get the people working at the pony. We'll make the economy spin this way. Also, that's a lot of silly hats, says Gon Sumir. I went on Temu today, chat. I've heard it's controversial. Honestly, I think controversial for the wrong reasons. I think that people have this real distrust of cheap stuff. And they you know, like, I feel like we're too willing to believe that something is evil because it is cheap. You know, it's an easy, what is it, like a logical fallacy that, like, yeah, it's the same reason why pasta has to cost 80p if you have enough money. It's because, like, oh, well, the 40p pasta might not be as good. My butler Jeeves might not be able to stir it as well. And then what would happen to my pasta? I'd have less stirred pasta. How ridiculous. So I feel like, so I went on Temu today, chat. I generally don't, like, I think I'm lucky to be at a point where, like, buying a bunch of tat just doesn't add any joy to my life. Maybe that's not a point, and maybe that's, like, a point everyone's at. But anyway, yeah, I went on Temu and I was amazed because if you've ever heard, oh wow, it's cheap as, like, a negative, you might not realize just how, like, manipulatively cheap it is. Like, it's designed like a slot machine to make you think that you're saving money at all times. And so there's just so many flashy animations on the screen. There's so much happening to make you think, like, whoa, look what a good deal I'm getting. Look, it's so flashy, and they're telling me that if I can just guess where the egg is, I'll get 100 free, you know, I'll get 100 pounds off in discounts. And wow, I guessed where the egg was because it was really easy. Although actually, I guessed where the egg was incorrectly and it still gave me the hundreds off. It was like, you know, we'll give you another try to try and get it. Oh, you got it on the second try. Wasn't that nice? Wait, people actually use Temu? No, so many people use Temu. It is wildly popular as a website. And I think that's because, again, kind of the proof of, like, for a large percent of people, understandably so, the #1 factor on whether you're going to buy something is, like, is it fine and affordable? Fine and affordable is a much more enticing sales pitch than good but expensive. I think, at least. But, yeah, so I've now got myself all of these spruce logs. Some of them can be turned into boats, but a lot of these are going to be used to make my big slab path that's going to go all the way out. So, Soy Cat, you should tell a homeless man that was a victim of a house fire that was his fault, because greater than 99% of house fires have people not subscribe to the IBX Soy Cat YouTube channel. Yeah, you understand it, Prepared Foil 948. Greater than 99% of house fires do happen to people not subscribed to the IBX Soy Cat YouTube channel, and there's only one way to prevent them, and it's not subscribing, let me tell you that much. So now we'll get some spruce slabs out, because I'm clearly going to use them. Then let's make some snow blocks. Tomorrow has to be a very focused and effective day, so I'm going to do my best to make sure that it is one. And we have to also be very careful about what we bring and don't bring. Because I'm getting there, chat. I'm getting to this biome, and weird things are going to happen once I do get there. So then I need the grass. I definitely am going to want some logs, but I've got that covered. I want a bell. A bell is a weird item, but I do need one, chat. I think I'm keeping my bell over here. Let's pick it up. You know, we can just do this in the morning. It's fine. I definitely want a bell. Do you know if any of your fans who had house fires? Oh, one of my subscribers did. I had a subscriber from Florida called Casey. I think they were an interesting example of like I mentioned a lot about the idea that like some people every now and then someone who is like 35 comes into the stream and they've got like the emotional and reading intelligence of like an 8-year-old. It's really interesting. Sometimes the reverse happens where like someone is like, I am only 14, but here is my view on like physics, whatever. I think it's interesting to like see how that happens sometimes. But I also so they were like someone who were like started like randomly chatting when they were like 14. They were here for like a few years, and then I presume they've gone off to be an adult. They've left the Minecraft ecosystem, or at least the YouTube livestream ecosystem. And they had a house fire, or maybe you have to it takes until you're at least about like 16, 17, 18 till you decide that lying is dumb and like why are we doing this all the time. It could be that their big elaborate lie was that they had a house fire and that they weren't actually like 14. It's just like when I was 5 and I had to draw a Digimon to send into the magazine so they'd share it. I was like, they're not gonna put my picture in there if they think I'm 5. It's not good for a 5-year-old, but it's great for a 3-year-old, and so that's what I sent it off as. Maybe they're like, as a 25-year-old, I don't have a lot to say, but I'd be a real smart 14-year-old. That's my logic. Also, we're gonna grab like a bunch of wool, so we can make a bunch of beds along the way. Should they be yellow beds? Sure, why not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, let's do this, chat. We're going on a journey, and that journey ends in a jungle. I built enough of my ice path that I feel fairly good about how things are going. That makes 2 subscribers. I lost my apartment in the LA wildfires this year. It's fine though, life is back to normal. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, first of all. You say life is back to normal, but I think there's something... Like, your home being messed with is something that is no small downside. Like, there is a huge emotional upheaval to losing everything you've ever known. That, should not be understated. So if I need a panda, by the way, I think I might need to go fishing while I'm there. I'm going to bring water and a fishing rod anyway. I have my fishing rod, and I've got some ice. I guess bringing ice is like bringing water. Yeah, we'll bring a stack of ice with us. Oh, another wandering trader. Okay, if he gives me slimes now, after all this final prep I've done, he's not. He's offering me a jungle sapling, which I don't currently have actually, which is fun. I could bring that with me and plant one there. Yeah, I'll bring a jungle sapling. That seems like fun. We're gonna buy the oak logs because it just makes sense to at all times. And the efficiency iron pickaxe is a no-go. But the blue orchid, oh, I was just looking for these. I'll buy a few blue orchids, sure. And yeah, that was a successful wandering trader. It doesn't change anything I'm doing, but it does make me feel better about all of it. So then we put that in this corner here and move that to that corner there. I'm not bringing the goat horn with me. I'm not bringing the saddle with me, although I might get a horse spawn there, right? And do I bring some wheat seeds to breed some chickens or something? Seems like a good idea right now. Might not seem like a good idea when I'm there, though. Then we'll just put away the oak that I just got. And I guess we're gonna do this, chat. What is this? I don't know. It's a scary new world we're heading into. Feel like I should just bring some blocks, Like, what if I bring a stack of cobblestone? What else do I need to bring with me? Some more food? Okay, that's an easy one to forget about. Let's grab it. 62 food, great. Definitely want some more food. Didn't know you could catch pandas fishing. Is it a gilded rod? Exactly. I'm going to catch myself a real good panda. So yeah, I'm definitely going to have to bring some ice. Not 2 stacks. Not even 1 stack. Just 4. I don't even need 4. That's enough to make a couple of ponds. Whew. Yeah, people already think I'm 18 to 21 based on what I look like, and I'm 31. Yeah, Rose, that sounds like you could really advance people by being like, on the internet, yeah, I'm 11 years old. I'm just really smart for my age. That's my technique. Chat, I don't know if you know this, but I have a weird genetic condition where I'm actually 11. I'm just really smart for an 11-year-old. Don't let anyone convince you that's not true. So this is a Smite 3 axe. This is a Smite 4 axe. This is another Smite 3 axe. Let's combine the axes before we go. Nah, who's to say what that does for me? Maybe something useful. Unrelated question, but have you ever thought about learning another language? Bueno, si, no. There's definitely something I'm missing, chat. I was prepared, and now I am unprepared. I've got wheat. I've got my pile of grass blocks. What more could I need? I'll find out once I get there, and am missing it, apparently. Some cactuses to grow? No. Some extra grass blocks? Hopefully not. Yeah, we'll work it all out later. Once I'm back and it's already far too late. I could bring some carrots and I could hoe them and that could be like a source of food. We'll see how this goes as it goes, I think. Horse plus ice path, what could go wrong? I see. Leads? Oh, yeah, the leads. Thank God. That is the most important thing I'm missing. I need a way to bring the panda back with me. And a lead is one of the easiest ways. So that is 2 leads. Just in case I, on the off chance, need more. I've been storing quite the collection, I assume. I assume incorrectly. There we go. 2 more. So I'll just grab 4. That's a decent number. Okay, chat. Today, I've finished my ice path. Now we must work on the spruce path. A furnace? Why would I need a furnace? Your survival world is older than you. You must be a really smart 11-year-old. Exact. I am the smartest 11-year-old. I've managed to... Oh, sorry, I almost just walked down there, chat. It would have just been GG. Would have just been over. Would have been silly. I am the smartest 11-year-old anyone knows, myself included. But I don't know a lot of smart 11-year-olds because I am just 11 years old. Okay, so I'm being told I look about 30. I'm 52. I assist to reply with, well, you don't see wrinkled balloons. Wait, you don't see wrinkled balloons? I see wrinkled balloons all the time. Oh, you're saying they pop? Are you saying you're going to pop one day? Like, would happen to a balloon? Okay, so we're going to go this way, and then we go about 2,000 blocks right. And then we should find a jungle, chat. If we don't, it is a personal failure of mine. I am willing to concede. This is super spooky, though. Again, if I fall below Y200, over, chat. If I die, 163 hardcore days. They're gone with it. It's spooky, it's nuts. But what are we gonna do about it, I guess? Okay, okay. Okay, dokay. Ooh. Okay, so once we hit 1,000, that's where we gotta stop. And that's where we start heading right. I haven't placed enough blocks for me to actually feel confident doing that, though. So how do I do that? I could, like... Yeah, I'm really worried it'll spawn me in the middle of the air, chat. How do I make sure that it doesn't? Okay, if I just go slightly back and then forwards on the right here, I should eventually be able to place the slab off the path. I'm definitely, like, making up an issue for myself at this point. Okay, how do I want to, like, precisely place... You know, I'm just going to get out. The boat can't spawn me in midair, right? That wouldn't be fair. The boat has to spawn me on the path, and it does, thankfully. Although I could use some more ice to, like, place around here. But at 1,000 blocks, this is where we'll place our extra stuff. It should be bottom slabs, really, so that's what we'll do for the most part. Bottom slabs all around, except for these blocks, because they're going to be my pathways going either way. And then, so this will be my nice little area that is big enough to make me feel secure in. Okay, and then now we go this way, chat. I have to go this way quite some while. Okay, I'm going to have to make a crafting table. I'm going to have to make a bed, my very first bed, if I can. And then I'm going to have to make a ton of slabs. Too many slabs. Too many slabs. Too many slabs. Too many slabs. I've got a shovel that's going to be not worthwhile keeping. So I'm going to drop that on the ground right now. Then I'm going to... I don't have any torches. Oh, no, I've got a bunch of torches. Then I'm going to place... I think a torch will be fine over here. I think it won't melt the ice. If it does, I'll have some regrets, but it will be fine otherwise. So I'll place it there, knowing that otherwise this should keep the light away from it anyway. And then let's place our bed down. I guess actually we should place the bed down, like, here. Do you hear that, chat? Oh, it's that weird noise again that spooked me so many times. It's nothing, though. Let's go to sleep and hope we wake up not below it in the morning. Balloons wrinkle as they get smaller. No, I'm round and fat like a balloon. Oh, I can't believe I thought that was a point about wisdom. But it was you were making self-deprecating humor, implying you're the shape of a balloon. I mean, like, if you think about it, a sphere is like life's, you know, like best shape. Ah, man. I can't believe that's all that was. Also, the Too Many Slabs song is back. You better believe it. Oh, there's a polar bear there, chat. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't expect this. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want this. Can they only spawn on, like, ice blocks or something? I'm gonna knock him off. Chat, I cannot and will not accept a polar bear up here. So, goodbye. He'd be nice to, like, keep as a pet or something, in theory. But I think he's just too high maintenance of a pet. Okay, one more, like, half stack of slabs. Should make a nice, perfect... I guess we really want to go a little bit more than a half stack, because we want to make some even round number. I guess 48 is a good one. Make 96 slabs. And we can make a whole another 30 of these. Or 36. Then that makes 72 slabs. Which gives us 6 more of these. Which we can place to make... There we go. Okay. The inventory is filled with slabs now, chat. Let's go on our journey. We're going to find this jungle, or we're going to die trying. I'm only 70% sure we're going in the right way. Spooky, spooky. So I disagree. A triangle is the best shape. I mean, I think, you know, like, factually speaking, the square is the worst shape for, like, strength, but it's the best shape for packing, right? I guess you could argue two triangles makes a square. I guess that's the genius of the triangle. The number of triangles you have makes basically every other shape besides the circle. But circles are the best for, like, displacing, you know, like, circle are nature's shape. I'll take the 30% odds. I want to really look behind me every now and then to see a polar bear or not. So that's the danger of having a, that's the danger of now having a path that is above the level around it. I'm 110% sure you're going the right way, says M-Doug. You know, I love M-Doug's certainty. I one day want to be as sure as he is. That would be nice. Could be a great zoo animal if you could make it back alive with him. To be fair, that does describe every animal. A true circle can never exist. Is that true, or is that some made-up mumbo-jumbo? I feel like true circles can definitely exist. But yeah, I think, like, I mean, like, yeah, I guess perfect circles don't exist. But, like, everything exists as a rough circle, right? Like, isn't it crazy you never see a square or a triangle tree? You should be thankful you could see that polar bear. Yeah, if he'd have just followed me and then spawned in a baby, my life could have just been over. Could have been like, oh yeah, polar bear slayed you. It's just how life is sometimes, mate. And I'd be like, well, I guess, when you say it like that, not a lot I can do. So you growing out your facial hair to get a beard. Every time I leave home for a few days, like, do you want some TMI, chat? I think there are some things that are just really stupid to do away from home. Like, I think everyone has the classic case of, like, I'm not going to get my hair cut if I'm in a foreign country. Like, I don't want to go and learn a new barber You know, like, there's a lot of things where if you can do them familiarly at home, you might as well do them in a familiar environment at home. And one of those things to me is getting my hair cut. And one of them, like, on terms of daily, is like, I usually shave most days. Just while I'm in the shower, I, like, get it done. But I'm not going to bring a razor with me while I'm traveling, because, bringing the right shaving cream, making sure it fit. I used to do it, and I was like, this just sucks. It's not fun. It's a chore that and so I'm like, you know, I'll let the facial hair grow when I'm gone. Because you need to every now and then. Also, I feel like a black hole is the perfect sphere, the cousin of the perfect circle. Show me which black holes you've seen, and then I'll believe you. A circle has two sides, inside and outside. Ooh, yeah, there's a deep one. I think if you don't mind me talking about the universe for a bit, chat, I think it is like beyond spooky that we are in a universe. You know, we're in this giant space. And we know that it is getting further and further away from each other, to the point where we know that there is some space we will never see. Because everything we see because light is reaching our eyes. And in some cases it takes hundreds or thousands of years for the light to reach us. And so by the time we see something, we're seeing a 1,000-year-old version of it. But there are some parts of space we will never see because they're like too far away for us, right? They are so far away that we will never see them. They are so far away and they are getting faster and further away that the light will never reach our eyes, so we will just never see what is there. It's kind of spooky, really, that there's with our current understanding of physics, there is an amount of stuff that no human can ever see. Because, you know, talking about existentialism a moment, I really do think the best case scenario for humanity is that there are aliens and they are watching us, but they treat us like a national park. Because, you know, the Fermi paradox is one of my, like, favorite deep thoughts that, like, you know, either it is possible for life to generate on, you know, there's some number of planets out there, a near infinite number. Some number of those planets, even if it's 0.00001%, can sustain life. And some number of those planets that can sustain life will sustain life. But we're the only ones we know of so far. We haven't seen any other species that's come across the universe to visit us. And so either it becomes impossible for a society to ever get to the point where it visits others, or we are first, which is infinitesimally likely in the grand time scale, or we are the only ones. It is possible that in the entirety of the universe, we are the only life that is ever going to actually see it. And I think that's something like worth seriously considering. If we are the only things in the entire universe, do our responsibilities change even? You know, if we can take it that deep for a second, be like, do we have different responsibilities to the world more broadly if we know we are the only things that are going to see something? You know, like it's you know, there's a lot of it's kind of like the bystander effect, that like if enough people see something bad happening, no one does anything because they just assume everyone else will. If you ever, you know, you're meant to like direct people, because otherwise people just go like, it sounds like a problem that will be dealt with by other people, but other people never come, and it's a whole problem. So like the idea of the solution to that is you've got to like be in charge of it. If you know you're the only person that will ever be around, your whole reality has to change. Have you ever seen the Moon Wakes Up YouTube little series? I think you might enjoy it. I think I might actually. I found a video that like so perfectly hit my niche the other day. It was a video talking about why generational ships could never exist. And I really enjoyed it because right now, the fastest we can travel, the nearest solar system that we think can sustain life is the Alpha Centauri. It's like, you'd have to like terraform the planet. Like, it doesn't sustain life in its current form, but it's not that far off what can sustain life here. So the nearest place that we could send humans, besides, you know, outside of our solar system, is the Alpha Centauri. But it would take 14 lifetimes to get there. Which means if you send someone in a ship to go there, they'll have died, you know, like 10% into the journey. So the only way to actually get people to the Alpha Centauri with current technology limitations, and even then, we're assuming you can use all of the resources available to us, which you obviously couldn't because we're not going to get any payback from the Alpha Centauri in a while. But so the only way to get there is like a generational ship. If you've ever seen Passengers, it's like sort of based on this idea, but you freeze people. But so if you send a bunch of people on a ship and say, okay, you are going to have children on this ship, then your children will have children, and eventually their children will colonize this place. I watched a great video about, like, actually, that is a terrible idea, and it would never work, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Also, yeah, wasn't Toycat a legal alien for a bit? I in fact, was a legal alien for a little bit. I think America calling foreigners aliens is the funniest thing. But yeah, so it's fun because if you send people in a multi-generational ship, you aren't in control of what happens by generation 3, let alone generation 13. You know, like, our grandparents probably had a really good vision of how we were going to live our lives, and I guarantee it, with our drug legalization and our, you know, and our gay marriages and our transings and our you know, like our $14 beverages, I guarantee we are not living it the way that they imagined. Because, you know, no one can be in charge. You know, no one really gets to make those decisions about the future, right? Every generation kind of decides for themselves what they're going to be doing. Aliens are more intelligent than us, so it makes sense that they call Americans call non-American aliens. Oh, big slap down on America there. The planet we live on is huge. There's so many people and places and things to see, and space is paywalled. So as a poor disabled person, I like constellations, but I don't care what's out there. So Lyle the Lemon Boy, if I could try and change your mind, I would say the reason that we want to go out to space, despite all the problems that are involved in it, it's not for me, right? I'm a huge believer that a good society is not one where we specialize everything for our own interests, but instead, it's an analog series based around the first moon landing. 4 minutes. That's great. That's perfect. My friend's been trying to get me to watch For All Mankind, and it's like, oh, I'm not watching another hour-long series that there's 25 episodes of. Anyway, yeah, I think it's hugely interesting to think about, like, what is out there, and I also think it's a prerogative for all humans who actually care about humans. You know, like, at some point you have to question, what are your values? Are your values, you know, like, I think a lot of people are hedonists. They believe that right here and now is the most important time. Make it count. Or are you someone who believes that the future is, like, there's something called, like, the death of the future. It's something that happens a lot in, like, traumatized or children from questionable households. Because you'll hear that something is happening in the future, and enough times that future won't occur, and you'll realize, like, there's no point thinking about the future because it might not ever happen. It's like a very sad thing to, you know, it's like it's a very depressing thing to have, but it's like a very common, like, you know, like, child side effect thing. Anyway, so the death of the future is, like, an understandable reason not to believe this way, but I think it is our imperative as a species that reproduces to make the best possible life for future generations of us. Or even to say that, you know, if it's not future generations of us, that our species is the thing we need to back. You know? Like, I am unapologetically pro-human. I think that's one of my, like, unshakable, unchangeable values. You can't convince me that it's worth plunging 10,000 people into poverty to save a bat. Or even to save 1,000 bats, or 1,000,000 bats, or 10 million bats. 1,000,000,000,000 bats could die, and I would say, well, if it makes 10,000 people's lives substantially better, materially better, then, like, why would we ever prioritize another species over our own? They're never going to do the same for us, right? Like, so I'm a believer that we should believe, and we should want, and we should do everything we can for humans. You know, I'm like a non-human. I'm racist against non-humans, I guess. And one of the parts of thinking about the future of humans is that good people believe, you know, good governance is when you plant seeds even though you're never gonna live under you're never gonna get to enjoy the shade from underneath it. You know, plant the seeds to trees that you'll never get to enjoy. And I think that one of those seeds we should plant as a society is the seed of space travel. Because one day our planet, you know, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, our planet will become uninhabitable. If you look at climate change, if you look, you know, there's we're some, you could argue we're kind of like speed running it. But in either case, our planet is going to become uninhabitable, and we need to have a backup plan if we intend to survive. I know some people are real deep down the doomer hole of like, actually, we don't need to care. Let's just, you know, say screw it and enjoy right here, right now. But that's not my belief. My belief is that we should care, in fact, actually. So place one of those, place a torch on it, place a bunch of slabs around, and then let's make ourselves another bed. We can only make so many of these beds, but this one can go right here. And then I'll wake up in the morning on day 164, and it'll be nice. Every synapsis jumping from one thought. Indeed, I'm glad you, I hope so. Also speciesist. Yeah, I'm speciesist. I am deeply down the rabbit hole of humans, number one, you number one. I think humans are great. I think humans are worth treasuring, and I think that we should do our best for precisely that. Okay, so now let's make like another 24. That'll make 48 slabs, and that's a good inventory to keep moving forwards with. I'm getting close, chat. Soon I'll be able to see it, at least. You need to give some religious purpose for the generation passengers to kill time. So yeah, the reason I think, though, I want to come back to that. The reason I think that space is so important is because it's not what we're going to enjoy, or our children, but our collective species. Like, I'm annoyed by the number of people who think so narrowly that they're like, yeah, what matters is me and maybe my children. Anything else, get out of here. You know, it's kind of funny. One of my, like, one of the things I'm like a real believer in recently is, like, if you look at how current countries are run. Also, thank you very much for the tip. Do you think we, at the rate that birth rates are falling and projected to fall around the world, will even make it space before our economies and societies collapse? Man, you make me want to play the Bethesda game. But to answer your question, I do think that we do have a real issue that we might not make it to. I think that the way the world is going, we need dramatic intervention. And I'm worried if we don't have that dramatic intervention ourselves, we're going to have it via some form of war. I think that I don't want to believe this, chat. But as our worlds are shrinking, as our countries are shrinking, in theory we can stay roughly the same amount of prosperousness per sane person. That is to say, the biggest thing that's grown our economy for years has been adding more people to it. But as we get fewer people, in theory we can start, working out how to... it doesn't have to be that we all get poorer because there's fewer of us. But as a collective, we all get poorer. That is to say, the collective value that humankind has, the collective output of humankind will fall, which means that countries will start to fight over those pieces. Just so I can't know what coordinate he's heading to. I know I'm heading towards the jungle. That's what matters. But yeah, I think we are on like a dangerous course as far as our current species, and that's why I think space is like such an important dream. And that's why I think every person who says like, oh, but I would rather that we spend on a disability ramp for this train station than a space program or whatever. For anyone who would say that, it's like, no, obviously we need both, but don't you dare, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It strikes me as the idea that a lot of people are like, oh yeah, so we've got, we got this like black hole in spending in the UK. What taxes are we going to raise to make sure we fill it? And it's like, You don't. It's like some wild collection people are gonna have. It's like no, don't. There's other solutions to this other than. Also, the issue of the idea of expanding to other planets as an insurance package is it will genuinely take millennia, and as for the escaping the dying sun, it might not be possible at all. I think escaping a dying sun is definitely possible, but I think as well as an escape plan, right? It's also just that is how we become a multiplanetary species. That is how we become a species that will one day go into the stars, and will one day be, you know, like, it's like if you were if you lived on the Isle of Man, or the Isle of Wight, you know, you could live happily, or you know, maybe a good better example would be like the Andaman Islands. So, if you don't know, in India, there are these islands of uncontacted tribes. People go there every now and then, and they try and, you know, like, people do go to these islands, and they'll try to convert the people to Christianity, or try to show them how cool the world is, like give them an iPhone. And invariably, these people shoot them to death with bows and arrows. They don't want to speak to outsiders. Humans, 3,000 years ago, more like 10,000, we could have all decided to be like them, right? We could have all said, honestly, I'm happy with my bows and arrow, and my skull teeth, and my killing of rabbits, and my hunter-gathering. It's awesome to hunter-gather. But actually, the world we have now, the fact that I can play Minecraft, and I can live under these silly circumstances, I think it's ludicrous. I think it's crazy that we get to do this, and we get to do it because someone said, I know it's hard, but what if we worked out how to get food to grow from the ground? And then someone else said, I know it's hard, but what if we worked out, like, how we could make that more effective? Like, what if we put, like, you know, cow poop down? And then someone said, really dumbly, like, oh, what if we rotated the crops? So we could go carrots one year, and then we could go wheat the next. And then someone stupidly said, oh, yeah, what if we actually tried to... What if we made, like, engines that burn things, and so that... We've made all these advancements that people have said are dumb, and, like, throughout the entire time, there have been people saying, like, nah, this is all stupid. Why don't we just, like, enjoy what we have here, man? And it's like, no, the reason it's... the island looks a bit like a horse. Oh, I see that, actually. Chat, do you think the island looks like a horse? I see how it looks like a horse. Wealth inequality will grow exponentially. Buy assets and be on the wealthy side of it, says Flavor. Oh, I think this is hugely interesting. The... I spend a lot of my time trying to make sure I listen to the most compelling arguments from as many people as I can about their view of the world. And one of the most interesting ones, because right now I think we're heading for like a populist moment. Like I said, like as I think money has grown massively, assets are all going up a lot. Basically, we're in a time of inflation, the likes of which haven't been seen for like 30, 40 years. And so a lot of people are starting to realize, like, oh, money that for your whole life you just assumed was worth something goes down in value every year. That is to say, prices go up. And the first time prices go up, people go, oh, greedy corporations, why are you raising the prices? You think you're worth more in me money? Then the second time they go up, they're like, oh, so greedy. But after a while, you start to work out, everything's going up in price. Even when I negotiated more salary, we all still ended up, you know, I negotiated 20% extra salary, and I thought that was smart, but then everything went 20% up in price. It's almost like everything stayed the same price, but what's gone down is the value of the money. And like, yeah, we're going through that moment massively. The only, like, it is because we are... Also, I don't know if I'm going to make it, chat. I don't know if I have the blocks to get there. Is that a jungle over there yet? Oh, it's a jungle, chat! I see the jungle. I finally see the jungle. Oh, cannot believe it, but it's happening. So if we've got enough time left in the day, I'm going to make a bunch more slabs now. So just place a torch on this. Make a bunch more slabs. Just so we can keep things moving for longer. Do I have enough slabs? I definitely need more slabs. Let's make 2 more sets of slabs. That should get me going all the way. And now we should be able to make it there before we rest in for the night. Will be great. I just need to make a few more of these so I can make one of these. Okay, don't fool, chat. Don't want to fool. Jungle ho. But yeah, I think that I think the most interesting part of this, my perception of the value of money definitely has not kept up with actual inflation. I totally agree that the way that we have so anyway, basically, if money has gone down in value, it means that actually the best way to prevent that is, so a lot of people say gold, a lot of people say Bitcoin. Both those things are seeing big rallies, don't get me wrong. But actually, you just have to own anything. If you own something that stays the same value, it will go up in relative value. So if you own a percent of a company, that company is still worth 1% of the economy, and you own 0.0001% of it. But as money has gone down in value, you get more money for it. You know, an easy way to think about this is if you think about the ruble. The ruble used to be worth like 8 to the pound or something, or 8 to the dollar. Now it's worth like 140 to the dollar, which is to say every dollar will buy you more than 10 times as many rubles as it used to. The lira is an even more disastrous example. And so, also, Toycat, how will you get jungle wood? I have a clever idea, if you'll believe it. I have a clever idea. Yeah, I think that I think if you own assets, it's like the only clever solution. But now, as everyone works out, you need to buy assets. Now we're like increasingly dumping money, and so some people say like, okay, so we need to make sure that there's way more money. What if we just printed a bunch of it? That would make people want to hold on to money. And some people are like, what if we radically try and make money stable? Like low inflation is now a goal for a lot of people. And those two people are like coming to heads. So I like to listen to a lot of people who like I don't necessarily instinctively agree with. And modern monetary theory is one of the most interesting like camps of people in the world. Because there's a bunch of people who come together and say, actually, because a government can create money, that means a government never can have a debt crisis. Because they can just print their way out of one. And it's like a compelling, theory by itself. Okay, I'm going to place a block there so I can have a torch. Then I'm going to place blocks around here. And this will be my last little bed station before we make it. Chat, day 166. You heard it here now. It's the day we're going to make it there. I saw somewhere that modern video games are actually getting cheaper in regards to inflation. Games were $60 10 years ago, and now a lot of them are only $75. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are inflation. Like there's a what's it called? So salaries are sticky upwards. Salaries, it's really hard to give someone a pay cut. Most people, if you offer them a pay cut, will leave. So salaries can't go down. If deflation happened, if prices at the supermarket, if prices in games and petrol go down, you'll have a hard time convincing people to lower their salaries. And there's quite a few things that work the opposite. Quite a few things are sticky upwards, or rather sticky downwards. Like, no, the opposite, sticky upwards. So I think menu prices are a big one. When you see that a Big Mac costs more than the last time you were there, you get so outraged and you refuse to buy a Big Mac. Even if it only went up from £4 to £5.20, you're like, well, that's a big increase. Went up from like £3.89 to £4.29. You're like, whoa, I need to stop going to McDonald's. It's expensive now. Things based on feelings don't follow normal things. And so there's a term for like menu pricing where like menus go up by more than inflation because they don't want to have to go up every 6 months because people hate prices increasing. So a lot of places will increase their prices by more than inflation just so they don't have to. And video games are a great example. Did you see the backlash to Mario Kart World being $80? It's because people hate that something should ever cost more. Because even if money's gone down, 60 is just it's not that, people don't expect that 10 Big Macs should buy a video game. And so if 10 Big Macs go up in price, or if 10, razors go up in price, or whatever else. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. So anyway, yeah, we're going through like economically hard times. And I think economically hard times are what create like scary situations that we're always going through. And I think that wouldn't it be great if there were a bunch of humans that were just removed from that? In the same way that we have like people on the Andaman Islands who like, I don't think that they're living the best life as a whole, But as a backup plan, like if the world economy collapses and money breaks, no one accepts money anymore and we go back to the barter system, and then the barter system breaks and no one wants to do anything besides hoard food. If that happens and we all die besides farmers, at least the people in the Amazon rainforest and the Andaman Islands are safe. Yeah, I think that it's hugely interesting. Also, I agree, satellites help us significantly, which proves some space helps our modern life, but I think we're talking about deep space exploration. But the thing is, we can't know what about exploration helps us until we go and explore. Something I thought was interesting is when we went to the moon, and by we, I mean, like, you know, the Russians and the Americans, they had this big, they did so much, they had to bring so many rock samples back because they figured there was a chance that they would find something incredible up there that they could bring down. And if you know how that went, they never actually found anything interesting on the moon. The moon is actually kind of like sad. They quarantined the astronauts because they figured there might be some life that would come back with them, like some giant bug that might kill humanity. That never happened either. By the way, look at this jungle. Isn't it glorious? Isn't it, chat? Anyway, yeah, I think that the I think that the idea of like taking a bunch of our effort and putting it into exploration is always worth doing, because you don't even know what you're potentially not exploring until you go. You know, it's I think this is interesting in any market, but if you think about I don't know, if you think about YouTube as well as an area that I know at least somewhat well, right? One of the reasons why so many YouTube channels die, and you know why they fall into the lifespan of TV, you know, 1 to 2 to 10 years, you know, one of the reasons this happens so much is because at a certain point you kind of don't want to explore new ways of doing things. You want to do things the way that you know. And this is true for me. Like, the reason I don't have a successful Let's Play series is because I want to do it real and legit. And I want it to be, you know, like, the values I think are interesting and not the values the market shows they want. You know, my Void Flat short chat, I used all the theory crafting I usually do, and then just recorded the clips of it, turned that into a short. People loved it. No one's like, oh yeah, is this real? That value is just one that people have zero regards for. Also, I'm not going to have enough wood, so I'm glad I brought the jungle wood with me. It's going to be funny, though, like, using jungle, just because I'm in a jungle. Also, thank you, Tanaf84, for the 20 Australian. Thanks for the good time, Toy Cat. Loving this series. Thank you for the good time that I am now entitled to. Thank you for making the stream a little better. But yeah, so, like, it's worth exploring. Like, I made that short, and I'm like, whoa, people love this. Not that, also, Flavor, I know you're probably recommending in good faith, but because of bots, you can never trust anyone on YouTube who says, make sure to just watch this thing by this person. It's sad because there are lots of great lessons we could learn, but that's not one of them. So yeah, that jungle biome to your right looks pretty nice. It's got some dark oak on there, so I'm a little worried about if we go there and, like, what we'll find. You know, I'm gonna... Oh, also, there's lava here. When I do get my slime, that lava will be hugely useful. I might be able to scoop it up, you know? See, I want to go deep in the jungle so I know there's a 100% chance of it being something good. And we're going to be good. We sent one geologist to the moon. One. The rest were test pilots and the like. Oh, yeah, because you have to be a pilot to make it there, right? It's like, who did we send to New Zealand? A sailor. But it's, you know, that's not some deep point about how we think sailors are more important than, I don't know, farmers. It's that sailors can go to New Zealand and farmers can do farming. Is that a ruined portal? It is. We found, I think, there's also a giant lava pit over there, interestingly. This is going to be a really valuable little spot for our challenge. Member bots will be next level. Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm saying is, like, if you... It's just the slippery slope of, like, wow, if... Especially because we just got 50 gifted members. There is a slight devaluing, you know, like, following Flavor's logic. following Flavor's logic here, the number of memberships you give out technically devalues every individual membership. Because the more of them there are, the less every individual one means. But that's a deeper point for a different time. So, logically, I could keep going through this entire place, but I think we're standing over a jungle now, which means I'm going to make a little staircase here, chat. Oh, God. I hate that noise so much. So the staircase goes like this. And then on the other side of it, we have some grass. So the grass is going to go above this, just for now. And we're going to make a little 4x4 section of it right here. These are just here so that I can easily destroy the grass and not lose it later. That is very important. But now by having this grass, we have a small chance of spawning pandas. We have grass. It's in a jungle. Will a panda spawn? That is the fun question, isn't it? For now, I'm going to put down a bell. We want to make sure that mobs aren't able to spawn, so even though that's not going to happen here, we're going to watch out by crafting ourselves a table, and then crafting, using that table, also we'll put a torch in it, then we'll craft ourselves a bed. Now we can sleep the moment we want to. Okay, next thing. We are in a very fun challenge world on day 160, soon to be 7. This is a huge milestone for me. It's the longest hardcore world we've had. And I think that's kind of cool. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't. But in either case, my goal is to get pandas today. So, important update on that. Then, we have another update, which is, I guess, a life one. I think I haven't streamed in like 6 days. Been a little bit, just in case you're curious what's happening. We'll talk about it today, of course. But yesterday was when the stream was scheduled, you know, and it's been a lot of fun, like, I don't know, like, not last minute, but very spontaneous things. And I think, genuinely, sometimes life feels like horribly disorganized when you jump aboard a bunch of spontaneous, last-minute activities. But I feel like I've been enjoying it, so I just wanted to mention that. Isn't that fun, chat? Hope you agree. If you don't agree, then that's something else. You're doing so well! Thank you, Kat. I really am. So, yeah, I want to tell you about, so yesterday's stream was scheduled for Wednesday, and that, like, the night before, I had a friend be like, oh, can you make it for a birthday party? Not a birthday party, but like, you know, celebrate Son's birthday, tomorrow by any chance. And, they were very realistic, like, yeah, I know, it's like, you know, getting a flight to the city, it wasn't realistically gonna work. But, yeah, I kind of did, and there's a lot of interesting stories that I think, I feel like, even when you don't have a great time, I'm not saying I didn't, but if you don't have a great time, I feel like you still learn so much about yourself. And, yeah, I think that's something fun. I've got all sorts of little tidbits I'd love to talk about it for. But isn't that fun, chat? So, yeah, I just came back literally 40 minutes ago from the airport on the way back. And good news, the person whose birthday it was didn't die on the day. And so they have made it, you know, another year, another rotation around the sun. Isn't that nice? So, yeah, spontaneity. I'll talk about what we actually got up to because I'm sure there's a lot of... I feel like there's always a little bit of like, ah, my God, that's louder than normal. But in a good way, thank you for the tip. Axhov, crack. Are you trying to encourage me to crack? Do you want me to do crack? Do you just like when things crack in general? I don't know what you're saying there, but power to you for saying it. So now, we've gotten that out of the way. So member stream, a little delayed. I've been a little bit busy, but for fun reasons, don't worry, for everyone who's been wondering about the streams. I think it's been less than a week, but, you know, still, I like to give people updates, because, you know, I've tried to, like, somewhat stabilize a lot of things in my life around the idea that, you know, people can expect things on certain days. It is one of the things that you don't need to do as a YouTuber. You don't owe an audience, but it's something I tried to do anyway. I think, you know, even if you don't owe it to someone,
Have you ever played the Sprite Seed back in the 360 days, and
No.
how did you like it? I'm actually trying to make it a world template and have infinite island spawns, still working on it.
I have never heard of that world concept or station. I'm so scared of uncrouching right now. I've never heard of the Sprite Seed. I've heard of, I think there was one named after a Smurf. Gargamel, is it? I remember that being a world seed. I remember there being 404. And I remember, like, a lot of other, like, simple words. I don't remember Sprite. Isn't it, you know, it's, I do think, like, classic world seeds is something I'd love to, like, visit at some point, or revisit, or whatever. I'd love to, like, you know, like, see what's going on with that. Also, we have to plant these jungle saplings now. I'll put one, like, here, and then another one, like, there, I guess. And, that way we can grow ourselves some trees. I'll make sure I've got enough wood around that they can't just knock me onto the ground. But, yeah, basically, now that I've gotten that out of the way, I can now say, what are our goals today? First things first, chat. I am playing Skygloo, so if I survive today, if I achieve nothing besides telling you stories about cats in windows and, you know, the weird world that is when you should share things about your personal life and when you should not. You know, we could dive deep into that, and I would feel like it's a success, because as long as I'm playing this world any amount, I'd argue, you know, you could argue, is AFKing counting towards, you know, how proud you can feel of the world? You can decide that for yourself, but I definitely feel proud, even if I'm, like, you know, making, like, small bits of progress, and that's what I love about this world. It is a world where I feel like by surviving, I'm doing great, and I hope that you agree with that, chat. So, yeah, my first goal here is to survive, but my second goal is to get both a panda, so the panda's kind of the long-term. Once I have a panda, or two pandas, I can breed them together, and I can keep going till I get a sneezing panda. Sneezing panda means I get some slime balls. If I get lucky, and to be clear here, I do need some luck. If I do get lucky, a wandering trader will spawn. I brought this bell with me just to improve the odds of that. But if I do get lucky and a wandering trader spawns, then boom, I can potentially buy one from him. But I'm assuming that's not going to happen. So a panda is still my long-term goal, which is why I'm here above a jungle. If I place grass down in the jungle, like you can see I am intending to do here, if I place grass down, except I'm going to place the these blocks now, and then place grass on top of it. Basic idea here being that I want to have lots of grass blocks that aren't directly connected, so they're far enough apart from each other that I can stand on one and pandas will spawn on the others. Just an important little tidbit there. So, basically, that's why we've come to a jungle, because pandas spawn in jungles, and not very many other places, to be honest with you. And so, that's what we've got going on here. But I also have two kind of secondary goals that are huge for Skygloo, because in this world, I never go below Y200, and so it's hard to get access to cocoa beans, because there's a ton of cocoa beans down there, chat. I could just jump down and get them, were it not for this challenge. And the same is true for bamboo. If we look over... Oh, right down there. So there is some bamboo right there, but I can't get it. It's too low. But both of these things can be found if you go fishing in the right spot. So basically, my plan is maybe even right here in this little section. Yeah, let's break this block and then replace the jungle sapling just over there to be simple. And then let's make ourselves like an infinite source spot. So maybe place our ice here, 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 and... Oh, we don't need to place 4 ice. I don't know why I did that. But we'll place our ice over there and there, and then we just place slabs around it. That'll prevent the ice from getting out. And now we'll have an infinite source area where, amongst other things, if we want to, we can go fishing. Boom. If you go fishing in a jungle, I only learned this from chat, actually. You can get cocoa beans, and I was sure it was fake, so much so I went to go check, and there is a chance, when fishing in a jungle, of getting cocoa beans. So this is one of the important things we're going to do while we wait for bamboo, or rather the use for bamboo, while we wait for pandas. Because like China, I know they're important, but damn do they not like to spawn. It's a seed where you spawn on 1 tree, and with 1 regular island and 2 mushroom islands. Mine has more because I downloaded TU26, and that was it. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, I love the commitment to reviving old things. I think this is like, you know, like at some point you have to acknowledge, like, yeah, weaponized nostalgia. It's very real, and a lot of you know, like companies use it to sell us, you know, mildly changed things from our childhood. So, you know, why not take advantage of it yourself to play your old challenge and to bring that joy to the world too? I think it's totally fine. I think it's I would say it's a step better than fine even. And so yeah. By the way, we're going for a very like horizontal, or like we're going for a very 2D world here on purpose, because there is just a distance you have to be away from mobs for them to be able to spawn. I want to make sure we get that distance so that they do. So we've now got 30 separate grass blocks left, plus 1 dirt, interestingly. And that means we can make 2 more of these little islands. And I want to make sure they're far enough apart that we can guarantee that eventually we see a panda. Maybe we should just have one really long, far apart grass stretch. And we can have that far... Yeah, let's do that, actually. Let's fill this in. But have one much further apart grass that goes from, say, like here, just that way a bunch. That way I can guarantee that somewhere on this, it's going to grow. So this will be the stretch which keeps the grass on it. Grass there, grass there, grass there, etc. I'll even put the dirt down, because that's just weighing down my inventory. And then by simply having these blocks, I'm so terrified we uncrouch chat. This is what I like about hardcore. We really have the fear. I'm going to like entirely unknown places, and it's kind of cool. Also, I'm an old thing. Can I be revived? Yeah, totally. I mean, outside of my my members only chat about the idea that like a lot of people would pay good money to like forget about old memories and experience them again, right? If we just got a pig. Wow. That's exciting. I genuinely... Okay, so I've got extra... Okay, I'm just gonna make a little... No, don't fall off the edge. So I have to make a little pen for him now. Oh, okay, it's raining. Is that fine? It's good for fishing. Hey!
Pay Toy Cat tax in a while. Thanks for your streams.
Wow.
Always fun. Toy Cat is yes.
Thank you for the 140 South African rand. Also, Axel, thank you very much for the. I have great fondness for the 360 and modded worlds. I figured out how to do it, and I made many functional servers people loved. Yeah, I feel like the number of talented people that have existed through the Minecraft console community is absolutely crazy. Also, why isn't this working? Chat, is it? Do you think I can't? Okay, I think it's like falling under there. Yeah, I think it's getting... Oh god, I don't think... Yeah, I think the water is floating, chat. So I think I'm going to have to place slabs down just to prevent that from happening. So let's make some more slabs. I don't like the noise it makes, by the way. If you know the noise, you know the noise. Ugh. But yeah, if we sit here now, mobs could theoretically spawn over there. So I'm actually going to have to torch up this area here, and then also that area there. We'll just place a torch on the side there. Oh, it's spooky. Very spooky. And then we'll come right back here. And we can't go to sleep because I want to get good fishing odds. So we'll get good fishing odds. But yeah, thank you so much. Oh, okay, we got some hot pigs out of here. It makes sense that the hot pig is here, I guess. Because... Also, is anything ever going to happen? It feels like this fishing is going horribly wrong. Oh, there we go. First fish. So as well as getting fish and all the treasure and all the things that we usually can get, enchanted fishing rods would be particularly good. We can also get bamboo, and we can also get cocoa beans, which would be great. Do you not have a bucket? I do, in fact, have a bucket. And what of it? You expect me to use the bucket? What a ludicrous... I'm wasting so much durability on this silly piece of thing here. I was testing trying to get slimes at a swamp above Y200. They don't spawn as expected, but plenty of frogs if you want them in the future. Yeah, it's kind of cool to know that if I wanted to, I could repeat this setup in any biome to get that biome's exclusive mobs. So if I wanted a cold pig, I guess cold pigs spawn naturally. Oh, right, yeah, since I started this challenge, the Spring to Life drop came out. So I would have cold chickens, but I started... So I've kind of got a leg up on the game there. Awesome. But so I just need to keep this warm pig safe. Maybe get a warm chicken and a warm cow to go with him. And that'll be worth something good. Oh, God. So I'm definitely going to have to put more slabs up around this. I think the way that it's working right now is a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, yeah, chat. I don't love that. Also, this really sucks, the way I'm wasting so much of this. But again, it is rain. We have higher chances of getting fish in here, and so we've got to take advantage. Ooh, rotten flesh. It's interesting that you can fish for rotten flesh, because you would never need to eat it besides in an emergency. And what is it even doing down there? I guess because there's drowns. That's meant to be the logic. Also, hey, finally caught another stream. Been a while. Hello, Toy Cat and Toy Chat. Hello, indeed. Wait, oh, there we go. Hello, indeed. Generic Observer. How you doing? Hope the answer's good. Hope the answer is better than good, even. Also, night fishing is a weird activity here. Night fishing is a very weird activity. Also, yes, the igloo cow would be cuter if it was a Highland version. We'll make sure we get an igloo cow in the future then. I'm surprised we haven't had any mobs spawn at all, actually. Now that we're saying it out loud, it is kind of strange, right? Also, what's going wrong here? Am I getting fish, but it's just not going anywhere? I don't know what's happening. I do know I'm worried about this. Okay, so I need to not hit the pig. Great job. Hey, Toy Cat, how do you get dirt again, being so way up? Kaiju Jake, all of the dirt that I have, and we're talking about genuinely less than 3 stacks of it, all of the dirt I've had has either spawned naturally at this height, or gravel has spawned naturally at this height, and I've done the classic gravel into coarse dirt technique. It's a very, 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 very valuable one. I love putting the niche facts in Minecraft to work, and this is one of them. Why is he fishing, says Xavier Antonio? To get my hands on some cocoa beans and some bamboo, of course. Yeah, I'm doing good. Not better than good, sadly, because I have work in an hour. Ah, generic observer. Do you have to get to work in someone's redstone farm? Do you have to sit there and see if any block states have changed? Activate a redstone pulse when they have? That's the joke. Honestly, the observer block chat still feels like this is. I know this is a phrase that we don't whisper in the Minecraft community, but the observer block feels like a mod to me still. You know, there are lots of features that have come since where I'm like, this feels odd, but this is Minecraft. Like that pig looks like I'm playing some, you know, like some weird mod pack right now. Got your cat, got your Coke Zero. I'll get your Coke Zero. You know, are there people right here, right now? I want to know, this is like my big crusade. Is there anyone here who doesn't drink, or who drinks non-diet soda or fizzy drink or whatever you want to call it as their default? You know, is there anyone for whom Coke is the go-to, not Coke Zero? For whom Pepsi is the drink, not Pepsi Max? Side note, it's called Pepsi Max. That's how you know it's better. It's that, you know, effectively regular Pepsi is Pepsi Minimum. You know, have you ever thought about that? Because that's the problem with Coke Zero, right? It implies that Coke Regular has everything, and in terms of sugar it does, but not in terms of, you know, desirability. I like regular Pepsi. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever met a regular Pepsi drinker. It's they just don't exist. Like, apparently, you know, like apparently they do. That's kind of interesting. By the way, while we're here, everyone make sure to you know, I would hate to miss it. Everyone make sure to wish Dazed and Confused a happy birthday. I can't believe we almost missed that one. Regular sugar tastes great. I like the fewer calories in Diet Coke. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that would be the... I think there's a lot of things where if you form your opinion first, it's really hard to accept the data after. And so it's really important to get the data out first before people form their opinions. And that's like, it's a weird way that we kind of like decide first and pick up evidence later. But it's like a concerning thing. And I think it's, at least when safety is involved, it's extra important. Happy birthday, Days. Indeed, happy birthday. Remember, it only happens once. You know what, Days? I'll fly to where you live for your birthday. Where is it? When's your birthday? I mean, I know when your birthday is. So apparently I'm not going to do it. Unless where you live is my house. In which case, you're welcome. Hope it's nice under the stairs there. Good to see you, Toby Piggy 123. By the way. Hope you're doing great today. Also, Jay Walker, I'm American, so full sugar for me. Or like this is a weird fact, but American full sugar drinks have way more sugar than European full sugar drinks. And again, I talk about things a lot in this terms of like which way is better to be the default. And I think it's like, okay, this is a weird tangent, but follow me on this, chat, if you can. I don't like that it's raining. It spooks me out. You know, we can do it though. If there is a night to power through, this is the night. So let's do it. chat, I think that being a certain level of rich genuinely is a huge problem. I think this is a silly thing to say, but I think that once you get past, like, single-digit millionaire, outside of the, you know, the obvious joke about more money is more problems, I think... Oh, we got a panda! We got 2 pandas! Okay, chat. This is rare and valuable, like a desert well. Now is the time to sleep, just to prevent anything wrong happening. And then we're going to tie them to a... Oh, God, I don't like that. We're going to tie them to a fence that I'll keep next to my water. I'm going to be very, very cautious about this. Very, very, very cautious. There goes the fence. Let's put some extra slabs down right now. Just so they can't wander off the edge and cause me an absolute nightmare trying to get them back. So, both sides this way. But I think that if you get to a certain level of rich, it's like, oh yeah, now the rest of the world is either on your level or poorer. And, you know, for a lot of people, I think, you know, there's a certain level of wealth where you just want to, you know, like, fit in or whatever, right? Like, for, you know, I think, you know, like, the idea of, like, transforming your life with money is something that appeals to a lot of people, very understandably so. But, I think I have to just fill this in now, by the way. I don't know how I would... Okay, so I'll put a solid block here, just to mark where it would have been, just in case it's relevant. And now, neither of these... Oh, wait, is that a snotty guy? No, it wasn't. If he's snotty, then he'll sneeze a slime ball, chat. That's what I'm excited for. That's what I need in my life. But I can't actually... Oh, he is a snotty guy. So we just leave him for long enough, and we got the slime ball, right? Okay, so you need to come with me. Can you not lead pandas, chat? How am I just learning now that you can't lead pandas? When did this come in? Oh, chat. Did you know this? Oh, someone... Really? Is this it? Why can't I tie him to it? So I've got to put them in a boat, and then I've got to tie the boat to something. Okay, sure. If that's how we do it, that's how we do it. So here is a boat. Let's get 2 pandas in that boat. Oh, look how cute they are. I think only baby... I bet what it is... No, I don't... Why can't you put pandas in a boat? I can't even... I don't even have, like, a theory on this one. So let's now just push him. Oh, okay, he fits perfectly into a boat. I would like to mention, chat, you know, Minecraft, a game which, for realism purposes, stops you putting horses in boats, saying, well, they're just too big, allows this to occur. But, you know, if I complain about it too much, they'll remove the... Wait, and I can't... Are my leads not working? Lead the boat? Yeah, I can't lead the boat, though. Okay, if they're in the boat, they don't need to be led anywhere, I guess we could technically argue. And this guy now needs to sneeze. How do you get a panda to sneeze, chat? I do not know. Pretty sure you were never able to leash pandas. What determines whether you can or can't leash a mob, then? Does anyone know? What is the I always thought the criteria was it can't be hostile and it can't be a villager. Am I crazy? You can put a lead. I'm trying to put a lead. I'm not just sitting here with the lead in my hand staring at the boat thinking, well, if only there was a button I could press. But there's not. It just isn't. It's not working. I think maybe because they're too big of a model. Under the boat, maybe? Oh, no, I'm not going under this boat. Can he sneeze in the boat? I don't know if he can sneeze in the boat. This is a great question you're asking. But sadly, I don't have a great answer. Anyway, let's chop down this tree. We'll obviously have to make sure that all of the saplings come out of this. In fact, I'll just destroy them with... No, I can't use Silk Touch. That's a problem, actually, that I use Silk Touch. So now we have to place some sapling or some spruce slabs over here. Just to be sure. And did I get a sapling? I did. Perfect. Okay, so we've got another jungle sapling. Life is good. Trees will grow. And we won't die. And we've even got our pandas ready. So what we could do, chat... monstrously, I hope it doesn't come to this, is if I need to breed pandas, and I don't technically need to if I can get this guy to sneeze. Hitboxes are too big to see the boat one, I think, says Polymush. Yeah, I think Polymush, I think you're onto something there. So let's instead just get to the fishing game. we might get to see more pandas spawn. In fact, it seems quite likely we will. And in the meantime, we'll pick up some fish, maybe an enchanted book or two, maybe some cocoa beans, which I can use to grow some brown dye. Go under the boat to lead the pandas. I had this problem once when horses could go in boats. Yeah. First of all, Toby Piggy, rest in peace, horses in boats. What a great time that was. Oh! Did that just happen? Wow, it wasn't even nighttime. Look at this. We're killing it today, chat. Absolutely killing it today. Now we'll take these saplings. We don't need to, like, put them anywhere right now or anything. But that does give me some extra logs, which is very useful. See, I'll leave those mobs in the boat, even if I'm not convinced on it, while I wait for the bamboo to grow. Oh, and there's another panda. Okay, so chat. This is quite a monstrous thing to do. And so I'm going to just apologize in advance. But now, if I kill this panda, he might drop bamboo. And there's no need to keep him alive anymore. Or, I'm sorry. Hey, he did drop bamboo. So now I can start breeding pandas. Very cute. But also, crucially, I can lead this panda all the way over. Okay, so is he going to be able to get around this? Maybe not, actually.
How do we feel about a new block that is
no,
the opposite of the crafting
no!
table, the deconstruction table, allowing users to essentially break down any item back into the individual blocks used to construct it.
So, let me make a crazy point to you, Peace Dragon. What if we already have a deconstruction table, but only for enchanted gear? You know what it's called? Do you know? I think you do. It's called the it's actually wait. The grindstone. I thought I knew. Took me a second though. So the grindstone kind of works like a deconstruction table for enchanted gear. And first of all, it's not used that often, and it doesn't feel that good thematically speaking. And I think that is the problem that would befall. Okay, so I need to get a little out here. And then I need to... I don't like the way this is going, chat. But I think this is what I need to do. Okay. This is very, very intense, but we're going to lure the panda out here. He's a snotty guy, but that's fine. So we lure him out as far as we can. And then we push him this way. We don't want him to go down, so we go... No, back across here. Okay, sneezy panda. Living a great life. I used to love soda as a teen, but I can't stand it as a adult, says Dan Mahoney. I think, I do wonder if one of the, like, essential skills you're meant to get as you grow up is, like, effectively, I don't want to call it impulse control, but, I think, one of the most important skills to have is, like, you know, being able to defer gratification, right? Maybe this is a thing where, like, everyone picks up their own biases and every generation picks up their own, you know, collection of beliefs. But I think, like, trying to find the signal through the noise, trying to find the truth through the number of people who would love to tell you their version of the truth instead. By the way, what is it that causes a panda to sneeze? I don't actually know. But yeah, we're gonna keep. We need to get these the cocoa beans anyway. How did that just happen? That is the most bizarre interaction. I guess I don't need him to have a lead, so. But did you know you could use fishing rods to break leads, chat? Now you do. Oh no, we missed that. So yeah, I've now got 3 half-complete forts, chat. Don't worry, it'll be 10 by the end of the stream. But I'll finish my first point. A lot of people, my first point was that a lot of people being rich kind of sucks at a certain point, I imagine. Because actually, I think there's a lot of things, a lot of people like to imagine it's nice to have people below you or whatever. I think that actually, I think actually it gets lonely when everyone is of a different income level to you. I think a lot of, like, if you start earning, like, deep 6 figures and your friends are on minimum wage, I think that the number of activities you want to do, they can't. I mentioned recently, like, oh, I had a friend who grew up, or I met someone, an acquaintance. He grew up in South London. He's gone into shooting because he's doing pretty well for himself. And it's like, oh yeah, so, like, you know, that's nice. But how many people do you think he knows who are also into shooting? If he knows a lot of, you know, like, upperclassmen, maybe that's a high number. but probably not, right? There's a lot of hobbies. I think one of my favorite things to do, chat, is skiing. But at least in the UK, I don't know, maybe internationally too, I would suspect. But it's like a very middle to upper middle class hobby. Because of like, you have to take like the time off work most people require. Because most people don't believe in the whole do a 2-day trip thing like me. So I think that you get lonelier and lonelier. And I think therefore, at a certain level of richness, it's like, oh, yeah, everyone. Also, we just got another bamboo. That's cool, but it's interesting. Okay, so we've now definitely got enough bamboo to assure the growth of the farm. I'll just keep placing them for now to be simple and easy. And how do we get this guy to sneeze, chat? Adults don't have a chance to sneeze, only the babies do. So when you breed a sneezing panda, does he have a decent chance to produce one? Or is this guy just a breeding panda now? It's okay if he's a breeding panda. We can live our life around that. I would just like to know, you know? Okay, so we'll move him over here. I don't like this at all, chat. But we'll put some fences here. Fences there. Fences everywhere. And then we'll get the other panda in here using... We don't even need to use force anymore. And we'll cut down this. And we'll get some of this. I'll just break this one wholesale. And I'm going to try and breed the pandas together to see if we get a child. And if that child sneezes, we'll be good. Honestly, I've never seen a panda sneeze outside of, the YouTube videos when these first came to the game. So I just don't know what value it actually has. So we'll find out by bringing the panda over here. He's a very stupid panda, so a little easier said than done here. Why won't you come over here, friend? There we go. You can do it. There we go. I see that you can do it, okay? And then... No. Come back. Eat that. And then you eat that. And now you guys, you have to do your stuff together. Please. It's very cute, by the way. They have a unique love animation. It's kind of inconsistent if you really think about it with the rest of the game. But we won't think about it too hard. Instead, we'll go to bed. And in the morning, we'll have a baby panda. His gene is called weak in the MBT data. I love photography. My bank balance for lenses and cameras does not. Yeah, so that's... I think that therefore makes photography quite a limited hobby in who can do it. I would argue that when a hobby gets popular enough, there becomes budget versions of it. I really like indoor skiing. You pay £25 a session. I like you can go on those fake snow slopes outdoors too. I think hiking is a cool sport because in theory it's a zero cost one, but actually it still has I guess it's a time rich vibe to be hiking. Maybe you have to have a bunch of time available. Anyway, also Ad and Sony, they're called weak pandas and have half the health of other adults. Just remember, chat, if you cry and sneeze a bunch, it will half your health. Man, that's a deep thing for Minecraft to do while trying to add a little cute mob to their block building game, huh? Very, very dark. Also, the vertical slabs you mentioned at the end of one of your latest videos were just the walls showing the change that happened in 1.16 that you covered in update videos back then. I thought it looked familiar. It was a weird, shown for a brief second thing. But I was sure. Someone actually noticed that I made a world. I reconstructed it because I was like, that is not how thick something would be, right? And then it also made me think, okay, this is definitely doubling. This is what I mean when it's so easy if you don't catch yourself to form an opinion first and then use the evidence later. Because I thought that I saw a half slab there, even now that I can convince myself it's not a half slab, I'm like, well, why would he be having that loaded up on his desktop, accidentally showing it in a stream, if he wasn't trying to compare it to something which he isn't allowed to show? Ooh, leather boots. That's fun. It's such a weird... It's such a weird thing to show otherwise. I'm sensitive and cry easy. I won't give you a slime ball, just on principle. Ah, damn. What's your value, Dasher? If you won't even give me a slime ball. Okay, so that's... Okay, we're gonna go in here. We're now gonna use these extra 2 bamboo. I kind of feel like I should just grow a bunch of bamboo first, and yeah, I think I'm gonna let the collection grow first, because I'm gonna need a lot of bamboo to do other stuff, and we'll ask questions later. Also, let's get this guy in a boat. So we'll get him into a jungle boat, maybe. Here's some jungle planks. That's a jungle boat. Put the jungle boat next to the other jungle boat. Then we'll lure him into it. I have to not fall off here, chat. Hey, there we go. Okay, so then we just remove this. We get the boats close enough together that hopefully they're in smush love range. And as soon as we've got enough bamboo to do that, we will. Oh, it looks like actually that moment is right now, because bamboo just grows so fast. It is incredible. It has to be said. After she's done now, she's only good if she gives a slime ball. SMH Dasher. Exactly, yeah. After everyone is measured by their relative worth in slime balls. It has to be said. No, I think, oh, what is happening here, chat? Is it the fence, like, messing up the bobber? I think, you know, I thought about the concept of unconditional love a bunch. And if you think about it, unconditional love is like, it's meant to be like this, like, highest form you can get. If you really think about it, kind of the lowest form of love. It's kind of saying, like, yeah, honestly, the fact that I love you means nothing. I would love you if you were a serial killer. So honestly, your moral value to me is about the same as a serial killer right now. And you know what, Dasher? I'd appreciate...
Last one low. Toy cat, would you rather have a floating sandwich that follows you around everywhere, inducting you and insulting people, or take a vial of liquid LSD and meet your new girlfriend's parents?
Okay, so first of all, thank you, Peace Dragon. You've been having a lot of fun here today, and I appreciate the tips. Okay, so the floating sandwich that follows you around, interrupting me and insulting people, I think that, you know, as someone who effectively works in entertainment, that is actually a, you know, that would be a value to me. Like, I could have a TV show, and you know, I guess like that's like 2006 talking. I could have a TikTok series that would get thousands of views, where there's a floating sandwich in the background, and people would go, "How's he editing that?" And then I would have it would show up in other people's clips, and they'd go, "Man, how is he doing that?" I think in an age where we've been tricked so much, everyone would just have to believe that it's fake, even when they saw it with their own eyes. So I think that genuinely, you know, like, I think that would be a big one. But on the other hand, liquid LSD and meeting your girlfriend's parents. I've been thinking for, okay, so the beetles, right? You guys familiar with them? It's a type of bug that apparently is famous for living in a yellow submarine. But every time I learn about the beetles, I learned a fun quote from it recently, which is like, the amount of love you put into the world equals the love that you get back. And so if you want more love, you have to give more love, which is something that I was like, oh yeah, I feel like that's accurate. You know, you don't give your love unconditionally to the world, but you should give your love if you want to receive your love. Unconditional love doesn't mean unconditional tolerance. I think that sounds a lot like a condition, Jenny Nobody. You know, if you've got a tolerance, that sounds like there is in fact a limit to how far it will go. I'd probably be allergic to both the sandwich and the LSD. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. But yeah, I think Mum and Dad Ocelot. Mum and Dad Ocelot? Oh! Chat! Can you believe it? We're gonna have an ocelot, and I've actually got the resources to do something about this too. Chat, get this. Oh, cute, a baby ocelot. Can you tame a baby ocelot? I guess we're probably growing it up technically more than we're taming it. Chat, I fed this guy so much fish. Chat, look at this. Is this not the cutest thing you've ever seen? It's just 3 ocelots hanging out. Okay, I'm going to turn around. Yeah, ocelots are such a pain. I'm so glad this is the way it is. He's got a full game going on over here. says Dan Mahoney. It is very fun. Yeah, so I think that one of the things that is famous, that the Beatles are famous for, is basically the amount of drugs they did to make their music. And it's like a substantial number of artists basically concede that that's what they do too. It's like, you know, like, I think a lot of art basically works that way. Okay, so we'll make these two guys love each other. And we'll see, we'll keep making them breed until we get a baby panda that sneezes. I don't know why they're not able to do it together, though. Do I need to move them a little closer? Do I need to break the boat, maybe? Oh, no, the hitbox is too small. I'll lose my pig if I do this. Yeah, I can't break the boat, chat. Okay, there we go, I can. Okay, so I'm going to feed them again. You and you. You're sitting on top of each other right now. I'd be really disappointed if this somehow didn't result in a child. Oh, come on. I can't... There's nothing I can do about this one, too. That's the craziest bit. I've got the weak genes. I've got the panda on top of the other panda. But that is not enough, apparently. Okay. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Anyway, that's an ocelot over there that should trust me. Supposedly. Can I tie a lead to my ocelot now that he trusts me? Chat, I don't know the rules for leads at all. Yep, I can bring this guy in a... Okay, so we'll put him on a leash over there. Boom. I don't know if this will help with our problem or anything. But it's a nice little part to have. So we're still looking for cocoa beans, even though this is probably the more important thing, chat. But I'm also... What do they do? What is the panda's job? Besides upsetting me? What is their value, chat? Besides this one slime ball that I really would prefer having a wandering trader for. Ocelots are such a pain. Ocelot man. Yeah, I think that objectively, you know, the way that I've continued doing what I'm doing for so many years is basically being unpredictable, right? I think there are certain metrics, like when I stream and when I upload a video, you know, 2 to 3 times a week and most days if you're curious. I think there are certain things that have to be trackable because it's part of the game that you're playing. But outside of that, I think, like, you know, you don't even know how a video is going to start anymore. Is it going to say, hello, MBX Toy Cat? Or is it going to start by saying, I'm going to rock your bed, you know? I'm going to bed your rock. Maybe it would be better. Anyway, how did you get grass up there? It was tricky, Icy Throne. The game only gave me, I think, like 13 grass blocks. Every other grass block I've had to make using those grass blocks and gravel. It's an absolute pain. Pandas are supposed to be hard to breed. They are IRL. Attach a lead to the piggy. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Oh, and then I can get him out of the boat. Yeah. That's an idea right there. So can you attach multiple leads to one fence? You can. So now that he's... Oh, but I can't actually... He's not actually out of the boat yet. I need to re-lead him. And then I need to just drag him all the way over here. And now he's out of the boat. I'll put him on a separate fence, I guess. Maybe. Like, let's just put a fence there. Tie the pig to it. Perfect. Okay. Then we'll come back. And we'll say that this time, surely, we can get a baby panda. Surely it will work this way, chat. I don't see a good reason why it should not. I mean, but that has not stopped. Okay, so Ocelot getting in the boat was a really, really bad idea, Ocelot. Why would you do that? Okay, so we're going to have to untie the Ocelot now. I want to tie you, specifically you, not the boat, hopefully. Yep, over here. You're going to come and live with the pig. Now, neither of you can interfere with our panda breeding operation, which is still not going, by the way. So we have to now break this panda out of the boat. Which we can do. Okay, so now we're going to put the pandas in a little fenced-in area. That is actually really, really tricky to do. But I'm still going to do it, chat. Okay, you two, right there. Make it work. I don't know why sometimes they eat the bamboo instead of loving the bamboo. Does anyone know the scoop with that? Mojang unironically made pandas extremely realistic. They roll off cliffs, can't breed without extreme human intervention and diversity in personality. Yeah, I absolutely love pandas in the real world. They are... You know, it almost feels like, you know, in the same way that you're meant to be like, oh yeah, I haven't seen any evidence, but I bet, you know, Huawei's spying on us. Because otherwise, how could they be so good at what they're doing? Also, I'm feeding this guy so much. Why is he eating all my food? You know, in the same way that, like, you're meant to be like, yeah, go team, not China. You know, you really should be like, yeah, pandas suck. Because China owns all the pandas. What I love to see are eagles, moose, and unicorns. The national animals of the United States, Canada, and Scotland, respectively. But no. I think despite that, pandas are one of the best animals out there. They're so lovable, chat. Pandas are such a lovable species. Okay, so now they're both out of their boats. I'm gonna quickly put these here. There's not gonna be any meaning to this, but I'm definitely gonna come back here later and think that there is. Okay, put that there. Just really lock this guy in his little corner there. And bring him in. So, yeah, chat, at some point the pandas don't even care about food. At some point they go, yeah, not that interested in it. So now we just put a fence here and there. Okay, so now, one for you, one for you. No. Pandas are the worst. Oh yeah, they have to be surrounded by pandas. Yeah, by bamboo. That is a true, isn't that? That's a true fact. So I do have some extra grass here, thankfully. I'll place some around here, and I'll put some bamboo on this. I think it might be 10 in a 2-block radius or something weird like that. But let's grab the bamboo. And let's move it over there. So one here, one there, one there. Okay, now, is this enough, chat? Oh, I think we might have done it. I think after creating an artificial habitat for them... No, we'll go fishing a bit longer. I'm gonna go fishing. I need these cocoa beans either way. Even though this is the far more important thing, because it will allow me to get lava, happy to get cocoa beans either way. So, yeah, the national animal of Scotland is the unicorn. Yeah, it's crazy. So, chat, I just flew back from Europe. I've got a lot of things to say. But first of all, a fun thing that you might not have ever realized if you have a passport from, I want to say the UK, but probably also quite a few, like, dependencies of the UK, like Australia, New Zealand, Canada. But if you look at the UK passport really closely, you'll notice that there's a lion here. That's like English lions, everyone knows that. But there's a unicorn on the other side of that, because we have to have Scotland's unicorn represented. And you know, if you think about it, a part of me wants to say like, well, actually, isn't a lion just as ridiculous as a unicorn if you're a 14th century king trying to think up a logo? Like lions and dragons and unicorns are all on the same level of silliness, except lions exist now in zoos. So I'm just saying, chat, it's a matter of time until we can go to the zoo to ride a unicorn or to feed a dragon. Honestly, actually, yeah, I feel like 100 years from now, people will be feeding dragons, and I'll be rolling my eyes. Or I'll be rolling in my grave. One of the two. Does it count if it grows? I think it might have to grow up to be a real stem. Pandas are really good at kung fu. Thank you, Polymush. That is a very true fact. Don't let anyone tell you it's not. So yeah, chat, on my little birthday trip, I literally, I've never done this before, chat, but I booked flights the same day I was flying for like 6 hours from them. And that feels like, I had a friend once who tried to do this. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna show up at the airport and ask where they're flying to, and then book a ticket right there. And apparently, like, airports really don't like that. Airports, like, some airports have those ticket sales counters, but they basically go on the internet for you and just buy tickets. There's no such thing as, like, last-minute tickets. I think it used to exist, but then too many people started to do it, and airlines want consistent traffic. And also it's a big perk for staff that they can get. It's called standby travel. But basically, if there are free seats, they get to use them, even in business and first class. But yeah, basically as a result of like, the airline doesn't want to have people buying tickets on the day, you can't really do it. So I bought tickets on the day of this flight. They were actually a lot cheaper than I think that not cheaper than buying like super far in advance, but they were cheaper than buying like 3 or 4 weeks in advance. And then I also had to pick a hotel, but you know, if you don't know, I went to Amsterdam. It's a very, very, very like not pricey hotel city, but like more than I want to pay. I feel like the dumbest thing about a hotel is they've convinced people it's normal to spend like £100 just so you can sleep. You know, oh, you're gonna be somewhere more than a day, you're gonna need to spend some money because you know you gotta get some sleep in. And it's like, maybe I don't want to. Maybe I don't want to. But what I found as a perfect compromise, chat, is I went to a pod hotel, and it was less than that price. It was like a very, very nice one, and it was like a bed with like this much space to the ceiling, and then there was a staircase into the bed, and that was the room. Like there was a shared bathroom with shared showers and stuff like that. Also, I just got another bamboo. We are rolling in it today. So let's now take that bamboo, by the way. I'm definitely going to now put more grass up on these corners. There and there. And then we'll turn it into bamboo. Okay, so now this has to work, chat. There's no way it doesn't. There's no way. And by that, I mean, I'm fully expecting it not to work. But yeah, I stayed in a pod hotel in Amsterdam. It was one of the coolest, like, experiences, too. And I actually, like, there's this fun thing, if like, it's like I'm saying, like, oh yeah, a lot of people, it's really easy to be convinced that if you don't have a friend you can stay with, and you'd like to sleep, guess you need to pay for a porter, and a bagman, and a lounge, and a lobby, and it's like, nah, this lobby was a Mexican restaurant. There was a tiny, narrow corridor that led to the room, and the room was, you know, we're talking about a bed space, plus barely above the bed, you know, like half a slab. I guess a full slab, actually, I would say. But I really, really liked it, because I feel like the shorter a stay is, the more that you want a stay to be about sleep. The only thing you actually care about is, like, a clean bed and a room. And if you look at, like, the house, you know, the floor requirements plus the housekeeping, it's really, really cheap. It's just, you know, like, to make more money. I think a lot of services will convince you you need more than you do. Or at least they'll convince you you can't live with less than you do. You know, I think the number of, like, also, did we get a baby panda? Did we, chat? You better believe we didn't, somehow. I don't think we're ever getting a baby panda. It's fine, though. We still need the coca beans. From the wiki, on Bedrock Edition, there must be 8 bamboo blocks within a 5-block radius of each panda in order for them to enter love mode. So a 5-block radius, assuming it uses usual Minecraft taxi cab logic, should mean this is fine, but I'll play some more. It'll be good. Hostels are cheap. Yeah, but then, okay, so that's the thing there is, right, is both you're like, because it's a bunch of people in a room, there's like, if not trust concerns, then there's like basic living arrangement concerns. Everyone has a certain amount of private space, and most people aren't okay with the concept of the bunk bed. But what if the bunk beds were sealed off? Also build a pod hotel for your villagers in the Let's Play. I mean, I kind of have a similar setup to that here, but I like the idea because, you know, a good villager farm should have beds. You don't need beds, but it's like good form, right? To let the villagers sleep. The guy who lives in my walls doesn't get to sleep, but everyone else does, in general. So yeah, building a pod hotel in Minecraft actually is a fun idea. Do the pandas need to be on grass/dirt too? Ah, there's no way that could be a rule. I mean, there is a way it could be a rule, because it's Minecraft and it's being silly. Okay, we've definitely placed more than our fair share of bamboo in every possible direction that could be useful. I've got 7 bamboo now. Come on, fellas. You're surrounded by it. Again, the only thing I can think of is at this point, maybe it has to grow a block. Because when it grows, it becomes more bamboo, you know? Like, it becomes that. So we'll place all of these around. And then we'll try one more time, chat. Come on, fellas. You got the bamboo in your face. Okay, there we go. That's someone they're eating together. This is like, you know, if my love life is anything to go by, they're like 4 dates away from conceiving a baby. And so hopefully, no, they're just sitting up now. That's just their life. I kind of want to get like a. Also, we just dropped these on the ground. Big whoopsie, big whoopsie. Okay, so let's now go back to fishing because I think that we might just genuinely have to wait for those to grow. It could be they're too high up, but I don't think that's true. I set up my village as like a hostel. So many amenities that go unused. Imagine getting money off if you refuse to use stuff in a hotel. I think that a lot of things in the world work by providing services that everyone can believe they're going to use, but that they know that only 40% of people use. So the classic example of this is a gym membership. A gym works because they can say, we've got 50 machines and you can use them anytime you like, even though they would cost, you know, 50 grand for you to buy that many machines. But you can use our machines anytime you like. And they'll sell that membership to more than the number of people who can use the gym at the same time. If there's 50 machines, really a gym membership should only sell to 50 people, because who's to say if they're all going to be there at the same time? But there's a certain expectation that, like, okay, one, these people aren't going to be at the same time, so you can sell 500 memberships. But even if you sell 500 memberships and 50 people come in at different times, it's like some number of people just aren't going to go to the gym. Or if they do go to the gym, they're going to use the treadmill for 20 minutes and walk out. And I think a lot of things basically, either the profit or the low prices come from, or sometimes, you know, a little bit of both, come from that kind of like understanding that, like, okay. And you can kind of have the reverse too. I think it's quite interesting the number of people who, you know, when they fly like a budget airline are like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to be paying for a checked bag, and I'm going to be paying for a seat assignment, and I'm going to be paying for some food on board, and then I'm going to pay for a lottery ticket. And it's like, wait. Why would you buy the £10 flight if you're going to spend £100 on the extras? Buy the £50 flight of that. But there's a lot of like things that I would say hotels. The most mind-blowing thing to me, chat, is that hotels will make money from both room service, mini bars, and like maybe even that breakfast sheet they put on your door. Because enough people are just like, well, if I want it right now, I don't care what the price is because I want it and it's here. And I think a lot of places rely. So a lot of places rely on only 40% of people using a service, but also a lot of things rely on 40% of people using a service. You know, my pod hotel was a lot cheaper, and a lot of that is because they have less space per customer. Some of that might be that I'm meant to go to the Mexican restaurant. I guess I don't go to the Mexican restaurant. Other people go to the Mexican restaurant, but they expect that the Mexican restaurant is plenty busy. My gym has 7 treadmills, 2 work. Oh, that's interesting, Kat. The like I've heard, and just to be clear, this is like really low on my level of. I think everyone should be more honest about this stuff. Of like, when you know something, you should share it. When you know something because you read it in a headline and didn't even like bother to read, like beyond the comments. That's where I am at this level of knowledge. But I've heard a lot of gyms. Again, just to clarify, really, really poor level knowledge. This could be massively factually inaccurate. Do your own research. But I've heard that a lot of gyms basically have to double down on treadmills above everything else because it's the most common thing people want to do at the gym, which is kind of unexpected if you think about it. Okay, it's got to be that there's 8 within a 5-block radius. If there's not, how could there possibly be more? So, okay, I'm going to break these now. Okay, is this safe to break? It is safe to break. Oh, no. Okay, so that's good. I pushed them together. I'll put it back. Hey! We did it! And he's snotty! Yeah! Chat, he's rolling. No, don't get under that. Okay, he's rolling. Don't roll off the edge. Whatever you do, friend. No! Why? What sort of an animal is this? I was sure he would stop rolling, chat. I was sure. I figured, like, he's gonna do one roll. He's gonna come to a stop near where the cat is. Oh, the cat's gone. But he was... Why did he just keep going? Why? Chat, we finally got them to breed. We used some weird black magic and that involved pushing them with water. And now our snotty baby is gone. I just... Baby said, roll out. Baby really did say, roll out. And that's that, I guess. Panda didn't want to live in a world with Toy Cat anymore. Apparently, Chili has been. So how do I even keep them in there? I've got to, like, immediately trap them in a boat. So I'll put the boat in that direction, making the assumption that's the way they're going to go. It could be a wrong assumption, but for now it's the assumption we have to make. So yeah, the pandas are not breeding again. Do I have to push them together? Is that a part of the game? Okay. So I'm going to keep pushing them, chat. Go, push, in there, repeatedly. Keep doing it till a baby with some snot comes out. Come on, fellas. How did it work last time, but it's not working this time? It can't be that we don't have the right number of bamboo, because we had the right number of bamboo. Do I place it on the ground? Do I throw it at them? So, baby, where he was born and chose to roll out. By the way, my son had a better birthday than that panda, thanks to you. Hey, Billo! I'm really glad to hear. I'm really glad to hear. I can't believe, you know, I mean, his 0th birthday, not going very well for it. Abused the water trick. Yeah, maybe that is actually it. I mean, I'm going to keep fishing because I need these cocoa beans, chat. I don't have any, so I need to farm at least a single sapling. So we'll just grow it here. It'll be fun if it grows in the middle of my fishing. This fishing rod's getting quite low. When it gets all the way low, I'm going to take my pandas home, I think. Maybe. I have to go get another one of these. Maybe I'll take the pig and I'll take an ocelot home with me. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Is it worth the trip all the way home just to... I mean, I need a new fishing rod, right? There's no alternative to a new fishing rod. Plus, my inventory is kind of messed up. And so, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll get some more spruce. We'll live a good life. Existence is cruel. That panda, probably. Yeah, I'm going to try using water again, for sure. Also, Polymush! I think it's 5 minutes between breeding. On Java, it's 5 minutes. On Bedrock, it is 1 minute. I don't know why. I like the Bedrock version better. So I'm going to act like the water myself for a minute here. If it doesn't work, then I will push water in myself. Okay. So now the water is here. How about you use... Okay, so now... Maybe because he, like, went up a block. Yeah, that's what it is. I think he has to go up a block that he's not. So this guy can roll off the edge for all I'm concerned, for all I care, if I'm being honest. But, yeah, then we can just push in this slab down there. And then make sure that these guys... Oh, so, wow, chat, it's happening again. Jesus, these are suicidal mobs. So you've got to have a boat ready to catch them. Or they're just gone. What a silly challenge. What a silly part of this whole thing. Your panda pushing is extremely sus. Waterboard the pandas to encourage breeding. Honestly, Adam Sony, now there's some life advice. If you can't get it done, waterboard until you can. That's my life advice, at least. So, what is the deal with the pandas? I need a slime ball, and pandas are the best way to get it. That's the deal, in short. The deal in long is that pandas are dumb, okay? No, all paper pandas can sneeze. Snotty ones have a higher chance. Oh, so I actually did care about that guy. Well, you know, let's hope we get a snotty one next time. Be careful, man. Yeah, I should be careful. I should be very careful. But yeah, I sometimes wonder, like, you know, is the thing holding me back as a Minecraft YouTuber? Is it that I don't take LSD before I come up with ideas? Like, if I was on acid, Would I be coming up with ideas that are far better than what I am right now? You know, should I take inspiration from the Beatles? Maybe I should be, you know? I don't... It's one of those things where it's hard to know until you know. Can't wait to try that thing with my kids when they say they can't do something. Cat, is having kids just watching them roll off the edge of structures over and over again? I think I get being a parent all of a sudden. Too high, block them in. I think they need to go up a block to breed. I think that is what happens here. So we break this. That makes them float. And then if they breed while they're floating, then they can count all of these blocks towards it, maybe. It's something weird like that. I don't get it. I don't. There we go. If I push him up high. There we go. Then a baby can... Okay, so chat. It's too... Gotta be quick. I'm being quick. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Get it. Why can't I place a boat? Put him down there. Go. Get into the boat. Get into it. There's no time to explain. There we go. Okay. So chat, we now have a panda in a boat. So now we need to take this panda boat and put it somewhere that he can roll around freely, right? Because otherwise it's not going to result in anything. Also, was it raining for like... Oh, it's not raining, it's these guys splashing. I was like, I feel like it's raining, but for seconds at a time. Okay, you guys exist down there. And now let's make a safe panda rolling area. So pandas can go through slab block gaps. Which is like critically annoying. But what can we do? Oh yeah, this is a pain. I don't know what to do about this, chat. If they can go through gaps... Maybe I should leave them in there, but just put slabs down under this, like put slabs there, for example. I think that probably is the easiest thing. But yeah, chat, can pandas roll inside of boats? I'm going to find out by letting this one grow. Because I feel like it might be able to. Yeah, I feel like there's a chance. Oh, look, the parents. They know where the child is. Isn't that cute? Panda's gonna start paddling. Walk him home. Yeah, there's an argument that if I bring this panda to my home, he could roll around freely there. Maybe? No. He's not gonna make it home. In fact, how am I gonna get these pandas home? I guess adult pandas don't roll as much. Do they need to roll to sneeze? You're right, they don't need to roll to sneeze. I don't know why I had that link in my brain. So this guy might just sneeze in his little boat, doing his own little thing, and that would be good if he did. And it's fine if he doesn't as well. Which is fine. So we'll make sure that if he does sneeze, it doesn't go off the edge. Easy peasy. And then we'll make it harder for pandas to roll off the edge if I breed them over there. Yeah, great news. Okay, so I'm ready for a sneeze, chat. Although, realistically, we should get another sneeze. We should get another panda to maybe sneeze. So we have to breed them while they're in water, because then they float a bit. And while they're floating up high enough for all the bamboo to count. Again, a little bit of suspicion. Oh, okay. This guy, he's important, chat. You know he's important. Okay, so don't roll. Don't roll. Over here. You see this? You want this. Come get it. Come follow it. You don't roll. Don't suicide roll yet. Not yet. No, not you. You stay there. You stay right in here, please. Okay, so this is quite confusing. Actually. But if we just... How about everyone just stay in here for now? Okay, you especially. You can get in there. And then you get in this boat over here. How's this seem? Okay, in the boat. Now you. I don't know why only the snotty ones are interested, but you have to get right back over here. This is where you belong. This is where your partner is. You should stay with them. And we'll breed them too. You know, just it seems like it's a bit soon, but maybe they'd be interested. So let's break this, push them in, get the bamboo involved. Okay. So now go for it. One more child. I don't even need to watch this one. Just it's No, it's regular. Yeah, we don't care about this guy. He exists solely because maybe he sneezes outside the boat more than he sneezes in. I don't know. I'm not an expert. All I know is that this is vaguely good news for us. So you can exist in there. You should also come and exist in here if you can. Please. I don't know why he insists on staying out. And oh god. Come on. Just is he too large to fit in the space now, chat? What happened? What changed? Is it something about becoming a father? Okay. There we go. Now you just there, perfect. Worked out. Okay, so have you seen any baby panda sneezes, chat? I've got 2 baby pandas in this boat. Although they're facing a little bit close to the edge here. So let's just move that in. So now we're relying on seeing a panda sneeze somewhere. Apparently only pandas sneeze slime balls. Only baby pandas sneeze slime balls. So we do have like a clock of their biological maturity. But yeah, you could fishing rod it perhaps. Oh, that would be rude. Fishing rodding a panda. Okay, so just every now and then we go look. We see if a sneeze has happened. And when it invariably seems like it hasn't, we get sad. And we go back. Okay, so what items do we not need to keep on us right now? I would say these 4 jungle leaves. Let's place them down. Yeah, let's just put them in like a little pile here. I'll break this block, and this block, and then this one, and then this one, and then just so I've got some fun extra variability, I'll place the leaves here. Do they need to be there? Nope. Does it matter? Nope. Okay, let's start fishing. Actually, wait, one more check. So bamboo, we want, but we want slimes, chat. What are the odds? One sneezed? Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't imagine a sneeze? You have to tickle them with a feather. I think that would make more sense than what we currently are doing, which is keeping them in boats to stop them from rolling away and hoping that they sneeze magically. Why can mobs move you around in the Java edition? Oh, that is a fun difference, isn't it? It was deemed to be... They wanted to change it because they thought the old way was weird. They didn't really love what they did, so they didn't implement it on Bedrock. And now there's a different way for Bedrock and Java. And it's not as easy as just ruining one of our favorite features like the iceberg biomes. So they haven't done it. You might be able to TP lead a boat with babies. To lead a boat with babies. Yeah, I bet I can actually. Yeah, I bet you're right actually. So I'll lead the boat to a fence now, so I can move it with me later. Because once I get the cocoa beans, I don't need to be in this biome anymore. So I should actually... This should be a priority. Tie these guys. Yeah, I can. To that fence. And now I can just pick them up later. Or I should pick a different fence, really. Just to make sure I don't get it wrong. Okay, so we'll put a fence, I don't know, there. And then, so now when I take... Because, yeah, I take the lead off and I get both guys. But I don't want both guys. So I'll now unlead... Oh, wait, chat! Oh, what's happening? Was that a sneeze? I feel like that was a sneeze. But I must be... Oh, yeah, they're definitely sneezing. Chat, okay, they can sneeze. Good news. Bad news, it doesn't seem like every sneeze results in a slime ball. So, we'll leave them there for now. Also... Oh, I still have the ocelot. Chat, I swear, I haven't failed the Y200 challenge. That's not me down there. That's just my friend. He looks suspiciously like me, but it's okay. It's not me. You gotta trust me, okay? You gotta trust me. So, give these all a little destroy. Come back through here. We're now just gonna chop 2 of these blocks down. I don't need to get rid of the rest. Because I do want to keep the rest of these for later, so I can grow cocoa beans on them. But now we get back to fishing. If only for a little bit. Are the balls falling through the slabs? It's possible, I guess. Shall I place them on a little pedestal? Place the panda on a pedestal. Sneezing, slime ball sneezing equals chance for it. So there's regular sneezes and there's slime ball sneezes. Why do you need the slime balls again? I need sticky pistons real bad. If I get sticky pistons, I'm going to be able to get myself lava, which is absolutely crazy to be able to say. Also, did you just sneeze? So yeah, they sneeze all the time apparently. It doesn't mean anything until it means something. But yeah, I'm making a lava catching machine. Gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, I take them back while they're babies and you can lead them. Yeah, I think I'll be able to lead them later now because I've got the lead on the boat. But yeah, I'm hoping that once we get the cocoa beans, although actually we might not ever get cocoa beans. I don't know what the odds of it were. But I'm gonna need another fishing rod. And I didn't get enough string to get another fishing rod. So maybe I will just take them back now, and then I'll breed new baby pandas. Yeah, I don't think that is too ludicrous of an idea to bring baby pandas back to the house. Yeah, chat, I think they're gonna grow up while they're coming home. They'll be less unwieldy. I think I'm gonna have to bring... Yeah, okay, so this fishing rod's gonna die. But I don't want it to die, I want to combine fishing rods together. So rather than waiting for it to die and then it being dead, I'm gonna do stuff with it. Yeah. If I have a slime ball, all my prayers are answered. But as you can see, it is easier said than done when trying to get a slime ball from a panda. Baby or not. Stealing them from their parents. You know, I prefer the term borrowed. You know? Also, how many parents even like their kids? I think... You know, like, a lot of life we do really well by comparing ourselves to, like, the best examples we can. But a lot of life you just need to be like, oh yeah, I'm doing better than the average. I could be doing, you know, like, I think sometimes just knowing, like, oh yeah, it gets way worse. And yet it is not. That's good news, you know. It's not the most inspiring news always, but it is always news. So without extra string, I can't go fishing anymore, and I need to go fishing anymore. So I'll breed a bunch of pandas just for fun here, chat. I'm gonna keep breeding them. Gonna breed a bunch of pandas. Hopefully. I forget you have to give them like this encouragement nudge. And then as soon as they get high up, it just works. And then we'll chop down some more bamboo. Easy peasy. We'll make some bamboo blocks or something. Have some fun with it. I'll definitely set up a big bamboo farm at the Skygloo. I feel like this is just also... Oh, he's just eating by himself now, is he? Wonderful. You do that. Hopefully he ends up in a boat, but I'll admit that baby is probably going to be off the edge before we know it. If he's not a snotty panda, I don't think I care, though. So now we breed them again. They're not interested. They're just having a snack. That's okay. And we'll drop this. No, that's the bottom block. And we'll drop some off. We'll come back up here. And we'll give him a little extra breed. I think it's been a minute now, chat. Nope. You know, pandas really do have confusing rules, huh? Okay, he can go into love mode. She can go into love mode. So you just gotta remember that you gotta be over here. This is where the bamboo is. This is where the other hearts are. Don't get trapped in a boat. Why would you get trapped in a boat? What sort of an idiot are you? Genuinely, sir, what? How do you manage that? How does he? Okay, so now we have to break the boat delicately. We now have to... No, don't fall off the edge. Don't fall off the edge. You are a valuable one. I don't want you off the edge. If anyone's going off... Also, do you see this chat? I'm randomly jumping. I'm not pressing the jump button. I don't know what's happening. Is it something auto jump? No, related. Okay, come this way. No, not the baby. Okay, chat, I've got bad news. And it revolves around... Okay, it's fine, it's fine. This is okay. I should definitely have just made a breeding area. I have the fences for it. I just have to... It probably wouldn't have been too hard to do, but it's fine. I'm making mistakes and committing to them. If only real panda breeding was this easy. That is true. This is an incredibly easy process. You could say incorrectly. Chat, what? So is it these blocks now that are messing him up? Why can he go up blocks sometimes but not other times? What are you struggling with? Come this way. Follow. Like what is wrong with him? Okay, I'll break these blocks here. Come on, buddy. Come on. You can do this. He's such a stupid mob. It is such a stupid mob, chat. I feel like they really perfectly nailed that part of it. The chaos. This is in fact a chaotic episode. Yeah, it's kind of cool to learn about this stuff firsthand. Like, I've never had a reason to breed pandas besides for the brown ones. So I just never learned about their mechanics of, like, sneezing or rolling off the edges. Come on, what's wrong? Stop hanging out. Just, This is, why can't you lead these mobs? Has anyone been able to explain that sufficiently yet? Okay. So now we breed them together. But when we try to breed them, he's got something broken in his mob AI chat. He's staying away from his partner. He's going off and eating while facing the wall. Is it because he's sensitive? Look, I don't care what she did to you then. What really matters is that you can be there now. Stupid mob or stupid handler? You know, that's very fair. A little bit of both, I think. It's just come on, guy. Come on. It doesn't have to be this hard. You know you're making it this hard, right? Do you know that? There we go. There, he's worked it out. He's solved the problem. Okay, so that's a snotty panda, so we have to be very careful with that. But first, okay, so he's rolling right now into a wall. As soon as he stops rolling into that wall, we're gonna get him in a boat. That's quite tricky, actually. It looks like the previous panda is gone. That's fine. So I can't actually punch him because of the geometry of the blocks around here. Yeah, chat, this guy is just going to roll forever. I could break the dirt block here, which I'll do, actually. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by what's happening here, but then if I break the next one, will that do it? There we go. Okay, chat. You know, sometimes Minecraft is a game, right? Does anyone feel that? Anyone get what I mean when I say that Minecraft feels like a game? Probably not. Okay, so don't roll that way. Whatever you do, don't roll this way, friendo. Get into the boat over here. So I punched him once. I don't know where he's got. There he. Okay, he's hit. Okay, get out of there. Get out of there. And then get into this boat. Okay, that's 2 sneezing pandas in boats. That has to be a good sign. Okay, we got any slime balls recently? No, he hasn't lost his snot. When he loses his snot, that is the sign that things are good. What is Stream XP, says Loganator. Stream XP is the experience you get for being in the stream. You get, I think, 5 XP for chatting, and you get 50 or 500. I think it's 50 per dollar you super chat. It is obviously set up by YouTube. I talk about incentives all the time. The basic incentive is that you'll want to be #1, and the easiest way to be #1 is you give a tip specifically via YouTube. You know, they do take a cut. And wow, what do you know, both creator and YouTuber alike are enriched by your desire to show up big. I do think that, you know, there are, even though it's like you can be really cynical about stuff like this, and rightly so, I kind of do take the view that, like, actually, a lot of, like, you know, like, it is still, you know, making an investment in a community is still showing, like, oh yeah, I care about this much, you know? Like, I've been, oh, it's another one, chat. It's another one. That's huge. That's pretend. No. Okay. Don't accept it. In here. Why are you not getting in the boat, friend? Okay, just in the boat, please. I don't understand. I don't understand boats, or why I can't get you in this one. But I really want you in. If you could accept that for me, that would be great. If you could just get in here. Chat, what am I doing wrong with this boat? I'm so scared I'm gonna fall off an edge somewhere. I'm 172 days into hardcore. I don't want this panda to be the thing that gets me. But he's not getting in, chat. I'll see if I... No! Oh! It's extra frustrating knowing there was nothing I could do. If he won't get in a boat that he's standing on top of, what can I do? Yeah, doesn't YouTube take 30% and if on iPhone another 21%? Yeah, it's 30%. Apple takes 31%, and then Google takes 30%, and they stack if you are on iPhone. Or rather, Apple takes 30% of anything you buy on your iPhone, which I think more people should be outraged by that. Like, do you know the number of businesses that are like, oh yeah, you know, we charge a 3% credit card surcharge or whatever. And people, like, get that, and they understand, like, oh, it costs us more money, it costs them more money, so they pass it on to us, of course they would. But, like, everything on iPhones, every app that you purchase from, every game that you play, Minecoins cost more on iPhones than anywhere else, as a fun fact. And the justification is, well, like, Apple's gotta make some money, am I right? It's, you know, like, they only make an 80, you know, it's not actually 80, I think it's a 63% profit margin. It's in the 60s, but they only make a 60% profit margin on the phone. Aren't they entitled to 30% of everything you buy using the phone? Imagine making that, like, that argument for anything else, by the way. Like, oh, well, you bought a car, but you go to a job and you earn 50k a year, more than you could if you didn't own a car. So I think that Mercedes is entitled to 10k of that. Don't you think that's only fair? You know, if you go out to a restaurant you wouldn't have otherwise gone to, I think Mercedes should get a little 30% of the restaurant money. I think it's only reasonable, right? But yeah, Apple have convinced the world it is reasonable, or at least convinced the world that they don't care. You know, at least made the world apathetic, which is just as impressive. Believe me, I want Cookie Run to sue Apple Kingdom. I got over $100 of coins and I never spent that much. If you have an Apple product trying to get a membership, do not do it for your YouTube app. You get added $2 a month. Yeah, I think that is a really interesting quirk. That basically now a lot of places are just saying, like, okay, look, if Apple's going to charge us this tax, we're just going to pass it on. Which is, you could argue this is effectively how all businesses don't always, that every cost that you incur as a business is passed on. Like, that's why, you know, chat, does anyone else get mad at the concept of you go to, like, a restaurant or a hotel or you go somewhere that is meant to be a premium experience, and they're like, this is the utility fee. Or, like, this is the paying our staff a fair wage fee. I think in Seattle I saw, like, this is the healthcare premium fee. We use this to make sure we can provide healthcare for all our employees. And it's like, but isn't that, like, you know, like, you can't charge me that. Like, you can't charge me a food fee. Hey, okay, we got another one, chat. We got the opportunity to redo it. No! Yes! How did that work? But the other one did not. I will never understand. But I've got 2 snotty pandas. I think I should take these away with me now, chat. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. We bring these home, and then I bring a fishing rod back out, and we've got the best of both things. That way, if I need to breed more pandas, this is my place. And if I don't need to breed more pandas, then we won't. So getting these actually home is going to require some, like, maneuvering. Or it will require making some slabs. I'll make some slabs. I'll make them out of jungle, because it is a jungle after all. So we'll just blend. Okay, so ouch! Don't be in pain. So we'll just make a little maneuvering space here, chat. Just a little one. No, 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 no. What's happening? Something sounds bad. Also, I'm going to check that there's no sneezing happening over here. Chat, any sneezes? Does anyone see any sneezes? I hear a lot of sneezes happening over here. Okay, anyone see any sneezes? See any slime balls? He grew up and he never lost that, so something useful to know. But yeah, 2 sneezy children is the perfect thing. Oh! They're sneezing, chat, but they're not sneezing slime balls. Okay, so now we hook up. I would hate to lose this over the edge. They don't want to live so high up. You know, let's be honest. Not everyone wants to get high all the time. But despite that, sometimes, you know, you gotta do it as a challenge for making your Minecraft video ideas. Okay, so this way? Yep, this way. I'm gonna turn my controller on because I feel more comfortable doing this on controller. And now, chat, we go very, very slowly. Oh, no, no, no. We're going very slowly, but we are going. Yeah, okay, so this is some journey I'm going to be taking them on now. Yeah, but this is the way it's got to be done. I think it would be smart to also grab an ocelot at the same time. Yeah, okay, this seems insane. No, no, okay, I need to grab that. I'm going to try and grab that ocelot, chat. And I know this is very goofy, but I think it's my only choice. I'm going to... Okay. So I have an ocelot now. I also have this boat that I'm going to try and unlead. I can't unlead the boat. It's... Okay, so I'll get past them and they'll, like, unlead automatically. But the cat shouldn't, right? Oh, no. Okay, somehow that's not what's happened. I'm bringing a lot of pandas home with me, and I'm not sure that is a good thing. By the way, thank you very much for the tip. Nobody. £5.36. That's an interesting amount. I appreciate it. You know how, we made the comment earlier that, like, oh yeah, a lot of businesses rely on, like, X% of people, using something for it to work. Arguably, YouTube is one of those businesses, you know? I am relying on X%. Okay, so I'm now gonna... Okay, chat, this is a very silly chain we've got going on. I mean, it works, right? It technically works, and that's all we need to know. So I need to make sure okay, I can eat, and that's gonna be fine. Yeah, I don't know that I've done anything so ridiculous in a while. I don't know that I have, but now I am. Where is the ocelot? I don't see it. Oh, you don't see my ocelot? He's wearing a diamond helmet, a shield, and he's got a chicken in his hand. I believe ocelots love chicken. You probably go faster if they all go over the edge. Yeah, I bet I could go a lot faster. I don't know that I want to go a lot faster. I mean, what is the downside of them falling off the edge? Because they're all... Yeah, if I'm just willing to stack up to get them back on the other side. You know, let's see if I can walk at normal pace or if I break something. Oh, I don't want to do it, chat. I don't love this. So yeah, this is the weirdest way to move. Oh, okay. Yeah, we really want to make sure we don't lose one of those slime blocks. Would be very tragic. Technically working is the best type of working. Oh, yeah, they're sneezing so much. But they're not producing slime balls. I bet one of the babies will sneeze a slime ball and it'll fall down. I considered that the Great Owl Master, like, ooh, is right now the right time, or do I wait? And like, yeah, I feel like I need to go back right now anyway, so that I can get another fishing rod, because I do need cocoa beans. I mean, theoretically, I could trade for cocoa beans. Is there a reason to go back? Theoretically, no. I've got enough bamboo to grow more. Oh, I'm gonna need my grass back at some point. So I'll go back, pick up the grass. We'll move on. Oh, yeah, we're just going on a journey. And that journey goes for as long as that journey goes. Don't put yourself down. You've done plenty of stupid things. Thank you very much, Polymush. Yeah, I wanna mention internet. That I think also Panda Bamboo Fund. Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to mention that I think that capsule hotels are cool. Everyone should consider them. Okay, so we're just gonna walk in a straight line for long enough to get to a bed. I'm gonna see if things are working still. Yeah, we can walk at full pace. I'm fairly certain we can. I'm gonna need to do that to make this work. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be very careful about going into the bed. But as far as getting there is concerned, it does seem like everything's just kind of pushing each other and making this work. Ooh, was sure that crafting table was going to be a problem. It feels like watching a lorry go through a tight gap where you're like, oh, it's definitely going to scrape the walls. Or like, I guess like parallel parking or something. It's satisfying when it doesn't. Yeah, chat, one of the things I feel a little bad because someone's like, oh yeah, my son had a great birthday. He loves the streams, thank you. I always have this little moment of like, oh, does that mean that I shouldn't tell my story if like, oh yeah, I learned why it is, you know, like, I feel like, I've always felt for the most part like, oh yeah, you know, like in general, like in polite company, there are some things you shouldn't talk about. But it's like, in general, no one actually cares. Also, I don't see any things behind me, but that's fine. Okay, is everything still here? Good news, chat. Everything's still here. This is probably going to be a... Yeah, oh, no. Oh, it is. It is. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Don't sneeze any slime balls while I'm doing this. Yeah, there's certain, like, things. But I've always felt like, you know, actually, I think boundary breaking is, like, kind of interesting and mostly fine in the sense that, like, you know, a lot of boundaries exist and they'll exist forever until someone tries to, like, go over one. I've never been that big of a fan of the idea of, like, oh, yeah, fake it till you make it in the level of, like, if you pretend you're overly good friends with someone, they'll be, you know, your best friend or whatever. Has anyone ever, like, dealt with someone like that, where they're like, oh, yeah, I am just going to act like we are already best friends, and then that will fast forward the process of us being best friends. Because, like, sometimes also, I have to be careful about every one of these crafting tables. Because sometimes I'll try to go along with it, but it's like, well, okay, well, obviously this falls short at some point, as much as I would love it to. But there's a lot of, like, interesting social boundaries that are like, oh, yeah, don't involve someone in, you know, blank, blank, blank. That I always thought was like, yeah, it's like a good rule, but, like, why else does it really need to exist? And I had also attach what is below you to the boat with pandas. What do I benefit by attaching it to my boat? Very, very, very curious. Also, Toycat is rage, baiting us by not making a bigger cage for all the breedings happened. I think you'll find that cage was the perfect size for the breedings. Like, you have a conception in your head of what's the right amount of space, but I have a conception in my head, and maybe for you it's a bigger room than me. You know, for me, I would say, like, oh yeah, a capsule hotel that has less space than a hostel is better for me because I value having not that much space, but it all being mine, rather than having a lot of space and it being, you know, when you're sleeping at least. I think sleeping and I think also hygiene. There's like a level of like you need privacy, right? Chat. I woke up at 8 a.m. this morning. I'm gonna break down a boundary right now, and I woke up with just a deep pain in my stomach that did not shift after 2 hours of being in a semi-private cubicle. I'm definitely your best friend. Yes, I believe it, so it must be true. There's a little bit of truth in that, though, Polymush, in the sense that, like, in a parasocial friendship, it kind of works that way. I think a lot of people who are string regulars, you know, I just started talking to one day, and I was like, oh, yeah, they're being positive. I'll be positive right back. And then they're like, oh, wow, the internet man, you know, like, appreciates that I'm being here, you know, in this way. And it's like, yeah, I do, actually. Like, I have some regular viewers, chat, where I'm like, I'm not sure that you like me. I don't know why you're here, but, like, it's kind of a weird thing, because, like, you know, like, especially as we move towards short form, have you noticed, like, TikTok doesn't, TikTok has a follow feature, but it doesn't impact whether you see someone's videos. Instagram has a follow feature, but you're going to see a bunch of videos from people you don't follow anyway. YouTube has a subscribe feature that used to be the big reason the website was popular, and subscribing to a channel has now become like a vanity metric more than anything else. Like, you subscribe to show support, and you want subscribers because it makes you look like a big deal at parties. Not even most parties. I did that when I needed a partner in uni once. Convinced a guy we'd already met and were friendly, and he was campaigning for something. You probably have to act like everyone's friend for that. It's difficult to tell stories of a capture limit. Don't try to read that. No, I got it perfectly, Chantal. Wonderful story. Took out in the breeding cage. So we kept playing panda soccer. And it kept working perfectly. I don't like hearing all these sneezes. I'm worried that I'm losing out on a slime ball right now, chat. It's all I can worry about. I appreciate the internet, man. Thank you, Hacker1MC. No, Hacker1MC, so I guess this is the thing about, like, like, people often talk about it in love and relationships. The concept that everyone has a love language. But I notice a lot in friendships, too. People have different ways of being a... So, like, I think that all of the ways that we talk about love can kind of be applied to how you value someone's existence in your world, too. So a type of... I think there's a type of, like, being nice to someone is always being there. You know, if things are hard, you're not like, are you complaining about your life again? It's a Tuesday. I'm not going to respond to you until, you know, like, I don't know. That's like a type of being there for... Being there for someone is a type of being their friend. Another type of being friendly is, you know, like, I think people who show up in this chat, even if they're not, like, being particularly... Even if they're not saying anything beyond, like, oh yeah, I'll respond to a question. I think Toby Piggy's someone I've seen in Realm Review. I've seen them in streams, like, for years now. But they don't talk very often, but I know they're there, and it's like, oh, it's cool. This is someone who's been around for a while. That is a type of consistency. There's a type of friendliness where it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to be positive and supportive. And, you know, like, I think a lot of people need positivity in their life. So much of your life is perception makes reality. And so if you believe your life is more positive, you know, if you... Also, they grow up. Yep, chat, they've grown up. Interesting. Only just caught the stream.
Only just caught the stream. Congrats on the pandas. Panda emoji.
Sumi82, thank you very much. I've got a whole chat. Wait, actually, Sumi82, if you've just caught the stream, you might not realize what I have existing below Y200. Also, 1/700 chance for a slime ball per baby panda sneeze. How many slime balls does he need? Oh my god, I am never getting slime ball. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make a ludicrous panda farm somewhere. Yeah, we're gonna have to breed like hundreds of pandas. Yeah, we'll make a... I'll make a slime ball farm because I haven't been... Oh no, no! Oh no, chat. Oh no. Oh, the crafting table messed it up. After all that time of promising it wouldn't. I don't have the leads, chat. They fell off the edge, I think. Oh, there's still one baby in there. This is spooky. I don't like doing that. Okay, I've got one lead. So there's going to be some pandas that have to exist in the middle of this void forever now. I hope they can live with that. So before this second baby panda grows up, I'm going to lead to... Okay, there we go. Okay, chat. So there's been a casualty. Okay, so we need to get it out this way. There's been a casualty, chat. Future me is probably going to be confused about those pandas in the boat. And it looks like we've accidentally tied the ocelot to the boat. Which doesn't seem like it's a good thing. But it's a thing. Walk over the boats, the leads will be there. Yeah, weirdly, one of the leads was there, but not the other one. Oh my god, it's over. It's not over until it's over. So yeah, being positive, like, people need a source of positivity in their life. Chat, tell me about something that you're feeling apprehensive about. You're feeling nervous about. You know, big... I think a lot of what I would define as day-to-day life is defined by big things you're looking forward to and big things you're dreading. Life is good when you've got a big thing to look forward to that you think is coming soon. If you don't believe in that death of the future nonsense. And life is bad when you've got something terrible you're looking forward to. Let me bring some positivity to it. Let me make that thing feel better. So I think that's an example. And then a third example would be like, oh yeah, you can, you know, like affirmations. You can just say, oh, isn't someone great? But I also think there's like doing cool things. The number of people that I've like known from this community, HackerOneMC, you're one of them. They're just like, oh yeah, here's something I did. I used some talents towards something I thought you'd appreciate. I think that's always cool, actually. It's one of my favorite types, personally. Waiting the results of my master's dissertation. Let's be real, right? You probably killed it. If you've gone to the point where you can get to do a master's dissertation, you're of a certain skill level that someone let you do that, right? Loganator, you're gonna kill it. I'm excited for you. I genuinely, I feel like statistically, odds are you're gonna do well. It's gonna be great. Yeah, also the cat is walking for some reason. My car's wheel may or may not fall off, says Bullet A. So, a car wheel falling off is bad. But, like, actually, cars are pretty mechanically stable. They just kind of go. I've driven lots of cars. Never had a wheel fallen off mine. Therefore, yours probably isn't going to fall off. Nervous about dancing at my wedding. Oh, congrats on getting married, Dr. Ben Ben. Yeah, I think that of all the things you'll remember about your wedding, how well you danced isn't one of them. I think actually, no, Dr. Ben Ben, something, if I could take a deep moment from your comment here, but going back to work after being ill for a week, I imagine that you're at least slightly excited about some part of your work, right, Polly? There's a little bit of you that's like, well, this, you know, I've missed this thing, whether it's the people, the tasks, there's something, even though jobs are something we do for money, most people aren't blessed to have a job they love, don't get me wrong. But I think a lot of people are blessed to have a job that has parts they love. You've had the Springer for wheel fall off. Yeah, I think another one. My car's clanking a bunch right now, and I've just told myself it's the AC, because it only clanks at low speeds. It's a weird thing, but it's probably what it is. It's probably fine. Yeah, I'm driving to Scotland on Monday, says Ruby Doo. Oh, yeah, there's nothing I can help you with that. God save you. Thanks, that's actually really helped. Yeah, genuinely, statistically speaking, you're great, right? If you were to hear that, like, oh, there's an 80-20 chance of, like, you know, going into a bag of Skittles and getting the purple one, you'd be like, man, this is the best bag of Skittles ever. You wouldn't be stressed like, oh, there's a 20% chance of getting an orange. No one likes the orange Skittle. The only reason the orange Skittle exists is so you can chug the whole bag at the same time and be like, oh, yeah, there's some variety in there, isn't there? So, Kat, I'll be honest, my car is in the exact same predicament, so mayhaps get that checked out. Nah, that's what people say when they want... That's what Big Mechanic wants you to think. Anyway, yeah, also, see, if a media, the fact that you reference that event means that you remember it. You didn't say it in a negative way. You weren't trying to be like, oh, yeah, look at Big Toy Cat here with his broken wheel thing. You're like, oh, yeah, that's something that happened to you, isn't it? I think genuinely a lot of people appreciate memory. Like, I think I have like that like teacher of a class problem of like the number of facts I can remember about 200 people is fairly low. But I think a lot of people appreciate like you remembering them. I think I think I mentioned before, like it used to feel real bad or weird, like when I tell someone a story and then like a while later I'd tell them the same story and they'd be like, no, did that happen? Tell me about it. It was one of my first YouTube friends actually. I don't talk a lot about YouTube, but I had someone I met in person recently be like, oh yeah, like you, oh god, chat. This is the moment. It's all been leading to this. If this zombie hits me in the wrong way, it's over. Don't let him do it, chat. Don't let him do it. Okay, 2 hits. We're good. Can I sleep in that bed, or will the zombies get me? If they knock me, it's over. I think I'm going to be fine. I have to be careful about the pandas, but I don't think I can spawn in their way. Oh, there's monsters nearby, right? Of course there is. So I have to be very, very, very careful with all of this. Should we just accept... Oh, no! Okay. So good news. for people who think that the pandas would be better below. And bad news for everyone else. Oh, potato. Do I have potatoes yet? Oh, man. That's an interesting... Okay, so let's just... Oh, no, no. Okay, so I did say that that was acceptable. Did I not, chat? And look at me making it into reality. So these are decent leggings, actually. I don't even know what to do at this point, chat. I'm spooked. We'll go to bed. It's safe in bed. Forget that you can't sleep with mince monsters nearby. It's one of those old Minecraft rules that, like, it's only there to make the game feel like a survival game. But, like, there's barely anything else in the game that makes it feel like a survival game. So it's kind of like a weird rule by itself. Okay, let's make a jungle boat. So, chat, are you ready for... Oh, God, there's a creeper. Oh, God. I'm not... I can't deal with a creeper, chat. I don't have that in me. So I'm going to deal with the creeper by not dealing with the creeper. I'm going to go back this way until he despawns. I've got my cat. I've got... This is such a silly situation. Traded panda for potato. Okay, creeper's gone. So, again, I'm very aware of how ridiculous the thing I'm about to do is, chat. Can we all just get over that for a second? And say that I do understand. No! Okay, so now they're all tied to my boat. That's not what I wanted. Oh, God, chat. This is the dumbest thing I've ever ended up doing. Okay, so I want to be in third person, regular. This is so silly. But I am perfectly straight, right? Yeah, oh, okay. Okay. So I'm gonna go slowly. Oh, okay. Chat. I heard a noise that kind of implies they're still under that. Oh, God. This is... I don't like anything that's happening right now. But it's working. Yeah, it's so rare that you actually place a boat. Oh, God, no! Okay, okay. It's so rare you place a boat perfectly straight. I don't want to pick up the polar bear in case he sees a baby one. Oh, no, 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 no. No, okay. Very spooky. I don't know what to do about the fact that mobs are spawning on this pathway. It's not something... I thought that it was a transparent block and mobs couldn't spawn on transparent blocks, but I'm wrong. Sorry, I missed your question, Peace Dragon. I will flagellate myself and say that's rude. I mentioned a lot that money is one of my love languages. You showed me love. I didn't show you love back. That's very rude of me. And then I'm going to say, in response to your question of Peep Show versus The Office, the UK version of both. I like Peep Show a lot more. I think Peep Show is a very unique type of comedy, whereas The Office is just a unique setting for every British comedy. I think The Office US kind of turned it into a different beast. I think it's like... In some circles, it's controversial to say, but I think the US Office is a bit better than the UK Office. Whereas UK Peep Show is just its own class of show, and it's really, really, really good. I do ruminate a lot on the fact that... Okay, so chat, did they make it? Yes, they did! Yes, they did! Okay, so there's a bit of a struggle here, right? For semi-obvious reasons. How do I pick up that lead? Like, it's... Look at it. It's going through the boat here. This doesn't make any sense, but... Okay, chat. I'm not trying to think logically. I'm just trying to... How do you grab it? How do I get that lead, chat? It's stuck on the boat. I want it off the boat. Do I have to grab the panda? So is the cat still there? Is my... Okay, my ocelot is quite confusingly down below all of that. Meaning he didn't stick the land. This is a nightmare. This is a... this is an absolute nightmare. So I've managed to do the hardest part of the journey. But now we have to deal with getting them out of their boat. And... So I can't... I'm trying so hard to just click it. I can't. I'll make sure it's not like a keyboard thing. Yeah, you can't just take it from the boat. So I could lift the boat up by attaching a lead to the boat. I think that's what we could do now. Let's attach a lead to the boat. I assume that a mob on a lead won't despawn. Delete the boat. If I delete the boat, it's definitely going wrong. Perhaps use water to make the boat go up. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea, actually. That isn't a terrible idea. So we'll get some water. Just place here. How high up can I make the... No, I don't... No, that is a terrible idea. Sorry, I'm going to say that right now. I think it is a bad idea. I'm just going to leave this here, and I'm going to go get myself a lead. That's the only thing I can reasonably do that makes any sense. And so it's the thing I am going to do. Okay, yeah, that's exactly... That's what it is. We're gonna go... thankfully, this is all turning into ice, which is wonderful. Not going to do much of that. I'm just going to clear out my inventory. I'm going to... Are they still there? My pandas are there. My cat looks like he's still attached. Therefore, they don't despawn. Isn't that wonderful? Then we're going to throw our fishing rod in this chest. Or in this chest. Yeah. Then we're going to buy another one. Of course. So where be the fishing man? Here be the fishing man. It's expensive. I see why I haven't done this before. Which means actually I'm going to combine these two things together right now. Oh, but the anvil can only take so much of this. I don't want to do this forever. There is a limit to how long I should do this. Lure 2 unbreaking. That's great. And then... Yeah, is that fine? That's probably fine. The bamboo have got to go somewhere also. But where is somewhere? That's a challenge. I'll put the jungle planks in here to move them away from me. I'll put the dirt and the grass in there. And the armor can go in here for now. Perfect. Not my problem anymore. The fishing chest contains all my weird fishing-only items. Or maybe it doesn't, actually. Maybe I've moved these elsewhere. But this is great. It's wonderful. And then... What am I going to do, chat? What do I do? They can eventually, but not that quickly. At least my ocelots did. Probably lead and then stack up. Yeah, if I grab another lead now... can I get a lead easily? I have 2 more leads. So I'll grab both of them. I'm going to try and attach a lead to the boat now. Because if the pandas are led to the boat... If the cats are led to the pandas are led to the boat, now I just need to drag the boat up high. So I'll use the easiest blocks that I don't mind wasting, which is probably spruce planks. I just have a lot of spruce, as you might know. I'll grab my spruce planks out of here. In fact, let's also make enough for some spruce boats. I'm sure it's time to make spruce boats anyway. It's a small little thing, but we might as well get it done, right? It's a daily task. It's an important daily task. Let's do our daily task. Go, 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 go. Wonderful. Do it a few more times. Just really make sure that we're done with this. Perfect. Okay. So now we make a bunch more spruce planks. And we'll use some of those to attach this lead to myself. There's a chance that when I lead this boat, what actually happens is it unleads the existing connection. Which would be scary. But I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Then I stack up a bunch using the spruce planks. Then I use a water bucket to make everything okay. Okay, so... Chat, this is the moment of truth. I don't know how the mob mechanics work on this. Ah, it works. Okay. Now we just have to lift this up really high. But also go this way a bit, because the cat is over there. Okay, so this is getting very silly, actually. I think the cat might drop. I think there's a chance the cat has already dropped. No, the cat is still there, so I need to go out quickly, grab the cat. Chat, this is the silliest game of... Okay, we need to grab that cat. Okay, the pandas are up here, and the cat's still below the panda. So then, We stack up some more. Okay. And now, I haven't thought this far ahead, actually. We'll then lure them over to the tree. The tree's a big, like, flat expanse. Yeah, we'll lure them over to the tree. So they're all fine now, right, chat? Yeah, yeah. The cat's starting to get caught on things. But that's otherwise okay. Don't kill the cats. Never mind, you got it. Thank you, Captain River. I know it was tricky to get the cat in here. I think it's been worth it, though. Okay, is the cat still linked to everything? Yeah, the cat's on the land. Okay. And then we get over here. I do think we just take the fool here. I think that is the best move. I'll go a little bit closer to make my fool less disastrous. I've got plenty of health regeneration. And the cat, okay, there we go. Yeah, now we just take the fool. Oh, yes. Okay, chat. I think we did it. I think, despite everything... So now I break this first boat. Yeah, okay. And now I just need to lead these guys. Ideally both to me rather than to each other. Because the cat being separated has caused problems. So you are now just going to lead to me. Okay. There's a lot of leads going everywhere right now. But let's start by bringing the cat home. Where did that lead go? I feel like it went flying. Maybe I picked it up. Let's bring the cat home. He might eat some chickens, so I'll put him in, like, a fence somewhere. Oh, no, okay, he's doing his thing again. That's what he likes to do. Maybe I shouldn't judge him. So, you know, actually... Oh, this can be my emotional support Ocelot, chat. So I'll leave this emotional support Ocelot there. That can be his value that he brings to my base. Is that every morning I can look out and realize that I'm doing better than that Ocelot. And that Ocelot will emotionally support me through thick and thin. Then we're going to take these pandas. Oh, right. We can't. But okay, from underneath maybe we can. Yeah, that is the secret from horses. And then we take them. And we just got to get them up nice and high. So again, more... Oh, God, I don't like the zombies. Just stack them up. Jump over here. Yep, nailed that. We're going to have to probably do the same again, but I've already got the jumpies over here. Okay, so I think that... No, okay, they've gone down. Chat, they've gone down. So, what if we... No, okay. Let's go real fast, yeah! Okay. Now we're going to have to jump down, but we have to be very careful about dying. It's nighttime. Shouldn't have let it get to night, really. But if they're here, I'm just going to jump into the water. Oh, God! Oh! Okay. Are they fine? No! Chat! No! The pandas! No! Where'd they fall? I mean, I would see them if it was salvageable, right? No! They didn't even just fall down there. Like, theoretically gettable with a long chain of mobs. Those pandas are long gone. But the good news is I was just coming back for a fishing rod anyway. I didn't need those pandas. That was just proof of concept for what we're going to do in Skygloo Part 17. No, I'm not gonna roll it on you yet. I am gonna say I've got my fishing rod sorted. I've got my additional items, my string and my potato, and indeed my rotten flesh. I had a ton of rotten flesh. I don't know where it is these days, but I had it. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna enjoy the fact that even if the pandas didn't make it, still my longest running hardcore series, chat. 176 days in. And yeah, that's where the list of positives ends, actually. And so today I need to go all the way back, breed some more pandas, and then bring those back here. It's going to be a whole thing, but I've got myself a new fishing rod. I've got myself enough bamboo to breed them, and I've got the maps. Again, thanks to Taylor Davis, actually. One of the no, I'm very appreciative of like just how much some people enjoy this, and indeed Taylor Davis has liked it enough to help out with the maths on how many pandas we need. On average, it's 26. But we're going to have to breed far more to get past that. Basically, I'm going to be turning my base, or at least an area just outside of it, into a giant panda sanctuary. But first, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to wake up in the morning and go on a long voyage to try and bring some pandas home. Because you should always try to bring pandas home. It's always worth doing. So with that said, let's sell some of these. Let's go to bed, and let's try in the morning to get some pandas. Do you mind if I start this stream with a story, everybody? You know what, guess what? You have no choice. Hello, everyone, by the way. Just kidding. But I do want to, you know, it's one of the interesting things about rhetorical questions is, like, the moment anyone actually has a different answer than you expect, the entire concept falls apart, and you wonder what you're even doing. But, yeah, if I could start with a rhetorical question, which I can, it's not a question, I think I'd like to tell you in chat about about a story that's like fairly minor, but like came up against it because I was, you know, I was in the fridge, you know, as you do, looking at how messy it was, you know, because I just dump stuff in there wherever I can find space. Terrible habit. You don't want to be in that one. But anyway, so I was just in the fridge, having a little peruse, and you know, like once there's some stuff in your fridge. I think to me, I'm really bad at like understanding that stuff behind what I can see exists. Like if I don't see it when I open the fridge, I won't even emotionally be aware that it's there. And so, you know, I think in a similar vein, I have I think it's really easy to think that you have a fully stocked fridge, or you have you know, you have everything you need for, like, I don't know, like for guests, for example. And then if you actually do get guests, you're like, oh yeah, people like very different things to me, as it turns out. Also, this boat is so close to the edge, chat. I don't like it. I'm gonna break it and I'll make it again. That's the only way I want to do this. Anyway, though, let's go on a long voyage, shall we? So, yeah, I think that, like, it's really easy to assume that, like, everything that you like is exactly what guests like. But if I could give you a you know, a small tale of a friend who I'm sure wouldn't mind me telling this story. I had a friend who, when they did their like big, you know, like move-in party, like celebrating that their house is warmed, they spent like a few months like getting their place together first, and they're like, they've done some interior decorating in their life. So I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a nice place. And they held it. Also, why are the clouds grey? Does anyone know? Is it raining down there and I just don't see up here? Is it specifically something about putting ice through clouds that causes them to bug out and go grey? Is it something about Skygloo? Anyway, I do this as well and feel bad when fruit rots. His fridge management is as bad as his inventory management. Exactly. If it's not actively taking up the slot that I need right now, then it can stay there because I might need it in the future. But yeah, so I had a friend who, on one of the hottest days of the year, obviously in the UK, most places don't have AC. His apartment was no exception. But one of the hottest days of the year, he was like, oh yeah, you can just go in the fridge and grab anything you like. And I feel like I'm not... I feel like I'm a relatively fussy person in a lot of ways. But, like, I feel like I can be very easy. You know, and yeah, I feel like it's everyone's obligation, right? When you're being hosted, to be an easy guest. Whether it's an obligation or whether it's not, maybe is something we could debate. But it's what people try to do. And so this friend on the hottest day of the year was like, my fridge has literally just beer and lemonade. And I was like, oh man, I feel like when it comes to drinking, it's like, you know, I think I drink literally everything but beer, chat. I can drink a cider, I can drink a mixed drink, I can drink a cocktail, I can drink a wine, I can drink a sparkling wine, or a, you know, the champagne, you know, non-branded equivalent from Spain, Italy, or the UK. That, you know, UK sparkling wine's good though, but different wine, different time. Anyway, so I feel like my friend was like, yeah, if you're cold, don't worry, I've got some ice cold beer. And the beer was like Birra Moretti. It's a brand that I only see like very occasionally advertised at a pub. No one I know ever goes for this beer, and so no one else at the party also went for it, which was interesting because I feel like most beer drinkers claim to drink the same beer every time. And so there was this whole, it was like kind of a water everywhere but not a drop to drink situation. There were drinks all over this fridge. There were drinks for everyone, enough drinks for a whole party and more. But it was the wrong type of drink for the person that was there. which was, you know, both me and everyone else. And also, it looks like I don't have to go as far back home to get pandas as I thought, because I left these guys here. Thank God for that. I'm going to try and get them back home without having to use a boat, because it seems that went quite poorly for me last time. Are they both snotty pandas? No, it's only one snotty panda. But it's still better than nothing. It saves me a long walk. Oh, if I can even get the lead attached, which I can't, because you can only attach the lead to the underside of the boat, because mobs are stupid. Why? You know, I feel like, why? Okay, I worked something out there. Did I get the panda or did I get the boat? I got the boat. Okay, let's do this, chat. Let's do this. Much easier than I thought. So, yeah, there's an interesting thing about, like, you can have all the stuff in the world you want, but if it's not the right stuff, it doesn't matter, right? You can have the world's largest, you can have the world's fastest car, but, you know, I think for a little bit, if it was electric, people wouldn't like it. Now, if you have a, you know, super fast petrol car, it's like, and you also have to fill it up with dino juice, and you're not going to be allowed in certain areas with that, you know? I feel like you can have the world's biggest house, but if it's decorated horribly, or it's divided horribly, or it's in the wrong location, what does it matter? You know, I feel like one of the things that drives me craziest about social media is how it will, like, cater to our, like, impulses of how smart we are. And so I get recommended so much, like, so many videos of London property, and every comment is someone from someone else in the UK being like, oh, 375k for that, you could get an 8-bedroom house up where I live. And it's like, well, that tells you either, you know, I don't know, like, it tells you either those houses aren't as nice as this one to some buyers, or that people are willing to spend a lot of money not to be there, right? Like, having the right house in the wrong location, or the right location with the wrong house. It's like it's an interesting thing to me. But what's the reason I bring this up is because this friend, you know, it's a hard lesson to pick up. It's one that I think took me a really long time to learn. Is that, like, some things are like, you need to have people pleasers, right? Things that everyone loves. Pizza is great for this. I've you know, I like the idea of experimenting with, like, what if we got a bunch of different takeout food? It's like, yeah, everyone likes pizza though. Pizza is cheap, easily delivered, quick, it's hot, everyone loves it. It's the same is true for, like, donuts in the Krispy Kreme space. But so I have this same friend, when he came to visit me for a party later that year, he brought with him some beer, some Birra Moretti. Again, if you know this brand, you'll have to let me know. It's La Authentica. And he brought this beer with him, and he brought it to the house, and no one else at the party drank the beer. I didn't drink the beer. He didn't even drink the beer, because and it made me realize maybe he doesn't even like this beer himself. But so it's sat in my fridge ever since, chat. It's been 2.5 years now that I've had this Birra Moretti in my fridge, under the assumption that surely, if my friend assumed that a whole party full of people would like this, surely it's a popular drink, surely this is a people pleaser, and I'm just not people. But, you know, to the audience of me, and to the audience of everyone I've had around my house since, it has not inspired a single soul. It is 4.6% by volume. It was founded by Italy in 1859. And if you look at the bottom there, I don't know if you can see, but, you know, I got this really cool webcam setup with a... I got a really fun webcam setup, but the problem is it now means that I can't get stuff... Like, I've got a, what's it called, a teleprompter, if I ever need to, like, read stuff. But I don't read scripts anyway. It was a dumb idea. You know, I got a really cool piece of kit that wasn't actually useful for me. Anyway, so I've got this beer. No one wants to drink it. It's now expired, but I still think to myself, but I'm, you know, I can't get this out of my fridge, because what if I need it one day? And even though it's expired, and now at this point, like, I really should throw it out, I've been thinking out, like, I've been trying to work out, but what is the utility? And, you know, this is kind of what I like to do with Minecraft features too, like, every time some weird niche thing comes to the game, like the fact that you can dry out... I've been really obsessed recently, chat, with the fact that you can dry out clay to make it... No, you can dry out, what is it, mud to make clay? I don't know how my brain has just skipped on it as soon as I've started thinking about it. But you can take mud, you can dry out the water, it becomes clay. Then you can take the clay and you can smelt it into terracotta. I've become obsessed with the fact that you can do these sorts of things that no one is actually going to do most of the time, but I get to do here. And so this entire Igloo world exists because I am trying... I love that it's making me find utility in weird parts of the game. No one ever needs pandas. No one ever uses pandas because they need them. You get pandas because they are cute. But today I'm getting pandas because they are useful. Today I'm getting pandas not just for their vague vibe. Also, probably tastes like pee. Don't do it. No, so here is my idea. Here is how we square the circle in my brain. Also, it's got alcohol in it. Alcohol kills germs. It's fine. Yeah, as long as I drink less than 4.8% of this, then I'll have only drunken alcohol and it will be fine. Rain looks so weird above cloud height. Yeah, very true. I looked up recently, I looked up how high clouds are in the real world. Let me tell you, Minecraft is not very realistic. These people just want to steal the joy of a 2-year-old aged beer. Yeah, exactly, it's aged. If this were a whiskey, people would be chomping at the bit to tell me to drink it. But oh, it's a beer and now that's not okay. But yeah, chat. I've been thinking about it. What is the utility of this? If no one in my house, no one who's visited my house in the last few years wants to drink it, if even the person who brought it to my house doesn't want to drink it, what can I do with Birra Moretti? And I've worked out to get utility value, right? To get, also, it's going to be tricky to get. I remember having a hard time with this last time. So I could detach the lead. Actually, can I sleep while I've got a lead attached? Oh, it feels dodgy to do. But as long as I don't wake up below the cloud heights. Also, sleeping through the thunderstorm. Ah, I feel like I kind of want a thunderstorm. Okay, so now we need to get the pandas up here. I'm going to use blocks to do that. Thankfully, I've got some. I'll just place the blocks right over here. Just... Oh, no, 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 not again, not again, not again. So we'll place the blocks over there. There's a chance that I'm stretching it. There we go, there we go. Okay, now we have to break that bed. Don't worry, it's hardcore. I have no respawn points anyway. And then we just get the pandas on the boat away. I guess I could just place this down in the easiest place for it to make sense. There, okay. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. It's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, break that. And then put that there. And I'm going to put that just on the side there. It's not perfect, but it means that I don't have to think about it. But it still is handily where I need it to be. Then we'll grab another slab and put it there, just so the boat doesn't fall off the edge here. Oh, yeah, it's spicy. Check behind me. There's a polar bear. Okay. Chat, those polar bears, they are no joke. If they spawn with a baby child, they will knock me off the edge so easily. Ah, look how cute they are. It will knock me off the edge so easily. And so, I'm going to go knock him off the edge before he does it to me. Actually, I've got a ranged weapon now, right? Do I have my bow as well? I have 33 arrows. If there is a moment for the bow, this is probably it. So I'm going to... I think I need another slab here. That should definitely get... Okay, I've got to go right to the edge. Oh, I don't love this. I don't love this at all. But we got them on, chat. And they're not going to fall off this time. And I'm going to just take them very gently, very carefully. That polar bear might decide to spawn a child or something. So we're just going to light it on fire now. Maybe we get some cooked salmon. Oh, he did have a child. Whoa. Okay, that could have gone disastrously for me. Thank God I killed him when I did. And even more fun, I think this is the first cooked salmon I'll have experienced in this world. Oh, it's cooked cod and salmon. Isn't that nice? Anyway, so speaking of being nice, let's get these guys home. Was ice always see-through? Yeah, ice is a transparent block, technically speaking. Also, oh yeah, Lamal, maybe let's not drink the 2-year-old expired beer. What do you mean? What? Why? 2024 isn't that expired. 2024 is not 2 years ago. You can't do this to me. I don't accept it. 2020. Wait, actually, it's the 31st of May, 2024. So it's 1 year and 3 months. 15 months expired. But chat, I've worked out the way that I get value from this beer is if I say, look, okay, look, I'm going to make this into a money-making opportunity. Chat, pay me £1.35 and I'll drink this. I'll have a sip of this beer. And then if I enjoy that first sip, I'll go for more sips. You know, at £1.35 a sip, I would drink the worst thing imaginable all day. Which this is not far off. Again, I'm not a beer drinker. I think I've never understood the beer drinking mentality. Besides that, some people don't know what pain and pleasure are. Some people are like, yeah, pain and pleasure are just, you know, I just do what's in front of me. You know, if there was I feel like there are genuinely some people who are like, yeah, I just like things. I I'm just addicted to stuff. So, you know, when I go to the store and I see the pair of jeans that cost £50, I assume the pair of jeans that cost £50 are good, and so I buy them. If the store has £50 chinos in there, then I'll buy those instead. And if it's a jacket, then I guess I'm buying jackets today. I feel like there are a lot of people who are just like, yeah, I just do what's in front of me. But for me, I like doing things that are good, and I don't like doing things that are bad. I think there is a certain amount of pain you do have to invite into your life, or at least accept into your life. Yeah, also a lot of things taste better expired anyway, like cottage cheese. Anyway, I was told 2 years ago, my apologies, Evil Dasher misinformed me. I can't believe you do that, Dasher. I got this beer just over 2 years ago, which means that my friend must have got it short dated, right? How long is a beer meant to be good? Drank some 4-year-old expired root beer and it didn't kill me, so yeah, exactly. Honestly, okay. So here's another. Can I go like you know, it's too early to go this deep. But like most of our societal icks that we assume are like good hygiene or good practice kind of aren't, right? Like you know, I think like the most important things societally speaking are like try to wash down surfaces if you're going to eat on them. Don't handle raw meat if you don't know where the raw meat came from, like if you buy it from a store or a butcher or whatever. Don't handle raw meat. And I don't know, like I think if you use the bathroom, there's a lot of germs in your, there's a lot of bacteria in there. Don't get that in your mouth, right? So wash your hands. I think like a lot of people will say like wash your hands 2 to 3 times a day. And it's like that just means wash your hands after you use the bathroom. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to stop you getting poop particles into your mouth. And like a lot of people like you know, believe really deeply, hey, for the fun of it. Wow, that's way more than £1.35. Look, this is a get rich quick stream now, chat. I have made €3 now, and so I'm just saying, you better believe I'm gonna take those €3 right to the bank, and I'm gonna then I'm gonna take them out of the bank to buy me some Birra Moretti. So chat, after 3 years of this being in my fridge and no one wanting it, thanks to Angela van Kampenhout, we'll finally give it an open. Just so you can all see it's the same bit. Can you see the date on there? I feel like you can. You can probably see the batch number or anything useful like that. I'm gonna just, oh god, what was that noise? It was my panda, right? Okay, there's no polar bears anywhere nearby. Thank god. Okay, so, Birra Moretti. Let's give it a sippy. Oh. Okay, so, even beer drink, this is what I don't get, right? That beer doesn't taste good. Objectively speaking, it tastes like hops. Nothing else in life is hops flavored. That's how you know it's bad. There's not hops flavored Starburst. There's not hops flavored pizzas. There's not hops flavored bread. I assume. I don't know enough about how hops relates to the other wheat grains you find. Yeah, I've got this beer and I'm gonna have a little sip of it. Honestly, oh, man, something about beer like really reminds me of being like a 17-year-old at the pub and being like, is this really what we have to do? Even like the very first time I was drinking, you know, as a teenager, you go through the classic experience of like, oh yeah, so you got a big bottle of beer, box of beers, and everyone knows their dad drinks beers, and so I guess you should drink some beers too. And I was just like, you know, you're a teenager, you wanna get crazy, you wanna feel those things that the media has taught you about. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I found one of my friends like brought in a bottle of something else, and I was like, oh, this is way better. It sucks just as much, but for way less time. Whereas this beer, it's actually pretty drinkable. It smells a lot more like hops than it tastes like. I've heard the reason. So the actual reason I think beer is popular, I've heard at least. I'm effectively doing hearsay right now, but even worse. I've heard the reason beer is so popular is because your taste buds die as you get older. So I think like a lot of things, you know, you start getting reduced ability in different parts of you, and your taste buds slowly start dying. But oh no, how did they get under there? How did that possibly happen? Chat, I've screwed the pooch again. I don't like screwing the pooch. I don't want to screw the pooch, but the pooch has been screwed. I mean, this would be the first mob to go below Y200 to come back up, right? So that's That's something we can say. I'm going to place some ice here so I can jump it up. I'm going to try and do that again. Maybe with some more slabs this time. Okay, so I'll place slabs there. Just make it impossible to get this wrong. So now we jump. Come on, fellas. Fellas, you can do better than this. I know you can. I've seen you do it. So up here, please. I'll have to jump on like this side. If you could please just jump this way. Okay, I think now the the slabs are getting in the way of the pandas doing their thing. So we have to break this block without hitting the panda. That is surprisingly hard to do. I guess it's the slabs. The boats are able to go under slabs, which is messing us up more than it should. So maybe we should make some blocks into not slabs. That might be an idea. That might be a good idea. Okay. So let's just put blocks down here. And then that should make it actually doable. Okay. Pandas, this time, there's no way you're going under. I don't accept that that's going to happen. Instead, no, you stupid, you idiots. How do you guys manage this? Okay, so we might have to make like a specific panda path. By the way, I still have an ocelot. I forgot about that ocelot, but I still have him. Just in case. Oh, come on, fellas. Come on, you're better than this. I know you're better than this. You can do better. I've seen you do better. So if you could do it for me, that would be great. The beer is making him do unspeakable things. Maybe. Yeah, that's a. Oh no, I'm trying to like positive my way through this chat. I'm trying to be like, yeah, it's good actually. I am wrong, and sometimes things that aren't good are good. But it's just fundamentally not true. There are just some things that are bad, and that we all have to accept are bad. And I think this 2-year-old beer is one of them. Pulling a bear harder than you'd think. Have you tried a barbecue? Have I tried a barbecue? Is there a joke about barbecue in there somewhere? Oh, by the way, Beth Voltaire. You've got a new username that has trans furry maker in there somewhere, which is fun. Do you make people into trans furries? That's quite the claim, I've got to say. Okay, I'm just gonna take these spruce planks. I'm gonna make a really simple staircase, one that literally can't go wrong. Oh no! 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 Oh! I need to go to bed, chat. It's been so long since I've dealt with. Okay, this is really, really, really bad. This is really bad. I have to shoot this guy perfectly. Go! Go! Oh wow! He shot me after he was dead. Okay, you guys are gonna have to. I hate this. It's nighttime, and mobs can spawn and just shoot me off, shoot me below Y200. That could have been death because of these stupid little fellas. Just come up here. You can do it. Stop. Ah, oh, you idiot. You're dumb. I hate you. Okay, so at least it makes this guy easier to. Oh, and it was my good panda too. Oh, I didn't hate the panda that died. I hate the panda that lived. Well, I guess we're going back on another journey over there. Yeah, I think that lead mechanics are one of the. I think there are so many Minecraft mechanics that are like, oh yes, what? It's quirky because it's strange. And so no, not now, Minecraft. Just I wanna have this mob go from there to there. And I regret the way that I did it. By the way, did you see that? Did you see that, chat? That was probably just my imagination. So how do the pathogens taste? I'll let you think that I have that power. I'm guessing now the reforged bread. I'm now the reforged bread percent world record holder. Congratulate. Oh, this is absolutely terrible. Drunk Toycat goes through the stages of hatred, assault, and depression. Yeah, I've got to say, you know, I'm getting an urge to you know, beat my wife all of a sudden, watch some footy. You know, say some things that aren't that appropriate, but like, you know, we're all thinking it anyway, though, mate. You know, you know, bit jokes aside, I do think there's something interesting about how like beer has had popularity throughout the ages, like, because I think that there's a lot of things that just aren't objectively very good that still spread super well. I think another example would be Coke. I think like you know, Coca-Cola, Bamboo to follow you. Just hold the bamboo and get it to follow you. Yeah, honestly, that probably would have been the smarter move at the point that happened. Yeah, I think that's probably the smarter move in general, actually. Oh, look, we got some friends. That guy has a stick for me. That guy has a spruce sapling. I do, in fact, need those things. So, yeah, I have to do these chopping of the trees every now and then anyway. So we're getting this done now. Just so that when we go back out, you know, we've got the spruce that we need to get boats and everything. Kat, will you play Minecraft Wii U again? Oh, my Wii U is not happy with me. My Wii U is not happy. You don't need alcohol to talk about whatever comes to your mind. Very true, Dasher. Very true. They just revamped the leads too. Oh, yeah, I don't understand. Why can't I lead a panda directly anyway? Like, what is the logic behind that? Why can't you lead a villager? If they know you're going to put them in a boat and lead them there anyway? There's no, like, gameplay reason you can't do it. I think there's like something sitting back down there. So, yeah, I think that, yeah, my Wii U is not happy with me is the answer. White Lime's official. I'm sorry to say. I like the idea of playing Minecraft Switch every now and then. I've seen a lot of people get nostalgic for it recently, which is fun. And so I think, like, I did test it for the Switch too, and it is, like, actually running pretty well. But yeah. Also, I missed one episode. Now there are pandas until I can't finish the bamboo from Sky High. I have, in fact, got bamboo from Sky High. I don't know if yeah, I did fish it. I was like, I don't think I got it by fishing, though. I got some of it by fishing, but you don't want to know how I got the rest of it. Let's just say, chat gave me some pretty good advice on a gameplay level, but some pretty horrific advice on a human being level. Okay, so now we've chopped down that wood. We're going to chop down our ice pit, because it just has to be regularly trimmed, right? And then we'll go... I think picking up the panda via a bamboo lead does make sense. But then we're going to need a place to store the panda. Pandas don't need any grass, thankfully. So we just put down some slabs, oak slabs, and then we could store them next to the sheep even. Or even I could store them in the middle of my ice farm. Actually, can I? Is there a good reason I shouldn't? If I like put some I think it's actually a really dumb but smart idea to keep them in the middle here. What do you think, chat? In the middle of my ice farm, have some pandas? Keep them nice and cold? Is that a form of torture? I'd love to know. It's the moral reason, probably. Mojang would probably never intentionally promote slavery. Oh, you do... I mean... Yeah, it is kind of interesting that, like, Minecraft is the game where they're like, well, we want to encourage players to make really nice decisions. So we don't put animals like sharks in the game, because players might be mean to sharks and not realize they're meant to be nice in real life. Meanwhile, players in the game are like, yes, I like to put my villagers in the death camp, where they must work all day, every day, so that they can produce maximal returns for me. You know, it's, I think there's a surprising amount of beauty in Minecraft, but I also think a lot of that beauty is probably not making Mojang happy. So, yeah, that's plenty of ice. 3 stacks every time we mine even half of it. Definitely means we can make a blue ice train somewhere for something later. But it's just nice to get these tasks done. Feel like I'm moving the world forward. Because I'm about to have to go all the way back to come all the way here. And that is a little frustrating. So, actually, what I should do, because I'm currently getting mob spawning on my pathway, every so often I should put some blue ice on the path, just to make sure that a panda doesn't, a polar bear doesn't spawn and wreck me. That's actually, if I take all of this ice that I've got here and turn it into packed ice, I get 22 packed ice. Oh, that means if I turn all of that into blue ice, I end up with 2 blue ice. Oh yeah, it's depressing. I don't want to do that. Let's think about that later, shall we? But now, let's make some boats. Love me some boats. Everyone loves them some boats, I think. Just put these things on the ground. Sell the man his boats. He loves boats. And I have money. And then we do it again. You know, arguably, you know, we treat this as like it's a villager labor camp, like sweatshop or whatever. Really, this is a me sweatshop. I make the boats and the villager gives me the money. You know, I'm the one working 9 to 5. You know, making that guy rich. He clearly has a need for these, right? Pandas don't like the cold. They guilt-tripped me for having an iron farm that one time. You know, maybe as they should do. Maybe as they should do. Okay, so I'm just gonna... Weird miscellaneous items going here. I don't think I need these right now. So right in there they go. I think saplings go in here, though. Oh, unless I have a... Do I have a place for saplings? No, they go just in here. But we'll move that out. I don't really need black dye. But I need rotten flesh even less. There we go. Move it in. Look at this, chat. Chest organization. Some people say my inventory organization is as bad as my fridge organization. But I say, look how great I just did. I am going to make myself a bunch more boats now. I kind of like the idea of just having the boats in the chest, then moving them from the chest every time I need to. That actually does seem quite smart. So, yeah, it's technically paid labor, but he can't do anything with the money, so it's a little unfortunate. Oh, yeah, now we're getting into, like, company script, right? The, paying employees in a currency that they can't utilize, except in ways that make you richer. There's a little bit of a right struggle in that, you could say. But, you know, it kind of comes down to, I think most things in life at some point come down to how paternalistic you think we should be as a society. How much of life is your decision to make, you know, your mistakes to make, your cool, etc. Versus how much of life is like, yeah, if you mess up, actually everyone gets messed up. I couldn't go to McDonald's earlier, chat, because there'd been a few murders, right? You know, just a few murders. It's a few people stabby. So they blocked off the McDonald's, and you know, it was interesting because at that moment I realized, oh yeah, even if you are like, you know, and I kind of do take a pretty lax attitude of like, I don't think people should murder each other, but if you create environments where murder becomes more likely, you are inherently not just inconveniencing the people that murder each other, but also you're inconveniencing people that want McDonald's. You know, some innocent people I've heard, you know, trying to go to McDonald's, go for a little thing, and it's as dumb as it sounds to say, like, oh yeah, the moment I realized knife crime was a problem was when I couldn't get my, you know, my Big Mac going. I watched a video today, chat. It was actually a short form video, if you'll believe it. But I watched this short, and in the short, the woman was like, "Oh yeah, I saw that if you don't know Air Canada, like the national airline of Canada, or I think it's the flag carrier, but it's one of two national airlines in Canada, national airline of Eastern Canada." But Air Canada, their employees, their flight attendants, I want to say, are on strike right now. It's like they've literally just, because their strikes are like guaranteed by the government or something like that. The whole airline is just shut down until the strike comes off. It's a very powerful negotiating position. But this woman was just like going past some strikers. She's like, oh yeah, I actually support the strikers because I know how hard, you know, being a flight attendant is on your body. And I know that because I actually wanted to be a flight attendant, so I studied it a lot. And it was really interesting to hear because, you know, like, it's that classic, might have to start donating to the knife crime guys. Yeah, I know, right? Everyone. I used to think like, nah, mate, I love knife crime. That's literally what I say so that they leave me alone. It's frustrating when people work out like, you know, when people say something you wouldn't say the opposite of, and it's like, nah, it's not making a bold claim if there are zero people who think the opposite way. You're just saying something everyone agrees with. Like, does anyone hate, you know, like, eating food? Isn't it just the worst? No, food's delicious. I mean, there are probably more people who dislike eating food than dislike knife crime. But, yeah, so we need to now get this panda into a safe spot. If I have fences on me, I would use those, but I don't. And so, how about I just put them in the pen over here? And then we'll breed a bunch of pandas and also put them in the pen over here. And that can be good enough for now. I don't have enough fences, so I'll just... And because pandas are quite a, you know, a rolly mob, I do have to be careful about this. But, yeah, we just put them in here. We'll use this as the back wall. Come on, you can make the climb. I know you can. So we'll remove these blocks here. And we'll pick this one up. We'll just put him in the corner, fence him off by himself. Okay, I don't think he can fall through that gap, but I would hope I'm not wrong. There we go. Perfect, chat. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what you're seeing here. That was a good idea, Polly. Appreciate it. Crazy how you only feel the weight of inconveniences when the weight of murders when they cause you a mild inconvenience. But I make my joke about that, right? But actually, despite the fact that it sounds a lot like I'm joking. Actually, also I just watched Minecraft Monthly, but YouTube recommended me the top comment of the video, which spelled the update name, which I won't say to anyone who hasn't watched it yet. I don't think there's such a thing as spoiling update names. That's my crazy take. I do actually, I take consideration in my videos, like, okay, what is a spoiler? And I think leaks are one that are like, if it's a really serious leak, like literally here is the play-by-play of what's going to happen, I think a lot of people enjoy seeing it play out. Whereas when it's a really cryptic leak, it's like fun, and so I'm a bit more willing to like share what that cryptic is, because the cryptic isn't going to help you just by itself. Okay, put the one emerald away. Future me can come back and deal with that. Okay, so now I'm just gonna, I guess I should go to bed. There's no reason for me to be out at night if I can avoid it. Also, thank you for the euro, White Slim second account. €1 isn't a £1.30. Oh, this is such a bad bit. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll just like it. If I really convince myself it's tasty, maybe I'll just enjoy drinking it. You know, who's to say? Also, my phone just buzzed, and I make sure it's something not important. Oh, it is something not important. I don't like the update name much, actually. Penguins and crabs, penguins and crabs. Okay, staying on one topic. Yeah, I think that, like, the reason I hate the Stop Knife Crime guys is because no one runs around being like, I love knife crime. You know, like, I was, when I was posting, I kind of felt myself like, you know, one of the problems that is kind of inherent with being a YouTuber is you don't want to ever say, yeah, this isn't a good video, don't watch this one. Skip to the next one, actually. And I was like, you know, at some point, you know, if you're uploading every day, or if you're uploading multiple times a week, at some point you have to say, these are my biggest, best videos, and therefore, the other ones are not. And I was like, you know, to do my bit, to make this actually truthful, I need to say, you know, this stream that I'm doing right here, actually, probably not worth. If you've watched the whole series, go for it. But otherwise, it's part 17. You're going to be confused. There's going to be a lot of non-Minecraft coming up. The mechanics of the challenge have been pretty well established. We've dealt with most of the challenges already. I've got sheep in different colors. I've got ice. I've got wood. I've got a source of emeralds. And I've, you know, I therefore have to just start spending those emeralds on fun things. Like this guy will eventually give me a diamond axe if I can just buy enough iron swords from him. Man, I have to buy so many iron swords from him. But, you know, like I've got my stuff worked out here. I think I've got a second armor smith I want to trade with, right? This is a toolsmith, who I do separately want to trade with, but I want to... It's my... Do I have a second armor smith, or did I imagine having a second armor smith? I guess I did imagine having the second armor smith. But, oh no, I've got the table, I just don't have the villager. So, like, I've got the things set up, and it's mostly about grinding towards those things now. That is a lot of what we do here, is we work towards these bigger targets, which is important. Also, know where you can customize your own Smurf in the Smurf movie collab. See, there's an interesting example of the exact same thing I'm talking about. Like, you know what, Mojang? If you would never upload a thing being like, actually, this collab, we kind of phoned it in. We weren't that big of a... Also, where did I get that yellow carpet from? Where did I... Oh, it's probably, like, the place where the thing is. The panda is. Unless they're willing to say, yeah, actually... Not our favorite collab, but if you really like Transformers, buy this one. Unless they're willing to say that, then like every other, you know, like then that could be true for any one of their things. And that's kind of messy, right? Because in the world of artistic freedom and expression, no one wants to admit that anything is worse or fundamentally better than anything else. Because that's the, you know, like that whole concept by itself starts to break things a bit. I'm going to go out in my jungle boat. It's a jungle boat because it is. And so, yeah, I think it's one of the shames of marketing, I guess, And I think it's like one of the things that like in our day-to-day life, in like I think honesty, I think in when you meet people, it's something I'm always a big believer in. Is like, yeah, everyone knows your strengths. Your strengths are gonna come up naturally. But if you're like serious about knowing someone for a while, front load one of your big weaknesses. You know, say like, oh yeah, sometimes I like to just start a fight. You know, I feel like that's what the only way I can feel passion is when we're having a little bit of a heated debate. You know, and you ever think about that? Like some people actively do crave a bit of like, yeah, I wanna. Okay, there's so something about here in particular, chat. The pandas are always spawning. I don't know why we've had to kill them at this particular spot, but so this is the place that is most worth investing in blue ice. No, blue ice would be light level, like slabs. I don't know what the solution is. I do know we need a solution. It's like I don't know. You know, it's like knife crime. Everyone agrees we need a solution to knife crime, but you know what are we gonna do? We're gonna take away all the knives? Am I not gonna be allowed to chop my stuff? Also, yeah, I'm now gonna break this, and I'm gonna put this one that way. There we go. We're good. So yeah, I can now feel good about throwing this away. By the way, thank you, Jira. It didn't show up on the screen. I appreciate the tip. Now we just run this way. It feels nerve-wracking to do it, but someone has to do it, and that someone is me. So let's sprint it. Oh yeah, I don't. It's a shame you can't sprint crouch. I'm just saying, Mojang, if you're watching, a good sprint crouch would be really, really handy. I think $3 is better than getting a customizable Smurf. Also, on a scale of 1 to 10, do you think this is worth watching? Oh yeah, I think. Okay, so what I think if I'm actually, I think if everyone could be, I think if you could I think the shame in the YouTube title thumbnail system is what works way better than accurate descriptions is when you grab someone's attention. I've been complaining forever that titles don't actually mean anything. Like, this is Skygloo, episode 17. I am trying to solve, but you have to simplify that down to something really short. Even the fact that it's called Skygloo, why does it need a name? This is my series where I'm trying to survive the Y200. Like, everything could be spelled out really well, but people like a little bit of mysticism. Mysticism isn't the right word, but people like a little bit of a mystery. And so, you know, like, I feel like that makes the end thing suffer. Because, you know, what is this video best for? A lot of people are subscribed to my channel solely because they want to learn about Minecraft news. This one's probably not for you. If you like Minecraft challenges and you want to see it in real time, also for you. But if you don't, if that's not you, then maybe not for you either. But if you don't care, you know, I think there's a lot of people who subscribe to the channel because they like to hear, they like to have like a nice long chat session, you know, where we get a little bit real on some stuff, where we, you know, where I can talk about catering your friends at a party poorly, and so I feel like there's a dedicated number of viewers, probably like, you know, in the very, very low 3 digits, maybe the high 2 digits, for whom like, yeah, that's perfect. Every video, I want to see that. Maybe it's even high 3 digits if I could flatter myself. But yeah, I by the way, we're about to hit another subscriber milestone. I think 1.94 million. You know, I've got 1.94 million people who love to hear all of my opinions all the time. Right, that sounds crazy. But also to say that all 1.94 million people subscribe because they want to see news or they want to see this is wrong. Donate to Toy Cat so we can get better at rat defense. I mean, at the £1.30 for a sip of beer rate, I think the more money I get, the worse I'll get at defending myself from rats. You know, I think that my crazy take is, you know how like if you go to the store, you buy alcohol in a bottle. If you go to a bar, you buy it in a glass. I think there should be places where you can buy drinks by the sip. Like really, really fancy restaurants. If you've ever looked at like a free Michelin... Honestly, if you look at any Michelin star place, but particularly as you get like the higher numbers, what they actually do is they're like, yes, we give you 10 courses. Not 3 courses, not starter, main, dessert. 10 courses. They're all the size of a bite, and they're all designed to be experiences. I want to buy a sip. I want to drink 10 different beers, 1 sip each. I think flights of beers exist, but I want to try 10 different drinks that aren't beer, because I don't like beer, as I previously mentioned. One of my earliest YouTube videos, chat, is a video of me saying I don't like beer. It's if you want to know the deep cut. By the way, hey Toy Cat, what's the furthest out you've ever bridged into Skygloo? I think the mountains about 5,000 blocks away are still the furthest I've gone out. Oh God! Thank God. Okay, chat. I changed the batteries on my controller last night, thinking like every time I'm about to do a Skygloo, oh, it might be Tuesday night. Every time I do a Skygloo episode, I can't afford the batteries dying because sometimes they die and it does the spin and it kills me. Ah. I'm like very aware of the fact that that could have happened there. Terrible. You want whiskey tasting events? Yeah, but that's not a fun sip, right? I want like, have you ever been to the Coke Museum? I really enjoyed the Coke Museum. I went during COVID. Do not recommend that. I am still traumatized. I feel like the word traumatized is used a lot. But like it's something I think about. Like, I think generally speaking, most people don't like being yelled at. But I think being yelled at for something that like makes sense, you can at least be like, oh yeah, if the police officer yells at me to stop resisting, that means that I should stop resisting, and or consult a good lawyer very quickly. You know, like there's a, you know, like some commands do need to be yelled if it's time urgent, like to the split second. But I went to the Coke Museum, chat, and they gave out a bunch of they give you a can of free Coke to enjoy while you're in the museum. And I went to take a sip from, I think it was even free cans actually. I went to take a sip and they're like, no, whoa, what are you doing? Like screamed at me from the other side of the room, and I was like, Coke half in my mouth. They're like, what are you doing? Drinking the Coke in the Coke Museum. Not in here. It was a giant room, chat, like the size of a banquet hall or something. And it was just me and one other person in there. Yeah, I still to this day, I want to know, like, it's one of those many cases of like, oh yeah, what got into us? How did we get so crazy, huh? And the answer is, yeah, actually, you know, let's not talk about what the answer is. Did you not take my battery recommendation? Do you not trust me? I had a battery thing like it that I didn't love. I have definitely gotten to the point though where I'm like, you know, I like things that are just vaguely working. Also, I can't believe it, Dasher hates Toy Cat videos. Unfortunately, I stopped watching every single Toy Cat video. I'm not a new player, and the videos targeted towards them gave me nothing personal. Still love the streams. Hey, thank you, Dasher. Yeah, that's a really interesting line as a YouTuber. Some YouTubers are permanently targeted at their new audiences exclusively. I think this is particularly true with, you know, child-focused videos. Some videos are specifically always targeted at new audiences, and some videos are specifically only targeted at existing audiences. If you go down the second train, you get a much nicer experience as a creator. I like that we have people here who like might remember that story from the last time I've told it. Coke Museum in Vegas, get tasting from around the world. Some weird stuff in there. Oh yeah, I've done that one too, actually, Gary S. Parker. I remember it's weird because the Coke owns Costa, the brand of British coffee. So one of the drinks in there was that, if I'm not mistaken. Coke owns everything. Coke owns... I think Coca-Cola's ownership of brands is something that really, like, convinced me that we love brands more than we understand brands. But the thing that really, like, pieces it together is, like, everyone hates Facebook. Everyone thinks what Mark Zuckerberg's doing is not okay. But everyone has Instagram, and of the few people who, like, abstain from those two, everyone's got WhatsApp. Everyone is on a Meta product. Also, I feel sick and awful. I've been watching a lot of your VODs. It's weird to see you live. I am, in fact, alive. I am 181 days of hardcore. It's closer to 18,000 days in the real world. Wait, is it? Wait, 10,000 days would be when you're about 30, right? How many days old am I? How many days ago was 1995? Oh, I turned 10,000 days last year and I didn't even notice. Chat, terrible. Coca-Cola doesn't own Pepsi, though. Yeah, but I think, so a lot of people think like, oh yeah, there's loads of competition in the beverage space. There's Coke, there's Pepsi, there's even Virgin Cola or RC Cola or whatever else. Also, this is the perfect time to be raining, has to be said. Even though people think there's a bunch of competition. Should I just breed my pandas over here? If it's raining anyway and I need to not get out of here, I think that is a good idea. I'm just going to start breeding pandas like crazy in my little bamboo biome I've got going on. So Kat, can I trust your thumbnail and title for the video? I'm watching the stream, so I don't have time to watch the video, but it's about time for 1.13 to release. It's been so long since 1.12. I have got a lot of comments saying something like that. It is kind of goofy, eh? It is kind of goofy. So, yeah, right now I've got 2 pandas locked in this weird little thing, but they're not really breeding that much, which is a problem. Oh, probably because... No, it doesn't even make sense that they're not breeding. So what we're going to do is we're going to raise them up permanently by 1 block. Assuming I can do that. Oh god, I can't see anything. I can see the panda's legs, chat, but nothing else. So let's just get in here. I could punch them maybe, but I don't love that idea. So we'll break this block. And then we'll put another one of these over here. And then we'll raise these pandas up 1 block at a time. And then that should do it. Okay, so now we'll just breed the pandas. Hopefully they love each other even without being able to see that. And we'll just go fishing while we wait. I shouldn't need to do anything else. But if I did, this place is torched up. Yeah, nothing bad should happen around here. And yeah, the plan is to eventually have us 2 snotty pandas and to breed them over and over again and see what that creates for me. But yeah, if we just keep loads of pandas in there, then some of those pandas will sneeze and some of those snotty pandas will give me some good stuff. But yeah, they're not actually breeding because they're too far away from the bamboo, chat. So what I need to do is I need to lure them up here, which means we need to actually place another block there and there. Okay, actually, do I have enough fences? I can make more fences. Let's make more fences, and let's do this correctly, chat. I try to do things in the laziest minimum way possible, but we have to go higher effort today, and so be it, I guess. Okay, so let's remove these fences, but then place slabs over here as we do it. Then we place fences over here. We'll bamboo the pandas over. We probably need a fence gate in here somewhere, but I'll sort that out as we sort it out. Okay, pandas, over here. Over here. I choose to believe that you do understand how to get up here. You too. Okay, so panda, do your stuff. I think this guy is just not very intelligent, maybe. Is that his problem? Anyway, now if we do that, they can actually breed in here, and they're going to keep producing pandas. And as long as I get out each time, and as long as I make sure that the babies can sneeze in one place, and as long as I breed them frequently, we'll be good. That was a lot of as long as hey, look! So yeah, the sneezes have like a tiny chance of giving you a slime ball, so we need a lot of those sneezes to occur. But that can totally happen. If we keep them all in one place, when they do occur, I'll get the benefit too. In the meantime, let's chop down some bamboo. I'm gonna need some more of it, so I might as well stay ahead of the game. And then because it's raining, I watched Toycat's Ultimate Fishing Guide, and so I know that it's good. Yeah, but I kind of do have a lot of my channel geared towards people who already play Minecraft and have been playing probably since like a long time ago. And so there is a bit of a struggle with the content of like, I think that one of the most useful ways to bring in new viewers is guides. So I've been trying to make the guides fun enough that you'll want... I've been trying to make sure I include in every video something that, even if you're an existing player, you probably didn't know. Basically, I try to research until I find things that, like, I didn't know before, you know, researching. And then I try to find even vaguer facts than that. And I actually kind of like where we've... I like the spot we've hit at that. It hasn't worked, but I think that, again, it's one of those, like... It's a hard thing to prove. It's one of those things you can only find out by doing. If enough people give it a shot, then they will see. And until they do... So I'm just gonna... Just to make this all feel a little bit safer, put some blocks there. Might come in useful one day. So then we leave a slot free so that we can get some... we leave that slot free for now. And... Oh, no, come on. And if we leave that slot free, then I'll be able to pick up slime balls if one happens to drop. Okay. For now, though, we just wait till a lot of pandas grow up. And we're going to be breeding them right here. So, Sneeze you. Remove the fence between the pandas and the bamboo. Do you think that makes a difference? I guess, yeah, there's no reason not to. I would get more blocks if I did. So let's remove this fence. Or let's place the slab first, actually. Then remove the fence. Then fence remove. Slab down. Oh, he's down on the slab. Don't be on the slab. Okay. There we go. Then we'll place another fence over here. Although actually that's going to encourage them to like go up onto it, but that's fine. More fences there. And now the pandas should be able to breed. Again, they're at the same level as the bamboo. And then we'll also remove these. And place our blocks over. And now it's a slightly bigger area, so there's a small chance that I would miss something. But it's a chance I'm going to have to take. And then we take one of these blocks away. Oh god, that's scary. We place our fence there. And now I can jump out. But hopefully they're too stupid to. Yeah, chat, they're not very intelligent creatures. I want to believe that they are, but they're giving me every indication that they are not. So let's now break one of these blocks. Replace it with something or other. And then let's get in here. And let's remove one of these fences to replace it with this. I guess this one makes the most sense. Okay, so that is going to be one of these. Come on, fella. You're blocking the way. And then we put a bamboo on top. And that should help with their statistics. Honestly, yeah, I think pandas are just a stupid mob. I think breeding them is just a task doomed for failure. Because they don't even like walk over to each other. Also, they're definitely using this. Hey, we get a snotty child. So as long as he doesn't roll off the edge here, which I'll concede is a real possibility of what's about to happen. And so we need to actually keep them closer in here, because otherwise things go badly. They can jump up here and then jump over the fence, which means we need to make the fence higher. There we go. That's basically problem solved. Okay, and now we just let the children continuously grow up in there. I'm going to force feed this sneezy guy till he becomes an adult. Oh, can you not do that? Oh, you can. Okay, we're great. So if we make sure he becomes an adult, then we can now sneeze 2 big pandas, and then we can kill the mother here. And then we've just got 2 good pandas that are able to breed. Sorry for this. Not your problem. Actually, I probably should have... Nah, it's fine. Back to fishing. I want to get that 20% fishing boost, chat. The babies are going to roll through the bamboo and then commit suicide. Yeah, they totally are, Gary Parker. I don't like that they are, but I really think that you're correct there. It's amazing pandas still exist, really, because they're so terrible at it. Totally agree, Beth Altair. Oh, that was weird. So, I guess, how do you stop the... Like, do you place fences... How do I stop them from doing this, chat? Without, like... Yeah, I literally don't understand panda mechanics. How you're meant to farm them correctly. Because I've always cheesed it. I've always, like, done the bare minimum. And now I'm learning that the bare minimum is not correct. For what we're trying to do here. So, you, I don't mind if you live or die. But you fellas, you're going to breed again. And they're going to keep on breeding over and over and over again until things are good. Okay, give me a snotty child. Give me a child that's maybe going to have a slime ball come out. Definitely my favorite panda feature is them gleefully... What is wrong with them, chat? Literally, like, does anyone understand what... Like, is it this? Why do they be like this? I genuinely do not understand. What do we have to do that I am not doing here? Yeah, like, they're surrounded by bamboo. There's tons of it around. But they're just not breeding. They have the hearts. Every other mob would be producing a little offspring at this time. Which means it has to be panda-related feature. Has to be bamboo-related. Suicide Panda, great band name. Yeah, I put fences around the outside of the bamboo. But then if I... Around the outside of the bamboo? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. That'll stop them getting out, but it won't stop my issue right now. They're not breeding at all. Which isn't an issue with escapism rates. We can do it. It just won't be very handy. Like, a bunch of fences there seems useful, but it's not solving our actual problem. What is the actual problem? There's loads of bamboo around them. Maybe there needs to be a certain number. Maybe they don't breed at night. That's the opposite of everyone else. Yeah, you know, something interesting, chat. Yeah, I do not know what's wrong with them. I could try breeding these guys just to see if it works, but they're not. You know, we'll leave them be. I do think, you know, kind of related to that, chat. Isn't it weird that there are some activity, like drinking a beer in the morning is seen as like a heathen thing, whereas drinking a beer at night is a very standard thing. But there are so many similar examples. I feel like video games when you first wake up, outside of when you're a child, it feels a bit more forbidden, right? Whereas video games close to bed, yeah. Like it's kind of, there's like a natural human instinct in us that's like, work when wake up, and then enjoy yourself just before bed. And I've never like quite gotten it. I'm such a time of day means nothing believer. I always hate people who are like, yeah, you know, you gotta wake up at 7. You gotta wake up at 10. You know, like time is just an illusion, right? Time is just the made up hours in the day. The only way that it has any bearing on your life is either how other people live their lives or how the sun goes around the world. But we sometimes act like it's the most important thing. You know, so if you're scheduling with friends, it's really important you all agree on a time to meet. Totally get that. Or if you are going to the bank, it's really important you get there before they close. But like otherwise, if it's 5 p.m., the only difference that makes to you, oh, it stopped raining. That means I should go to sleep. Pandas only produce every 20 years, Iro. Yeah, it's one of those species where I really agree with Beth. It's like, how did they even get to the point they got to? Time is an illusion. Toy Cat, who always streams in the evenings. Do you know why I always stream in the evenings, though? So I think, interestingly, it's kind of that same thing of, like, because this is, like, a fun thing to me, and I need to do, like, my worky tasks earlier in the day so that I can do this is, like, a big part of it. Okay, so let's breed him again. You fellas can do this. I believe in you. Oh! So maybe it is that they don't breed at night. As silly as that is, it's the closest thing we have to evidence right now. Do they really not? My alarm goes off at 4:55 a.m. and my purpose is to start my Roblox Royale high grind when I get ready to go to college. I don't even know if that's serious. But I think I've done like similar like weird tasks. Like I got really into farming in RuneScape like a year ago. Because it's like a really good AFK task. I like AFK games. And so it'd be like, okay, log in the morning at 7 a.m., then log in again at 5 p.m., then log in at 1 p.m. before bed. Or I think it'd be 11 p.m. But I think it's 3 and then 11. But I think there's something kind of cool about like clockwork activities. I think millions of people with 9-to-5 jobs would digress. Yeah, the real reason though that it's a happy coincidence that I think that streaming is like a kind of entertainment for me. But actually, most people who do something that is work on any level, it's really important they do it like in that, you know, like when you wake up until you're done doing it. Like that's how most people tend to do it. Which is handy because for streaming to make sense as in any business level, you need to be here when people are done with their, you know, like if you're busy in college or you're busy at your 9 to 5, then you can't watch the streams, right? But yeah, even then, I mean, like, because of time zones, it's always going to be the wrong time for someone. I selfishly want Toy Cat to wake up early so he finishes work early, so he streams earlier, so I can sleep. Dasher, I hope you enjoyed that this stream was at its regular time, about 7 p.m. I have this, like, real crisis of, like, I can't stream till I finish the work, and I feel like right now especially, chat, if you want me to, like, get real with you, it's like a particularly, I think after, like, years and years of growth as a platform, YouTube has had, like, a big shift in, like, where people watch, how people watch, what they watch. I think gaming as a category used to be, like, one of the most explosive parts of YouTube. Now it's not. But I think there's this, so I think as a result, like, oh yeah, things are, like, you know, like, generally, like, harder for YouTubers or whatever. But I think one of the, can I move this in here, maybe? No. Oh, also, let's breed the pandas again. See if we get another snotty baby. If we do, then we'll grow it up. Also, I think that just happened right now. Okay. Snotty child? Snotty child? Oh, yeah, 2 snotty childs, right? Nope, 1 snotty child. Not worth growing him up, then. Oh, this guy's an adult. But, yeah, chat, I think it's really, like, tough in lots of ways. And what's really rough about YouTube is, I think everyone who works an office job has this jealousy of people who work, like, if you worked on a farm and your job was to build a fence, when the fence is built, your job is done, and you've done a great job if that fence is there. Whereas so much of, like, digital tasks are like, well, how good did you do? And there's, like, so there's a layer of derivative of, like, how good can you define a piece of content, a thumbnail, a title, a hook, you know, how well can you define each of these videos is an interesting question in its own right, and the answer is, like, you know, there's no objective measure. But then it gets even more interesting when you get to the level of, like, oh yeah, and how good the piece of content is not the relevant question. The relevant question is, how good is it for this moment in time? And, you know, for searchability, you know, how good does an algorithm like your content? Effectively is one of the big questions. And I've got to say, like, some days that, like, gets to me. I'll be there and I'll be, like, grinding away, struggling, pulling it all together. You know, like, you know, pouring so many hours of a day into something. Being really happy with it, then be like, oh, I should have done less hours and something more important, maybe. And it's an eternal struggle. So, Cat, the pandas have no room to move around in that janky pen. If you made it bigger, it would work better. It's possible that the opposite is true. So let's breed you and you. Oh, I do have 2 snotty babies now. Okay, so you need to stop looking at me and start looking at each other. So we're going to grow these guys up, chat. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm going to try my best at least. Okay, so the pandas are such a big mob, by the way. Such a ludicrously big mob. Okay, you need to grow up as well. Okay, now we breed these guys. And hopefully that now means we get more babies. More babies means more chances for slime balls. Look at that, another snotty baby. Perfect. And now, every minute, we're getting 2 sets of babies, 2 sets of potential sneezes, etc, etc, etc. By the end of today, I'm getting my slime balls, chat. Because I need not just 1 slime ball, but a whole pile of them. Which is why it's probably best to keep this near home, but different point, different time. Love. Yeah, CPS is going to come with parents with lack of space. You're going to need a bigger pen. Also, thank you, Dasher. I appreciate the appreciation. There's like a real... It's like, it's one of those things that's like a bit hard to share too, because so much of, I think, entertaining, well, not even entertaining, but so much of like, yeah, I'll call it entertaining. Like, so much of like, what, so they're definitely all, so that's everyone sneezing in response to a sneeze, right? Are there any slime balls in here? No, there are not. But we're getting those chances of slime balls, that's for sure. Okay, give them all a breed. See what that creates. More pandas, more sneezes, more craziness. Sounds good. Anyway, oh, it's so funny watching everyone jump, because they're going to jump more and more and more as it goes on, aren't they? So yeah, the pandas that need to breed aren't able to get to each other. That will become an issue eventually. But for now, it's fine. At this point, you won't be able to see a slime ball of 1 drops. Yeah, I just have to make sure I go in there every 3 to 4 minutes to pick up a slime ball if one does spawn. That is my solution. It's not about suffocating. It's about quality of life for everybody. Oh, you talking about for the pandas? I feel like I do. Like, you want either really tight or really big. I think medium would be a bad size. So I think really tight's good, because it means that things get a bit tricky, but then all the slime balls are going to be in one place. So it's easier for me not to miss them, or it's easier for me to find them even if I would have otherwise missed them. Okay, so now all the pandas are starting to get on the walls here, which is not ideal, really. But they are breeding still. We're getting lots of pandas out there into the wild, which is good. We jump down every now and then. We're looking for a slime ball chat. There's so many sneezes. But yeah, in the meantime, I think that means I'm definitely going to start killing adults now. If it's an adult of a non-useful type, then we just do it. And yeah, now we start sneezing. Well, now we get the sneezing rolling. Now we just give it a little look. Just a little peek every now and then. See if it's going places. I like you a lot as a person, and coming back to streams is always a blast. It's heartbreaking to see you struggle, but I don't know what can be done. Yeah, exactly. That's why, I think that's why, like, that's why I was mentioning this. Like, I think it's like a bit of a, I think I've seen a lot of places, I've watched a lot of YouTube in my day, right? And a lot of YouTubers I've seen go down the path of, like, once it starts to absorb you, I think one of the reasons why there's, like, a bit of a stereotype of, like, the struggling artist actually comes from a rich family with a bunch of support and whatever else. You know, like, have you ever seen how much an artist studio costs? It's then they're not cheap, let me tell you. But I think the reason it's a stereotype is because actually, stress is something that makes you produce less quality. That's true if you're at a meat factory. That's true if you're at the airport. It's true anywhere. That stress is generally like an inefficient byproduct. But I think especially when it comes to like being good to be around, it's something not to struggle about. But I think that's I think on the YouTube game it's like the advice I feel like there's like just basic things of like, here is what I need to do, and when I do it, it goes well. But then sometimes it doesn't feel like you need to all of the time. I hate everyone here parasocially, and it's heartwarming to see everyone struggle. There is actually something nice about seeing it. You know, I think there's a whole category. I get recommended shorts by this guy. He lives a really sad life, and he records it with his sunglasses. And people love it, so like, that is exactly me, man. I have not interacted with anyone who wasn't a service employee or my family in years either. I was like, I guess there's a market for that. Which is, but that's the danger. That's why I think as a creator, if you start to feed that market instead, then you know, if you get a bunch of people coming here because they're like, I like Toy Cat's, you know, like long-term survival views, then that encourages me to play long-term survival. If people are like, man, this Toy Cat guy really struggles with making YouTube work, then the moment that like that becomes so successful that it works, it becomes a non-self-fulfilling loop, which is bad. You want your loops to continue to fulfill themselves. So I accidentally fed him rather than doing good things, but that's fine. I do think we have to kill the pandas when they become adults, if they're not sneezy panda adults, chat, because they're not going to be good for breeding otherwise. So I think as much as it feels rude, I think we just have to do it. I'm sorry, friend. There's just too much of you, but it's a good way to get bamboo, I guess, if it makes me feel better. Is it clever to set up a 1-minute timer now? Yeah, I think there's a good argument for doing that. Like, it would allow me to fish more efficiently. Or, you know, I think that there's a definitely an efficiency case for it. I'm not that stressed about it, but I could see like having a minute metronome that I hit a button for would be good. Should we set one up? Yeah, you know, actually, let's do it. I've got a timer. Let's go to sleep. Let's set up that timer. And then just every time it hits a minute, we'll know it's time to breed. I don't have my timer visible right now, so I'll set it to be visible so you can see what I'm working with. Go. Okay. So, let's breed the pandas. And then like 5 seconds past the minute, that's when we'll come back to do it again. Although actually, a minute timer isn't going to be smart because it's a minute from when they've last bred, and these two guys aren't going to breed until... Oh, this guy needs to get down so he can breed. Also, how did that guy get up? Oh, he just became big? No, he just decided to climb up. That's cool, I guess. So yeah, actually the timer isn't that useful. But now we come back at 1:30. It's basically just having a second timer that sits there, which is useful in its own way. Chat, I still don't have any slime balls. I have a lot of sneezing pandas. I didn't realize how little or how unoften they sneeze slime balls. It's such a weird mechanic. Oh, wow. Oh, that's not very good. Glad I have it. But yeah, now it's been a minute since I've bred the pandas, but not a minute since I've done it. Ibix Toy Cat, I look at the Minecraft wiki, it says baby pandas sneeze more. Exactly. That's why I'm deliberately breeding as many baby pandas as possible. The adult pandas do sneeze some tiny amount, but it's not even worth considering it. Also, hear me out, end update drops 2 parts. Lego Show TV, I've got to say, I don't think the end update should be done in a drop. If they're going to do it as a drop, they should prepare it way ahead of time. I think they should be working on it right now. Are they working on it right now? There's the fun question. But yeah, you need to find some way to get to the Nether so you can get potions to make infinite slime balls. If only there was a way to get to the Nether, pal. Yeah, I love it. So now it's been 1:51, which means everyone is ready to breed again. See, I guess unless I like really obsess over the timer, it's not going to be more useful than anything else. It is nice to get a good enchanted book though. There's so much sneezing happening now. This is good. Every sneeze has a tiny chance of giving me a slime ball. So it's exactly what we want to do. We just want to keep the sneezing rolling all day, every day. I would grow some more pandas up so I could breed 3 sets at a time, but I'm sure they will just do it themselves. And that will solve another problem. I wonder if Mojang already thinks the end was updated in the combat update. I used to think they would probably think that. But actually, I kind of think probably the opposite. I think based on what they've been saying, you know, when Jeb talks publicly about it, when, you know, Olraf was like, oh yeah, if we were to do an end update, here's how it would be. You know, like, no, if they felt they had a gotcha, if they felt they could just say, there's been an end update, you idiots, then they would just say, there's been an end update, you idiots, every time it came up. But they're specifically not saying that. Whereas, you know, there are quite a few features. I think Jeb did basically confirm, like, yeah, we're not going back to the original mob designs. You know, the mob A, B, C, D. Although I think if we are getting an ocean update, that'd be the perfect time, so... Maybe even Minecraft developers kind of have to change their strategy, you know, regularly. Yeah, this timer is not useful at all, chat. I put a timer there, but I am not sure what it is doing for me. Okay, so pandas. No slime balls yet. I'm gonna jump in here just to be sure. No slime balls yet, chat. No slime balls at all. Go for another little fishy fish. Definitely excited for some of these to grow up, because a lot of them are sneezy. But also, I'm gonna just repair the boots together. I don't think I need multiple pairs of boots. I don't think I even need 1 pair of boots. Look at all these sneezes. How are there not slime balls coming out? It's like that. It's like the piglin dance. There are some features that are really rare, but because you don't experience them regularly, you don't even know that they're rare. You just assume like, well, 100% of the time I've seen a baby panda sneeze, it produced a slime ball, but I've only seen what is meant to be a rare event. It's like if you watched a Minecraft video by a 2012 YouTuber and they're like, oh yeah, I mined off camera to get diamonds, and you're like, oh, it's so much easier to find diamonds when you're not on camera. That's the secret to finding diamonds, is to turn off your recording software for a minute or 2, it seems. I don't know why everyone else hasn't worked this one out. Download myself a copy of Fraps just so I can run it and turn it off later. So Kat, you need to start crazy promoting the end update like you did for the cave update. I feel like it's a little bit of I feel like it's a little bit of a you know, dead meme in that way. because I've already done it.
You should watch The Ultimate Guide to Fishing in 1.21 by some Minecraft YouTuber. Good video.
You know, thank you, David. I actually have watched that video. I have some bugbears to raise the creator of it, so I'm gonna do them right here. If you've watched it too. One of those is the fact that the title says 1.21, but we're on 1.21.100. If the true belief of that creator was in honesty at all costs, then the title would have to change every update, or it would say 1.21.xx or something. But I think that the reason it says 1.21 is because that is the more catchy thing that people are still searching, because most people don't know how version updates work. But yeah, the whole needing to go into the pen for slime balls feels like an ally use case. It'd be a great ally use case if we could get allies and if we had a slime ball already to give to the ally. But we do not. But yeah, you're right, actually. I do see, in a normal world, we wouldn't be doing this. But in a normal world where we, for some reason, needed to do this, that would be incredibly useful. Yeah, I should correct him. Seemed wrong. Yeah, I should leave a comment. I think that'll achieve the change I want to see in the world. Is if I leave a slightly snarky comment about it. Weirdly, I think the comment section has been like so uniquely positive. I think that is a case. If I talk a little bit of shop with you, internet, I think that the guide videos are ones that like are a struggle, and I just didn't do them for years because it's like everyone already knows. What's the point? But we've now gotten to the point where like, and now everyone who watches it is like, oh yeah, this is awesome, Toy Cat. This is a fun world. You made some fun. I think that is the challenge. That is the hard bit. I think that's also why a lot of like, can I give advice? I had a cousin ask me recently, like, you know, what's your tips if I wanted to start making YouTube shorts? And I've been thinking about it a lot, so I'm gonna share it with all of you, internet. I'll give you the same advice I'd give you if you were family. Because if you're watching an hour and a half into a stream where I'm literally sitting here feeding pandas bamboo and then fishing, then you're basically family. It's like we're at Olive Garden over here. But it's like we're at Olive Garden eating pasta and fries together. But look how many snotty pandas there are. Yeah, I think I'm gonna maybe grow some up. I think that is the thing that makes sense to do. Yeah, so the thing that I always like, my aunt, weirdly enough, is like, I have like the most like anti-social media family that have all like suddenly come around to social media recently. But I love like people like ask for like advice, like, oh, have you been doing this for so long? What's the tip? And weirdly enough, there's a few tips that like became clear in 2012 that like seem obvious because all popular social media uses it. That isn't obvious now. The biggest one I think though is like you need to have personality in your content. You need to have personality in anything you do. TV shows, movies, paintings. If you're a literal artist in that sense. We would collectively eat so many free breadsticks. Yeah, we're eating hundreds of breadsticks here, chat. And then I'm running out on the bill. Because I didn't like the beer. It came expired, and I'm going to threaten to sue the restaurant so that you will get your breadsticks for free. You're worth it, internet. Oh, wow. Enchanted bow. Oh, not a good one. I mean, I guess I've already got everything I need from an enchanted bow. Toy Cat and 146 6-year-old second cousins. I got 146 viewers. That's an interesting number. Yeah, I think I think that actually is an interesting case of like, I haven't seen the stream views till Dasher mentioned it just there. But that is like kind of the proof that like getting in at part 17, really bad idea. I don't need to tell you it's a bad idea, but it is like, who wants to get in at part 17 in a series like this? Apparently a large number of people, not big fans. Not big fans at all. So the reason I think having personality is so important is because you need some reason that people are going to watch that next thing by you. And if you make it some, like, this is why, like, YouTube's, like, creating of billions of niches is, like, such a problem. Is because, like, by having a creator that you follow because you want to see, Minecraft seeds, having a creator you follow for this means you don't care about what they do elsewise, which is probably fine from a generate content perspective. But from the creator itself perspective, it means that, it's really popular now to make, like, food Instagram. I think it's like, everyone loves the idea of food and travel accounts. Myself included. I would love to have a food Instagram. But, the reason that I think it's like such a dangerous thing to be like, oh yeah, but the most annoying thing about videos is how they try to insert their personality. But the opposite problem is if you just have content that is all about the thing, why would anyone who finds that piece of content want to find another piece of yours? And so I think like the way that I consider it to be like at least a mild success is if people who enjoy watching the other videos are like, yeah, I'll see what you want to say about fishing. I'll see what you're doing up in the sky. I don't understand why you're doing this challenge, Toycat, but I'm curious what you have to say while you're doing it. I think that is the goal, is to have... you can kind of argue, like, if we're diving deep into the concept of the parasociality. Also, Cooking with Toycat returns when? I'm glad you asked, David. Wow, perfect question. For the member-thon on Sunday, we're setting up goals, and at each of those goals, something fun will happen. So when we hit, if we hit, I should clarify, if we hit 450 members, we'll do Cooking with Toycat again. Gonna be a lot of fun. It's a classic series. We can bring it back. I would be silly not to, really. Okay, so give him a quick breed. Breed. And we'll go to sleep, I think. I'm surprised the baby pandas haven't grown up yet, to be honest with you. I'm the Russian cousin of the toy family, TM. So, oh, how did you get out? How did you? Like, seriously, how did he? It means we have 3 pandas. Yeah, please come back. Okay, you know, let's grow up one of these pandas. Just replace him. It makes life easier for me. Okay, I'm gonna go back in here, by the way. We have to make sure... Oh, wait, was that a slime ball? No, it was not a slime ball. It felt like a slime ball, but it wasn't. It's sad, chat. It's very sad. I am quite amazed at how many pandas we have and how little that has contributed to what's going on. But, yeah, it's a thing. I think show a funny Minecraft series where you just mess about with friends. Yeah, so that's the classic example. That is the type of content people want to be making. And that's why there's so much of it that exists. Is because if your content is literally, we play the game, not particularly well, but we have a fun time doing it, loads of people are going to be like, yeah, let's give it a watch. Let's give that a watch. I want to see it. I want to, you know, you get me? Like, I think I think that people are gonna like you if they see you having fun. No one's coming to you for the gameplay or for the other things you're doing. Yeah, I think it's the ideal for a lot of people from like that business sense, I guess you could say. But like to me, it's like it's not the thing that I am good at. I think that's a struggle for a lot of things. It's like, you know, I might really like Oreos, but I know that I'm not gonna make an Oreo competitor. I don't like Oreos, by the way. I think they're terrible. Honestly, can I rant about how bad Oreos are? But Hello, Toycat. I've been watching for 11 years old, and I started recently participating in streams. I've missed out. 11 years? Are you sure that's correct? 2014? Jesus. What made you stick? Oh no! What made you stick around for all those years, huh? It's gonna be something weird that happened there. Yeah, so one of the interesting problems I think is that if you know, here's like a fun proverb I learned today. But like, you know, intelligence is the ability to solve problems, but like wisdom is the ability to know if a problem needs to be solved. I think a lot of people, you know, like a lot of people when they like hone their skills in their craft get quite easily convinced that like, yeah, create it. Like, I'm gonna give people the solution to these crazy complex problems they've never had. I made this video when Minecraft Bedrock came out about how you could trick people into falling into water because of the chest render distance, chat. And it was a video that I think literally, like, it was one of my like worst viewed videos at the time, because like it's fun, but also how many people are in a world where they need to trick their friends into dying, specifically while playing the Bedrock edition, which was the new weird version at the time. The answer was not very many, is it? Also, there's gotta be a slime ball in here, chat. How is there no slime ball? Does anyone have a good explanation as to how we can have this many pandas and not have a slime spawn in? It's okay. So let's get these guys in here. I don't know how I got them in here last time, but I want to do that again. Okay. They're all sneezing a lot. That has to be a good thing. I think I'm going to make the walls higher over here. and then make them go around the thing too. Okay, they're in. Let's give them a quick breed. Then let's make some more fences. Okay, fence. Make a lot more fences, I guess. Make a lot more walls. And then let's place them around the outside here. So just all the way around. Make it impossible for a panda to escape. Just make it possible for them to go up one block temporarily. And then over here. There we go. That should do a lot, I hope. I do see that this is one of the problems of small farms, chat. I do see that is a problem. That it's a problem I am solving. You know, the thing is, pandas sneezing and not giving you slime balls, it could be a bug for how little people rely on it. And you wouldn't even know for a long time. One or two people made a core memory because of the prank you taught them, surely. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting... That's a really interesting idea. Also, you can stand between two fences. I guess so, huh? That's interesting. Yeah, I used to... So, the thing that I used to do quite well, the thing that I think, like... during, like, the earliest, like, you know, like, the rise from, like, you know, like, being, I don't know, like, 100,000 to, like, a few 100,000 subscribers. It was just, I played a lot of Minecraft, just, like, testing weird stuff. And sharing some of those weird interactions, like, sharing why they were useful to people. And, yeah, like, I think that because that was the case... I, like, really pushed that to its extreme. Like, okay, I'd start solving problems that you were really unlikely to have, but if you did, you'd be amazed that there was a video about it. And I think that is, like, the concept of being too niche, like, in a nutshell. Of, like, yeah, there are not a lot of people who need to know about that. I hope that there was one or two people that did find it enjoyable. Oh, no, I got the panda instead of anyone else. Oh! Did the panda just attack me? Chat. What just happened? Can pandas attack players? No way. It must have been something else, right? Is it random full damage? Okay, I'm still making full noises, so I'm not going to randomly find myself on the ground. What just happened? Okay, so I'm going to fish here. Once I got one more fish, go back in and do this. Hitboxes. Perhaps pandas can't sneeze properly at high altitudes or needs to be on top of grass. Yeah, there's, like, it's entirely possible there's some weird bug in there that we wouldn't know about. I think that's why it's important to test stuff like this. One of the things that's been going well recently, chat, like really, like, million view wow, are the shorts on, like, the silly challenges I've been, like, you know, like, doing the research for. A lot of people enjoy seeing, like, oh yeah, that is... Because I test, like, basic stuff, and then I'm like, oh, well, if that would work, then I could do this, and I, like, plan stuff out. And it's cool to, like, see those turned into videos. They'll bite you once you hit them. I've never... See, I think the moment I stopped doing that, I stopped picking up some of the weird interactions. The fact that pandas bite you is entirely foreign to me. That sounds like a made-up Minecraft feature. Okay, let's go in here. Let's quickly see. Any slime balls? There's got to be a slime ball by now. Surely. There's so many sneezes. But we'll keep going. We'll keep going. An aggressive panda never stops biting you if you hit it. Oh, so he might kill me. I might die to a panda bite. As funny and silly as that would be, I should watch out for it. Do you know what the new Copper update is called? Some people are saying they don't want spoilers for the Copper Age. So I won't give them. Panda bears are pandas, but they're also bears. I mean, if we're going to call them panda bears, I guess they are, right? If we do use that terminology, then it is truthful. Pandas attack players. Pandas barely find the time to breed unless they're at the perfect height. So how are they finding time to attack players? It's the reason I don't get angry. It's like, why would you put so much work of your... Oh, so they're getting back here. That's a problem. Why would you put so much effort... Okay, so we have to now... we have a big problem on our hands here, chat. We have such a silly big problem on our hands. So just get in here, please. Just in. And so that means we have to now build the walls around the edges to have, like... Okay, so you are going to die. I'm sorry. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We have to stop the pandas getting out via the easy gaps. It's like, it's probably an easy gap here. We need to do one there and one there. That should be enough for now. Let's hope that it is. Get some more bamboo. Get some more breeding in. It's starting to get a little bit silly, but that means the synergies are starting to kick in, chat. The synergies of having so many pandas means some of these pandas are going to sneeze a slime ball. Just eventually, they mathematically are going to have to, right? Need to build a bigger pen? Nope. Generic observer. I am dead set against the bigger pen because someone's already told me to do it. And I don't believe in that. It's like koala bears. They're not koalas, but marsupials. I think bear is just an interesting... You know, a lot of people get, like, tight about this one. And I think it's, like, it's true if you're really deep into a field that it matters. But I think linguistically speaking, it actually is. Like, anything can be anything, right? Like, you know, a panda is not a panda bear. A koala is not a koala bear. But, like, if we're all calling it a bear, then how is it not a bear, right? I think there's, I watched a fun Hank Green video about, like, there's no real definition of what a fish is. We just call something a fish because it looks like a fish. And every time we try to categorize fish in that way, it doesn't work. But we want to have fish, so we can just call them fish. It's the same way we made the definition of mammals, and then we found that platypus monstrosity. And we're like, I guess it has to be in the club. Like, we would have designed the rules to specifically not allow it into the club. But we were too late to doing... Okay, so now let's push you in there. I have no idea how he's pushing himself out. There we go. He's in now. Okay, then we'll give everyone another quick breed session. We need to make these walls a lot higher. And I'm going to maybe make a fence gate or something. Okay, let's just look at all the eating that's happening. Then we jump in. Someone has sneezed, surely. No one is sneezing a slime ball? I mean, everyone's sneezing all the time. You can actively see it. But it's not paying dividends, chat. The slime ball dividends are not being paid. It's terrible. Give you a quick breed. Give you a quick breed. Give everyone a quick little breed. Okay, then let's go to bed. Toy Cat is an 1800 scientist who concludes his experiments don't work at night. Yeah, exactly. Confusingly. Okay, let's get one more panda up to full size. And then let's add him to the breeding pool. As long as they're like regular... Yeah, as long as they're snotty pandas, we can just do this all day. And it does work out for us. So I just will. Give everyone another breed. At some point, breeding them becomes my full-time job. And I'll just sit in the mess, in this corner, waiting for good things to happen. Eventually, good things will happen. Do I have a slime ball pile in here that I'm just not noticing? It feels like I must at this point. Chat, there's so much sneezing happening, but none of that sneezing is resulting in good things. Oh, I've knocked out another panda, confusingly. Toy Cat making a new COVID variant in that pen. Yeah, I mean, we're learning a lot about how Minecraft renders pandas right now. There's a lot of Z fighting going on. Oh, that's a phrase I learned because of Minecraft, by the way. There's so many Z fighting bugs in Bedrock, but I had to learn what Z fighting is. Also, we're gonna get the Ultimate Guide to Pandas at some point now. I think we're gonna have to, right? Isn't that fun that I can learn about pandas for the first time properly? You know, like outside of like the basics, what should you do with them? I can learn about pandas properly by having them be this many blocks up in the air. Isn't that just a delight? Yes, yes it is. Those poor pandas. Okay, everyone gets another breed cycle. Especially you. How do they even get out there? Come in, over here, please. I insist. Get in the pile. Get in the love pile. There we go. And we'll get out. We'll go fishing a little bit more. Again, it's nice that we are getting some fishing done. We're getting enchanted books. We're getting enchanted bows. I'm getting experience, which is useful for the anvil. I'm getting fish, which is, you know, they exist. A baby panda still only has a 1 in 700 chance of dropping a slime ball. Is that, even if they have a snotty nose, it's 1 in 700? So I'm waiting for 700 sneezes to happen, is what you're saying, using that maths? So that's pretty intensive, so. That's a lot of sneezes. Okay, so let's load this guy back into the pen. He clearly needs to come here. In we come. Okay, he's fallen at the first hurdle. Pandas are not very intelligent. Okay, give everyone a quick little breed. Quick little breed run. Seems pretty good to me. Put this away. They do such bizarre things, chat. I really like look at this. I guess this is because I'm putting them in such a tight space. I can't even blame them. But actually I'm gonna blame them anyway. So yeah, if it's a 1 in 700 chance, I keep thinking I've seen one, but it's the baby's nose. If it's a 1 in 700 chance, chat, we just sit here. Does that mean we just run the game overnight, and then we wake up, and then the sneezes have resulted in some slime balls for us? I'm willing to do it if that's what it takes. I'm willing to do it. If I have to run my first AFK farm in a long time, this might be a great place for that. Also, Sunbear is a weird dog. So let's go for another one of these. It'd be pretty annoying if sneezing is bugged on Bedrock. I could believe I'm getting unlucky. I think RNG, especially when it's like rare RNG, it's really hard to get a feel. Also, look at this. They're sneezing like crazy now. This is what I'm loving, chat. Some of these sneezes, it's constant sneezes now. Some of these sneezes will result in good things. One assumes. Okay, let's get in. Oh, so many sneezes in here. It's just non-stop jumping. Okay, you definitely need to breed, not eat. Okay, no, he's decided the opposite. I think I'm gonna need more bamboo spots for the amount of breeding I'm now doing. Or I could just dedicate all my time to this as well. Also a valid possibility. Yeah, I'm going for a lot of bamboo. And it's not necessarily resulting. Okay, so that's just... There we go. Get some love mode on. You want to get some love mode on? Okay, you as well, maybe? Yeah. Look at this pile of pandas. When they grow up, chat, we're going to have such a big problem. It's going to... They're literally going to explode off the side. I feel like I'm catching a cold just watching this. We bears, because Toycat taught us that pandas do in fact stack. I mean, look at this. It's working great. Okay, so now we get this guy in. Oh, if we could do that, that'd be really useful. Back into the pile. Back into the pile. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, I'll give you a little nudge. A little nudge that you need. And we give him a breed. And then him a breed. Ah, there we go. You're next to each other. You can do this. I see you looking. Make that baby child. So yeah, okay. So 700 sneezes. How many sneezes are we getting per second, would you say, chat? In fact, let's measure it. I'm gonna count for 1 minute and see how many sneezes there are. 1 sneeze. 2 sneeze. 3 sneeze. 4 sneeze. 5 sneeze. 6 sneeze. 7 sneeze. 8 sneeze. 9 sneeze. 10 sneeze. So we're getting about a sneeze every other second. So 700 sneezes occurs in roughly... Again, this is a very rough guess. That means 700 sneezes is roughly... I'm going to plant some bamboo on my little plot, by the way. 700 sneezes is going to take us roughly 22 minutes. So every time we want a slime ball at this current sneeze rate, we have to wait 22 minutes. We have been doing this for a lot more than 22 minutes, but we haven't had this many pandas for all of that time. So it's not a perfectly fair comparison yet. For what it's worth, plant 4 bamboo. But yeah, as we keep things moving, we should expect to see some slime balls drop in here somewhere. I won't be able to see them, but as long as I'm standing in here, I should be able to collect them. So many mobs in a pen. I'm having flashbacks to the pig liquid from Superflat. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, huh? Okay, so destroy this bamboo. Okay, so get some love mode happening. You know, they're not going into love mode. They're eating bamboo instead. Is this their version of sharing love? Okay, so I guess I just sit here. Yeah, so there's no sneezes at all happening. Chat, it's been forever since the sneeze. Maybe they don't sneeze while I've got bamboo in here. Maybe. That could be it. Yeah, it could be They're not sneezing when they're actively looking at bamboo. So now I sit here as a cat amongst the pigeons. To get a mob drop in gaming, 22 minutes is nothing. That's a fun point. If you say it like that, 22 minutes, no time whatsoever. We just sit here, and every time they bounce, we should see the slime ball if it's under there. And then just every now and then, really quickly, we go out and we breed the quickest to find pandas. The pandas are getting quite high up. You and you, just quickly, we give them breed. Then we get straight back to it. Straight back into it, chat. Then we wait some more. And again, if we every time we get out the slime balls, the bamboo, we're lowering our drop rate. So we make sure that we don't. But there are so many sneezes happening. Some of these sneezes must be productive, huh? Surely if they're too cramped, then they're going to sneeze a blob. It might get cancelled because something's in the way. Nah, that's not how that works. I'm like 75% sure. Okay, let these two guys breed now. Again, just while the rest of this is still happening, got some XP, which means it went off successfully. More sneezes. It's like I'm working the weirdest slave labor camp ever. It's like I'm non-consensually trying to. I don't know. I guess it is how people running camp. Okay, no, sorry, don't bite me, please don't. Yeah, weird mob, very weird mob. That one's not being aggressive towards me. Okay, so we need to get them back in here, especially the adults. Be very quick with the breeding plans. Then back to sneezing. As long as the babies don't get out, I guess it's also fine. Chat, any sneezes yet? No sneeze balls. But more babies means more sneeze balls means more good. What we do once... Oh! It's the aggressive guy. What we do once you get the sticky piston. I need 2 sticky pistons, if you'll believe it. And once I've got 2 sticky pistons, I'm going to get lava. I think we might actually get dangerously close to day 200 before that happens. Because as you can see, no results. Okay, so just come down here. Just everyone, get in here real quick. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't know why some of you are deciding on love mode and some of you aren't, but just stay in here, please, if you can. They've got such weird movement mechanics. Like, it does... I think Minecraft has some weird stuff going on that makes this work the way that it does in general. But it just feels very, very strange. Come on, slime ball somewhere. There has to be one. How will you get lava with pistons? I've got a very elaborate setup planned. It's very elaborate. Involves honey, involves slimes, involves a lot. Okay. We have the elaborate setup. Okay. We need a sticky piston to make it work. I've got the regular pistons. I've traded for redstone. You just need some other pistons now too. So let's chop down some of these. Yeah, my bamboo is just not keeping track with the rest of what I've got. So I could start killing some of the pandas that make it out of the pen. But I hope it doesn't come to that. Okay, all of you fellas, get in here. It's time to get back in the pen. I don't know why you keep jumping out. But give them a quick breed. And will they breed even though it's nighttime, chat? This is how our experiment is working. Have you ever had an urge to play any other games aside from Minecraft? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Skyrim. I think I would... I think, honestly, the game... You know, I know you gave me a wink, wink, nudge, nudge that you'd love. I think, I do get, like, big bouts of I'd like to play City Skylines. I think I, like, love city planning and urban stuff and all that whatnot. I get random bouts of I want to play this so bad. I get random bouts of RuneScape, like, nostalgia. But I also like... I like having, like, a chill... Like, I like having a collectible game. Where I'm just like, I have a bunch of easy objectives I have to work towards. You know, I think it's weirdly, like... You know, like I was mentioning earlier, like, when you... On the internet... And any office job in general, like if you're the head of marketing for Adidas, like your job is a bunch of metrics that are really hard to actually directly influence, which probably like really like gets at you, I imagine. Also, that guy didn't want to breed. Well, do you want to breed? Hope you do. So, yeah, I feel like a game where it's like, your job is to collect all of the bike parts. Your job is to get the fastest time on all of these courses. I've been playing Wheel World. It's a game about biking. But I like Far Cry games or like Assassin's Creed, you know, like the generic Ubisoft go and collect all the things game was actually pretty enjoyable to me. Chat, I don't know what to say about this. I don't think that baby pandas are gonna give us a slime ball. I've got so many of them. They're sneezing so much. I've got such a big pile, and it is resulting in knout. So let's go for a little pickup of my bamboo. I do need as much as I can get. A stream or two of RuneScape can't hurt. Yeah, but then I think, like, weirdly enough, one of the things that I think is, like, most useful, like, every now and then I'm like, you know, I think it'd be really fun to, like, play Education Edition. It's, I say this a lot, but you know, actually, I don't say this a lot. I say this to myself a lot. I think that one of the craziest, most important bits of being a YouTuber, if I could give you advice as my cousin equivalent internet, I think so much of it is, like, idea generation. The sort of idea where when you see a video, you're like, oh, that's cool, I'm glad someone has done that. I want to see what they did while they were doing that. Okay, so more pandas, more breeding, more happy. Okay, they definitely bred. Sneezing. Come on, produce a slime ball, somebody. I do a little walk through the pen just to show you that there aren't any slime balls. There are so many pandas which could make slime balls. Okay. I don't like that they're not entering love mode of each other. They're just deciding to eat my bamboo as a gift. It's very nice of them to decide that I've gifted that to them. Okay. Sneezing time. Oh, yes! Oh, we did it! Slime ball! Slime ball! That means I can make a sticky piston. I've got the pistons at home. We finally got one! Ah. Yeah, like, sitting in a pen looking for a slime ball, like, it gets me, chat. You know? It got to me. It's you know, like, it's weird. I love challenges like this, because while you're doing them, you're like, why am I doing this? But then it all comes together, and you're like, yes, that is why I'm doing this. And I love that moment. Oh, so good. And that's kind of why I loved Super Flat to begin with. Like, I love this, like, it is basically impossible, but there's a way to do it. I love finding that, like, possibility in the impossibility. And this challenge just proved that it's good for that. By the way, my field of view feels super low. I'm going to quickly see if I can turn that up. Is it down to 60? No, it's 7. It looks like it feels like I'm looking at this through a tunnel right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've never felt this. Specifically while fishing here. Also, now get the cocoa beans. Exactly! Chat, if you don't know, I'm still looking for cocoa beans as well. Cocoa beans are a rare drop that we can find here. And until I get cocoa beans, I can't get brown dye. Do I need brown dye? Probably not, but it's like one of those nice things to get. So while we wait for the second slime ball, I do have to just jump in here every now and then and check. But while I wait for that, I can get this done. I do need to regularly breed the pandas. But still, yeah, we should be mostly good. Yes, I knew I wasn't crazy, says Taylor Davis. Indeed, we finally did it. I think the Wandering Trader would have been better, but we definitely... We're not getting a Wandering Trader for some reason. I wonder why not. I feel like we had one last stream. Do you think he likes grass or something weird like that? He just doesn't consider this to be a real land of any variety. Oh yeah, maybe because we only have slabs. He can only spawn on like those 6 grass blocks over there. But yeah, I'm gonna fish for a bunch, and then once my bamboo is grown, I'll give another little breed cycle. Like, you know, these two guys, give them a little breed. So we're still likely to get our second thing, but we do our best otherwise. The panda sneezing noises are getting to me. They're getting to you to make you love pandas. It makes you want to start a panda farm, doesn't it? But yeah, like, the Minecraft base game, it feels like every time something like this is added, it's like, but why do you even need it? And I love having, like, the place for these weird interactions that actually make... Okay, so yeah, I forgot they're not breeding if I have the bamboo out. I love finding the place for these interactions, and this is that. This is the perfect place for making bamboo work. I like how the default texture pack on Bedrock still advertises itself as new and stylish textures. I mean, they are new textures, right? Some of those textures were added literally 2 months ago. The copper textures were added 1 month ago. If you go to drop free 2025 toggle. I wish pandas had more uses. Yeah, I've been an advocate most of my time on YouTube for make things useful. And I used to get so much hate for that. Like, oh no, Toy Cat, I think pandas can be cool because they're pandas. It's like, but there should be some, even if it's like a niche, an edge case use. I've yet to find a use for the camel. Yeah, it's a shame. Olraf is like someone I consider to be a friend. I would love to have like this chat with him actually. You know, I think I'll do that rather than like airing it without him. I'd love to chat to him about mobs like the camel and the goat. I'd be interested to see what he said if we spoke about it. But yeah, I feel like I think it'd be really, really, really interesting. Repeat question: Why do no traders have slime balls in this world? They could have slime balls, they just haven't had slime balls. It's a chance thing, and the chance hasn't gone our way yet. Okay, so let's bring all these fellas in here. You all see me? You all gotta come over here. Get in the pen. In the pen. In the pen. Okay, give them a quick breed. You two. Just absolutely breed the heck out of them. I'm still looking for cocoa beans, chat. But once I get cocoa beans in this second slime ball, I can say that I'm being done with this jungle. And I can say that it's been a pretty successful run too. Which is nice. I'm gonna jump in here just to be sure that there's not a slime ball. Then I'm going to get to the fishing. Then I'm going to do this a bit more. I can't seem to find camels even after the spawn buff. Oh, they are everywhere now, yeah. I think in a weird way, them spawning in deserts is like a good thing, but then also it's like a, oh, now their value is gone sort of thing. You know, like, I think that's such a tricky thing about Minecraft in general. You streaming tomorrow or will the next one be on Sunday? Great question. The next one will be on Sunday, where maybe we'll have some cooking planned. I bet the next Wandering Trader will trade slime balls. The next Wandering Trader will trade... You know, I like you. I want to take your bet, Toby Piggy. I think he won't. Okay, any slime balls by any chance? Anyone see any floating around in there? It'd be nice if we did. Eventually, cocoa beans will spawn. I'm going to look up what the odds for cocoa beans are, chat. So, real quick, fishing Minecraft. Fishing Minecraft. Oh, okay, no. Fishing Minecraft. I have to keep a finger on my right click. Oh, there we go. Okay, so items obtainable. If you are in a jungle, you have a... Wait, what? Oh, it's a Bedrock exclusive. Really? Oh, it's not on here, chat. I don't think you can get it. Oh, no, it is on here. It's a 1.0% chance in the junk category. So 1 in every 100 fishes you do should end up as cocoa beans. I feel like I fished at least 100 times. The fishing rod has 300 durability, and this one has, like, this one has unbreaking free. So this fishing rod has like 1200 durability. I've fished 600 times. Maybe I've caught 300 there. Oh! Oh, efficiency 4 and breaking free. Oh, chat, I'm putting that on my axe. I mean, I could put it on a sword or something. No, yeah, efficiency... Riptide free too. If I got a trident... Chat, if I got a trident... Oh, if I get a trident, I could go flying. Okay, wait. I think we just got the most incredible thing. If I put that on a trident... Can I get tridents? Drowns will spawn below water. Yeah, I can make a drown tank. And if naturally spawned drowns give me a trident. It's crazy to think, but we could. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I'm pretty bullish about where this is going to lead us, chat. Because then we could fly all the way out to like that, to the ocean ruin, or to the We'd have to be really, really careful not to go below Y200, I guess, actually. But if we could, I could do like a test version. See if that makes any sense before we do it. Yeah, as soon as the pandas grow up, they leave the cage, which is actually like a good thing on one level. But it is a bit of a pain for getting this slime ball that we're trying to. Also, please get out of my fishing basin. If you have to fall off the edge, then so be it. But just don't be up here, please. Flying equals a big chance of falling below Y200. As long as we go high up enough, right? We could go high up. Yeah, without an elytra, actually, to like keep you steady. I think just a Riptide Trident would get you murked. I missed Harrison. Is then all good? You've missed Harrison? Hopefully Harrison's unsubscribed. That is they're cooking with Toy Cat. Yeah, actually, Harrison's doing great. Yeah, I think, you know, I found, no, I don't want to share his personal life. I think oversharing myself is fine. I feel like oversharing, like, specifically someone who you know the name of. It's like going a bit far. Like, I can tell you all about, you know, my friend and his girlfriend and, you know, how she cheated on him. And that's fine because you don't know who she is or who he is. But if you do know Harrison, just to clarify, that. Oh, cocoa beans! Chat, it's happened. We got our cocoa beans. We got our slime ball. Okay, so now I'm going to put the cocoa beans down. Just start that farm right here, right now. I could use, actually, the bones that I got from fishing. Grow that up. Chop it down. How many cocoa beans do we get for that? Oh, there's too many pandas that have gone loose. Then we grow 2 of those cocoa beans. I'll bone meal 1 of those up. And then I'll jump inside here. I only needed that 1 cocoa bean. Now I need this second slime ball, chat. But I worry all of the pandas are going to grow up. And we won't get that second slime ball. I worry that has a real chance of happening. So we're going to run around. And we're going to get it. You're on a rural cacao farm now. Yeah, we're a fancy West African plantation with questionable child labor practices. Because I am farming cacao. And no one can stop me. Get a parrot. Yeah, that's a kind of tempting idea too, for sure. Oh, is it grown already? That was fast, huh? So now we grow. Okay, now we place rest of these around here. Yeah, super handy. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to sleep. It's nighttime. I don't like any risks. We're good. I think I heard the drop rate for a jungle tree sapling is broken. Yeah, I have heard this too. Okay, breaky, 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 makey, may. Oh, what is that noise? Okay. They're just eating some bamboo they found on the ground. That's good for them, I guess. Let's give everyone a quick little breed. Then pick up some more of this. Some more of this. Yeah, it's a bit annoying that they're eating my bamboo before it hits the ground. I think I should kill them for that. But yeah, for now I think it's mostly... Okay, you and you. You got lots of pandas doing lots of things. But what's important is we get this second slime ball, chat. I need this second slime ball really badly. And then it'll be good. Do you have jungle wood to plant them on? Dumb question, didn't see the tree. To be fair, it is only the top half of a tree. I can see why you would be confused by that. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this has gone. I still need a second slime ball though, chat. So I think I either have to sit here AFK, or we have to do a bunch of like breeding and come back or something like that. Or I could bring just a couple of them with me and like re-establish this later. I think every way we do this, it's going to become a pain. You know, if only I'd built this bigger. There was no one telling me to do it, chat. I wish someone was. But no one gave me the advice that if I'd have built this bigger, it probably would have worked better. I just like the jank too much. I like doing the most with the minimum to the point where I'll specifically stay with the minimum for a bit longer. Just to have a bit more jank in my life. But sometimes that's what we all need. Just a little bit of jank. To keep things moving in a good way. Okay, so now we're going to try and move some pandas into here. And then breed those pandas quickly once they do get in here. And then we'll go and grab some more. It feels like we should get like a lead and like tie them all to a fence or something. It's a shame you can't tie 50 mobs to the same fence using the same lead. But yeah, second slime ball. If I get it, I'd be good. But I think I might have to wait a little bit for that. For now, I hope you're contrarian to a fault. Do you know if you bred a gilded panda, they sneeze 2 slime balls at a time? Damn, the gilded panda is what I really needed. Pandas are almost as annoying as breeding axolotls for the blue one. Yeah. The blue axolotl is a surprisingly tempting task for many. But at least the blue axolotl, you'd had something to show for it. In most of Minecraft, it's like, good job. You've got the same thing you'd get if you killed literally 1 slime and you got really bad RNG from his drops. But I didn't kill 1 slime. I got this from a panda, chat, which feels super, super cool, actually. There are no slimes that can spawn above Y200, and so getting one of these makes me feel very, very good. And yeah, now we're going to head all the way home, and once we're there, we're going to put together the last few pieces required for our little flying machine. It's very exciting. So when did you get a second slime ball? I left the game running AFK, checking it every 5 minutes till a slime ball spawned since the last time. I figured that would be like the worst thing to do while you know, on screen. And so, you know what? I found a second slime ball off camera to put on my Minecraft YouTuber voice. You're gonna have to trust that I mean, actually, I think it took me longer than you'd expect. I think it took me 2 days, and at the rate I was going, it should have taken more like a day. I got unlucky even on the second slime ball, but what's important is I have it now, and that means I can make 2 sticky pistons, chat. I'm very scared that I've not got enough of some resource to make this. But, you know, life is full of fearful moments. Let's hope that there's still good moments. As always, we go to sleep when we're on this highway because we don't want to end it. And then we end up saying that we've survived 189 days. It is kind of crazy. So, also, if you're curious, in the background, I've got Minecraft's new album playing. It is it's a bunch of remixes made by quite a few, actually, semi-famous people. Also, hello, Toycat. I hope you had a good time in Alabama. Thank you. I don't remember going to Alabama, but I hope I had a good time there too. You know, actually, when I went to Alabama in 2020, I think, 2021. You know, and give them credit. I remember they did not yell at me, not even once. And I remember going to I remember talking about my grandmother being a burger while walking around on the streets there. That was my Alabama experience. And then I got a flight somewhere else, I want to say. For fast travel, could we either build an end part canal or an ender pearl stasis chamber? So the best thing that we could do, Punky McPunkface, is we could use a Riptide Trident when it rains. This is, of course, a very risky proposition. There's no guarantee we'd even be able to make it back in one piece. It's something I'd love to test, to be totally honest with you. But yeah, also it's Skycat Live, says Brian Harshman. It is indeed. I'm nervous even right now, by the way, chat. So yeah, I'm nervous right now even, because we exist in this moment where if I die, all of the last 80 days are for nothing. If I make a mistake, all of the last 80 days are for nothing. It could all go horribly wrong. What's this Ali ass intro? Honestly, it does sound very non-Minecrafty in parts. Like, I think the ones you'll recognize best are, you know, I mean, this is the one I like the best here. Do 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 do. You know, vote for the big Lekkerman and all that. Anyway, hello everyone. How's it going? No food? I've got plenty of food. Is this rage bait? Says Max Sonic Boom. You shouldn't need to worry. Oh, okay. Nope. Max Sonic Boom is the one rage baiting. Isn't it funny that is this rage bait is actually a good rage bait comment? It's a good way to make people and be like, no, of course it's not. I do think one of the downsides of the internet making us good at engaging, like, we've had to get really good recently at engaging people's, you know, engaging people's attention. That is the entire job of being on the internet. Whether you work making news headlines, whether you make YouTube videos, or whether you're just trying to get your mental illness seen. Like, you know, a lot of people crave attention. A lot of people's businesses require it. And so now people have worked out that saying things that don't make sense, it actually is a pretty engaging thing. Also, yeah, chocolate milk making my tummy hurt. Yeah, I've got to say, also, doesn't it snow above Y200? So the trident won't work? It depends on the biome you're in. It snows where I am, but we could make a path out of there. But you're right, we'd have to be... Oh, yeah, that's a good point. We'd have to be really careful. We'd have to plan a route specifically for the trident. Chat, but this just feels too perfect not to make one, right? Like, efficiency 4 would help my axe right now. I'm breaking 2, I would say. But on the other hand, Riptide's so good, we can't get rid of it. This is such an incredible book to have just found by chance. The new remix turned Comforting Memories into a banger. Good to see you, Brian Harshman. The music seems to be running perfect. Yeah, I don't know. The more upbeat dubstepy part kind of sounds like it'd be perfect for an older style Minecraft YouTuber intro. Yeah, I don't know what it was about Minecraft YouTubers in particular, but having one of those dubstep intros with like a 3D, you know, Steve or a bed or something. I can't believe those went away. Yeah, way back when it used to be like I was weird for not having one of those. So I tried making one of my own ones from scratch and everyone went, "What is this, Toy Cat? Don't ever do this again." And true to my word, I still don't. You know, chat, how's it going today? Let's just say we got a long journey ahead of us, but it ends with the never. And so you know you're in for a long run one. I try not to like immediately jump into like, you know, a related story. I feel like that is an important thing in life to not just, you know, like you've got to respect the people that are here for a reason. But it's a long stream. It's the culmination of 189 days of work, and so I think people understand there's a bit of work, you know, a bit of you know, like running going on with this. Also, any new tracks or just remixes? The answer, Dasher, is it's just remixes. It's a bit of a bummer, but they are also cool remixes. So someone says the best one was it not Relic, Labyrinthine, A Familiar Room, Broken Plot. Oh, Comforting Memories. So I'm gonna go listen to. I just saw it right now. I'm gonna listen to Relic remix now because Other Side is great, but let's listen to this because I love Relic. Love a good Relic remix too. The clip of Charlie Kirk at the Polycon is the funniest rage reaction I've ever seen. Yeah, I do think this is a very real and... Okay, this is terribly loud. I do think the fact that the internet exists for rage bait, and people are now just accepting that, and they're like, oh yeah. Like, I think that's concerning. It's not, you know, like I thought that maybe... I know, is this just a thing where, like, if you grow up with enough fake things, you're like, yeah, some stuff is fake, but who cares? In the same way that no one cares that TV is fake, do you not care that something is set up for rage bait? I saw a YouTuber that used to be big, like, a bunch of years ago, you know, make up a story about people staying at their hotel and leaving a 1-star review because they had a flag up as a way to get people like, yeah, and you can support me right here. And I thought it was kind of crazy that, like, not a single comment was like, oh yeah, there's no way this happened because, you know, this is someone who has manufactured rage many times before. It's just like, oh, I can't believe they do that, or I bet that never happened. And it's like, oh man, let's use, I guess like, I guess like using logic and, oh god, chat. So this is rage bait. I mean, it isn't actually though. I don't think I've ever fallen off one of these, and so even in hardcore, I don't feel particularly hard done, but again, imagine how rough it would be if I did fall off, chat. If 189 days of planning all turned out to lead nowhere. That is a possibility. It always is, chat. It always is. Okay, so let's go and make the ingredients we need. I think it's 6 honey blocks, 6 target blocks, 5 target blocks, a dispenser, 2 sticky pistons, 2 regular pistons. Let's go make them. Very dangerous riding. It's good to see you, by the way, Dasher. How are you doing on this wonderful day? I have these coordinates I'm going to send to you now, Dasher. Those are the coordinates at their minimum point. They go up, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to be using those to get things done. Okay, so we need these blocks, chat. Which blocks? I put them all in a chest somewhere. Is it in here? It's not. Maybe I put them in here with the honey. So as you can see, I've got my honey. No, I don't. I put the honey somewhere else. Okay, so let's dump my inventory of things that it doesn't need to have. real quick. Nautilus shells, I'm slowly building up enough of those. One day I will have access to a a conduit, chat, if I can do some silly stuff with dispensers. Yeah, these leather boots, no value, don't know why I even picked them up. Leather boots, no value, don't know why I picked them up. Obviously, we're going to put some leads away. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to put some wheat away, though. Oh, we get a full stack. Although I'm probably going to need some of that. Chat, where did I put my valuable block? Okay, so 3 pistons. I need 4 pistons. 2 of these are going to be sticky. So sticky piston 1, sticky piston 2. Now I just need a 4th piston. I have no idea where I put it. I'm guessing it's in here somewhere, actually. Okay, you my 4th piston. There's my 4th piston. You can break these with your fist, I'm fairly sure, but I'm going to use a pickaxe just because I don't like the risk. So that is 2 pistons, 2 sticky pistons. I probably shouldn't have, you know, it's fine. 2 pistons, 2 sticky pistons. Both of these are going to be required. I'm sleepy, it's going to be a long stream, says Dash Up. We started extra early today. Partially because I feel like the streams have been pushing themselves later recently by accident. And partially, you know, Dasha, I know your sleep schedule doesn't appreciate that. But also partially, also, where do we put cocoa beans? I don't have like a place for them in my world. But yeah, partially because the streams have been pushing a little bit later. And partially because I've got like a very busy couple of days. Because I've got some travel lined up. And I want to make sure we like get it actually done. And this is like one of the most important things. So I was like, okay, if we move this earlier, and then I order food on the stream, and then I take a small break, and then I can do a bit of... I figured it could all work out, and that's my plan. So let's now just put the leather somewhere else. I don't even know. We need a better storage system, I guess is what I'm saying. Let's also sell our boats, because we need to do that continuously. Every time we see this guy, we should be turning his stuff into emeralds. Let's put some emeralds away, because we don't need all of those right here, right now. Just 64 emeralds seems good. And, yeah, where are my... Okay, there are my honey blocks. I've got 7. I put 1 back. That's 6. Do I have my dispenser yet? Do I have my target blocks yet? I don't see the target blocks, so let's go make those now. So target blocks are made with wheat, which thankfully we have a big old pile of, and redstone, which I can trade for. I don't think I need to trade for it, though, because I think I already bought some. So this is the recipe for a target block, chat. You make hay bales, and then you use... No, I don't know the recipe. Let's ask Minecraft. The target block is 4 redstone, 1 hay bale. So we need 6 hay bales. Thank God I have all that wheat lying around. I need 6 hay bales. That can be 2 more. And then I'm going to need to get myself 24 redstone. 24 redstone actually is going to be quite pricey. And so, as it turns out, I've never been in a better position to take advantage. So put the wheat back away. Then let's go find some redstone. So we have a whole redstone block right here we could use. But it's not a high price. And we probably need to be at that next layer at some point anyway. So let's buy enough of this. 12. And that allows us to make target blocks. So we need 6 target blocks. Hey, you're here. Ash asked to check Discord. Shantao isn't here today. Is part 4, because it doesn't sound like it ends the video. It doesn't sound like... Okay, Okay, yeah, whoopsie. Sent the wrong part 4 to Ash. Okay, glad you came in to check. Okay, boom. That is the end of the video. Good news, chat. Ash is near the end of the video. Today's update news is going pretty well. But yeah, hello everyone. How are you doing? I got everything sorted, and now I just have to make myself some honey. I don't actually have to. In fact, I just proved that I have more than enough honey. That was one of my biggest fears. But I do need to make sure I get enough emeralds. So let's put those back in there alongside these. In this nice little corner over here. Then let's go ahead and sell some more boats so we can buy some more redstone. This is the cool thing about having all these boats, is we have instant access to as many emeralds as we like. Very, very handy. Okay, now we've sold all the boats that I can. I come back to you. And I buy all the redstone that I can to buy 6 of those. And there we go. That's 6 target blocks. Chat, 6 target blocks, 2 sticky pistons, 6 honey blocks, 2 regular pistons, There is another block that I need, and I cannot think what it is right now. Discord notifications being funky again. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It could just be that I'm streaming and I didn't get it for that reason. Like, I'm, you know, that would make some sense. Also, thanks, I'm not P4 yet. I just checked the ending just in case. Oh, I'm glad you checked then. Even better. Well, not even better, but it's great. So the final thing I need is a dispenser, chat. And a dispenser is made from my final piece of redstone, it seems. Plus some cobblestone. In fact, I probably have my dispenser lying around. But let's just grab a pile of cobblestone. And then we need a bow. Both of these bows are pretty good. So I'm going to hope that I have one lying around in here. I do. And let's use that one instead. So chat, here's what you do for a dispenser. Wait, what is... So this is the dropper recipe. Add a bow in the middle. And it becomes a dispenser. So why does it not tell me that I can craft a dispenser? The dispenser recipe... Oh, it is. It's just down here. I found a bug, chat. I found a bug. Yeah, look at that. That's such a silly little change. Anyway, there's my dispenser. So now that means I'm missing one block, chat. I can't think what it would possibly be. But I'm missing one block because it's 3 rows of 6. So right now, just to confirm, I have 6 of these, 6 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, 1 of these. This needs a bucket in it, but that's sorted. So there's one extra block that I am missing, and I do not know what it is. This is a little bit of a thing. You know, this is what I was saying about, like, I have planned this so comprehensively so many times, but yet it is still entirely possible. Okay, so I think what we must be missing is a... No, I'm not sure at all. What? Is it another honey block? No, is it just that the top layer is easier to build? I don't know what it is we're missing, chat, but we're missing... I think it's that we didn't need the 6th target block, and it's 4 on the top layer. I think that's what it is. Okay, we're ready. I love using a crafter to craft dispensers. You know, I love using a crafter to craft crafters. I think it's silly that the dispenser requires a bow. It's a tiny man pulling the bow back in the dispenser. I don't even think that, you know, it should be a bow, right? It should be a string, because it's like a tripwire hook or something. But anyway, probably because your bow had been used, the game was looking for one with full durability. The game should not have been looking for one. By the way, I'd like to remind everyone that the challenge, if you measure the challenge as has an ocelot gone below Y200, it has failed because of that guy over there. But thankfully, this ocelot is doing just fine. Okay, so now I'm going to go over to the correct coordinates, which are minus 117, positive 1463, and we're going to make this happen. So I've got just a few things I'm going to empty out between now and then, because I really need to keep my inventory good, and I probably should chop down a few more trees too. Yeah, chat, I can't bring myself to put this on an axe, even though I know it would be more useful there. And so you know what we're going to do instead? The stupidest thing possible. I think I'm going to put it on a trident. Oh, but I can't get a naturally... No, I can get a naturally spawned round. I think I'm going to put it on a trident, chat. I think having Riptide would be so fun that it would be worthwhile. And so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to put away my cobblestone because I don't need a dispenser right now. I'm going to put away this one piece of redstone back where it belongs. I'm going to probably then put the slabs away too. Assuming we have a pile of those here. And now grab some spruce planks. And then more spruce planks. And then chop down some more because I'm going to have to probably go quite a while off-road. Please don't mess this up. I know, right, Jonathan King. This is, you know, this is the problem with playing real legit survival. You know, if you're making one of those fake 12,000 day YouTube videos, it's really easy. You know, you either put a totem on so you know you're not really going to die, or you back up the game, or, you know, you go a little bit clever, you use a bit of both. This is real hardcore. This is, I mean, actually, we could probably get a totem if I'm dying, if we played our cards right. But this is the realist of... We definitely could, right? We just need a pillager patrol. Anyway, this is the most serious of hardcores, and I just got another bow, by the way. How wonderful. And so, as a result, I could mess everything up, and you are here to see it. Riptide is certain death. I don't think so. I think without knowing where we're going, Riptide is certain death. I think we just got to pick the right locations. But yeah. How's everyone doing today, by the way, chat? It is, it's Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'm thinking of doing a Hollow Knight stream, actually. Is anyone excited for that game or want to see your boy play it? Because, yeah, I kind of, I've been feeling this, like, negative feeling about Skygloo. It's not about the world. Like, this is one of my favorite worlds to play. But because I've been working for 100, you know, for 90 days on this same task, I feel like there's a bit of fatigue in the audience. I think attentions are going on a downward curve, as an average. I think some people's attentions are going up, but as an average, the amount is going down. I think if you, I think this is something that is clear to everyone. But I also feel like it means that, like, okay, yeah, you cannot spend 90 days doing a silly task like this. You have to have lots of subtasks to break it up. And so just, like, the fact that, like, I didn't do that makes me feel like I have done something wrong, which makes me feel like, you know, there's a noose around my neck of, like, guess I've got to, you know, do this series. I've either got to do it and, you know, do it wrong, or I've got to do it right, but it takes a lot of, like, you know, like, finding other stuff that I don't really want to do to distract the main stuff. Anyway, it's glorious and full of sushi. Hey, you had a lot of sushi today, Larry Nannery? I had some sushi, I want to say yesterday for the wedding, but it was actually a couple days ago. Chat, I want to tell you about a wedding I went to because they played Minecraft music. They played Minecraft music at the reception, or is it reception? At the event. After they'd said, we are now man and wife, it was a straight wedding, you know, that's a fun one, right? But it was, yeah, they said we're now man and wife, and then Minecraft music started playing, and then some like Song of Storms too. I loved it. Disagree, love this. Yeah, I think that is the thing, right? Is people who really, I think people who like something, I think it is the natural state of the internet is that, like, if you are not continuously attracting new people, which means, you know, catering to how their attention spans change, you have to be over catering to your existing people, which means, you know, like the membership stuff basically, which is why so many channels are like half members only or members first content. I get it, you know, I get it. Also, are you gonna build a flooding machine so you can cruise along in the air in a boat? That is a fun idea, right? That is a fun idea. Am I going to do it though? No. Oh. Also, I fast forwarded through the sneezing, to be honest. Also the traveling of the last 1 or 2 videos. Yeah, there's a... I think you could make an argument... Like, you would never make an argument in a video to include that. But also, isn't that a shame that there are moments that you would just say, oh yeah, this isn't worth... I don't know, like, I've always had this, like, long cut kind of love. I love, the thing I've been doing with Let's Plays recently, it's not even, like, it's not that it, like, performs super well or anything, but it's something that I love and that, like, a small audience are like, oh, that's cool too. It's just, like, here is a Let's Play, it's short and, you know, like, stuff like that, but it's all one take. It's all one big go. Let's do it. I'm very picky, to be honest. I only care about long-term world stuff. I mean, and why wouldn't you be picky? You are now an intersex animal and intersex land love mode. I don't know what... Oh, chat, thank God he's finally shown up again. If he gives me dripstone right now, chat, I am in for infinite lava today. Ah, he doesn't. I mean, what could I expect? I could buy spruce saplings, but I have enough of those. I could buy jungle logs and packed ice. I think packed ice is worth buying. No, it's literally not. I mean, it is. It is probably worth buying. I think selling him water bottles is a compelling proposition, right? Selling him a water bucket is certainly not. Okay, so, chat, we're ready to go. I've got my goodies. We're going out on our journey now. I'm going to sell a few more boats. Just because we got the space for it, right? Gonna sell a few more of these. Get a little bit more of this guy. Excitement running. Then we'll grab put the bone away and do the same over there. This is bone number 3. Oh, actually, I've got some blocks to put away too. Then we'll grab all of our boats. Not enough to fill the inventory, but okay, enough to fill the inventory. And then here we go as well. I am going to bring my emeralds with me, even though it's unlikely, because just in case he shows up with a, you know, with the right thing, I'd want it. This pumpkin seed is new, by the way. I just realized you tend not to understand that you read incorrectly. Do you know, am I reading incorrectly or are you typing incorrectly? There's no way to know while I'm reading incorrectly. Vines. Vines are actually pretty cool. I don't think I have any. I think I will naturally get some. Kelp, on the other hand, is useful for making infinite water one. I don't think I'm going to use it, but I'll grab one in case I need it. Yeah. And, yeah, the vines aren't needed. The vines... Oh, actually, let's buy the jungle, too. It's, again, it's a silly use of emeralds in theory, but it's actually one of my favorite things to buy from a wandering trader. And even better, it gives us experience, too. What's not to love? So then while we're gone, we're also just going to hoe one of the pieces of ground here to get a little pumpkin thing going. That would be great. Toycat's jumbled reading of chat messages are an iconic and frustrating parts of these streams. Yeah, it's a, no. Disagree. I know. I don't know about that. You know, okay, I'll go back and read that message. You are now intersex animal and intersex animal in love mode. Okay, yeah, I read that. Oh, yeah, that makes way more sense now that I read that correctly. Intersex animal in love mode. Nope, don't get it at all. Nope, don't get it at all. Also, evening, sir. Sorry I'm late. How are you feeling after the member stream? The member stream was good. The member stream... I was pleasantly surprised. There is this, like, there is this little... what's the term for this? Edging that people tend to do. You know, like, oh, okay, you know, I feel like you genuinely don't know how long it's gonna be, which is, like... I think a lot of people love certainty, but I also, like, you know, I appreciate that's what makes it fun, and I was like, okay, however long we're going, we're going. But 4 hours is, like, the perfect time in the sense that, like, it was really fun to do. Like, I had a really fun time streaming. If I was going to pick a natural end for the stream, maybe it would have been around there. Yeah, I feel like the Megaphone went really well in a way where I'm like, you know, the only way I can complain is if I argue I was not tortured sufficiently, which is not the argument I shall be making. Okay, so I'm going to grow these second pumpkins here, just in case that helps things go faster. I'm going to make sure that this guy has a suspicious accident. Oh no, I don't know how that happened. And then we're going to go out to the place. So by the way, it's good to see that Taylor Davis is here. I think Toycat needs a different prescriptive contact lens. I think it's like a focus thing. Like, I'm very aware that... It's kind of a... it's something I do with groups too. I really don't like big group interactions. I'm really bad at them because I want to give everyone my attention and focus. And big groups are basically just conceding, like, yeah, you're not going to. You know, big... Oh, so I shouldn't be doing this right now. I'm just gonna harvest the easiest bits of it, then come back. I feel like I really... Even back when, like, party chats were a thing, or the modern equivalent, you know, Discord group call, it's like I'd much rather have a one-on-one chat, because we'll actually, like, you know, we'll actually get some real things discussed. That's the whole, like... That's the reason this channel exists in the way that it does. So yeah, when I'm with a big group of people like this, chat, there's at least 8 of you right now. I know that if I focus so much on what one of you says to the detriment of everyone else, that is bad. And you know, that intersex comment, even when I read it better, it didn't help everyone else more. I think it probably helped Aiden Sony. It probably helped the person who left it, because they're like, oh yeah, now they read it correctly at least. But I feel like it's the eternal challenge as a streamer is like I have to read comments and then also make sure that they are not just for me, but ideally for everyone else as well. Sometimes, you know, you can indulge yourself. That's part of being a streamer, right? Okay, we're now going out to 1462 minus 117, 1463. So, oh, that's really good actually. That's like just to the right of where we are now. Okay, let's turn on our controller. What's the next goal? What do we need for the lava machine? I'm working on the lava machine right now. I've got my ingredients. I'm scared, but I've got them. We're gonna be getting over there, and we're gonna be getting lava from the ground. This is Goofy. This stream is me hanging out with my parasocial bestie, every chat member ever. Minus 117, 1463. Thank you again, Dasher. So I'm only having to go like 90 blocks to the right there, and we're good. Just a reminder, chat, if I do fall, I die. Just a reminder. I'm 200 blocks in the sky. My pathways are quite narrow. I'd like to build like side paths for these, but I think it's just too big of a task. Like, you know, sometimes the task, like, to use a Russian example, when Russia was building a railway across the country, because it's the widest country on the planet, you know, that it was like the 1900s or something, there wasn't enough steel production over decades or centuries. So I think they used like a cheaper ingredient for the rails, which is bad in the really, really long term. But if you want to get the thing done, it makes more sense. Having a grander project done slightly worse might be better than having a kind of small scale project done better. Anyway, I chose it because it was along the path. I spotted it back in the original bridging screen. Oh, awesome, Taylor Davis. I did not know. I thought it was just a fun coincidence. Because there's a lot of lava in this world. I'm using this to solely just be like, this is something I have tried again and again. I'm not even 100% sure why it works. I just know that it works. I have a really big problem with waiting my turn to talk. Maybe this is another reason I prefer one-on-one talks. Oh, yeah, I don't think I have a problem. I think, okay, maybe this is me confirming I have like a problem that you're meant to work out as like an 11-year-old at school or whatever. But I've been in rooms, you know, it didn't help that maybe I was in a different state of mind. But I've been in rooms where I haven't spoken for an hour, where it's been like a collective conversation. And I'm like, well, at this point, clearly my input has no value. So I'm not going to talk again. But then I'm still trapped there, you know? I feel like it's really, really... Like, I don't know, like, as an introvert, I feel like once you go above 6 people, you're not even having a conversation. There's just a series of words coming out of you. It's like, you know, it's like 4J Studios, also Blue Sky and Discord now pings me alongside the tweet. Yeah, Pout. Okay, chat. I don't know if I don't know if everyone knows, but Pout, a member of our own community right here, is the bread % world record holder in Reforge. So yeah, this is what I could do alongside, but it's definitely too expensive. I think what I should do instead is just like have little slabs like that so I can run against them. But this is the most premium section of the walkway because I don't even have to look. I'm slow at typing and have that feeling. Yeah, it's like a real fear. Like, what is the point in saying anything then? Clearly, and then you go real deep in it, and you're like, okay. Or the opposite can happen where you feel like you've taken up room in this, you know, energy in this conversation, and then everyone just stares at you, and you're like, yep. And sometimes that stare will make you say something stupid and keep talking. Yeah, I feel that. I feel the stress for like. I feel in this one when the conversation goes on out you for too long, it's excruciating. Yeah, and like the correct response is meant to be like, okay, well I will throw myself back in when the time is right. But the response is kind of a bit like, okay, I have the conversation is gone. Also, there's dripstone just over there. Chat, do you think there's a way for me to pick that dripstone up? It's a shame that Java fishing rods aren't on Bedrock. Oh, I'm running a bit too close to the left side here. Okay, so we're almost there now, chat. I think it's 1463. I don't see the lava right now, which is what Taylor said he saw it for. Also, I don't know, man. When I'm in a Discord call with my buddies, we had a 2-hour conversation on why we aren't allowed to poop in trash cans if the waste from the sewage treatment ends up in landfills anyway. Does the waste from... Is that true? I'm not sure that it is. Okay, minus 11, minus 117, 1463. Really, really triple checking it. Okay, we're definitely at 1463. Now we go to the minus, unless it's on my left. 1463. Okay, so this way, there's going to be some lava. I don't see it, but I'm going to see it soon. Why don't you have vibrant visuals? Are you don't like it or what? Yeah, I need to be more consistent with whether I have it on or off. I don't use it for my Let's Play anymore. I just found... I can't deal with vibrant visuals having to be adjusted. You know, I think I'm a Minecraft boomer in that way. So for this world, it's actually great because I can turn on vibrant visuals. Okay, so let's do precisely that. Like, we can have vibrant visuals on, which it's way too bright right now. I don't know what's going on here. So now we have to go back into the settings and be like, okay, it hurts my eyes. Why is it hurting my eyes? My brightness is too high. My brightness is set for the Nether or caves. But then I'll go and put caves and I'll be like, okay, so now I can't see anything. What am I meant to do? I think it is like a critical flaw that there isn't like a correct setting that works for both caves and the overworld. If you care about seeing caves. Yeah, Vibrant Visuals is great. I really, really like it. It's as good as the Super Duper graphics pack it was built to replace. But still. Wait, is it illegal to poop in trash cans? Aren't you meant to throw dog poop in the trash, though? Aren't there dedicated bins for dog poop? Which raises the question by itself. What happens to those bins? But yeah, no, I'll agree that, like, group conversations can be really fun, right? You can have this, like, collective thing going on. But also, like, I feel like that isn't the norm. I feel like the norm is everyone just being like, yep, how's it going? You know? I feel like there's a balance of people you need in a group. And that's what makes it, like, so messy. Or maybe that's just me. Yeah, so at -17... Chat, I do not see this lava. Chat, I am right here. And I do not see this lava. This is something I don't know how this can be true. It's something I've tested so many times. I guess never on a real copy of the world itself. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Where's the lava at? I'm not gonna send the machine down if I can't see lava. I know it's not picking up lava if I can't see lava. So I guess we'll go back. Someone said they saw lava at 800. Yeah, we'll go back. I saw main lava on the rain run at about 8,800. Not in the Netherlands, there is no special dog poop cans. Wait, you don't really? Also, we do, however, have a trash mountain. Oh yeah, that's actually... the trash mountain concept is actually surprisingly common. You might be surprised to learn. Like, it's the same if you're trying to create land from nothing. Like, fill in the sea. That's also the best thing. Wait, where is it? Okay, so I guess it's not there. Let's try this again elsewhere. So this messes everything up, chat. I did all this preparation around a set of coordinates that do not have lava. It was just something I did not consider. But yeah, I think what's really fun is, this is the easiest way to get content, right? In the sake of, like, for building, is usually trash. I think sand is sometimes used for, like, stuff like that too. But if you ever have gone to, like, artificial land, it's always rubbish. It's always rubbish. And I kind of love that. I have a Bedrock location, one directly under spawn. Okay, tell me where the dispenser should be facing under spawn, Taylor Davis, and I'll build the rest around that, hopefully. Yeah, as long as the dispenser is the one thing that we need to change, everything else can follow the dispenser. Okay, chat. Well, that was fun. That was a nice little salient to nowhere with no lava. Or see, I can't deal with vibrant visuals after a while without it on. I like it, but just also here's some great lava. But again, we don't need a pit of lava. A pit of lava can be dangerous. We're trying not to have that. Good to see you, Johnny Woodstock. How are you doing? Vibrant Visuals is like shader, but pixelated, and it's really high brightness. Yeah, it really does blind you in a way that's hard to describe. It's the same problem HDR has, sometimes. Like, HDR is really, really good, but, like, some content, like, can overuse it, right? Because you can set the brightness way higher. I don't have to explain this, but applying fancy lighting to blocks makes it more apparent that they're flat textures. Yeah, I know what you mean by that, actually. Like, there is a certain charm of Minecraft. Okay, so, chat, that's lava. I could go over to it, just to be clear. I'll start the path over there. But it's not gonna be good for what we're trying to do. That path, okay, so just so future me knows. Right here. Also, why is it that all of this ice is so messy and weird? It looks... Chat, yeah, this is the most broken, weird world ever. It's got to be because they changed the way that these biomes generate. But we have, like, chunks of the old and chunks of the new. Such a messy thing. It's alright not to like shaders. Don't torture yourself so hard. Oh no, but it literally, it's so much better in places, right? It's just, I think this is true for like most things people don't like. There are lots of things that are better, even better in most moments. But because we like, you know, it's the loss aversion principle. Have you noticed how people will buy insurance even if they don't buy lottery tickets? Because you're really scared of a big loss more than you would like a big win. They're both illogical and both unlikely events, but people insure against them anyway because, you know, why not, I guess. That's Bedrock half-loading chunks. It's a very weird thing, for sure, that they half-load the chunks. So that is the patch. Oh, there's actually a patch of lava over there, too. There's 2 patches of lava here. But yeah, we'll head back towards spawn. There was a ruined portal there, and it's a bit messier to try. But I'm going to go for it regardless. Will it work, chat? Or will I lose everything from the last 190 days? Let's find out. So yeah, chat, something I actually got set up is, because forever I've been ordering on streams, but because all the apps are phone-based, it's been like, oh yeah, just, you know, you gotta trust me, I'm doing something. And so I set up an account, chat, so we can order food together. I haven't eaten dinner yet today. I cooked myself a steak for lunch, though, chat. I'm pretty proud. I feel like a steak is one of the easiest foods to mess up, and I got it right today, and I'm pretty proud. So have the dispenser face down at 6,3. Machine extends in the positive X direction, so it doesn't hit a tree. 6,3. Machine extends in the positive X. That might be, like, directly below my base, but we'll do fine. We'll do just fine, chat. I only use VV for showing off builds. What builds do you show off, Ad and Sony? And why haven't you shown me your Minecraft world yet? Wait, are you using a dispenser for lava and not pulling chests with obsidian up with a slime block? Yeah, there isn't any lava in the chests. Or there's no obsidian in the chests nearby, Pout. That is a fun possibility. But we don't have the slime for that anyway. We would need to, like, run the panda farm for, like, a ridiculous amount of time. Like, really what I need... Yeah, I think a slime block is, like, off-limits in this world, basically. I guess the right level of panda breeding, you could make it happen. But you'd need to then, like, have a dispenser minecart and... We run into... I think we'd need to build an iron farm first. Which is something we need to do at some point. I hate building iron farms, chat. You know, you can tell how much I love Superflat because I was willing to do it there. Like, for the benefit that it gave me. It was not my love of iron farms that made me do it, let me tell you. Okay, so let's go to bed first of all. It'll make the rest of this easier. Then we'll go out to 6,3, which, just to be clear, is like a few blocks this way. And then, yeah, it's underneath my base. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Please don't tell me it's true. But it looks like it is. This is 6. This is 3. Oh, dear God. I have to remove some of my base to build a flying machine. Great. Just what I wanted to hear. Well, you know what? We went all that way, and we discovered that the real thing we needed was friendship. And isn't that nice? I haven't, because I lost my Xbox Wild. I haven't, I've put so much effort into the old one, I have no motivation. Do you know when the best time to start a Minecraft world was, Ad and Sony? It was 5 years ago. Do you know what the second best time to do it is? Today. Start the world. Open it up. Put long-term survival as the title. And then, you know, reward yourself for all that hard work by doing nothing again. Okay, so I'm going to start building this machine first, and then I'm going to remove the blocks underneath it second. Yeah, I'm going to have to make like a... This is a real nightmarish scenario. I'm going to use water, because I can do that. I'm going to grab some water from my fishing farm, right from the middle there. And then we're going to dig below my base. Yeah, right here, chat. This is where the dispenser is facing down, which is handy to see on the one level, right? And then it extends in the positive X direction, which is this way. Oh, it's gonna destroy my base. Oh, how can this possibly be that the next best location is in my base? You know, I'm gonna go for it though. I'm gonna trust this. Wait, water will flood lava. Oh, you're right. Yeah. If I use water, I'll ruin. Okay, so we have to instead scoop down from like, oh, man, this is. Okay, chat. I need to destroy a bunch of blocks in the ground here and part of my house. Hey, Dulcie!
Long time no see. I used to watch your videos and streams a lot in high school, but haven't in a while. Just wanted to say hi and hope you're doing well, Cool Cat.
Thank you so much, Dulcie. I am doing well, Cool Cat indeed. It is very nice to see a message from an old subscriber. Well, you're not old viewer. You're still a subscriber, hopefully. Very, very cool. Yeah, I hate this chat. I think I'm going to go for a different one. So just to confirm, the reason that this one makes sense to go to in the first place is because down there is a source block of lava that we could scoop up. However, there's no way that is the most efficient individual source block. There's a lot of lava in the nether, actually. Thank you very much, Pout. This is the advice we need right here. Oh, man. Yeah, I have to destroy a lot of my house. Like, all of this wool, all of that snow. Can I even destroy snow without losing it? I don't have a shovel. I guess you can use a normal shovel and it will... Yeah, it'll become snow balls. Weakland Torrents, by the way, good to see you. Oh god. Use the lava pool from earlier. It's not gonna work with a big pool like that. Because it needs to come to a rest, is my understanding. Or is it gonna work? Am I wrong? I haven't done enough testing. I tested around the lava which exists. Chat. Just destroy it. The lava is all. Yeah, the lava is the most important thing. I'm just trying to think, like, is there a better source of lava I should be using instead? This hasn't been tested, and so I'm freaking out a bit, chat. Because, like I mentioned, it's one thing to just be like, oh, we'll do this, and then we'll do it again if it goes wrong. But it's another to be like, this is specifically required the whole last 92 days are leading up to this. Also, it's so weird looking at the lecterns. That's such an interesting rendering bug. Anyway, Mojang need to make a bucket on a rope. What even is this machine? I think I left a link to it in an earlier episode. But the idea is we're going to send the dispenser down. Let's just do this. Let's just destroy part of the house. Chat, well, putting the house back can be part of the fun. With fun in big air quotes, obviously. So we can definitely destroy at least this row here. Then we're going to need to destroy this row here. Okay, make sure I have space for it, actually. Oh, I don't like destroying it this way, but we need to. Okay, and then... so we build it expanding in the positive X direction. Although you could argue there's a... You know, it's fine. I get it. Okay, so... I have entirely forgotten, chat. So after the dispenser, we have 2 honey blocks. The 2 honey blocks go here and here. Then after the honey block comes a target block. Then next to the dispenser, on the opposite side, is a target block also. Again, this is more redstone than I care to use in Minecraft on a standard basis. But it is the amount of redstone we need to use today. Then we have sticky pistons, which if I'm not mistaken are the ones that face down, while we have regular pistons which face up. Again, I'm really kind of winging it here, so I'm going to quadruple check my working out later. So the sticky piston attaches to the honey blocks, and the honey blocks attach to the... no, on the honey block chat. Okay, we're gonna do this. You know, it's gonna be perfect. There are gonna be no issues whatsoever that I can imagine. And then on the other side of this. No, did I do this correctly? I feel like I did something incorrectly here. We want to have maybe a sticky piston going up here. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, there's a sticky piston going. You know, this is how you build in Minecraft, chat. Then we have a target block here, and a target block here. Yeah, that seems right. That yells out right to me. Then we're gonna put. Or are we doing this like? Is it meant to be like one off? Maybe. I think it is meant to be one off. You're not chat. I built. I was so prepared. I was like, it's like when you followed a tutorial perfectly, and then you're like, oh. Minecraft have changed the mechanics, so we're gonna have to wing it now. I'm gonna put those blocks back here while I'm building this, actually, because I don't want to fall off and die or anything like that. So just put some spruce planks. Although, where did the rest of the stuff go?
Is it lava machine time? What luck, it's just down there.
It is lava machine time. Okay, so yeah, no, I think I've got this right. No, I don't have this right. Double check those piston orientations. Sticky pistons. It's all going wrong so fast. I've got this, chat. I've got this. So we're going to break that. And we're going to go back. So now we have to remove the snow. The snow requires a shovel. Chat, if this works, it will be a miracle. But it is a miracle that we require. If you've followed the source material on this one, you know where this is going. If you have not, you have to trust me that I am taking this in the correct direction. Okay, make a bunch of snowballs again. We're good. Later we can remove all the blocks down here, but this should be good for now. Okay, so every layer has target blocks in the corners, which means there's a target block here, and the other honey block actually goes here, although we need to destroy all that underneath it later. And then there's a piston, which faces upwards over here. And then that connects to another couple of honey. And there's going to be a sticky piston facing down somewhere, I want to say. And then there's also a target block. Yeah, target block. Oh no, so this next one has to go like over there. Yeah, wonky sound, but I don't want refreshing and never add. Isn't that so weird that YouTube does that repeatedly? But then it does fix when you refresh. That's like a confirmation for anyone knowing that like it's not on my end. But it might be something I'm feeding to YouTube that is broken. Chat, I'm scared. So the top layer is... I don't even know anymore, chat. I had it all perfectly in my brain, but building it for the first time in survival, but also destroying my house to build it, I think it's messed everything up. And the idea is we're going to shoot the target block, it's going to make the pistons move, it's going to continuously move till it goes down. Then when it gets there, the arrows will despawn, and we'll bring it all the way back up, using different arrows. It's the plan, chat. It's all gonna work. I had this, okay, you know, I had the build perfectly visualized. Let's just go. Let's no pride in you seeing my working out here. Here is the seed from, I used the exact same seed to make this work. Also, it's been so long since I caught a Skygloo stream, praying for the opposite of your downfall. Indeed! Good to see you, Foster F. I'm sorry that it's the worst time for me to be responding. But I really appreciate the tip. It's very, very kind. I am going to have a downfall of lava and an upfall for me. And then Josh Jones, is it lava machine time? Yeah, it's lava machine time. Okay, so here's the machine, chat. Dispenser goes here. Target blocks are on both corners, except at the top where there's just one. Just one target block at the top. Every layer goes diagonally this way. Yeah, I think I did this wrong already. There's a sticky piston facing down. So downwards facing sticky piston in both cases. This is a sticky piston too. And then it's honey making a kind of 6 formation going upwards with regular pistons facing up, sticky pistons facing down in these two corners. Okay, I can work with that. I can work with that. This is a real hardcore world, as you can see right there. Still got the hardcore heart and everything. Procrastinate on redstone by ordering food. Hey, Dasher! You're speaking to my you're speaking my inner language. So this is a correct sticky piston, except it's facing the wrong way. So I'm going to break it with the pickaxe, then have this face downwards. Your audio just desynced. Oh, really? As if I don't already know about that. What do you not already know about? My ad was Mint Mobile. Oh yeah, that's... You know what? Like, there are ads like that where it's like, you know, it's wild that this is still proving to be effective. But I think there are so many services that people use by inertia. Like chat, my internet, I had to switch it around recently. I could only use one provider in my area, so I had to pay like an inflated price. But they've been upping it by inflation plus 3% for so many years that it went from £49 to 76 by the time I'd cancelled it. And you know they don't charge new customers £76 because you would never get new customers at that price. So they worked out the genius way that you can charge £79 is by hoping that people forget to cancel. Okay, so then we mark that one down, and then there's still blocks below me, so I can just dig this around, and then these around. Okay, chat, I just want to go to sleep. I don't want to deal with any risk of anything happening. Okay, so we got our sticky pistons facing the correct way. It's not oriented the same here as the creative world. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Taylor said place it in the positive X. This is positive X. Second piston is on top, sticky underneath. Wait, second piston on top, sticky underneath. Oh, wait, what? The sticky goes underneath? Is this not correct? Did I design it incorrectly in creative mode? Is this living on the edge? Lol, this living on the edge is making my tummy not hurt good. It's okay. We're making great progress. Okay. And then I think it's a honey block here. And a target block there. And then we just need another piston facing up. Presumably below this piston, which is facing... It can't be right that there's a piston facing both ways connected to nothing. That feels like that has to be incorrect. So that piston is probably correctly placed. And that piston over there is correctly placed. So I just need to put a honey block back here. And then a honey block over here. And then a target block over here. Okay. As far as I am aware, chat, this is correct. This is exactly what I built previously to test this in creative. That feels like Canadian internet pricing now. Yeah, and then you combine those, like, the balance on, you know, like, inertia pricing is good regulation to allow competition to thrive. But what's crazy is so many people are so inert that the only way that competition can thrive is by spending a bunch of money to then offer you a discount. You know, Mint Mobile is what? I don't actually know. Like $25 a month? What is the big advertisement? It's been a while. But the only reason that can thrive, the only reason that they can ever make any money despite, you know, being like that, is because their costs are basically zero. Their cost per additional customer is zero. It's a really interesting industry in that way. I love talking business chat. We're going to have to make sure I don't do it right now. Also, you said Canadian with an E, Stone Ocean Art, which means that you are French Canadian with an E. Watch out for honey blocks touching the wall. Yeah, very true. We have to now remove any touching of this to any wall that it could potentially come into contact with. I have to destroy a lot of my build, including the blocks directly behind here. I'm like 99% sure you built it wrong. The only person I will trust on this matter is Taylor. In this case, everyone else here is saying Gilded Drowns. As far as I am concerned, I trust Taylor's. They also. Yeah, I took out the very top piston is normal. Each sticky piston is paired with a non-sticky. Okay, so this piston should be a normal piston. Oh, I get it. There should be a sticky piston. So I got this piston wrong. So this piston needs to be a regular, and that piston needs to be a sticky. Did I get that correct? So now we're going to go in here. We're going to remove this wall, because we also need to remove that to make this whole thing work. So we remove this piston. Make sure I have space. It's too expensive to get wrong. This piston needs to be a sticky. A downwards. It has to be upwards facing, I guess, logically. And so that means we remove this block. And then we get back up there and place it. And then we get exactly correct. Okay, so chat, that goes there. Honey block comes back here. And then we need a downwards facing regular piston here. Okay. So again, I have full trust. One internet stranger has won my heart enough. Okay, is that good enough? That's not. Place this downwards. We probably need to remove the block below it again. which is a little bit of a pain. But honey blocks seem to be the easiest of all of these to obtain, so it's fine. Okay, so downwards facing that, honey. Okay, so one more run through, chat. This is very scary. Last time I watched you play this, you were still trying to get to that one hill. How did you get all of this without going below Y200? Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy to be here, finally. But we are. Okay, so this face is down. This is a regular down. That's a sticky up. This is a sticky down. That's a regular up. There's target blocks on all the corners, and every piston connects to honey blocks, which connects to other pistons. This means the machine can move up and down. Then we need to go above the machine and use some spruce planks, so I'm going to have to remove even more of my base. But that's okay. Now we go above the machine. We have to make sure there's no snow on it, by the way. That seems very bad. We go above the machine now, and we want to place spruce planks above these so that we can guarantee that we can hit these correctly. So I guess what I'll do, actually, is I'll jump up here. Can't get this jump wrong. There is... Okay, there's honey there to mess me up. We want to go above each of these blocks and place a spruce plank. So spruce plank here. Spruce plank... Oh, got to make some more. Spruce plank here. Spruce plank over here. It looks correct thus far. Did you put the bucket in the dispenser? Oh, yeah, bucket in the dispenser. It's the sort of thing I would get wrong. Remove some more of this. Because okay, I guess actually that last block there is good. Then we remove the middle blocks that don't connect to anything. Okay, chat. It looks wrong. It looks like something is wrong. I can't tell you what it is, though. Also, Jardins! Thank you for becoming the first member since the member font. I've got to say, yeah, it really was like a mind blower. Every time we have one of those, I'm like, okay, I believe it's the biggest like wave of support I think we get. It's really nice, and it's nice to know that even outside of the member fonts, there are still people who are excited for all that stuff. Also, classic Toy Cat stuff for getting the bucket. So now we put a bucket in there. Okay, chat. So then we also have to make sure that the honey... Oh, there's missing honey down here. Oh, where is it? Where's the honey gone? Okay, I need to put that honey back. And I need to make sure that anything the honey could touch is gone. So there's a honey block over here, which means I need to remove all of these blocks because they could touch that honey. There's honey blocks here. All of this needs to go. And that's going to result in us losing some bits to the void, but not too many. But thank you so much, Jardins. One of the fun names to hear on this channel. I'm glad that you are here. I hope that you don't stress about the big room. You know, I assume that you're a regular based on the amount I see you. I hope you don't have the stress of, like, Jardin is Jaden Ogden on the wrong account. Oh, terrible. Happy to have... Are they like alternating members so they don't get too high for a status level? Okay. Chat. I'm now going to get my honey bottles made. And we're going to do this right. Okay, so... I guess... Yeah, let's go... Let's make a new honey block. Just... It is the most... Oh, no, I can't make a honey block yet. Terrible. Okay, put this back in there. And then take one of these out. Just for now. Try to be simple. Try to be easy, chat. And let's put the honey block down there. So now anything touching where this honey block would go needs to be destroyed. All of this needs to go. Including that block, including the one below it. It kind of sucks. But it all needs to go, chat. Thank you, Jaden Ogden, for becoming the 412th channel member. Although it sounds like that one's a remember. Does that one count? Honestly, chat, the problem with the member counter being done manually is when people do have their membership lapse and immediately 5 seconds later become a member, it counts as 2. Whereas if, you know, like we have people who have been here forever, you know, like Polly comes to mind or Barry Pro. It seems in chat like you got a high quality one. Chilliest Bean is the best example, and Mallow Cream. But like people who have got the memberships that are earning, you know, for 48 months in a row, is not 48 new members, right? It's great. It's way better. It's the reason memberships exist. But yeah, we got members go play on your main world for like 4 minutes. That's a fun idea. I think it's a terrible idea. It doesn't count, boss. Good to see you, though, Jaden. And thanks for calling me boss. It's like I'm a 1960s. You know, I feel like boss is like the kebab man gets to be called boss, and I feel like I provide a service on the level of a kebab man. Sometimes I believe that. It's the emotional support of the kebab man, you know? Can I go down there? It feels like I shouldn't be able to, but clearly I can. Okay, so chat, we're gonna just have to remove these blocks. That's okay. And once I remove those blocks, because I'm not gonna be able to pick them up, and that's just fine. We remove those blocks. We then have to remove these blocks. Okay, so I can go deep from these. Pick up some of those snowballs at least. It's terrifying me. Then we have to remove this part of the house. Chat, this is stressing me so much. Or better yet, order food. You know, Dasher makes a really good point. I've got a new stream segment. Would you like to see it, chat? It's called Ordering Food with Toy Cat. But we can do it different today. So this is Deliveroo. Oh, where's my face? This is Deliveroo with my face on top. And yeah, for a while I've been struggling with like how to show this correctly, because it will just like show your address, but we can set it up so it shows the rough area instead, and so you can see my delivery options available. And so that way, instead of me being like, I think I want this, but what about that? No, you can just see it all. So one of the first things I do when I'm trying to search is I'll sort by offers, because when you have, there's 160 offers right now, right? That means there's 160 restaurants or delivery services that are giving you some discount if you order now. Whereas if I don't sort by that, I have, it won't even show you by default. You have to like sort by, we have to like scroll down, but there's just an endless number of food options. Oh, wait, Salt Bay Nurserat Steakhouse. Oh, see, there's all sorts of oddball places you would never expect to get delivered from, and then there's places that don't exist outside of delivery. I feel like I should sleep in the. I should at least pause the game in the Minecraft world. Don't order eggs. No, not ordering eggs is where I made the mistake last time. Oh, Nurserat Sushi. See, look at this. Like, this is the sort of thing where I'm like, I can't help but like look for a menu like this and think, who is ordering a 600-gram steak on delivery? But also, isn't it interesting you can only go medium or above? Because if you're ordering it for delivery and it's rare, it's going to be cold by the time it gets to you. Although at 240 pounds, they should be like keeping it hot in some way, right? But yeah, there's all sorts of goofy options in here. You can get a grilled baby chicken. I'm not allowed that medium rare either, sadly. Isn't that fascinating? I'm absolutely fascinated. Also, why is it 55 to 85 minutes away? Is it because 3 miles takes an hour to go? Let's look at the map, I guess. It's in Knightsbridge. That is for you. Okay, that's the other side of London. That's fair. But yeah, I'm beyond fascinated by looking endlessly. But the problem is there's so many options you're never going to be able to make a decision. So you've got to go by two things. One is you just decide what you want and you type it in. Or the other is you go, I will work out what I want based on who is willing to give me a good deal, you know? So we can type in lobster roll. And you can see, chat, I talk about this all the time. Here are the lobster rolls that exist. Burger and Lobster, the city one in particular. Oh yeah, £30 for a lobster roll. It's the classic, it's the best. It's their whole brand is built on it. But now, as of recently, there's a couple of other new competitors. So I've tried this one from Angle 90. It's a generic West African. It doesn't say where. But there's a West African place that has a lobster roll. It's Nigerian. But like, I don't know, like maybe call it, you know, I feel like it's just not the same thing. It's sold out, so it must be popular. It is not the same lobster roll. It's very mayo-y. It's not very lobstery or buttery. Not what I love in a lobster roll. So even though the Greenwich Peninsula is a wonderful place to get Nigerian seafood, I'm sure, it's not what we're going for. So let's instead go back to lobster roll. Let's see if there's anywhere else. You can see there's Gene. Oh my God, chat! This is the best lobster roll I've had in my life. In my life. No, it was a really good place. I think it was the best cocktail I probably had in my life. This is the most expensive bagel. I cannot get over the fact that it's £30. Also, why can I not add them to my basket? Is it not in my delivery range? It is. So let me add it. Do I have to? Is it too expensive? But yeah, this is fascinating. A £74 delivery sandwich. I genuinely don't get it, chat. I'm fascinated by how much you can spend on delivery, as well as how little. So you're clearly very skilled in this particular activity. Can you get me some sushi, please? Let me tell you why I hate ordering sushi. There's good sushi and there's bad sushi, and the overwhelming majority... So there's 520 sushi restaurants, or 195 sushi restaurants within my delivery radius. And if you look through them, right, this is why I like living in London. But because there's so much sushi, most of it is bad, and there's no easy way to tell if it's good or bad sushi, because everyone just expects bad sushi here. So if I go to, like, even a popular place, I'll go to, like, Asia Villa. That's how you know it's not good sushi, when they call themselves generically Asian, halal Thai sushi. But you look at it and it's going to be like salt and pepper chips. That sounds pretty good, actually. You look at it and you're like, okay, we got some noodle soup, and like this sushi just looks like a bare minimum, you know. It looks like it's not going to be great. And so instead, you spend forever and you work out that there's just no way to find good sushi without ordering from every place, being disappointed again and again and again. And so I've stopped ordering sushi, despite liking sushi. Lobster roll, though. Okay, chat, I'm going to order a lobster roll right now. But I've got to work out. It's a tricky one. This is my new favorite lobster roll. I ordered it yesterday. I ordered it on Sunday's stream. And sadly, the stream didn't go long enough for me to actually show it to you. It arrived 20 minutes after it ended. This is the best lobster roll in London. I am a delivery food expert. I've never managed to order good delivery sushi. It's always been potent. Oh, it's never been potent for me. It's never been disastrous for me. It's just been bad. Or it's been okay. It's been like, oh yeah, that tastes like it could have come from a petrol station. Anyway, so Carla's lobster roll is a toasted brioche, poached lobster, light mayo seasoned. So usually mayo is my red flag. Like, no. You need to be covering that in butter. But this one comes with a lime, interestingly, some chives, some spiced mayo, and then there's they butter the roll, so you get a little bit of both. It's perfect. But here's my struggle, chat. So I was trying to... there's the reason it's so hard to order delivery is because there's like too many deals that stack up, and I want to make sure I'm getting the best value, right? So what if I buy 6 sandwiches for the price of 5? It's only £10.40 to add a lobster roll. I'm not going to buy 6 lobster rolls, but like, would it be cheaper hypothetically to order 2 lobster rolls? And the answer is actually sort of yes. For £40 you get a lobster roll, a different sandwich, a dip, and some pepperoni bites. But then it's also double the price. So we'll remove that update, and I'll remove the. So the lobster roll costs £20 minus £7 because there's a promotion running right now. You can't see. So it's 20. Also, I think there's delivery fees in this account that aren't on the main one. Anyway, so you can see like, okay. But is it better to just order the lobster roll, or is it better to get the Crunch Ultimate Combo, where we pay a surcharge for the lobster roll and a surcharge for these potatoes, and then also get Mandarin and Kumquat iced tea? It's £27.56, and then also you get a reward stamp, and also because you're getting 20% off on top of that. You see, there's layers of stacking. Whereas it's like, well, actually, these lasagna bites are the best thing. Do I want 1,000-layer potatoes when I could be getting pepperoni lasagna bites? If it's £2 more for pepperoni lasagna bites, but the value of them is £2.95 more, don't I kind of want these instead? Use Google reviews to tell if a place is good or not. Yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to like cross-section the reviews on delivery of the reviews of the place. A really good place can be a bad delivery place, but a really good delivery place can be a really bad place. Or, you know, a really fine delivery. Anyway, that's my opinion. Yeah, I feel like I definitely want this tea, right? Like a Coke Zero, I have that in my fridge. A Coca-Cola, I don't have in my fridge, but I don't want in my fridge. Hey!
Lobster roll for UX.
Thank you, Polly! You know, I'll take that as my sign that I should, in fact, hit the order button. So, chat, am I getting... thank you, Polly. I feel like that's the second time in as many weeks that you've kindly bought me a lobster roll. But here's the question. Should I get it with pepperoni bites, or should I get it with the 1,000-layer potatoes? This is like I feel like this is something that went viral a while ago. Look how good, like, those potatoes are, like, crispy on the inside. I don't know. I'm definitely going to get one or the other now. If the lobster roll is free, then maybe I should get the lasagna bites. But, you know, does that make sense, chat? Does it? I don't know. So, yeah, what I'm going to do... Okay, you know what I'm going to... You know, chat, let's do a poll. This is the only logical way to decide on things like this, I think. So I'm going to go back to Minecraft and make sure I'm not dead. Would be very, very funny if I was. Thank God I'm not. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to size this down. I want to try a lobster roll one day. Any suggestions of where in London to try one? The suggestion of where in London to try a lobster roll is usually Burger and Lobster, but it's like quite a... I feel like it was already quite expensive, but everything in COVID got more expensive. So Crunch right now is the best one. Crunch is a really cool place. It's in Spitalfields. A lot of cool stuff nearby. A lot of cool food and drink and everything nearby. Like the best pasta place I think in the UK is there. It's the poppin' place. It's a place to visit. So I would say where I'm visiting right now. Which side, chat? Pepperoni bites? Pepperoni lasagna bites even. Oh, I had such a big acid reflux wave. 1,000 layer potatoes. Okay, chat. You can decide what side I should get alongside that. I want you to eat something decadent and filling. I want to live vicariously through you. It is life shortening, but life bettering to get the... Oh, 1,000 layer potatoes are winning it though. Okay, you know, let's add those 1,000 layer potatoes to the basket. Yep, let's do it. So I'm gonna go check now how this promotion works. So we're at the Crunch. Okay, is this Crunch? This is Crunch Spitalfields Market. Yeah, this is the location I was... Oh, you can't see it. I'm sorry. I'm at the Crunch at Spitalfields Market. I'm only getting 10% off. I swear it said 20% off, right? It was 20% off. I'm not going crazy. The potatoes look like croutons on a shish kebab. So maybe it makes more sense to order... No, it doesn't make sense. You know, let's just order it. Let's get the 1,000 layer potatoes that chat wants. This is Cooking with Toy Cat, but like the 2025 version of cooking. Okay, let's go to checkout. I'm tempted to add a sauce, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna go to checkout right now, chat. Just make the lava retriever in creative. I think I did something wrong. Super interesting. But it works though. At least the part I did to get work. Okay. So now we go... So actually, okay, so the food is on its way, chat. That's the good news. I don't get notifications of my doorbell right now. So it could be there's going to be a guy at the door for a while. But I've just hit order. We're good. That means we can get... Okay, so now no matter what, chat, no matter how badly this goes, there's a lobster roll coming. It can't get much worse. We got to keep feeding Toy Cat lobster rolls, chat, and then one day we can consume him. Exactly. You got to fatten me up, butter me up, so you can sell me good. Okay, so we're going to do one last check for any blocks that this conflicts with. Actually, we'll do it in the morning. Again, never be at night if we can avoid it. It's just a tiny chance of something spawning and ruining me like that skeleton last time. Okay, so this block right here touches multiple floor blocks. So... Oh, actually, the honey block isn't back either. But again, we're going to put it back later. This guy is terrifying, but he's not going to touch anything right now. That block right there is also not going to touch anything right now. This block over here is not going to touch anything. This block over here can't touch anything because of the thing below it. Which means once we remove these two blocks, I'm going to try my best to get them back. Oh. Okay, I got them. Perfect. Chat, the machine... Okay, no, also we have to remove the blocks underneath everything. Because it's not just going to push them out of the way. I don't think. So we'll remove these two blocks as well now. Oh, God. Oh, God. We missed one, but that's fine. So then we remove these two blocks. And then also this block. Yep, that's how it goes. Okay, oh, it just feels bad. Oh, I don't like it at all. Okay, chat. Yeah, I think we've now... I think the machine should be ready to go. I'm terrified. The food will be here in 30 to 50 minutes. That's actually... Was that what it said? It said 15 to 30 minutes. It's going to be here late, basically. Anyway, chat. I am excited. Sleeping is good because now snow can break the machine. Okay, Taylor. I need one last emotional reassurance. I've got it. So what I've got to do now, chat. Okay, so it's really messy. We'll make a better staircase up. Or actually, I've got a ladder. I've got the perfect machine for this already. Okay, so really, really triple checking nothing is connecting. It looks like nothing is, chat. Now I have to shoot 2 of these 5. Make sure it can't pick up extra blocks from the side. Yeah. That's what we just did, generic observer. Although, you know, as a generic observer, I'm glad you can give non-generic advice. Now we need to put arrows on the 2 edges. So I want to say that is that one and that one. I'm gonna come in here and check. This is terrifying. Imagine I just jumped and fell down. I'm gonna get my water bucket out just in case that happens. Okay, so no, it's from from over there's perspective. From over here, if we see this as a valid perspective at least, then no, this is still wrong. Chat, something's gone. Something is incorrect. The blocks are not lined up. Yeah, that target block must be in the wrong place. I don't know how that target block is in the wrong place, but I think it is. I think the target block needs to go... Yeah, I've done... something is wrong. Something is not matching the previous designs, because this didn't look like this. These 3 blocks were in a row, which meant that that one is a target block instead of this one. Yeah, if that block goes there, then it'd be this one and that. Is it going to work if I put my arrow there? I'm going to ask Taylor specifically here. There's lots... See, this is a one-on-one conversation happening in a stream. Worst case scenario, you lose the slime balls, you'll be alright. For the 3rd time, the top 4 are all wrong. Oh, thank you. Someone TTS... Oh, the missing honey block too? Yeah. Okay, so let's go down and let's fix this top layer. This target block needs to be there. And the honey block needs to go to the side of it. We're going to use some temporary blocks. Oh, it's very, very messy in this inventory, but we can fix that. Okay, so we'll just place down some stone bricks that are non-renewable. Oak spruce slabs are. So let's just go down half a block. Remove that. Place another block. Pick this up. I hear something, but I think it's just the honey. I think that is the correct way there. And then down here. Oh, it's so scary, chat. There's just a void. Then down here, we need a honey block there. Then we need to remove these blocks. Okay. Thank you, Cowbow, by the way. I think you were one of the first people to remind me about the honey block. Oh, yeah, I see. It's directionally rotated halfway through. Okay. Then we can move... Then we can just break that block, let it rest wherever it does. That's fine. And then we put another block over here. Okay, so this is now correct. And now I shoot an arrow here and an arrow here. Even then, though, this still looks slightly wrong, chat. Even then, though. Yeah, I think that this is... I don't know how this can be wrong, but I think this is wrong. No, that could be right. I think that is correct. If we can imagine it. Can we imagine that? I'm trying to, like, really get an orientation where this makes sense, chat, and I'm not finding one. Because I'm not sending these down to go incorrectly. So from this orientation... Yeah, I can't get the matching orientation here, chat. I think, like, here... I think they're on the wrong sides, which tells me that that target block should be over there. Maybe those target blocks should be... Yeah, I think that target block should actually be there. I think I've still got it wrong, chat. Building it mirrored is not helping. The target block on the right and the honey block need to swap. I think you've got it. It might be mirrored, but it should be fine. Okay. It's mirrored, but fine. Chat, should we just go for it? You know, we can live our... I mean... Yeah, we gotta just go for it. This is the rules we signed up for. So it's the rules we're gonna follow. Full send. Okay, so at this point we should just use light Matica. So arrow goes there. Oh, it's a flaming arrow. That really can't be good. Let's just use a regular bow. Okay. So an arrow goes right here. Ideally in the center of the block. Okay, I'm gonna not pick him up too. Arrow there. That's not really as centered as I'd like. Arrow there. That's pretty centered. An arrow there. That's not as centered. Yeah, that's about... Okay, there we go. So chat, now I'm gonna break these. I'm scared. I'm very scared. But we're just gonna go for this. This is 94 days in the making. Oh. Well, now we have to work out what went wrong and then rebuild the entire thing. Yeah, bit of a problem there. Sea shanty time. Yeah, something went wrong here. What do you suppose it is, chat? What do you suppose went wrong? I think maybe I did it in the wrong order. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think I did it in the wrong order. Oh, the arrow despawned. Both of the arrows despawned. Surprisingly fast. Okay. Do we reset it? Or do we just have to shoot them in a more particular order? I'm going to try the more particular order. That's what I'm thinking, chat. That's what I'm thinking right now. So, yeah, I feel like, you know, it could have ran away with only half the machine. Yeah, that there is an entire, I like to believe that it could have gone way worse. So, before we try that again, we want to shoot on the, I'm just going to get this right. We shoot on the free side and then the two side. Yeah, we want to break the free side, then the two side. No. It's the two side, then it's the free side. Okay, so we'll reshoot that. It's a bit of a mess to do it incorrectly. And then we'll break this one. Oh, chat! It's moving! It's moving! It's scary. It's moving, though. Okay, chat. Is it gonna... If it picks up something else, we're boned. Oh, it's moving, though. It's moving! Okay, the first player-made contraption in this world to go, as you can clearly see right here, below Y200. It's happening. It's happening. Okay. Chat. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I don't know how to get it back up. We'll learn how that works later. For now, though, we just really don't want to leave the chunk. We don't want to do anything. But I also don't like sitting right on the edge here. I feel like there needs to be some middle ground. Chat, it's moving. Okay, I'm gonna turn my controller on. Hey, chat, I just got an achievement. Push a piston with a piston, then push the... So I haven't done this on Windows till just now. Oh no, I shouldn't have paused the game. Okay. I hope it doesn't get messed up by that. I just got this achievement for the first time on Windows. Please tell me it's still working. It's still working. It's still working. It's doing weird things, but it's working. I need to stare at it. Communism killed the cat. Okay. I've now got my controller out, which means I can crouch and hold crouch. And I've got my shield on too, which is handy. So that's going to go all the way down. And eventually, that's going to pick up some lava. Should you turn up your simulation distance for this? Simulation distance only goes horizontally. The whole chunk should always simulate. Okay, it's moving. It's doing weird things. I don't know why it's like the texture is reloading sometimes as it goes into a new chunk down there. Earning achievement on this particular world is absolutely crazy work. That is a funny point that I hadn't thought about till just now. You are totally right. that I just earned an achievement on this world. Like, the first time I did something was here. But that's why I love this. It pushed me in a way that survival... You would never need to do this in survival. You would simply do something else. Yeah, chat, it's getting... It's doing weird things, but I think that's a sign it's hit the bottom. Okay. Did you put the bucket in? Don't ask questions like that now. Either the bucket's in there or it's not, and there's nothing I can do about it. So now is not the time to ask. Okay, let's make another honey block, because I have the ability to. And then, you know, we might need to do this, chat. Where are the zombie noises coming from? Oh, I have a zombie villager I've been waiting to cure over here. I don't know if I expect to actually cure him. But yeah, let's go to bed. There's a water bucket in your inventory? Oh, that's the, I had a regular bucket. A water bucket would have ruined everything, I think. It would have, like, immediately detonated. Okay, now that it's all the way down, we want to use a single arrow on the two sides to pick it up. So chat. Again, I'm praying this works. On the two side, to be clear here, it is the... Oh, I have no idea which one of the two it is. They could both be the... Chat, I have no idea. One of these two blocks needs an arrow on it, and it needs it soon. Okay, let's piece this together. So, facing in it. Oh god, no, I have no idea, chat. Which of these two blocks? Okay, you know, actually, Taylor, let's call it left block and right block. I know left and right are relative. Which of these two blocks should we put the? Because we need to start that chain reaction correctly on the way back up. Oh, yeah. So, we have to wait at least a minute before we do this, because we need the other arrows to be despawned. If they haven't despawned, everything is ruined. I think 5 minutes is the despawn time for an item, but arrows seem to be way less, is my observation based on earlier. Left block, right block. Bucket of fish in there. It should be 6-2, I think. Oh, that's a fancy... Okay, this one. Right block. Okay, chat, so we wait. We wait. We carefully wait. My shield has plenty of durability. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. My food has just been delayed, by the way. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick while standing in one of the safest positions possible. And then when we get back, we're going to shoot an arrow. We're going to move it. Okay, be right back. Oh, jeez. Okay, no zombies killed me. Oh. The calm respite of chair stream. I'm excited for this lobster roll, by the way. Okay. Hi, Chair. You're looking a little pale today. How do usual streamers use the bathroom? Or do they not? Okay, so now that arrow has definitely despawned. We'll look at the machine anyway. If it looks like it's moving. Looks like it's not moving. Okay. So now we shoot an arrow there. And we send it down, chat. If it starts raining, we're boned. That's a B. I was like, oh no, why would I say that? But it's just pollen. It's just pollen. Oh, I think I picked it up. I don't know what just happened, chat. Did I pick up the arrow? I should have had my arrow count. I don't know. If I did that correctly, it should be coming right back up to me. I don't know. Is that all I have to do now? And then it will come back up? Oh no, and then later I have to break the other 2 blocks now. So I have to shoot an arrow. But then there's a chance that... How do I... Chat! I'm scared. You picked it up. There's this thing called adult diapers. Another arrow. But what if I... You know, 2 arrows probably is fine. You know, let's go for it. Let's just assume I picked up the arrow somehow. Just send another one down anyway. Just to be sure, right? Then we're going to shoot both of these. Oh, no, no. And we have to do these in a specific order too, if I'm not mistaken. So it was, it's 2 side first, 1, and then 1 side first. 1 side second. So this was 2 side, so break that. And then 1 second. Okay, chat. That's a lot of faith I have. And something I still am only... Oh, it's moving! Is it moving up, though? It doesn't look like it's moving up, does it? I would argue that is not moving up. Chat, I've got some bad news. There'll be an empty... Wait, the dispenser arrow has to despawn. Oh, really? Oh no, I didn't wait for the... I missed the most crucial bit. The good news is it looks like something else has gone horribly wrong. That is the good news here. The bad news is... Oh no. Chat. Oh no. Okay. If the bucket came up empty, I don't think that would be the worst thing. It looks like it can't come up at all right now, though. Yeah, chat, it's going to continuously move until those arrows despawn. It's not coming back up, though. It's not coming back up. Moral of the story, wear adult diapers. Yeah, I have heard about streamers using adult diapers to do super long ones. But also I hear about streamers who, like, eat and watch YouTube videos while they stream. Like, no one actually, like, watch it. Like, you fundamentally can't watch enough streams to know all of that. Check what went wrong in a creative copy. Yeah, we'd have to make this exact same thing in this exact same area here. Have you got a spyglass? Yeah, spyglass would be handy here. But geodes don't spawn at this height. Yeah, chat. I think we're boned. Oh, wait, oh! Never mind, it's coming, it's coming! I have no idea what could have possibly changed. But it's coming. It's coming. Okay. I'm amazed. I don't understand how it got stuck for so long. It must be that one of the arrows broke. Maybe it's the dispenser arrow that was breaking everything. I don't know. I don't know, though. It won't stop, though, will it? Yeah, I have to jump on it to stop it. Or it will never stop. It'll hit the height limit, and that'd be a pain. I could get it from the height limit, to be fair. So Toget didn't mess up from once. We don't know if there is any... we don't know if the dispenser has lava in yet. That's the moment that we'll know if I've messed up. Just to be clear. There's no guarantee yet. Okay, so I'm going to try and get on it from up here. Just because I want it to be higher up rather than lower down, if we can choose. Okay, please get above Y200. The amount of pain that will be resolved for me. Might be a glitch. Yeah, you can hear the arrows now, look. Yeah. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up. And then we get on. Oh no, there. Wait, where is it? What's happened? Okay. Let me pick up this arrow. It's slightly malformed, but is my lava bucket in there? No. Chat. I don't know. I was expecting an empty bucket or a lava bucket. I was not expecting no bucket. What? How does that happen? How did I make such an expensive machine that dumps my bucket into lava? Oh my god. How did it, how does that happen? Is that the oh, and it's picked up. Oh, but wait, check this, right, chat. We picked up some new blocks. We've got some new blocks that we've never had before, owing to never going that low down. So, you know, I'm just gonna come in here real quick. And then we can mine my first ever magma block. Yeah, that's a win for me as I see it. New recipe unlocked, chat. What recipe uses magma blocks, actually? Anyway, new recipe unlocked. I need to... What recipe uses magma blocks, chat? Off the top of my head. That's like a fun Minecraft quiz question. Is it magma blocks that use magma blocks? Oh, is it that you can't craft them till you found one? It's got to be that, right? There's no recipe that uses a magma block. Anyway, chat, good news. Brand new blocks unlocked. Oh yeah, trip was a success. I traded free iron for a netherrack and a magma block. And now that means I can make waterfalls. It's not a dispenser. It's a dispenser, not a picker-upper. Was it meant to be a dropper and not a dispenser? No. Dropper would... Yeah, it has to be a dispenser. Magma block crafting recipe. Why do you need to find a magma block to know how to craft them? Imagine if every other thing worked that way. You'd have to find a wooden pickaxe before you could craft a wooden pickaxe. That wouldn't make any sense. Send it down again. Hopefully it can make it now. I think it was the arrow despawn thing. Okay. It's just the arrow despawn thing. That can be fixed. So let's go to bed. And tomorrow we'll try again. Pout has the explanation. You put the bucket in it, but didn't wait for the arrow to despawn. So it placed lava, moved up by 1. Then there was no lava. And then it dropped the bucket. Okay, so there's a lava bucket down there. Is there lava for me to collect? Is there? I don't actually know. So, here's the question. If I move everything... Does the dispenser pick back up? It can't pick up an item from the ground, but if it placed the... It's because you've never had a magma cream yet. But like... Oh, are you saying if I found magma cream, it would give me the recipe too? But now I have a magma block, it's like, oh, you worked out it can be crafted from these things. That means that there's a lore explanation for decrafting, right? You can decraft enough to know what would craft something. This lobster roll is getting more and more delayed, by the way. Make a creative copy and go check. Yeah, maybe that is for the best, actually. Okay. We're gonna leave, we're gonna come back. We're gonna see what the answer is. I'm just gonna go see, actually, for now, like... Because there's more than one lava block there. So yeah, chat, I made one horrendous... So yeah, there's lava here. That isn't there normally. So TP0100. This is a creative copy of the world. Is a copy that exists in creative. And there is a lava block right here that I think I must have went for. Maybe this one here. So I have to move everything one block over. Also, to get you're a genius, I never would have thought of that flying machine. The genius lies at Taylor Davis's hands. Can you put a bucket of water down to have the lava float to the top? No, flowing water doesn't have... Yeah, I don't know which of these would be best to go for. So, I think we went for a dispenser at 6 free. But there is also 5 free as an option. If we didn't ruin it, which we probably wouldn't have, 5 free is an option too. But it would get caught on the hill, right? it will get caught on the hill. So that means that if we move everything over 1 block to the left, it means I have to let the zombie go free, which is a nightmare. But right now, this is at 6 free. I need this to be at 5 free. Move everything left 1, get everything correct the second time, and maybe, just maybe, it'll work. Yeah, Foster F, I really like your idea of having it float. It's a shame that flowing water doesn't work that way, because it would be a really useful use case for it. Also, it's probably been too long now. It's gone. So looking down there, chat, I think that lava, yeah, that lava is flowing outwards now. I think we have to move 1 block further. You can maybe just send the machine again. Okay, let's try and send the machine again. It requires the least additional effort. And I've learned enough things from the first time that hopefully it doesn't go horribly wrong. So do we have to... Will it all automatically reconnect itself if I shoot an arrow there and here? I don't know. Okay, let's place our blocks above this. 1 over here. And then 1 over here. And then 1 over here. Really can't afford to fall off this now, so I'm going to choose not to. Then we're going to put the equivalent spruce over here. So, jump. Yeah, let's just another jump. I gotta give credit to... I don't know why my brain is just so poor at absorbing. Is there another target block? No, this was the block I needed. Oh, and then that. Okay, so I removed the wrong 2 blocks. That's what happened there. So remove that, remove that. Then let's come in here and connect to this before removing this. And then connect over there. And then remove both of these. Wait, actually, bad idea. If the lava got moved 1 up, it may not work. But I'm not sure if it moved the lava or not. Oh, a new wandering trader. That is a distraction to not think about. But the lava might be a block up. Why would it ruin it if the lava was a block up? Would it send the dispenser right into the lava? If it does do that, surely there's no way around it, and so there's no difference anyway? Oh, chat! Oh, yes. We've officially hit legit status. We've gotten the world's most important individual ingredient. Oh, yes. Yes, we have. So now I'll just, like, place my water. This is huge. This is exciting. I'm gonna have to put some, like, buttons or something around it to stop it from doing its thing. But, oh, there were vines there, by the way. Proof that I do not need them. Okay, so just place the water there. Place the water there. Oh no, that water might mess things up. Let's go look at it, just to be sure that it's not currently on its way to ruin some things. It doesn't look like it. Oh, no, chat! No! Okay. No, it's far enough away that it's not going to. It's far enough away that it's not going to. That was very close. I should be cautious of water. Okay, place our sugarcane. Easy peasy. Then we're going to go back to the trader. I don't know why he just drank milk and did his thing. And we're going to buy all of the supply of cherry logs, all of the supply of dark oak logs. It's just the most efficient thing to do if you have some logs. And it means that we don't even need the trees because we're slowly buying enough otherwise. Oh, look at that. Full stack of both of those. I brought some jungle logs that I don't know where they are. I want to say because of you, I bought a 1,000ml bottle flask and I'm now drinking more than 1 of these a day. You're right, water is great. Yeah, water, once you get into it, it's like, yeah, this is a great drink. You can drink it anytime. Anytime you have like a craving for like something good for body. And then after a while, you're like, oh, and it's like, I imagine it's how exercise heads feel when they get like deep into yeah, so what should we do, chat? The risk is 120 block to a sugarcane farm. Auto sugarcane farm can be crafted to paper and villager traded. Oh yeah! Okay, so let's buy more sugarcane right now, actually. Wait, where is he? There he is. I think it is worth buying. Things are messy. We're just gonna buy the largest amount of sugarcane we can. And turn... Or not the largest amount. Let's at least buy a second one, though, right? Yeah, at least a second sugarcane. That's the least we can do to show our respect. Make another button, then move this button from over there to over there. Oh, that's fine. And then grow a second sugarcane. Once these have grown, I'll move the sugarcane somewhere else. But yeah, it's just a nice little piece here. I guess I didn't need to use that. I could have used bone meal because it's bedrock. But that's fine. I'll also buy one of these open eye blossoms. I don't think I need them, but it's lovely to have them. Throw it in here. And yeah, slowly building up. Okay. Chat, what do we reckon? I've got one cool. I can either move the entire machine one block left. That does require some moving, but I can move the entire machine one block left. Yeah, this would then touch this. This whole guy has to move. I can move the entire machine one block left. And if I do that, then I could maybe guarantee... Bear in mind, the machine has the risk of going into the lava source and destroying it, since the dispenser is facing straight down rather than to the side. Oh. So maybe we shouldn't send it at all? Maybe we should Maybe we should just say this is a permanent part of the base now. And, yeah, let's call it a permanent part of the base. I'd move it. Yeah, I without getting too deep into the sunk cost thing, a part of me is like, well, it would be bad not to. Let's find a nice corner for this fella. Yeah, let's put him in a nice little corner by himself. Over here. Or like, you know, do I have a place for a zombie villager even anymore? Yeah, I'm never going to heal him. I'm not going to get the gold for that. Should we just kill the zombie villager? Yeah, there's no reason to keep him alive, right? I'm not... I could get a splash potion of weakness, and I could get gold. But even then, would I want it to be used on him if I were to get those things? Probably not. Therefore, I think logically we have to say, goodbye, villager. No, send it. Won't it get stuck on the hill? We're watching Toygat go 200 Chat, if I'd have just waited for that arrow to despawn correctly, I got ahead of myself. I'd vote go creative and test. But we don't know what the situation looks like now. We cannot go to creative and test because we've done a permutation we cannot test in creative. As far as I know. Like, we have to judge this by what we can see. Okay, chat, here's my 1000 IQ move. I need a spyglass, right, to see what happened down there? Let's use the Minecraft spyglass, also known as FOV. And, okay, so now we peek over the edge, and we get a much better view of what's happened. Does it look like it's a block higher up, or does it look like it's in the same place? There is absolutely... Okay, you can tell that that grass block is higher than the surrounding areas. And you can tell the lava is flowing. I don't think it is before. Can't you copy the world like a backup? Oh, you could, but I feel like that's one of the, like... You usually don't do that one, right? Oh, it's so hard to play 30 FOV. It's a fun challenge idea. What do you mean? Just build and run the machine in creative to see what it does? No, but we've got a permutation because we moved the lava last time, potentially. I don't know that it's moved. I don't know if it's moved. Yeah, it's tricky. So don't browse add-ons. Let's go back to video. FOV 70. Creative copy, like make a copy right now. You can't make a creative copy of a hardcore world, is the issue. So we'll look at how the lava looks here, right? And we'll assume that I scooped up this lava and then spat it out one block higher. Or it has to be higher than one block higher. If I were to do that... In fact, let's see what's below it too. So, game mode, spectator. If it's a lava... So I picked up a lava block and I picked up a magma block and I picked up one of these. I think that means I got the dispenser to here. And then... Yeah, the honey block picked up this. And then something happened. No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know how I picked up the blocks I did. But 6-3 is right here, chat. This is the lava block I went for. If I... Okay, if I had a lava block right there, hypothetically, this is what it would do. As you can see, it kind of looks like the lava I have right now. In fact, this looks way different to what I have right now. But it is flowing in the same way. But then, weirdly enough, not. You get someone to jump down and look for you. Okay, chat. Who wants to be the volunteer? That is the goofiest method, right? Send someone in to do some recon. I mean, is it the most unreasonable solution? I don't know that. Can we do split screen? Not on a PC, right? Yeah, there's no split screen on the PC. I'm gonna quickly check Discord. Make sure the everything is working to plan. Yeah, also good to see you. Good to see you, Ash. Oh, the video it's good. It's ready. It's live even. Super exciting. Okay, okay, I'm gonna quickly deal with the video chat. Seems important. It's okay, I'll volunteer as tribute. I don't understand how the bucket disappeared. So what happened is the bucket scooped up lava, it went one block up, then it spat the lava back up. That is our understanding. So it must have spat the lava back out. Right? Because otherwise the lava bucket would be in there. Therefore, I should move everything one block to the left. Chat, tell me if my logic makes sense, and then we'll do it. We'll move everything one block left. Food is downstairs. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, it's close. Why would you tell me food is downstairs? Okay. Chat, one block left. That has to be the solution, right? So I'm going to move this guy anyway. He shouldn't be there. I think I'm going to kill this guy. I think I've lived with him long enough. He's brought me enough fear in my life. I think he dies today. Yep, I don't think we need him anymore. I kind of like, you know, I kind of like a little pet. Let's let him out of there. Let's put him in a little box somewhere. Okay. Out you come, buddy. Don't mess up any villages. If you do, I will murder you. I've got a smite axe. It's perfect. So, I could put him, like, in that corner there, actually. Oh, there we go. Check. Perfect. Okay, perfect, chat. We worked it out. And now we just remove some of these blocks and put a little slab there. Put a little slab there. And we remove this and we put a little... No, you don't. We put a little slab over here. And actually, that's enough of a slab, right? Oh, that could have knocked me off. Yeah, I think we're doing great. And then we do a little thing there. And then we do a little... one of these. And then we... No. Thank God that actually worked. It never works like that. Okay, so that's a little bit risky, but we've got it moved. Meaning we can move our staircase over here too. And this makes part of it. And then... yeah, now we can get over here as well. So, okay, I need sleep. Please relieve me of my duty for the night. Thank you for coming to the stream, Dasher. I appreciate you specifically even asking to make sure everything's good before you go. I think now is good. The stream is going to end in at most 20 more minutes. And you're not going to be... oh, no. Okay, so it's going to break if we do it right now. I think you're going to be totally fine to leave chat. Yeah, well, thank you very much for coming along, Dasher. Thank you, everyone else, for all of your help and assistance. Agreed, M. Doug M. If you picked up magma and netherrack, you need to remove those blocks to see what it looks like. But I can't find a space where they're in the same position they were before. I think I'm moving it 1 block left. I think I see your logic. Yeah, that looks like it's still existing in there just fine. Okay, I'm going to send it down how it is. I'm not going to move it 1 block left. If I move it 1 block left, chat, it might get caught on the hillside. Because if I move it 1 block left, then the honey block will be at not 6-4. Oh, this is at 6-4. It's meant to be at 6-3, right? Okay, so let's go back in. Let's go back into Creative Igloo. I think I was meant to do it at 6-3, and I did 6-4. Let's do one last check. Yeah, 6-4 is here. So what went wrong is, yeah, it came down, picked up a magma block. Chat, I've had the dispenser at 6-4, right? So it needs to be at 6-3. So I just move it 1 block north and everything will be okay. Toy Cat, your food is outside. Rebecca White, I thought you were fun. I thought you were someone I could trust. But I'm learning the opposite might be true. That's all I'm getting from this right now. I've sent you a screenshot of the zoomed in lava on Instagram. Let me take a peek. Okay, I'm gonna walk back a bit actually. Okay. Oh. Okay. Looking at it through there, I think we're good. Nope, you did it at 6-3. Are we sure I did it? Yeah, this is free, you're right. Actually, scratch previous message. There's no rack in the way, just send it. Okay, we're gonna send it. We're doing a classic send, chat. We're doing a good old-fashioned send. So if I remember from last time, it's this block, that block, and then this block, and then this block, that block. Oh, God. Yeah, if I recall correctly. We can't do it right now, though. If there's snow, it gets all messed up. In the morning, we're going to send it. Yeah, I could go recon for you. Hacker1MC, do you want to go jump down there and confirm if there's a lava source block? And then immediately die because it's hot? You know, let's do it. Hacker1MC. This is a silly thing to do, but it is one of the tools we have available to us. And so we're going to use it. Hacker1MC is going down there to see if at 6-3 there is lava for my dispenser to pick up. We think last time something went wrong, and it will go better this time. Bucket, bucket, bucket. Oh, yeah, bucket, bucket, bucket. Put the bucket in there. It's an easy mistake to make, okay? It's an easy mistake to make. Okay, so bucket goes in. Hacker1MC. Where did he spawn, actually? That's kind of a fun question. Let's go look at him. Okay, chat. I usually do these challenges single player, but now that we have the mannequin NPC, I've got the next closest thing. Oh, does he jump down already? Oh, he's jumped down into the base. So I'm guessing he spawned up there. Okay, Hacker1MC. He has to go down. I actually don't know where you can go down and survive. I think you head over here. So, if I'm not mistaken, oh, it's very icy down there. Okay, Hacker1MC, you have to make your way down there. I would say follow the... Where is he, actually? He's over here. I think you have to follow this pathway until you see some water to jump into. And then go all the way back to 5-3. And then make your way back here. No. No! No! Oh, God. Yeah, find some... Okay, I mean, if you've already done it. Okay, if you've already done it. I don't think that was a good idea, though. Okay. Chat, it's fine. It's fine. It was far enough away that it probably won't have any downsides. We just have to wait for the day to end. And then in the morning, everything will be fine. After the snow breaks target blocks. Why the game lets it snow on moving blocks? I don't know. Exactly, yeah. We wait for the snow to be done. I'm going to check. The dispenser has the bucket now, chat. He can still spectate if he dies, right? He can, actually. That's a good point. Send him in a boat. Oh, a boat would have been clever, yeah. A boat would have been clever. Smarter than our ideas, at least. So yeah, I moved this villager for nothing, but it's fine. He can exist in the cobweb freely. And we're going to see where Hacker1MC is. Actually, it's the locator bar right now working. It's not, right? Did he die? Oh, okay. Okay, is it 6-free? Is it 6-free? I want to really double check. I've already asked him. 6-4. This is 6-4 we're on right now. I mean, he's dead. No, actually, is this 6-4? So we need to remove this block. What is this block doing here, though? No, it's 6-free. No, 6-free. There are 2 blocks missing. But 2 blocks of lava missing? I don't want to leave until we have confirmed lava, but I have to make dinner soon. I know, I'm glad you're feeling the the pressure too. Oh, no, my food. Chat, my food is... It's here. Okay, we need to wait for this to finish anyway. I can hear the motorbike outside. So we'll wait for it to finish in a corner while crouching. I'll go get the food. Chat stream. Oh, how did the chat stream go, chat? This is my kumquat iced tea. Oh. Ah, what is a kumquat? Oh, I'm not sure I like them. It's house brewed, apparently. Oh. Okay, this is, I assume, the 1,000-layer potatoes. Oh, it is. So, chat, I've never had, I don't know if I've had these before. I'm pretty sure I haven't. But they're like one of those, like, viral foods. It's potatoes, but it comes on a skewer. Costs £6. And has 1,000 layers. We officially have bougie chips. It tastes so salt and vinegary. In just the best way. Mm. Oh, yeah. That's special. Mm. Well, the chair called me out on being a teen mum again. It came with a dip. Oh, it's just ketchup. It's just fancy ketchup. Yeah, definitely fancy ketchup. Isn't it interesting? Sometimes, like, there are some things that are so perfected, the only way to make them fancy is to do them weird. But chat, this is the star of the show. Oh no, I got sesame seeds all over my keyboard. This is the star of the show right here. The lobster roll itself. Oh no! I got lobster on my keyboard. Well, the good news is the keyboard could do with a clean. Okay, we're ready to do this now. We have to remove all the snow from this. As you can see, some has piled up. We have to remove all the snow everywhere. It will mess everything up. It is not good. Then, we know. I should be careful. Yeah, I'm gonna hold up on the food for a minute. I'm gonna focus on this. I have no. So, Cat, I sent you an image of what you need to send to your subreddit. Oh, subreddit. RIBXToyCat. Okay, we're about to make big moves, chat. Your order's been delivered. We're sorry it was later than expected. We're looking into it and we'll work on improving for next time. That's nice. Okay, I am gonna go to Reddit. Hacker1MC RIBXToyCat. It actually is pretty close to matching PolyE's image. It looks like if we're gonna send the bucket down, it's not gonna pick up any lava. It looks like the lava has in fact moved. Wait, I should have opened that up on my PC, actually, so I can share it on the stream. Okay, chat. I'm going to show you what this looks like. So here's what HackerOneMC's death looked like. Oh, it's way too big. But you can... I guess it's the right size for what we're trying to show. You can see right there that the lava is flowing because I removed the block. I don't know if that means I can actually get it back again. I think that information tells me we're not going to get it. I'm sorry for anyone who's like, you know, it's okay, Cat. I was sure you were about to get it an hour ago. You know, actually, yeah. What? Let's just show... No, we could get this so horribly wrong. Just send it. See, now Rebecca White's on that train. Looking at the screenshot, I think maybe both arrows made it down, so the machine left without the lava. Ideal scenario to resend. Oh, perfect. Yeah, if both arrows made it down, you're right. Oh, I can be saved from my incompetence by my incompetence. Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is what happened. Because I was sure the first arrow went. I just trusted chat. The chat is like, oh, the gilded arrow didn't make it. And I was like, oh, well, I guess you're chat. And I guess you would know if there was such a thing as a gilded arrow. Okay, I'm really going to I'm going to triple check my placements. So the first two arrows are, yeah, left one, right one. And you break the 2, then the 3. Okay. Arrow there. Arrow there. We break the 2 first, then we break the 3. Oh, chat. Oh, it's confusing. I wasn't ready for this to happen. Do we have to just break and replace everything? Because that's adds a bit of stress to the whole process, I think. Yeah, I just figured if it could go up this way, it could go down. Oh yeah, this is messy. Just pick up these arrows, I guess. Yeah, it's all messed up. So just move everything down. I guess we can move everything down here, up a block, and everything afterwards down. No, it's easier to move things down because the downward piston is like the hardest thing to move down. Yeah, the piston's the hardest thing to move down. Okay, let's do it. Let's move everything down. One block, chat. Is the bucket definitely in there? Yeah, don't worry. I have, in fact, corrected the bucket. So this piston now goes down. No! It's not what I want. It's such a pain to, like, fix this. Remember to put the bucket in. The bucket is definitely in. Good news, chat. Bucket is in there. We can't forget the bucket. We'd have to take the bucket out to forget the bucket, and that would be good. Oh, yeah, I don't like this jump. Oh. Yeah, I really did not like that. Okay, so it's a safe break. It's a fairly safe break. Then we have to go back down. We have to get, like, way lower under this. And, like, really try this from, like, there. There we go. That's a downward spacing piston. Then we're going to cover this whole thing with slabs. These slabs will be temporary. They'll go away later. And it'll be good. Yeah, I think if both arrows made it previously, I think we're in a good situation. Okay, thank you, HackerOneMC, for coming along so nicely. Now, we need to move everything else down, potentially a couple of blocks. So, you know, I think I need more of these blocks because they could go really flying out, and I don't want to risk anything. So just anything made from spruce slabs is something we can fix up later. Okay, that should be good. Now we come through and we fix the entire thing downwards, then we move everything, and then we're good. Okay, so okay, I'm going to record my depth perspective for the machine. You can use it in the video after. Oh, yeah, that would be really cool, actually. I think that is a fun idea. Basically a way to get B-roll. Not B-roll, like a second shot. B-roll is the wrong word to use there. So after this block is gone, we move all of these blocks down by 1. So pick that up, down by 1. Break this, down by 1. Break this. Down by 1. Break that. Where did it go? Okay. It didn't make a noise or anything, but that's fine. Down by 1. Break this. Down by 1. Then put this there. This next to it. See, look at this, chat. I've constructed this machine so many times. I'm still at the point where I'm like 80% sure I know what it's doing. And only 80%. But we'll take that at this point. And then we place a block there and there. So we can place the last piston facing downwards. I'm in the replay mod. Yeah, you are the replay mod, rather. So, see, okay, that is a big difference. I'll concede, I read that chat message wrong. And it made a big difference. You know what, okay, so we want to get, like, down there. Oh, but I don't know. Piston. I hate directional blocks in Minecraft. I've never had a good time with them, chat. Okay, my lobster roll, okay, you know, actually, I'll eat some potatoes. No, I'll eat potatoes on the way down. My feast can be when I've earned my feast. But I'm excited for it, let me tell you. Okay, so we just go down. And, like, really, like, I don't know, place a block there or something. Make it impossible for it to go any other direction. Then remove this block. Then remove all these slabs, because it's definitely functional now, right? Yep. So I'll remove the blocks first, just to be correct in our form. Hey, Toycat, I'm a member. You are, in fact, Toby Piggy. Thank you for being a part of the Cool Cat Club. Not spelt with K's. And... yeah, I'm really excited to dip these potatoes in that ketchup. It's weird ketchup, chat. You know weird ketchup? You don't want it all the time, but when you get it, it's a fun little treat. I guess I should be picking these up on a technical basis. I just want 0% chance of me sending myself over the edge. I don't want the title of this video to be how I lost my longest term hardcore world. Chat, I'm really proud. If we make it through today, we'll have made it 200 days. In real legit hardcore. Without, you know, we had many opportunities where we could have duplicated the world or something today. Didn't go for it. Didn't go for it at all. Okay. What are you building? Dropped a slab down here. Okay, chat. So, it's 2, then it's 3. It's 2, and then it's 3. Why isn't it working correctly? Why is the machine breaking even? Did it change itself on the... What's going wrong here, chat? Is it the other way around and that's what I've got wrong? So pick up the 2, then replace it after, maybe? I don't know. No, that's definitely making it go up. Okay, it's going down, chat. It's going down. Yeah, it's going down. I don't know what went wrong, but down it is going. And down is going down is. So we're going to stare at it from here, even though, you know, I'm going to stare at it from, like, this safe little corner. And we're going to eat. It kind of sucks that you get some view blocked. But we're going to eat just a little bit more 1,000-layer potatoes. I'm going to take one off the stick. There's so much vinegar, like, baked in. Goodbye, machine. Okay, so chat. It's going to keep going down until it reaches lava. And then we're going to send it the signal to pick up the lava. Then we're not going to tell it to pick up the lava again. Oh yeah, this ketchup is so spicy. It's like a barbecue sauce. Mmm. Everybody pray to the Gilded Drown that this works. We're this close to day 200, We could come back with all of our progress from the last 100 days wiped. Or we could find ourselves a lava. It's one of the two, and we have no idea until it makes it, or it doesn't. So the reason I didn't sleep was just in case it started snowing. Really didn't want to mess with it. The machine has probably made it down now, which is great news. We're going to really check that it's finished making its way down. It's not all the way down, chat. It's still moving. It should find itself at a rest just above the portal. If you put 9 buckets in the dispenser, then even if you shoot a second arrow, the chance of it using the same bucket are low. Pow, I love that. I really, really love that. I'll tell you what I love, what I really, really love. You can tell me what you love, what you really, really love. How's your potato kebab? I'm going to be honest with you. Potato kebab was not what I was expecting, but I am pleasantly surprised. I have to drink this because it's, you know, I've got it now. It's house brewed. I don't think I like kumquats though. Now you gotta wait 5 minutes for it to despawn. Okay, so we've got some time that we're waiting for it to despawn. Let's do other miscellaneous, like, useful activities, chat. How has the sugarcane not grown a single bit, by the way? Man. I think, that proves something. Ticks must not work the same above Y200. I think I've just found something revolutionary. I'm gonna have to, like, test that. Okay, there's gotta be something fundamentally broken. Because otherwise, we've been here for 2 days, chat. I've been AFK so long, not a single sugarcane growth. Okay, so now we grab some boats. Actually, we'll make some boats. Boats. Sell it to your boy. Make some more boats. This is the most efficient trade in the game. I'm very lucky to have it. Very big fan of that fact. Pumpkin can't grow because the sugarcane is there. Oh yeah, I know the pumpkin can't grow. I'm wondering why the sugarcane isn't growing. To be clear here. Yeah, I think we're gonna move this block next. Okay, so we'll pick it up. Put it here. Then we can move, we'll just put like, I don't know, a button there. Then we can move, oh look, the sugarcane, it's doing the thing. We'll move that over there. And now the pumpkin could grow, which might be useful. It is going to grow on dirt, which is one of the weirdest requirements in Minecraft, in my opinion. So we wait for... I think the arrow's going to despawn probably in the next, like, 60 seconds or so. Then we're going to shoot an arrow on the dispenser. Man, I'm excited for the lobster roll, chat. We've got big excitement. So the dispenser one is definitely this one. So we're going to shoot an arrow there. As soon as it stopped moving. I think now is fine. No, we'll wait a little bit longer. I learned last time that being impatient is literally the cause of my doom. Let's not hurry up my doom. Let's instead pick up some snow. It's very handy for allowing me to expand my base. I've got a lot of reconstruction that I'll need to be doing. So some extra snow might go a long way, huh? And in fact, we'll also pick up some ice. Because some extra ice will go a long way too. And yeah, all of this will make a big difference. Wait another minute. Yeah, exactly. We'll just wait a minute. We'll get some important tasks done. I've got plenty of inventory space to pick all of this up. Do I have more silk touch pickaxes? I didn't see that torch next to it. Never mind. Wait, I see the machine. Machine's reached the bottom now. Okay, that's exciting. Maybe the sugarcane is chilly and conserving its warmth. Yeah, it'd be really interesting if it was biome-based. But I do think it's just like, yep, it's decided it's not going to do... I feel like it has decided. You know what, Foster, I've never questioned this. But first of all, your name is Foster F. Is your last name Foster? Are you Foster Foster? Second of all, I feel like Foster is not a common first name. Is it one of those that, like, it's just not where I am? Remember to wait after launching the dispenser arrow so the dispenser arrow has time to despawn. Yep, that was the mistake that screwed us last time, so we're not going to duplicate it. This one is the dispenser arrow. Break it, send it down. And now we wait, chat. Now, the mistake that lost us all this time has been that. So instead we have casual conversation. How is the weather? Good, you? Yes, me too. Thank you for asking. I can tell you about, I can give you some health updates. The perfect time for this is right in the middle of a tense moment. But I know a lot of people wondered Toy Cat, do you just have IBS or something? The way you describe what goes on with your digestive system, just so you know, that's not normal. And you know, it is, I think sometimes even saying not helpful things is helpful in its own way. Just to remind people that you know, what they're going through is not standard. You know, when you have that one girl, you know, that's like, oh yeah, he just beats me up sometimes, and also, but you know, he loves me underneath all of that. It's usually about someone saying, you know what, domestic violence is a crime in 46 or 48 states. I don't believe in Alaska or Hawaii, by the way. But yeah, I need to do something about this. I need to place a torch to make sure this stops not melting. But we'll break it for now, and that'll be good. Hi, BX Toy Cat. Did you make the sniper duel advancement in Minecraft Bedrock? Did I make it? No. Have I done it? Also, no. Actually, I probably have. I think anything that's easy to do with mobs, I've done. Anything that involves players, it's if I got lucky and decided to do it one day. So let's go chop down some trees, because we're waiting around anyway. Actually, I probably can make some more boats now. Boats, 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 boats. Make a bunch more boats. As many as your boy will sell or buy. Just one, seems good. This guy, I bought everything of value that I need. I think pale hanging moss might be new. I'll pick it up, just in case. You never know, right? Apparently I do know. By the way, the footage I'm getting of the lava pod while the machine is here, because the player character was standing on the machine before death. Lily pads. Now, you can fish for those, and why would you want them anyway, besides stopping ice from freezing? Does it even stop? I guess it must stop ice from freezing, logically speaking. So yeah, let's go chop down some tree. I had some... Oh, I forgot about the suspicious stew thing. I can't believe your comment reminded me of that chiliest bean. Let's see if the... What is the machine doing right now? Right now, it should have picked up the lava. That's what we're hoping it's just done. And so now the machine sits there until the arrow despawns. Because when the arrow despawns, it's safe for me to go up. So right now, the machine has to sit there and do nothing. And then... My name is actually Foster. Is Foster Foster. I go by a name starting with F because they sound nice. Oh, that is really fun, Foster F. How did it end up that way? Is it like a self-chosen name? Or did you have parents that were one of them was called Foster? Yeah, that's fun. That's very fun. I finally know why you're called IBX. I've seen the video. It's been bugging me for the longest time. I'm glad you watched it. It's cool that you did. This is an underrated thing on the internet to be like, I wonder why something is. Let me look it up. Especially with, I don't know, I know I have an interest in people watching my videos, of course. But it's I bet if a lot of people are asking, there's probably a good video on the matter. But maybe I'm crazy. Okay, so we've chopped down a tree. We've definitely spent a few minutes. There's no way that arrow hasn't despawned, chat. So now we're gonna spend some time before we do it. We're gonna really carefully consider. We're gonna send arrows up, and we're gonna send longer between the two arrows. I think the mistake I made earlier was going 1-2 too quickly. So let's go 1-2 a little bit slower, you know? Live life calmly. Also, let's remove this. Place a spruce sapling there. I'm always frank with my friends. That way they'll never know my real name. It's a good joke. But don't tell me you still chop down spruce from below. Which other way would I do it? Before I answer your slanderous question. Okay, so now we sit here. And we really make sure we get this right, chat. So it is the... Okay, so we... It's the one... We wait a few minutes. And then the one that wasn't next to the dispenser. And then the one that was next to the dispenser. What do you reckon, chat? Has it been long enough? I don't know how we would possibly know. I mean, I guess Hacker1MC is down there. Being my little replay mod. But yeah, otherwise it's tricky. Why not just collect lava rain in a cauldron? Oh, Jonathan King, chat, why have we not made... We've made a mistake till just now. Okay, not lava side. Lava side. I've not watched that video yet. Is it something to do with DFS? Well, you see, I realized DFS was always on sale. And so I decided to put my brand on sale. Okay. This one first, then this one. It's a chosen name. I've had old people in work say, wow, I haven't met a foster in a long time. Nice name. I'll say, thanks, I picked it myself. That's a good point. There is a general rule that I try to compliment people on things that they, you know, they have some control over. I think complimenting natural features is like, okay. You know, but complimenting something someone did decide themselves actually makes some sense. By the way, that was a really smooth bedfall, right? Can we all appreciate that? Okay, so is the machine moving upwards? Oh! Chat, it's moving. I think. It's moving. It's moving. Easiest way to know would be to shoot an arrow at your base and watch that one despawn. Oh, you're right, Gav. No, Gavin Galley, it gets more complex than that, though, because when it's moving, I think the respawn timer desets. You did the thing with breaking them too fast. Oh, no! I think you're right. I think you are right. I don't think it's moving. I think it's in the exact same position. I think it looks like it's moving. Yeah, I don't think it's moving. Oh, I think we boned ourselves a little bit. Oh, we have to do some complicated. Yeah, chat, I think it's in the same spot. Oh no. No. Tell me it's not true. Tell me it's not, chat. It doesn't look like it's gonna fix itself either. No, I think it's working. No, it'd be getting closer if it was working, right? It's definitely in the exact same spot. Hacker1MC, what do you reckon? My eyes on the ground? Oh, we got a second sugar cane, by the way. Exciting. Also, one of these. Just throw them in here. For now. Okay, let's go back. It's working. No, that is not getting any closer. Oh, actually, is it? I think you might be right. Yeah, I was sure it wasn't moving, but it does look like it's getting close. Okay, it's getting closer, chat. Oh, thank God I shot a gilded arrow. If that was a regular arrow, I might have broken it too quickly. Yeah, it's moving. It's moving, chat. I'll do a little 30 FOV zoom in. Yeah, it's moving. Interestingly, pausing the game using the setting menu doesn't seem to stop it moving. It's moving. Okay, I'm happy. It's moving. Flying machines don't stay in one spot while pushing pistons usually. That makes sense, actually, when you say it like that. Doop 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 doop. Gilded drowned, pulled fruit. Our Lord and Savior, he drowned for our sins. Yeah. Gilded drowned. I wanted a chill stream. I feel so stressed. Tomorrow will be the chill stream. Tomorrow at 3 PM. So 4 hours usually than early stream time. Can't believe Dash left before she got to hear that. Oh, chat, have you ever seen that? The cat just got hit by the arrow, bringing it to a stop a little earlier than... You know... Okay. Okay, moment of truth, chat. 200 days in an igloo, but can I get lava? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I've survived... Genuinely calculate how many hours that is. Look at the length of this series. We're on episode 18 of over 2 hours a pop. But all of that work, or at least the last half of it, will be for nothing if we don't have a lava bucket in here. I am going to give you some suspense on this. But since we're on day 200, our last find is that we, IBX Toy Cat, and the Skygloo series have managed to get lava! Yes! It's in there! I have it! I can light things on fire now! Woo! That officially means, so if I wanted to, I could put it down right now, make it into obsidian, ruin my life. I'm not going to do that, chat. But now that I have lava, if I just get a dripstone, I can farm it infinitely. I also have a machine where if I just use this another 10 times, another 10 locations, I could do it that way. But I can officially go to the nether without ever going below Y200, or without ever going 2/3 of the blocks in the dimension. I want to kind of talk in long form about what my plans are, because I have a few big ones, and I think it'd be good if we were all on the same page. So let's chop down some trees, and let's talk about what that page is. So in this world, I have currently a big pathway that takes me out in the positive Z, positive X direction. It takes me about 5,000 blocks over to the nearest mountains that have iron and stone. However, at the coordinates, I'm going to have to load up the document here. At the coordinates 11,000 positive and negative X 8,000 on the Z. So about 8,000 blocks that way and 19,000 blocks that way, I have some drip stone. Meaning if I can make 19,000 slabs, in reality, it should be a little bit less because I've got a jungle that's out there about, 2,000 to 3,000 blocks away. But so if I can just get myself about 16,000 slabs, which should be about 8,000 planks, which should be about 2,000 logs. If I can just get myself those easy peasy 2,000 logs, I mean, who doesn't have 2,000 logs chilling around at any point? But if I can get myself those logs, we should be good. Can I do that? Well, let's find out. I need to use logs to get myself back up to the point where I can actually destroy this tree easily. And let's do this. So yeah, the hoodie looks very comfy at least, says Tank Girl. 11,000 minus 8,000, correct? Yes, Dasher, thank you for... I feel like this is the most important coordinate to get right before we start placing, because we'd get 2,000 blocks wasted otherwise. So 2,000 blocks is the equivalent, if I'm not mistaken, looking at an inventory space, we can fit 64 times 9, 560, 560. 2,000 blocks is enough that we could fill up our entire inventory with them, and we would only just about make it. So we're going to have to make the pathway, say 5,000 blocks long, or place a bunch of it in a chest out there, and then go out and do some more. It's going to be wild, but it's what we've got to do, so it's going to be fun. I guess actually what we should do is we should make a chest boat, and then bring the chest boat as far out as we can, and then we can replenish our supplies from the chest boat. That's my plan. That's the move. Let's see if we can do it. So hello everyone, how's it going? Happy Saturday. I'm very excited to be back here in the Skygloo world, and honestly, can you see everything still? Yeah, you can. Honestly, as excited as I am to be back here, I've got to say, I have some, like, real trepidations about what comes next. Because we also have to make a big decision together, chat. I would love to pretend that I understand fully how this works, but I now have to decide, first of all, is the nether even allowed? You could argue above Y200 means no nether access whatsoever, but the way I've taken it is that you should only have access to the equivalent of Y200 in each dimension that we go through. Which for the nether works out to be something like Y80 and above. Thank you, Jeff Kalen! Season 3 kickoff. Yes, indeed. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Jeff Kalen. I'm glad that you're excited to be here. Also, IBX Teletubby, says KMB. I'm actually impressed that everyone immediately saw it was a Teletubby costume. I felt like if you couldn't see the little, this thing, what is that, like a television box in my stomach? I felt like it wasn't immediately obvious what I was wearing. And so I'm glad that people understand immediately that you can't truly, this is a true fact, that you can't really, like make a Minecraft video without being dressed as a Teletubby. It's just one of those facts of the universe. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it sure is true. So yeah, we're gonna make ourselves a chest boat. Put the chest boat somewhere near there, I would say, and then we're gonna start filling that chest boat quite relentlessly. I also have to now, like, dump out a bunch of blocks. But yeah, I'm very excited that this challenge has made it this far. But the next challenges involve things like, okay, I think blaze rods aren't an essential ingredient or anything like that. I can technically get brewing stands of outlaw. No, I can't. So, no, I do have a brewing stand. I guess that brewing stand came from the igloo. So I can technically get brewing stand without them. And so it's not, like, essential in the biggest of ways. But what is crazy about it, let's go to bed, first of all. By the way, that's day 200, officially survived. It's very recognizable. The top bit on your head gives it away. That's true. I figured it might not be obvious what it is. Like, when it folds down, it looks like I'm just wearing a funny little hat. If I take this off, maybe it's a little bit less obvious, too. Yeah, I saw, I was at a theme park, and I saw a bunch of people dressed as Teletubbies, and I was like, I bet you could, you know, like, I think the interesting thing about modern fashion is that basically everything that you could want to, why is this only a single chest? Basically anything that you can imagine, like, is something you can buy. So taste, you know, like, this is something people talk about a lot when it comes to, like, LLMs and the idea that AI is going to take everything. People believe that, like, if it's so easy to create slop, of course, slop will rise to the top. But I make the argument that actually, the more access you have to stuff, the more your taste becomes important. It's not that the less your taste matters, it's that your taste is the only thing that matters now. Because you could, you know, Sora 2, is that the app where you can endlessly, you know, like, stream content? I feel like, you know, like, that's made by an algorithm somewhere. I feel like Sora 2's existence is not something that excites many people at all. It excites people who are scared of it. And so, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to bring this over to there, and I'm going to just start filling this with the resources. I'm going to be very careful about this, because this could go horribly, horribly wrong. But, yeah, the plan is to fill this with spruce planks. I think that's the easiest way for me to make blocks still. I could be horribly wrong about that, of course. But I think it to be true, and so I will believe it to be true. So this, we need to fill this entire chest with spruce logs. All of these spaces here need to be spruce logified. And then I need to take some spaces in my inventory. And then I will have enough blocks to go. If you don't finish chopping down trees, creepers spawn there. Yeah, that's the, it's the biggest reason not to go in the middle of a night in that way. Also, I'm going to go pick up some more ice. I still don't know that I have a grand plan for this ice, besides maybe making the boat path longer. If I'm going to be going out 10,000 blocks, actually, as well as having all those planks and slabs, maybe it makes sense to have a ton of ice. In fact, it definitely makes sense to have a ton of ice, right? I should make a second boat and fill it with ice. Or maybe just make my own ice pathway. But yeah, I think, weirdly enough, ice boats might be my real form of transport in this world, which is fun to be able to say. So yeah, I'm definitely thinking that we get this done this way. Have you played any more Soul Steel? I've been playing it a lot, but it's very grindy. Not sure there's much beyond the first 2 dungeons. So are there any more dungeons, Canby, if you've been playing? Yeah, I just get the impression that right now you're watching the first 10% of the server. And it's a very cool 10% vertical slice or whatever you want to call it. But it shows that their #1 value, the thing that they are most keen on, is the thing that they think is their best foot to put forwards or whatever. It's a grind fest server. And that's fine, but that is what it is, you know. So let's go put the ice in. Every few days we can harvest that ice, and it's going to make a big difference for us in the long run. I'm going to need a whole second ice chest, aren't I? I definitely am. So let's now make another couple of chests so we can finish out this storage area. It's a beautiful little storage area, I know. But make a couple of more of those, and we'll be good to go. Did you get it from Primark? Yeah, so the Teletubby costume, literally, I really want anyone who... I want to be very clear about this one. I bought this on a website that has just changed the pronunciation of their name. It used to be called Temu. Now they've started calling it Temu. It's up to you what you call it. Like anything else in this world. You know, you can respect their decisions or you cannot. But it's interesting because I am amazed at how much this costs, chat. A whole costume. It's got a zipper in. It's got a... it's actually broken already. But this whole costume, it cost me £16, and I got a £10 discount on that with free shipping. So I spent £6 on this. I haven't unlocked any new dungeons yet. Tinky Winky, Dipsy, La La, Po, Po, Teletubbies, Teletubbies, say hello. Yeah, that's... I'm amazed at the cultural extent that the Teletubbies has, such that I can wear this and immediately everyone in chat is like, why is Toy Cat a Teletubby? You know, you should be like, wow, what is Toy Cat dressed at? Is Toy Cat some form of weird Minecraft thing that I don't know? That's the only way I can explain it. You all outed yourself as Teletubby fans. Anyway, I basically, you need to learn to spell armor correctly. Lol, JK, by the way. So the editor that I use for all my stream highlights is North American. He's from Mexico. So I believe I think one of the funny, like, one of the things that's funny about, like, having a team now is having to have, like, style guides for things like, yeah, we use the British spelling when it's inside a video, and if it's search engine optimizationable, we use the American spelling. Which is a dumb... Like, it's a really easy rule to implement yourself. It's like, yeah, if it is something that people will search for, statistically, it is a dumb decision to use the niche spelling. But the niche spelling is the correct spelling, so I use it in all cases where it doesn't matter. Which is effectively saying, I mean, you could argue that's like saying you don't have values. But I would argue that the dumbest hill to die on would be your spelling of certain words. I used to, you know, my biggest shame, chat, is I used to... In school, I'd have teachers be very upset with me because I'd spell like realize with a Z and stuff like that. And they'd be like, don't you realize that is the American way? Anyway, I still think Toy Cat is Big Pikmin. Big Pikmin is behind that idea, if you ask me. Okay, so I think we can get into a nice little grind of slowly but surely replacing the trees, then the ice, then the trees, then the ice over and over again. That should be where we can end up if we do this right. So, yeah, got another stack of these, which means we only need to do the trees a good, what, like, if we need 30-ish stacks, we do the trees 15 times and we're there. So while we do that, we can talk about our plans. Also, IBX Clicker, it's the Mini-Mod's birthday next week. I may need to book you to come up. Have they always wanted to see Poe in the flesh? Am I Poe right? Wait, Tinky Winky's purple, Dipsy's green. Yeah, Poe. Poe's my favorite one, actually. If you wanna know a secret, I feel like it can't be Poe. I like Tinky Winky, but in British English, the connotations are a bit too much to say you like Tinky Winky. You know, you say that and they'll send you to prison. You know, so Also, one of the other... so while we have a big plan to go 19,000 blocks away, that will get me a dripstone. That dripstone will turn this lava into more lava. I could just theoretically scoop up a bunch of lava, and I could theoretically, as Taylor Davis has pointed out, I could even just scoop up a dripstone if I use the right blocks. But I think that having another mountain would be cool. I think this is a fun project. I like the going away things. I like the ability to see stuff on the way. And more importantly, it gives me something to work towards. That is less mess upable. But crucially, one of the fun things is I'm getting all this snow, right? It's turning into snowballs as they hit the ground. It's a very, very useful factor because as I get all of these snowballs, I can use them to work on my base. The thumbnail for this video... Also, IBX Clicker, if you want to see them live, see BB's Land at Alton Towers. I think I might end up at Alton Towers. I've had a friend who's turned into a bit of a Merlin head. Yeah, I'm the big believer of, like, you know what? I want to be, unless I actively disdain something, I want to be the person who is like, yeah, I understand how much of a struggle it is to go and get stuff done. So, you know, come up with a good time, make a plan, make it sound fun. I'm in. Let's do it. I'm not gonna continuously be like, ooh, that day is my I booked that out 8 weeks ago to have a 1 hour massage. I don't want to be like, you know, I feel like you get people on both ends of the spectrum. Then there's people who are like, yeah, I don't decide what I'm doing until this week, but this week all I want to do is, you know, hang out. So hang out in the way that sounds like the least effort when I leave my house. It's stressful. It's stressful being an adult, honestly. You are Pope. I have 8 of them. I'm an adult child. Aren't we all adult children? Wait, no. I mean, not actually. We're not all adult children. I guess it is just you then, Polly. Anyway, also, I'm getting so many snow blocks. It's wonderful. So yeah, we're gonna go in here. I'm gonna grab my big collection of shovels, pick up a couple. I'm gonna go into here. That's my armor. I don't think I need to put any armor away. Although I'm guessing I do need to put some bows away. If I've got this one, I probably don't need this one. Gonna go ahead and say that. If I've got this pickaxe, I probably don't need this pickaxe. Etc, etc. And then I'm gonna deal with some of my other just like miscellaneous junk. I have a big chest of craftable ingredients that goes here. Actually, do the craftable ingredients go in here maybe instead? I guess they do. So put the slabs in there. Put my tripwire hook in what I hope is a fishing chest that I have. Yep, got one of those, great. And then let's go see how much ice has regenerated in the time that I've been chopping down trees. Because again, we're going to need a lot of ice and a lot of that. In either case, we're going to make a big collection pathway, and we're going to get that thing done. So yeah, while I do this, I still, funnily enough, it's 200 days in, and I know I'm playing very modern Minecraft this way. I haven't finished my starter house chat, because I made the terrible mistake of making my starter house a mega base. But I did the clever thing, in my opinion, of making my base entirely livable while it's under construction. And it means that it can kind of change if I have any new needs. Like, if I needed to massively up my storage, I can make a storage wing. If I needed to, which I think is kind of cool and fun, because if you haven't built things, you can do that. But it's fun kind of seeing it come piece to piece together while still being my home surrounding it. So I am starting to appreciate the idea that, like, make the bare minimum house and then expand it into your mega house is what this igloo has really taught me. It's super fun. Your stream delay is like 1 minute, by the way, says Hurricane Dog. What it is my chat is, I can fix that actually very easily. But the reason you think the stream delay is a minute is because some of my chat is covered by my stream thing here. Anyway, so I bought this outfit on that famous website Temu, and I really want to encourage anyone who dislikes things. Like, I think this is a really useful way to, like, understand the world better. When you really, really hate something, which is, I think, a valid reaction to what, you know, Temu has done to e-commerce in a lot of ways, I think it's really useful. I think it's, like, not even just useful, I think it's, like, healthy to spend some time, like, looking at the thing that you hate. You know, rather than just, like, imagining a version in your head to hate. Because that isn't actually very productive. Okay, there's no snow over there. That's kind of scary. It's not actually very productive to just hate things. I know, controversial opinion. But hating things for the sake of hating things isn't useful to anyone. It's useful for feeding the hate part of your brain. But is that a part of your brain that you want to feed to the detriment of, you know, knowledge? To the detriment of learning more things about the world? I certainly hope it is not. And so I like to make one Temu order like every 6 months or so. Honestly, every time I do, I'm like, man, this is a wild time. Because again, you might think that, like, well, the problem is that it's so cheap and therefore it must be slave labor and therefore blah 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, easy conclusion short. So say it's the same way I can't stand people who are like, oh, McDonald's is bad for you. That's why it's so cheap. Dumb. And it's like, no. You're the dumb for thinking that the thing that determines a food's healthiness or food's goodness for you is its price. The same people who are like, yes, drinking wine is basically good for you, which is why I make sure to drink a glass of wine a day. The fact that it feeds my alcoholic tendencies is just a wonderful coincidence. Wow, what a happy world that is that we live in. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna, like, now start to cover this at least a little bit. Just make it at least 2 wide at least. Just slowly but surely. So you don't see this column as much. I want to kind of cover up as much of this original stone as I can. So from the outside, when you look from over there, let's say, where I took the shot from this thumbnail, you see it to the best. Anyway, so McDonald's isn't cheap these days, though, says W Blocks. My controversial opinion is McDonald's is just as cheap as it's always been. I think you could throw your McDonald's prices into an inflation calculator. It's, I don't know, it's that your discretionary income... You know, your income has gone up, but not your discretionary income, which means that everything feels more expensive. But the thing that is actually most expensive is rent and taxes, right? Like, those are the two expenses that are actually ruining you. Or, you know, housing costs, I should say. You might have a mortgage, you might have... You might be lucky enough that you only pay in labor to where you live. That's a common arrangement, too. But, like, in whichever way you pay for your housing, it is costing you more. Even if you are fortunate enough that your housing comes from, you know, the local government, then you are, you know, that is an additional cost that goes onto the, you know, taxes that you pay a very small percent of. But then, you know, like it's a problem, right? Housing and government, they are two very expensive things. And so as a result, even though your income has gone up more than the price of McDonald's, you feel like it is less expensive. But like that honestly makes McDonald's is, I think, if you cherry pick your time frames, it's gone up in price. But if you pick like the first time you ate McDonald's to now, I guarantee it's probably gone down in price. And even crazier is it's gone up in no, I wouldn't say quality objectively, but subjective quality. They make your meal to order now. So now at McDonald's for basically the same price as you paid in the 80s, you can get a burger that's custom made for you. You can say, I wouldn't like any pickles. Ooh, actually, could you have mustard instead of mayo? And they'll just do it. They'll just make the burger how you want for the same price, which is kind of mind-blowing that they can do that. So yeah, McDonald's isn't cheap relative to other options of food, but it's cheap relative to McDonald's. And it's cheap relative to other eating out options. You know, which is the interesting thing about eating out, is that, like, there's an inherent cost in it that, like, if everyone thought about it every time they ate out, people would eat out far less. And so instead we kind of, like, have to hide it a little bit. Anyway, so do you think that video game prices, not just game prices, but also microtransactions, are better value now with inflation? Although we've seen some price increases, but not as much as other things. I actually thought, this is one of my, like, my biggest, I think one of the most interesting cases where we are wholly irrational. Video games don't feel cheaper. You know, in my live chat, video games have gone from being £40 brand new to now about £60 brand new. In the US, I believe that's $60 to $80. And inflation has been far higher than 33% at that time. In some places, you can still get a game for the same price it would cost you when I was 8. Which is incredible. But weirdly, I think that... okay, this is fun. I think what's interesting is... And what proves that there's, like, a lot of complexity to the world of how prices are and how we perceive prices. Something that really adds to the complexity of this is the fact that video games have gotten slightly cheaper with inflation. But actually, in terms of video games per hour play, the price has gone from, like, positive by quite a bit. You know, I pay $60, £40 for Super Mario Sunshine. Now I would have to pay more than that. But actually, for the video games that most people play, the price is now effectively negative. Or effectively zero. Free-to-play games are the norm. And you expect that the time played in a game, the entertainment, is the game's... That is the game's offer to you. The game pays you in entertainment, and then expects you, you know, expects a significant enough percent of people to drop it a few dollars here or there. Some people are big spenders. I think the video game industry term is whales. Very mean term, if you ask me. But it's like some people spend a lot more now, and then that balances the whole equation. But the price per hour of video game has gone down massively. It's just that there's so many more hours of video game out there that it kind of works anyway. I don't think there's any use to sitting around here, so let's mine some more ice. Let's make the ice boat, actually. Let's make a boat. Should I make an oak boat? Let's make all the boats fun, actually. I'll make my ice boat made from white wood. I think I already have a white wood boat out there, actually, don't I? Do I? Let's give it a look. Can you see it, chat? I don't have a white boat. Let's make ourselves a white boat. So I've got pale oak wood. That's 2. Let's take another one from here. Let's make a beautiful white boat to store all of my ice in. Because realistically, yeah, I'm going to have to send it some real places. So, pale oak boat. And then we'll take some spruce planks, make a chest. Pale oak boat with chest. And now we've got a place to store all of that stuff. And we'll put this single plank back in there as if that's going to help me. And I'll also take out my snow blocks from here because I'm trying to get this house together. It's a slow but important process. Like the people who buy Fortnite Battle Pass every season. Yeah, some people look at that and say they're silly, right? Some people look at that and say, bro, don't you know you can just not pay for it? But I don't know, I kind of see it as the way that streaming works, if I make the comparison here, right? The entire concept of these streams, the entire way that they work fundamentally is that streaming is more lucrative for many creators than videos are, but that is because of the fact that a certain percent of people, you know, everyone gets it for free, and a certain percent of people, you hope, you try your best to entice, you do whatever the certain of people will give, you know, like more than the 0.1 or in some cases full penny that you get when someone watches an ad. On a video, 1,000 people watch it, you get paid $10. Everyone's effectively giving you a cent that way. On a stream, 1,000 people watch it and one person gives you $10, you've made the same money. If one person gives you $20, that's happened to me the last couple streams. Now I've made double as much money as having 1,000 views, right? If two people give you $20, then you know you start to. It's the same sort of thing with the monetization that way. I think that I think you could arguably see it as the most egalitarian thing to happen to entertainment. Entertainment costs have become funded by, if not the wealthy, because that's not the correct way to think about it, because I doubt it is, you know, like top 0.1% households or anything. But now entertainment is funded by those who like it the most, which does have negative downsides. Do you have to say negative downsides, or is a downside already presumed to be negative? Anyway, but there are downsides to this, of course. But yeah, it exists. So we're going to place our second block over there, so we can put this down. And then we're going to crouch. I'm going to make sure there's no mobs around me. And I'm going to put all my ice in this boat. If this boat falls off, actually, I think I'd be pretty ruined. So I shouldn't put it so precariously close to the edge. I don't know what I'm thinking when I'm doing that. So let's be more careful with my stuff, huh? Okay, let's put a block down below it, maybe. There we go. Just anything to make me feel like I won't lose all this progress all of a sudden. That would be good. There we go. That should do. That should make me feel better. And now we'll fill the rest of this ice in there. And once this is filled, that'll get me an extra 2,000 blocks of distance gone. Which isn't actually ultimately that many, but it's fast traversal time, so I like it. And we're good. For one video game company, it is indeed funded by the wealthy now. EA being bought by Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that is fascinating. I'm glad you bring that up, KMB. I think that is a hugely interesting development. I think it's like the national and international issues like coming to play at the same time again, right? You know, I was you know, just one of my like casual wiki moments that I went into today. I like diving into the past, I guess. One of the things I found out today, because you know I like to. I think history is really useful. It's amazing to understand how things really work. I think that truly, like, if you think things are worse now than they've ever been, it's like a good sign you don't understand how things have ever been. But it's like, well, like, how could you? Like, it's not the understanding the past is not the default position. Not everyone is always. I'm gonna keep the snow going just so I have some more snow to pick up, honestly. So I'm gonna try and destroy some tree while we do this. But yeah, now we have this fun world where like a nation, right? The Saudi Arabian Investment Fund, is buying out a video game company, and they've worked out that that is a strategic investment. Now, on the surface, it could be like, yes, video game companies make money and blah 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 blah. Also, I was gonna try and keep the snow going, but there's not much I can really do for that. My trees aren't going to grow in the dark, and so what am I going to do? Ooh, okay. Roblox, your left arm, and $5. See, I also, Toy Cat, how much do you think GTA will cost? GTA 6 will cost? I think they have to be really tactical, right? So again, I'm going to talk about this not from a consumer perspective. I'm going to talk about it from their perspective, right? You are Rockstar North. You are tasked with working out what you should price Grand Theft Auto 6 at. Again, let's think about it not from what you as a consumer want. Let's think about what they as a business could do. So option one is to say, this is going to be one of the most expensive video games ever developed in history. Therefore, it's only reasonable we charge more for this. This is how things work in, like, every other industry. If you buy, I don't know, if you buy a brand new category of product that is a lot of research and development put into it, you expect to pay that back. This is how healthcare costs, even in countries where your government pays for it. The NHS will pay like $100K a pill for rare diseases. You know, this is a thing because a lot of that $100K a pill goes to basically recouping the cost of developing these drugs. So that's how drugs work. That's how, I don't know, like consumer products work. If you want to buy a fancy new razor or vacuum or tampon or anything, you know, like it's gonna, the fancy new development and the packaging and the marketing makes you go, yeah, that's worth more because it's new and it's better. But video games and software are interesting because when they make the most expensive movie ever, it's not cheaper to go, it's not more expensive to go and watch it. Which is very, very interesting because Avengers Endgame could have said double ticket prices, but they did not. They arguably squeezed a little bit more money out of the cinemas, the theaters. If you don't know, Disney tries to take a higher cut of the movie than everyone else before them, and like, what are you gonna do? It's Disney. You're gonna not play Disney movies? But like, still, it's interesting that they don't. So when you've got the most expensive video game ever, also hi lesbians, good to see you, Pout. How are you doing today? When you've got entertainment, it's a different formula because if you price it too high, a lot of people will just go to your competitor instead. And instead, you expect to make your money back when you spend a bunch on entertainment with more sales. But if you are GTA 6, you might be able to get away with saying, yes, we believe that this game is worth $100 and it will last you for enough years that it will pay off. And enough people will buy it. And so, otherwise you might say, no. Okay, we're going to price this the same 60, 70, 80, whatever the standard is, number of dollars as everyone else. Easy peasy, lock it in that way. But your accounting department, or, you know, at least, you know, you personally, someone's going to be like, you're selling the most expensive game ever for the same price as everyone else. You know that they might have paid, you know, $100 for it, and you only charge them 80. You know that's $20 times 10 million copies you just left on the table. You just left $200 million up for grabs. You know, maybe some people wouldn't have bought it, but most people will pay whatever GTA 6 costs. And so in that case, isn't it absurd on some level to charge anything less than the maximum the market will bear? So yeah, the truth is that... Also, this is slightly misaligned, right? Yeah, I think it is. Terrible. Can't do anything about that. But what I will do is I'll just put all the blocks except for there. So now there's an inside of the igloo, and there's an outside of the igloo. How beautifully achieved. So looking at the outside of the igloo, you can see this front bit of the igloo is actually like 2 blocks deep. And my thing is only 1 block deep so far. So what I need to do is I need to go and extend this part of the igloo to go 1 block further out. Also, it's 2 blocks wide, and I've done mine 1 block. Wait, let's go look at that igloo again. Let's make sure I'm not crazy for this. Yeah, the igloo is meant to be like 3 blocks wide at the front, whereas mine is 1 blocks, and then it's 3 blocks. There's a little extra poke in my igloo for no good reason. And then after the 3 blocks, it's 2 blocks in, but mine only goes 1 block in. Man, I made some mistakes with this igloo, huh? I was wondering why it was looking so different. So mine goes 1 in, and then it should go 2 out here, but it only goes 1 out here. So we could actually solve this entire thing by just moving the opening forward an extra block. Yeah, if we just put an extra bunch of blocks forwards through there, and then over here, like make an extra ring going that way, we can free up a bunch of extra space, and that might be kind of cool. Personally, I wouldn't buy any game that costs $80 or more at launch. I think I'd wait for a sale, and if I'm already waiting, I'll wait for it to be cheaper than $60. I'm probably waiting for $40. Yeah, I think things like Game Pass have weirdly lowered people's price perception even more, which is just fascinating if you ask me. That again, in most products, I think, you know, like prices go up and you say I'll still buy it. With video games, you say unless prices are actively going down now, or even just if prices stay the same, I'm going to buy less. Minecraft is famously a game that does not charge the full price that a game is allowed to charge. Isn't that interesting? So looking at the Igloo again, yeah, this whole thing is a big mistake, huh? I've got to have a whole back section of the Igloo after this area here, otherwise the Igloo is going to be too tiny, and then I'm going to mess up with the roof. But what are you going to do, I guess? The answer is not think about it. Yeah, I don't need any extra width for the Igloo, because if it's 7 blocks wide, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never mind, we're bone chat. Igloo's ruined. We're in a nightmare. No idea how we're going to deal with it. Also, Toycat, what are your problems on NVIDIA claiming 4090 performance on the 5070 when the 5070 performance is mostly just AI DLSS and will get nowhere near raw 4090 performance? I have not heard anything about that. I used to be really into graphics cards, but I'm just not excited by them anymore. So genuinely, I'm sorry to say it, but my opinion is that's cool. I hope they get in trouble for that if they're not meant to do that, and I hope that they don't get in trouble if they are allowed to do that. I think NVIDIA is interesting because as the biggest company on the planet right now, basically everyone owns a little piece of NVIDIA, and so we're all going to be a little bit boned when that bubble starts to explode, huh? But, you know, it's... you won't be boned if you spend all your money on V-Bucks now. Let me tell you. So you're not going to 11,000, 8,000 today, says Dasher. Yeah, I feel like we could make it there today. No, I feel like we wouldn't make it there today. I feel like we need to be fully prepared for what is... Because the last journey was, like, close to 2 hours, right? And that was 5,000 blocks. So we're going to be going 3 times as long. I think it's going to be a long journey. I think it's going to be a 6-hour journey. It's going to be crazy. AI is a big market for GPUs now instead of gaming. Yeah, it's funny how that works. It is very funny how that works. A piece of hardware that was basically invented for gaming, the 3D graphics accelerator or whatever, has become a tool that has enabled Bitcoin mining and AI. But yeah, you can get a Minecraft account for like $4 American. But you probably shouldn't, right? I mean, this is the interesting thing about the grey market. So the grey market, sites like G2A or CD Keys, maybe not CD Keys. I don't know what they do actually. But there's lots of sites like you might. Okay, so Games Pass Ultimate just went up in price, right? You can still buy Games Pass Ultimate for the old price, or actually, in my case, cheaper than the old price. I've been paying £16 a month for years for Games Pass, and Microsoft just announced it'd be going up to $30 or £23. And so I cancelled my subscription because I thought it was already a bit too high at 23. But it just so happens that as I cancelled my subscription, there was a game I really got into on Games Pass. People who follow my Discord apparently know exactly what it is. You got to notify in advance for a 6-hour stream, please, I beg you. Yeah, exactly, Dasher. I'm gonna make it very clear what the Skygloo plans are. And it's gonna be we're gonna make sure. I feel like a weekly series might be a good fit, but we'll see what we end up with. Anyway, CD Keys is incredible. You can get cheaper mine coins there. Oh, I didn't even think about... So I'm about to make a video, KMB, about don't buy mine coins on the iPhone, basically. Is the clickbaity, you know, like attention-grabbing, most important thought. But it's really interesting. The cheapest platform to buy mine coins on is not the one that anyone expects. It is not the one that you would reasonably assume. And so I think it'd be interesting. But I didn't even think about the fact that, yeah, actually it'll be even cheaper to buy them on a grey market website. So yeah, it's kind of like, I would say that the G2A and the CD Keys of the world are kind of like the Temu off the video game blog, which is to say, like, there's a bit of an ethical argument against using them. And, don't get me wrong, I buy as many Teletubby costumes as the next fella on questionable Chinese retailers for literally £6, by the way. But, yeah, I think that really the weird thing about video game pricing is we're all talking about prices in dollars, right? Pout is like, if games are $80, I'll wait till they're $60. But, I don't doubt that Pout might be someone who lives in the USA. I don't doubt that KMB is someone who lives in dollar land. But most people do not. That might surprise you to learn. And so, because the dollar is... Not only is the dollar stronger, but, like, also Americans have more spending power than most of their international counterparts. It means that it's very, very tricky to charge American prices outside of America. And so, especially when you get to countries like South Africa, for example, no offense to any South African homies out there, but South Africa has a lot lower per capita incomes. And so, something that would cost $80 in America costs $16 in South Africa, or $20 or $25, or whatever they can get away with. And so what's interesting is they usually region lock these quite well, but using some weird methodology, or in some cases using questionable credit cards and refund processes, it can be quite easy to get digital products that should cost $80 in the US for $50 or $60. And most of that money still goes to the manufacturer of those products. In other words, there are places you can go to give yourselves forcible discounts on things. And isn't that kind of fun? Unless you simp for, unless you really want to give your some extra money. If you want to tip Microsoft, you could argue that's the big reason not to use it. But, there's a big argument that, like, why would anyone pay more for goods and services than they need to? If I could buy this for £6, by the way, I want to talk about this. Temu is the most psychological, like, the bad thing about Temu, because everyone's so focused on saying, like, oh yeah, they probably use Chinese laborers from the Uyghur region, and so it's basically genocide you're committing there to like, if people who want to have a moral argument, they miss the real argument. I think I mentioned before, I had a cousin who just from across the room said, oh, Andrew, you're using Temu. Haven't you heard, or Temu, haven't you heard what they're doing to all those poor Muslim women or something like that? And I thought it was interesting because actually, in my opinion, the bad thing about Temu is the manipulative consumer process. It's genuinely designed to turn... Because shopping, this is one of the most interesting things. Shopping is basically shopping can be made as addicting as gambling. It's in culture we portray this as like a woman thing, right? Like, oh yeah, my wife just needs some retail therapy to make her okay. Women, am I right? So crazy. But actually, most humans feel good when you spend money. It's weird because it also hurts to spend money, but it's like spicy food, There's a lot of things that hurt that are good because you're doing something useful. So yeah, it's okay. So where'd my other boat go, by the way? No, chat! Why? How even did that happen? Okay, so that's a reminder to make sure that there is absolutely no way. I'm gonna make a little boat depot over here, where I can store the boats, turn them around and stuff like that. Which actually I should just make even wider than this. Let's just make a big old boat depot. I don't think I can get that back. I think I just ruined a whole bunch of stuff like that. Can't believe Toy Cat would insult me like that, assuming I'm American. Google is forcibly changing my account location to the USA, presumably to enforce ID verification. I appealed. The appeal was rejected. Where is your account location right now? Dasher, that's where I want to know. Because you mostly watch from the Netherlands, where I believe you are located most of the year. But I wonder what your account would say, were you to ask it. But yeah, chat, that's an absolute nightmare. That's true. I bought some secondhand books today. Good times. Oh, secondhand. So Every form of media has a version of this, right? Where you can, like, get the discount if you just want it bad enough. Oh, that's probably what happened. It's so easy to nudge off. A single mob would have just knocked that right off there. Chat, I think I just lost, like, several hours or days worth of work. And I don't know how I would conceivably get it back. Fishing rod? I don't think you can fishing rod a boat without breaking it, right? Oh no, you can. This came up in my fishing tutorial. I spent enough time just playing around. Also, look at that ice. It goes missing behind the clouds. Okay, chat. I don't know if we can do it with chest boats, but I've got to believe in myself. Hey! Perfect on the first go. That was beautiful. I've never. Okay. Wow. I am good at Minecraft. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, chat. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, so absolutely incredible. Amazed. So now we'll just put my my logs back in here, making sure that it's nice and safe in my boat depot. And then we're good. That was so perfect. It was those are the moments, right? Those are the moments that make life worth living. You know, you have a moment where you're like, whoa, you know, I am good at things. Something you predict something to be way tricky in your head. You're like, this is impossible. Just doing my best. You keep your expectations tiny, and then not only are you not whiny when things go bad, but when things go well, life is incredible. You gotta make that shot. I am eternally willing to play around with luck because it is fun. It feels good. And it is good. Lizard Wizard says amazing. Thank you, Lizard Wizard, for your vote of confidence. So yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with these different colored walls, by the way. I have a plan. Or I had a plan, I assume. No idea what it is right now. But it's good to be collecting some wool colors, I guess. Those will come in handy eventually, I hope. Okay, so back to the tree chopping. Hopefully the trees have regrown. And hopefully we don't lose them again. Just got hit. What did you do, says Caleb Star. I dressed as a Teletubby, and then I spoke about consumer capitalism and how prices work for a good 40 minutes. And everyone was really impressed with that. They were like, wow, Toy Cat. I never realized that someone could address a topic so dull in such a uninspiring way. But to you, I say thank you. You should be able to scale Walmart parking lot for your boats. Yeah, actually, if I make like little tracks, I could like park the boat effectively quite well. That'd be good. You know, we can actually do the maths, right? There's a lot of American states have what is it called? Like a parking ratio. You have to take your floor space of your store, divide it by a certain amount, and then you make it the parking amount. Honestly, can I say, as someone who now drives a car, and today I drove my car to a car park, and the car park had no spaces, chat. And instinctually, I was frustrated, right? And instinctually, I had this feeling of like, well, there should just be more parking spaces. But actually, I've got to say, something that I'm like really aware of is that actually, I think the world works. I think the world is a bit of a better place. I might even go so far as to say. Also, yeah, these are going to be free height. I think this igloo down here, I don't know if I deliberately made it one amount too small, but it's going to be really, really messy. So I'm gonna hold off on the igloo build until I can solve that biggest problem. In the meantime, I'll only finish up like existing lines that probably need it. Like right here, we could do with some more snow. Although the more snow I put in here, the more we can't see my base. So I might have to consider like making a little window up there out of glass. In fact, light blue glass would be pretty cool, right? I can make light blue glass. I've got glass. No, I don't. I don't have any glass, chat. Where do I get glass from? I could use ice. I guess ice is the closest thing we have to glass, and it is the thing that the igloo uses for its window anyway. So we'll have to use that. Do you ever go back and look at the Nev Fortress that spawned in your previous minimum brightness challenge? Oh, no, I didn't, Victory Shout NZ. I didn't go back and look at it. I think it'd be fun to do that. I think it'd be a lot of fun to do that. I'd be very curious about how that works. But yeah, so you know, I'm not going to talk about parking. I think it's the most boring subject in the world. But I realized, like, you know what? Actually, if a business doesn't have parking, that feels like it's the business's problem. You know, it feels like your problem because you get frustrated and you're like, I just want to park so I can go inside of the place. But it's also like, well, you know, now I won't go over here. Now I'll go and do something else. If you're curious, the thing I tried to go to this morning and I tried to park and I couldn't was a run. So, you know, I couldn't give that run my business. Yeah, good luck getting my £0, 0 pence. I actually parked around the corner, showed up to the run late, but I got to, let me tell you how fast I ran it today, chat. I've been getting into 5Ks, which is funny that in the UK we use miles, except when it comes to measuring races, unless they are marathons. You know, very very goofy system. I want to see. Let's see how well I did at my little park run, chat. The answer is pretty good. No, the answer's terrible. 37 minutes. That's what happens when you show up more than 5 minutes late. Parking is the devil. It kills social interactions. Yeah, don't. Therefore, easiest solution: don't park. Don't park. Just don't park the car. Just leave the car wherever you want to have it, and then hope that it's still there when you get back. Anyway, you mean parking minimums? Yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, I want to talk about shopping, because shopping is genuinely, this is a wild thing, but in the same way that video games have worked out, and social media is the same. I saw a post from Microsoft where they said, look, the reason we're putting Halo on the PlayStation 5, fun fact if you haven't heard that, they're putting Halo on the PlayStation 5, and their logic is because their competitors aren't Nintendo and Sony in their minds. Their competitor is TikTok and Netflix. They think that they are competing for your attention with non-gaming mediums. You know, with YouTube, arguably. You're watching YouTube right now rather than playing Halo. I mean, you probably wouldn't have been playing Halo were it not for this stream, statistically speaking. But some number of you might have been, and now it's lost as a result. But I thought... Oh, my controller's dead. This never happens, chat. I swear. This just never happens to me. Anyway, but, yeah, I also Sky Cheese bread glue. My microwave broke, so I'm forced to reheat my pizza by flipping it in the pan like a sandwich melt. Oh, that's actually the way better way to reheat pizza. It took me a while to believe that, because I like microwaving. You put something in, you forget about it, you come back. But, I think I've been convinced that actually it is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know what I was planning with this igloo, but I definitely got it wrong. I definitely got it very wrong. So it's like 1 block wide. I guess I was doing the inside. That's what my plan is here. It's 1 block wide, then it's 1 block wider, then it goes out some, and then it goes 2 blocks high. Yeah, actually, I think I had some real logic. I still need to make the entryway wider for my igloo, but then everything else can stay how it is, and it will all work perfectly. Oh, thank God. I sent you a pigeon photo in your Instagram, knowing you're the pigeon whisperer. I have whispered to more than my fair share of pigeons. Yeah, very, very, very silly little thing, I've got to say. It tastes better in a pan, but the microwave is so fast and convenient. Yeah, that's, I think that's the real truth. Like, it's really common. Maybe this is like a me thing to learn. You know, actually, maybe and Sony. I'm not going to put this all on me. I'm going to put it on us. Maybe it's an us thing. That no. I'm alive, but I really should not be doing that. That isn't okay. I've survived 205 days, and I almost didn't survive a 206, chat. Woo! Okay, so I've got to remember, this is hardcore. I am very mortal, not just to going below Y200, but also to falling off my house. And I should put some stair rails on or something. Yeah, that was the scariest fall of my life, chat. My life flashed before my eyes. If I'd have just fallen in a slightly different place, like you can see this here, would have just been over. Would have just been someone else we'd be talking about instead. We would never see the dripstone. We'd never go to the nether. We'd have put all that work in for lava, and it would mean nothing. Oh, also, I've got to be selling sticks every day. It's kind of tricky to do now that I need all this wood. But I should still be selling some boats, right? I think I have to sell spruce boats to this guy. He doesn't take any boats. He just wants spruce, which is usually very convenient, but not today. So I'll just make a bunch of these. You know, just get a few sold in there every now and then. I think it'd be a good idea to get that done. I also, one of my like long-term ambitions is to get a mending villager, like every world is better off having. But it's one of those just grindy tasks. We're gonna have to sit there and just do it at some point. And I like putting off when some point is. Although I also like the idea of buying enough bookshelves from this man that I can find out, I guess. Gotta mow the lawn. Don't. Also, never bring up pizza or microwaves again. Yeah, that's a good idea, Sonny. Let's not think about pizzas. That might be for the best. Okay, so looking at the inside here, yeah, there's gonna be a block there and a block there. I'm doing the inside of the igloo rather than the outside, which doesn't actually make sense now that I really think about it, but I'm sticking with it because it is easier and it makes some level of sense. I'm gonna see if because I am playing this with vibrant visuals, I'm gonna see if I can put up a little ice window over here. Actually, I'll go see where the ice igloo is from the inside. It might be the bottom block. Yeah, if it's the middle of the 3 blocks, the ice window actually needs to go right behind them there. So let's give that a little testing first. Give it just a little feel. Oh, please build some safety rails for the love of crap. Yeah, I can see why you would come to that conclusion. I'm gonna... It's definitely a wake-up moment to do things differently. And so I will take that wake-up moment. So yeah, I would argue... I'm going to put up some ice here anyway. I'm just going to put it up. I'm going to see if light can still get through it. And if it can, wonderful. And if it can't, that's totally fine. Hey, Diluted Dente! I'm honestly surprised it took you that long to fall off the stairs. You know what? I am not... As much as I might vibe like it with my my understanding of my tech issues and my absolute love for the website, or my absolute confusion of the website, Temu. I actually am not a grandmother, and so I do not fall downstairs very often. But yeah, that's scary. That could just be me dead. I definitely have like big design ambitions for this chat. Like, if I could get enough stone, and I'm sure I could, it's just about whether I go on the trip or not. I would love to get enough stone to make, like, a big pathway coming out of the house or something like that. Funding rails for those stairs, so Skygloo doesn't... Just got a fun tip that just came in. Let's chop down this next tree, though, as we read it. This base is not OSHA compliant. Yeah, that is true. And in the real world, OSHA only exists because the real world is hardcore. Therefore, we should follow at least some amount of the OSHA rules here. Plume, by the way, good to see you. I love to see your name. VX Ghost, funding rails those stairs so that Skygloo doesn't meet an unfortunate route. Chat, together, we can do the fundraising required so that I don't have a tragic end like that. Because think about it, that same fool, if I just have half a heart fewer hanging around, dead. That same fool, terrible. Torch will melt the ice window or potentially drown the villagers. Oh, yeah, let's go fix that. Right now. Well, I'm at the top of the tree, so, like, not right now. But, like, very soon. Yeah, that's a big problem. You should do a stream? Oh, wait, okay, I'll wait for it to come up. It'll do text-to-speech, which is fun. If you're curious, chat, when you tip on the streams, if you tip more than $5, it plays a different noise. If you tip $10, or its equivalent around the world, Sadly, no South African
You
specific
should do
pricing.
a stream where viewers decide what tools or blocks you must discard with an appropriate donation.
It'll do text to speech. With ideas like that, thank you very much, said Six. Yeah, I was actually thinking, I want Minecraft, but viewers can mess with it in a way that is actually entertaining. I think the thing that might make it entertaining is like I have to keep playing until we beat Minecraft, but people can set me back as much as they like, right? That could be fun because it could be like, yes, we are on hour 9. I cannot beat Minecraft still because of this problem right here. I think that could be some fun to it. But yeah, it's something I am definitely thinking about. Nice to see you too. Haven't watched the stream in a long time. Hey, I'm glad that you picked this one. Because it's a bit of a more casual one, you know? It's one where you can put on your wonderful Teletubby onesie. Okay, I have to go and deal with that ice right now. So none of it has melted yet. So, oh, no, that is a lie. Let's go and find where the ice is coming from. Thankfully, there's water down here. Okay, so we're going to have to remove that torch. And then immediately put some back. So, are any of my villagers drowned to death, chat? Ooh. I feel like there was a guy there before who is not there anymore. Yeah, chat, I think Dasher wasn't being funny when she said that villagers would drown. I think that actually a couple of villagers might have drowned. Oh yeah, that's a big problem, isn't it? That's a big mess up. You build one window for your villagers, and 2 of them decide to die on the spot. Yeah, I think that is actually really bad. Casual, that's actually a horrible way to describe this stream. I'm sorry, this is a very serious stream. That I have long... Oh, my redstone is gone. Ugh. Chat, 2 villagers are dead, and my redstone has to be replaced. Could this get any worse? Yeah, there's meant to be a stone